Everyone believed that Xian was hopelessly infatuated with Jiang Yan, and even Jiang Yan himself shared this sentiment. Whenever someone inquired, she would respond without hesitation, "I like him. He is the one I cherish the most yet." Jiang Yan would assert, "Dating is permissible, but you must not have excessive expectations or be overly greedy. I can never envision you as my spouse." In the aftermath, Jiang Yan's eyes burned with rage, his expression a grotesque mask of anger tinged with grievance. "Who do you take me for? Who are you gazing at through me? I have strived so hard to please you, to align with your preferences, yet you merely regard me as a substitute, a mere jester. Xian, you are truly something. Do you even possess a heart?" Ultimately, he humbly pleaded, "What is it about him that you adore? I can transform into that for you, if only you would look at me." Xian was said to have experienced love at first sight for Jiang Yan, a notion shared by all. Upon first encountering Jiang Yan, she was utterly captivated. "I like him," she dreamily declared to those around her. Following this proclamation, everyone knew she had fallen for the illustrious Jiang Yan, a star student from the finance department, renowned for his charm. Xian herself was an exceptional individual, a prodigy from the electronic engineering department, celebrated for her accolades and scholarships since childhood. With her striking beauty and gentle demeanor, she was perceived as a well-mannered and approachable girl. Many sought her affection, yet she was forthright in her rejections, expressing her current focus on academics rather than romance. In the eyes of her peers, Xian was deeply engrossed in her studies, leading them to believe that she would never develop an interest in anything outside of academia. But suddenly, she professed her fondness for Jiang Yan. Externally, they appeared to be a perfect match, yet anyone who truly understood their personalities would shake their heads in disapproval, recognizing the vast chasm that separated them two individuals from entirely different worlds. Jiang Yan was a prominent figure at school, and Xian was no less noteworthy. Xian seemed unperturbed by her friend's subtle hints that Jiang Yan was unsuitable for her. She merely smiled and nodded in silence. However, whenever she encountered Jiang Yan, it was evident to anyone with eyes that she was genuinely smitten. The emotions reflected in her gaze were undeniable. Yet, why did she choose such a seemingly unattainable target? Her friends were perplexed. Indeed, Jiang Yan possessed an extraordinary visage, having been the center of attention since childhood, earning the title of campus heartthrob since his school days. Countless admirers surrounded him, and he certainly lived up to his handsome exterior, with suitors never in short supply. Despite Xian's declaration of affection for Jiang Yan, she did not pursue him actively. She simply paused to gaze at him deeply when their paths crossed, harboring no intention of initiating conversation or seeking contact. It was Jiang Yan who eventually approached Xian. On a fortuitous day, their classes converged, and as the lecture concluded, Jiang Yan directly approached her. Xian, who had been preoccupied with her belongings, was startled when a shadow fell over her. She looked up to find Jiang Yan standing before her, a playful smirk on his face. He tapped his fingers on the table and inquired, "I heard you like me?" Xian paused, meeting his handsome gaze, and nodded softly, "Yes, I like you." Her candid admission momentarily caught Jiang Yan off guard. Typically, one would expect a girl to be shy or bashful when confronted with such a question, yet Xian's straightforwardness surprised him. "However, Jiang, you need not feel burdened. My affection for you is my own matter. I do not intend to intrude upon your life. Many others share my feelings, and my presence is but a small addition." Rising to her feet, she stood composed before Jiang Yan, her tone calm and gentle. Jiang Yan scrutinized her for a prolonged moment before suggesting with a hint of amusement, "I quite like you too. Would you consider dating me?" She tilted her head and responded succinctly, "Sure, I don't mind." Within mere minutes of their first encounter, they established a romantic relationship. Yet, neither displayed any signs of elation. Their conversation felt like an ordinary exchange. As their classmates gradually realized what had transpired, the news spread that the two had begun dating. This revelation sent shockwaves through those who admired either Jiang Yan or Xian. However, the reality of their relationship could not be denied. Even those reluctant to accept it were forced to acknowledge it. Everyone who witnessed Xian and Jiang Yan together remarked on her profound affection for him. Xian was almost entirely devoted to Jiang Yan, caring for him with meticulous attention. Xian resided off campus while Jiang Yan lived in the dormitory. From the start of their relationship, she would bring breakfast to Jiang Yan's dormitory every morning, regardless of the weather or her own schedule, ensuring he received a meal before he slept again. Initially, Jiang Yan had no habit of eating breakfast, being a night owl who reveled in the nightlife and slept soundly during the day. When Xian first brought him breakfast, he frowned in annoyance, expressing that it was unnecessary and he was too lazy to get up. But Xian smiled and replied, "You should eat breakfast before sleeping again, otherwise your stomach won't take it." The next day, she continued her routine, and gradually, Jiang Yan found himself accustomed to having breakfast every morning. "Hey, what's for breakfast today? Wontons and crystal shrimp dumplings?" "You're quite fortunate. Not only is your girlfriend beautiful and talented, but she also treats you so well. Where could you find such a wonderful girl?" His roommate, Luo Xiaoqi, remarked with a playful smile. "You wouldn't believe how envious people on our school forum are, saying you've hit the jackpot and that your relationship won't last long due to the novelty wearing off, eagerly awaiting your breakup. Let them try their luck, those who can't have the grapes claim they're sour," Jiang Yan replied lazily, glancing at the neatly packaged breakfast on the table. Luo Xiaoqi adjusted his posture and remarked, "I think Xin is quite remarkable gooking. A top student, you two make a splendid couple, far better than any of your previous girlfriends. So, Jiang, are you feeling any inclination to settle down?" Jiang Yan splashed his face with water, still dripping, and casually wiped it with a towel before grabbing chopsticks to enjoy a crystal shrimp dumpling. "Imzetlate im not juggling multiple relationships. Do you truly like Xian?" Luo Xiaoqi probed, skeptical that Jiang Yan could truly commit, given his nature. He cautioned, "I must remind you, Xian has the demeanor of a good girl. Be cautious not to break her heart if she becomes deeply invested, only for you to pull away like a scoundrel. Such a gentle girl can't handle that kind of blow, and it could end badly for you." Jiang Yan contemplated Xian's appearance. Indeed, she was stunning, which was precisely why he considered giving their relationship a try. Chapter 2, I find him appealing, yet, while he possesses an undeniable charm, there lacks a certain sharpness. He feels somewhat wooden. Once the initial novelty wore off, I found little meaning in our relationship. Nonetheless, he has no immediate intention of parting ways. After all, we have been together for a year. Though I sense a hint of ennui, it is not to the extent of feeling entirely indifferent. After all, having a girlfriend who is entirely devoted, obedient, and unobtrusive is rather pleasant. She does not impose on him due to her status as his girlfriend, and for now, he believes they can continue for a while longer. To whom must I account? If it suits us, we shall date. If not, we shall part ways. We are adults, not entangled in a web of deceit. Jiang Yan suddenly found his breakfast unappetizing. He was not fond of extravagant meals. In fact, he had no desire for breakfast at all. Yet, he was compelled by Xian to rise early each day, which left him feeling somewhat irritable. "I'm not eating anymore. Do you want some?" He tossed his chopsticks aside, indifferent to Xian's thoughtful gesture. Eat, why not? I wonder where she bought this breakfast. It smells delightful and tastes even better. I must ask her when I see her next." Luo Xiaoqi leapt with enthusiasm and lunged forward to devour the wontons and crystal shrimp dumplings as if he had never eaten before. Jiang Yan cast a disdainful glance his way, checking the time. He had classes in the morning, but the afternoon was free, and his childhood friend had reached out to gather everyone. He did not consider allocating time for his girlfriend, believing it unnecessary. Xian also had classes in the morning. She delivered breakfast to the boys' dormitory for Jiang Yan, and she was not disheartened by not seeing him. She seemed accustomed to this mode of interaction. Rarely did she call him, and as a girlfriend, she lacked the clinginess often seen in others. Most of her time was spent immersed in the library. However, regardless of what she was doing, if Jiang Yan called, she would set aside her tasks without hesitation and come to his side. Even if Jiang Yan merely wanted her to come over for no particular reason, she accepted it quietly, her smile gentle and serene. And then, "You're up early again, delivering breakfast to your boyfriend?" Lin Jingyue yawned as she approached with her roommate, strolling alongside Xian. "Actually, the cafeteria's breakfast is quite good. You must be exhausted waking up so early every day." Xian replied softly, "It didn't take much time. I needed to rise early for breakfast anyway." Lin Jingyue shook her head. "One more person means more food. I know your culinary skills could rival those of a chef. Jiang Yan is quite fortunate. I envy you. If you need, I can bring you a portion." Xian offered. Lin Jingyue waved her hand dismissively. "Let us not, dear. That's a special breakfast, made just for your boyfriend. My presence would only dilute it." With a gentle smile, Xian remained her usual calm and composed self. "Speaking of which, the holidays are approaching. Do you have plans for a getaway? Given the heavy coursework during the semester, you should take some time to relax and nurture your relationship." Xian slightly lowered her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering gently. "We'll see when the time comes. No matter how well we plan, unexpected events can always arise." Well, you can always discuss it, no matter how busy. Surely you can carve out a couple of days, Lin Jingwei urged. I mean, isn't it normal for girls to indulge their boyfriends a little? A getaway exclusive to the two of you would surely deepen your bond. Lin Jingwei leaned in, reminding her, you're too accommodating, always considering his needs. People tease you about being the perfect girlfriend. Xin replied nonchalantly, is that so? And then, you're truly smitten with Jiang Yan, Lin Jingwei sighed, observing her stubborn demeanor. But we girls must cherish ourselves too. Sometimes, we need to think of our own needs. Xian's smile faltered momentarily before returning to its usual warmth. I love him, so I wish to give him all that I can. Lin Jingwei exhaled in frustration. You're such an intelligent person. Why cling so stubbornly to this relationship? Have you truly fallen into a pit and refused to turn back? How did I never realize how inflexible you are? It was evident to anyone with eyes that Xian was deeply enamored with Jiang Yan. It was equally clear that Jiang Yan's feelings for her were not sincere, perhaps merely playful. No matter how close friends might be, once love is involved. She had hinted at it directly and indirectly countless times. Xian, with her keen intellect, surely understood, yet she feigned ignorance. Jiang Yan was truly unworthy. Lin Jingwei scolded silently, feeling indignant that Xian, who was so devoted, was taken for granted, while Jiang Yan, relying on his family background and looks, remained indifferent toward other women. Fortunately, Xian was not one to indulge in gossip or forums. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be hurt by the rumors circulating about her. Whispers had already spread throughout the school, suggesting Xian was overly eager, lacking self-awareness, and other unkind remarks, all stemming from Jiang Yan. If only Jiang Yan had treated Xian better, such rumors would not have arisen. Xian is such a wonderful person. Jiang Yan must truly be blind. Lin Jingwei felt increasingly agitated, but attempted to remain mindful of Xian's feelings. And then, have you ever considered, perhaps Jiang Yan is not as wonderful as you believe? Xian chuckled softly, responding gently. What does it matter if he is good or not? For now, I still like him, especially that face of his. I truly adore it. Lin Jingwei was taken aback. Why emphasize that you like his face? She did not dwell on it, merely finding Xian's stubbornness remarkable. She truly seemed to be someone who wouldn't shed tears until she faced misfortune. Not wishing to discuss her feelings, Xian shifted the topic. What about you? Any plans for the holidays? Traveling? Or will you be staying home? Lin Jingwei was not one to pry into others' relationships. She followed the conversation. No particular plans. I intend to take a short trip, then settle down with my studies. I'm considering preparing for graduate school, but I might also study abroad. I'll just have to see. As you said, plans often change unexpectedly. Next semester, I'll be a junior, and next year, a senior. It feels as though my college life hasn't even begun, yet I'm already staring at its end. When will I meet my Prince Charming? Xian walked quietly beside Lin Jingwei, clutching her textbooks, listening to her friend as endless grievances with a smile that suggested she was in good spirits. Chapter 3, Come Pick Me Up. Xian was well aware of Lin Jingwei's underlying concern, but she chose to remain unbothered, not feigning ignorance. As she had previously told Jiang Yan, her affection for him was her own matter, and she had no intention of causing distress to anyone else. Their relationship was unexpected, yet being able to see his face regularly was rather pleasant. She felt content with her current situation and had no desire to change it. Her primary focus was on completing her studies. Everything else was secondary. She had classes all day. During lectures, she habitually silenced her phone. After class, she visited the library again. By the time she had completed her academic tasks, it was nearly 7 o'clock. She took out her phone and noticed a message and a missed call. The missed call was from Jiang Yan, and the message was also from him. Call me back. Just 3 words. She gazed at the screen with an expression devoid of emotion. The call and message had come in around 5 o'clock, and there had been no further communication. As expected, Jiang Yan, as Lin Jingwei put it, had become somewhat spoiled in Xian's presence. Had she truly spoiled him? She didn't think so. She merely fulfilled the duties expected of a girlfriend. The notion of Jiang Yan being spoiled, to be precise. Could it be her inherent nature? Xian stepped out of the library, phone in hand, and returned Jiang Yan's call. The line remained unanswered until the call was automatically disconnected, prompting Xian to set her phone down. She refrained from dialing again. Instead, she contemplated sending a text to Jiang Yan. I apologize, I was in the library and had my phone on silent. I'm heading home now. Is there something you need? After dispatching the message, she turned off her screen and strolled leisurely towards the campus exit. Soon, The minor incident slipped from her mind as her thoughts drifted back to her coursework, revisiting the parts she found perplexing. Gradually, her understanding began to coalesce, and she felt optimistic that upon returning home, she could make progress on her stagnant paper. As she reached the school gate, her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was Jiang Yan calling. She had hesitated for a moment before answering. "Where are you?" As soon as the call connected, the cacophony on the other end flooded her ears, prompting her to hold the phone slightly away from her ear. Jiang Yan's impatient voice resonated through the line. "I just exited the school gate. Come pick me up at Inu. I'm feeling tired." She glanced at the time and replied, "Okay. It might take a bit longer due to traffic. Please wait for me." "Hurry up," Jiang Yan urged impatiently. "I'll do my best," she reassured softly. "Drink something warm while you wait. I'll prepare a meal for you later." Jiang Yan replied nonchalantly before hanging up. She hailed a taxi. As anticipated, the traffic was congested, and by the time she arrived at Inu, it was already past 8. Following the box number Jiang Yan had provided, she approached the entrance. Knocking was impractical in such a noisy environment. Yet out of courtesy, she tapped on the door a few times and waited 2 seconds before pushing it open. Upon entering, the chaotic music engulfed her, and one had to shout to be heard. In the dim light, she immediately spotted Jiang Yan, who was inebriated and slumped in the center. It was unclear who noticed Jiang first, but soon, amidst playful shoving, the music was turned down and silence descended. "Ah, the sister-in-law has arrived. This rascal Jiang Yan has had too much to drink. We insisted on taking him home, but he insisted on having you come instead. You're spoiling him too much, sister-in-law. You shouldn't indulge him like this." The crowd consisted of Jiang Yan's childhood friends, all familiar with one another, sharing lighthearted banter. Xin had met them a few times, primarily to pick up Jiang Yan, and had never engaged further. She was never curious about Jiang Yan's family or the people around him, whether they were men or women. She had never asked. She had always maintained a comfortable distance that suited her and pleased Jiang Yan. Hearing the teasing remarks from Jiang Yan's childhood companions, she simply smiled, approached him, and gently patted his back. "Jiang Yan, are you all right? Can you walk?" Despite having consumed some alcohol, Jiang Yan had not overindulged to the extent that others claimed. He was aware of Xian's faint fragrance as she leaned closer, and he squinted, seemingly failing to recognize her. Xian blinked and softly inquired, "Have you really drunk too much? Should we head back?" Jiang Yan, however, diverted the conversation. "These are all my friends. Am I supposed to leave them behind?" Xian paused. "Should we wait a little longer then?" "Yes, since sister-in-law is here, let us enjoy some time together. You're a top student, always busy with your studies. Every time Jiang Yan mentions you, he says you're too occupied, but now that we have a chance, you can't just leave so soon." Noticing Jiang Yan's demeanor, the group began to cheer, creating a scene that left Xian feeling trapped. Among Jiang Yan's closest childhood friends was Sheng Rong, who sat nearby, raising an eyebrow at the unfolding spectacle. He glanced at the drowsy Jiang Yan and then at the motionless Xian, clicking his tongue, picking up his drink, and opting to watch the unfolding drama rather than intervene. Sheng Rong had grown up alongside Jiang Yan, and he was well aware of the true nature hidden beneath Jiang Yan's polished exterior. With impressive grades, striking looks, and an affluent background, Jiang Yan had been sculpted into a charming prince-like figure, attracting numerous admirers. Perhaps it was a bit harsh to label Jiang Yan in such a manner, as Sheng Rong found himself in a similar situation. To criticize Jiang Yan was, in a sense, to criticize himself. After all, there's an old saying, birds of a feather flock together. Sheng Rong had experienced numerous romances, none lasting beyond 3 months, as he often grew bored over time. Chapter 4. Incompatibility. Jiang Yan was surrounded by a variety of women and had engaged in relationships before. Xian was neither the most beautiful nor the most remarkable among them. Sheng Rong initially thought that such a well-behaved girl would not be Jiang Yan's type. Even if it was a fleeting infatuation, it wouldn't last long. To his surprise, they had been together for a year. Sheng Rong began to believe that perhaps Jiang Yan had settled down. However, looking at the present situation, it seemed he had overthought it. Indeed, Jiang Yan was someone who had long since cast aside any notion of restraint. It seemed unlikely he would ever change, especially considering the turmoil within the Jiang family, which he had vowed would prevent him from marrying. Everyone present was astute, keenly observing Jiang Yan's demeanor and responding accordingly. Recognizing Jiang Yan's intentions, they eagerly pressed on. creating an atmosphere where Xian would be hard-pressed to refuse a drink without appearing disrespectful. Jiang Yan ran a hand through his hair, lazily lifting his eyelids to glance at Xian, who appeared out of place in the raucous environment. He exhibited no inclination to assist her, tacitly accepting the surrounding crowd's antics. If sister-in-law doesn't tea drink, Jiang Yan, you'll have to down 3 cups yourself. We all came alone, and you brought your partner along to flaunt your affection in front of us single folks. Jiang Yan chuckled derisively. Single folks? You lot, who switch partners as easily as changing clothes, dare to call yourselves single. If you want me to drink, just say so. Don't fabricate such pathetic excuses. Jiang Yan leaned forward, lifting a drink, but before it reached his lips, a hand gently pressed down, and the cup was taken from him. Jiang Yan turned to Xian, who stated, You've had enough to drink. Another round would be detrimental to your health. Jiang Yan countered, If I don't drink, will you drink in my stead? I'm not skilled at drinking, nor have I done much of it, but Xian turned to the others in the box, offering a slight smile. I must take Jiang Yan home now, so I'll take 3 cups as a penalty. My apologies. With that, she tilted her head back and downed the drink in one swift motion. For a moment, the room fell silent, as if the play button had been paused. But in the next instant, cheers and applause erupted, encouraging her to continue. Xian swiftly downed a second cup, and by the time she lifted the third, a rosy hue adorned her cheeks. Yet she hesitated not, finishing the third cup just as decisively. She displayed the now empty glass in her hand. Is this acceptable? Xian inquired, yet she felt her words bore little significance to anyone else. Turning her gaze towards Jiang Yan, she asked, The 3 glasses of wine have already been consumed. Jiang Yan, will you accompany me back home? Jiang Yan's eyes lingered momentarily on her face before slowly descending to her delicate wrist. He stood up, his imposing height of 186 centimeters casting a considerable presence. Although Xian was not short, having measured herself at 165 centimeters, she still appeared somewhat fragile in comparison to Jiang Yan. At that moment, slightly intoxicated, Xian blinked rapidly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Jiang Yan's face, as if the presence of others faded from her awareness, leaving only him in her sight. Jiang Yan smiled. Perhaps his affection for Xian was not as profound, but who could resist the charm of someone whose heart and eyes were entirely devoted to him? His prior annoyance at her failure to answer calls or messages dissipated significantly as he reached out to grasp her slender wrist, drawing her into his embrace. That's enough for today. Let's head back, he declared. Sheng Rong, impatiently lighting a cigarette, waved his hand dismissively. All right, hurry up and leave. In the future, refrain from bringing your well-behaved girlfriend to such disreputable places. She is ill-suited for it. Sheng Rong's notion of ill-suited carried dual implications. On one hand, he suggested that the environment was inappropriate for a high-achieving, seemingly innocent girl like Xian. On the other hand, he implied that Jiang Yan and Xian were not a compatible pair, their personalities being fundamentally at odds, with vast differences in other aspects as well. Xian's deep affection for Jiang Yan clouded her judgment. If Jiang Yan truly cherished her, he would not allow others to treat her so dismissively, nor would he exhibit such unrestrained temper. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of genuine affection. Sheng Rong exhaled a puff of smoke, contemplating that individuals like them should steer clear of such innocent girls, as the ensuing complications from their whims could prove troublesome. Observing Jiang Yan's girlfriend, he mused that her infatuation with him was palpable. Should Jiang Yan eventually tire of her and seek to part ways, she might be left utterly devastated. How pitiable, he thought. Jiang Yan had driven here, but after drinking, he could not drive back and was too lazy to call for a designated driver. So he simply hailed a taxi. At that moment, Xian, mildly intoxicated yet mentally alert, sat beside Jiang Yan, resting her head on his shoulder. Her eyes closed as if she were asleep. After stating their destination, Jiang Yan turned to glance at Xian, who rested against him. He never doubted her affection for him. In fact, he was certain of her love. Everyone could see the depth of Xian's feelings, as she was enraptured by their relationship, going to great lengths to please him. Jiang Yan found no annoyance in her devotion, for she always maintained a respectful distance, considering his feelings. Unlike other girlfriends, she never intruded into his personal affairs, never questioned his whereabouts or who he met. Jiang Yan appreciated her wisdom. She instinctively avoided actions that might irk him. Undoubtedly, Jiang Yan regarded Xian as an exceptionally perfect girlfriend, admired by all who knew him. Indeed, she was wonderful. yet also rather dull and unexciting. Jiang Yan withdrew his gaze, staring out at the neon lights through the car window. Upon arriving at Xian's apartment, Jiang Yan changed his shoes at the entrance. Suddenly, a warm body pressed against him from behind, wrapping around his waist. Jiang Yan, are you still angry? I truly did not mean to ignore your calls or messages today. I'm sorry. Can we not be upset anymore? Xian rested her head against his back, her voice soft and tinged with a hint of grievance. Jiang Yan paused, then swiftly turned to lift her off the ground. Xian, taken aback, widened her eyes slightly and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Jiang Yan held her against the door, leaning in to whisper with a smile. Is a mere apology sufficient? After waiting so long, is there no compensation? Xian, already somewhat inebriated, felt more dazed by the lingering scent of alcohol on Jiang Yan. Compensation? She tilted her head, gazing at him in confusion. It seemed she was quite intoxicated. Drinking was not a means to prove her strength. Jiang Yan clicked his tongue, his gaze darkening as it settled on her rosy lips. Xian playfully tugged at his hair, murmuring, if I don't drink, you mustn't either. Too much alcohol is harmful. You need to take care of yourself. Jiang Yan's heart stirred. He chuckled softly and leaned in to plant a gentle kiss at the corner of her lips. Do you truly like me this much? He inquired. Xian, her eyes fixed on his face without blinking, let her cool fingertips glide down from his brow to his eyes, tenderly tracing his features. Jiang Yan remained still, and as her fingers brushed over his lips, he playfully bit down. Xian did not flinch. Instead, she leaned down to kiss his eyes softly. Yes, I like you, she murmured, her eyes glazed with intoxication. She gazed at Jiang Yan, yet it seemed as though she was looking through him, her subsequent words melting into the silence as Jiang Yan's lips captured hers. I adore your face the most. Jiang Yan did not catch her latter words, interpreting her admission as an impulsive declaration of affection. Even if he had heard, he would not have dwelled on it, for his appearance was indeed striking. When Xian awoke, she first sensed a throbbing headache, followed by a pervasive ache throughout her body, rendering her helplessly sprawled on the bed. Memories of the previous night trickled back as she regained consciousness. She resolved to drink less in the future, for the aftermath of alcohol always led to uncontrollable behavior. Shielding her eyes with her hand, she lay still for a moment before slowly turning over. The floor was a chaotic mess, clothes strewn everywhere. After donning clean attire, she gathered the scattered garments. Stepping outside her room, she found the atmosphere eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. Xian was not surprised. Placing her clothes in the washing machine, she prepared a simple meal before retreating to her study, where she remained for the entire day. Rather than seek the intimacy she had shared with her boyfriend the previous night, Xian prioritized her studies, the most significant aspect of her life as a student. Moreover, she had long grown accustomed to Jiang Yan's demeanor. She did not feel disheartened. After all, she cherished him, and she was willing to indulge his ways. She had never sought anything from Jiang Yan. The current distance in their relationship was precisely what she desired. Jiang Yan was a decent lover. Perhaps he did not invest as much thought into her, but at times he would gift her presents and did not impose excessive restrictions. Though he often displayed a temper, it remained within limits she could tolerate. In truth, Jiang Yan respected Xian's privacy, likely because he was simply uninterested in her social interactions or her emotional state, prioritizing his own feelings above all else. As a boyfriend, he was not particularly competent, but as a lover, his actions left Xian quite satisfied. As the sky darkened outside and the room dimmed, Xian, having spent the day immobile at her computer, finally ceased her typing. Stretching her stiff neck, she found the prolonged position exhausting. Fortunately, her efforts seemed fruitful. The living room was silent, her phone on silent mode, displaying several messages from Lin Jingyue and a few friends. There were no messages from Jiang Yan. Just as she was about to inquire if he would return for dinner, her phone vibrated with a message from an unrecognized number. Yet, Xian recognized it. A sense of ease faded from her expression as her gaze darkened, fixated on the number for some time, without moving. Xian answered the phone. I presumed you would once again ignore the call, just as you had done before. A slightly hoarse male voice resonated from the other end. Xian lowered her eyelids, twirling a pen in her hand, and did not respond immediately. This was undeniably rude, yet the person on the other end seemed to be accustomed to it. I heard you have a boyfriend now, and that your relationship is quite stable. That's wonderful. It's good to step out. Xian smiled faintly, though her eyes held no trace of mirth. You are mistaken. I have never truly fallen in so there is no question of stepping out. She replied, "The ones who have not moved on are you all, not me. I've already found the most suitable person." After a moment of silence, the voice on the line slowly spoke, "That is good. And then we just wish for your well-being and hope you truly are as carefree as you claim. You have been so far from home, not returning even once in these years, venturing into an entirely unfamiliar city. We have always been worried, but hearing you say this reassures me." She casually tossed the pen onto the table and stood up, drawing back the curtains to gaze outside. "As long as you do not reappear before me, I will be just fine," she said mildly. "If there is nothing else, I shall hang up now. I have a thesis to write. Goodbye." Without waiting for a response, she hung up the phone. On the windowsill, a meticulously cared-for, night-blooming Sirius thrived. She had nurtured it for a long time, tending to it with great care. "I have cared for you all this time, yet you have not bloomed even once. The last time I saw you flower was when he was here. Now that he is gone, no matter how tenderly I look after you, you remain unwilling to blossom. Or perhaps I have missed my chance, just as I have lost him." When she departed from the familiar city, she left behind the familiar faces and things in her past. Only this potted flower remained by her side. "Lost who?" A voice suddenly inquired from behind. She turned her attention to see Jiang Yan, who had returned at some point, lazily leaning against the doorframe, watching her. She blinked and smiled, saying, "I was just about to ask if you wanted to come back for dinner. You're home quite early today." Jiang Yan grunted in acknowledgement and walked over to glance at the seemingly unremarkable Sirius. He showed no interest in it, turning his gaze to Xian and chuckling, asking, "Who were you afraid of losing just now?" Xian tilted her head slightly. Did she really express fear? Chapter 6. He is not as good as him. Xian pressed her lips into a smile, glancing at Jiang Yan before averting her gaze, her eyelashes half lowering to conceal the flicker of confusion in her eyes. Her focus landing on the Sirius. "Perhaps I am indeed afraid of forgetting him, afraid that everyone else will forget him too, that no one will remember how remarkable he once was, how radiant he once shone." The thoughts swirling in Xian's mind were certainly not meant to be spoken aloud, and Jiang Yan could not read minds. Observing her shy demeanor, he understood and thought to himself that she must still harbor deep feelings for him. Perhaps it was not only fear of being forgotten, but also the fear that he might not cherish her in return. "And then, I have told you before, we are merely dating. We are not meant to be together forever, nor are we suited for such a commitment. You should not invest too much affection in me. It is meaningless, and I cannot reciprocate." Jiang Yan reached out to caress her cheek, his fingers brushing against her eyelashes. "I do like you, and if I did not, I would not be with you. But I'm still young. I do not wish to be tied down so early. You understand, don't you?" She raised her gaze to meet his, her eyes devoid of sorrow. She held his hand against her cheek. "I know. I have said before that my affection for you is my own affair. You need not feel burdened by it, whether you return my feelings or not. If either of us grows weary, we can communicate it openly. I remember your words, Jiang Yan. You are free to pursue anything you desire, as long as it brings you joy." There was no hint of coercion in Xian's demeanor. It felt heartfelt, as if she had humbled herself to the point of subservience, offering Jiang Yan no shackles or constraints. It seemed that only in this manner could she truly keep Jiang Yan close, and perhaps only thus could he remain by her side. Jiang Yan believed this too. From Xian's words, he sensed a cry of despair and a plea for understanding. Jiang Yan clicked his tongue. They were right. Xian truly belonged to a different world. Her deep emotions might one day become a considerable burden. She had been gazing intently at his face. Jiang Yan noticed that Xian seemed to be perpetually watching him, her gaze unwavering, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. How pitiful, Jiang Yan thought. Is my presence indispensable to you? He pulled her into an embrace, tilting her chin to lift her gaze and asking with a smile. Xian was docile, a gentle little rabbit devoid of temper in his presence. Yes, every time I see your face, I feel invigorated and joyful, no matter how weary I am. Just seeing you makes all my fatigue dissipate. She gazed at him unblinkingly, her feelings laid bare in her eyes. Suddenly, the smile vanished from Jiang Yan's face as if it had never existed. He released her, stepping back. Jiang Yan studied her for a moment, and under her puzzled gaze, he averted his eyes. He felt as though his previous words had been wasted, that she had not truly absorbed them. Xian, you leave me feeling indifferent. With that, Jiang Yan turned and left, departing abruptly without giving her a chance to respond. Xian tilted her head, a look of confusion crossing her face, though it was fleeting. Having grown accustomed to Jiang Yan's erratic demeanor, she was not surprised. Is he angry again? She mused, her eyes curving as if to smile, turning to face the Sirius. She gently brushed her fingers against its leaves. Have you noticed? Jiang Yan cannot compare to him. She murmured. He is neither as gentle nor as intelligent, nor as kind as he was. Even if there are slight resemblances in their features, he still pales in comparison. Pausing, she lowered her eyelashes, the slight tremor betraying her unrest. Yet, I can only cling to this small resemblance, as if he still lingers beside me, leaving me with a fragment of hope. She quietly regarded the Sirius for some time before turning back to her computer. Her thesis remained unfinished, and she had made unexpected discoveries in her recent research. Rather than placating a man, her focus should be on her work. As for Jiang Yan, she did not wish to see him now. Ultimately, he was not that person. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan returned directly home after leaving Xian's apartment. The Jiang family was also of considerable stature. His grandfather had served in the military, earning accolades. With 2 sons and a daughter, the eldest pursued a military career, while Jiang Yan's father, Jiang Jianxing, chose the path of commerce. The youngest daughter was a bona fide artist, holding exhibitions worldwide. Although Jiang Yan's mother, Zhuo Ying, did not hail from as affluent a background as the Jiang family, the Zhuo phone group was a household name, representing her family's enterprise. With only one daughter in the Zhuo family, it was evident that the future of the Zhuo phone group would rest on her children. Jiang Yan was the lone son of his parents, the sole legitimate heir in the public eye, which meant the burdens of both the Jiang and Zhuo families ultimately fell on his shoulders. From a young age, he underwent elite education, with his parents preoccupied with work, leaving little time for him. Their rare inquiries were solely about his academic performance. In their eyes, they had provided him with the best, and all future prospects belonged to him. There were many who cared for him, but they were not among them. Jiang Yan did not mind. He held no resentment, as their limited interactions had fostered no deep affection, and thus, no hatred could arise. Compared to his relationship with his parents, Jiang Yan shared a closer bond with his grandfather, and even maintained a decent rapport with his uncle, Jiang Jianxin. Yet, when it came to his parents, he appeared somewhat distant and polite. Jiang's grandfather had long since retired, spending his days at home fishing and playing chess with old friends. Despite being in his 70s, he exuded vitality, looking a decade younger. Ah, you've returned? Not accompanying your little girlfriend? Just moments after fishing by the lake with his grandfather, Sheng Rong, feeling rather uninterested, had slipped away, leaning against the wall with a cigarette in his mouth. Upon noticing Jiang Yan approaching from afar, he remarked, "You really do meddle too much." Jiang Yan shot him a sidelong glance, disdain evident in his tone. Lighting his cigarette, Sheng Rong took a puff and replied, "I'm just showing concern for my brother. Who knows, when you get married, I might need to prepare a grand gift." At this comment, a hint of displeasure crossed Jiang Yan's face as he recalled Xian's focused gaze, which concealed a myriad of emotions. Though she claimed to seek nothing in return, all her feelings were laid bare in her eyes. Jiang Yan thought it foolish. He loathed such naivety, knowing the inevitable outcome, yet failing to cut his losses, which only served to irritate him further. He felt it was time to end this relationship. Chapter 7. He moved out after a tumultuous Saturday. Jiang Yan was nowhere to be seen on Sunday, prompting Xian to send him a text, which went unanswered. On Monday, she rose early, prepared breakfast, and brought it to the entrance of Jiang Yan's dormitory. Luo Shaoqi, yawning as he descended the stairs, intended to grab a bite, unable to bear his hunger any longer. Upon spotting Xian standing in the shade of a tree, he paused, contemplating whether to approach her. "Why are you here so early? Didn't Jiang Yan move out?" Luo Shaoqi inquired, confusion evident in his eyes. Xian looked up at him, recognizing him as Jiang Yan's roommate. "He moved out?" She echoed, equally perplexed. Scratching his head, Luo Shaoqi replied, "Yeah, he moved out yesterday afternoon. He mentioned having some matters to attend to and that living on campus was inconvenient, so he decided to stay off campus." Initially, he assumed the two were cohabiting, but now it seemed Jiang Yan had informed Xian of his departure, leaving her waiting all morning with breakfast in hand. In that moment, Luo Shaoqi felt a pang of sympathy for Xian, realizing Jiang Yan had not valued her as he should. Xian blinked, responding with a calm, "Oh, I see. I hadn't heard. Thank you for letting me know." Observing her composed demeanor, Luo Shaoqi wondered how much she might be hurting inside, attempting to maintain her dignity despite the circumstances. How could you fall for Jiang Yan? He mused. After all, Jiang Yan was indeed handsome and exceptional, making it understandable for someone to be infatuated with him. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? This is what I made this morning. If you don't mind, consider it a small token of appreciation for informing me about Jiang Yan's move. With that, she handed over the breakfast she had prepared. Throughout, her expression remained serene, devoid of despair or hysteria. Luo Shaoqi, bewildered, accepted the breakfast, glancing down at the still-warm meal, hesitantly asking, "So, Jiang Yan's breakfast was made by you all along? No wonder it was so delicious. There's nothing nearby that compares." "Yes," she affirmed with a smile. "Thank you, Luo. And goodbye." Luo Shaoqi stood there, watching her figure fade into the distance. So, Jiang Yan had been enjoying meals prepared by she daily, each one a unique creation. It must have taken considerable effort to wake up so early each day. Curiosity piqued. He opened the breakfast container, and an enticing aroma wafted out, truly delectable. It seemed Jiang Yan had taken her kindness for granted, oblivious to the value of her heartfelt gestures. News of Jiang Yan moving out had not been concealed, and when peers observed Shein continuing to bring him breakfast, discussions on the forums erupted. He didn't even inform his girlfriend of such a significant change. How indifferent can one be? Previously, many had dismissed the notion that Shein was pursuing Jiang Yan, but now, the consensus was clear. She was desperately trying to please him, while he remained indifferent. If he truly cared, how could he allow her to chase after him so? Everyone knew Jiang Yan came from a well-off family, and it was not uncommon for those who were somewhat attractive to aim for the stars. Perhaps Shein was merely enamored with his status, eager to marry into affluence. Once revered at Huada, Xian's reputation had taken a nosedive due to her association with Jiang Yan. Many looked at her with disdain, whispering behind her back. Had she not been exceptionally talented, securing a place under Professor One, she might have faced harsher judgment. Never underestimate the cruelty of peer malice. Such animosity can be unforgiving. Chapter 8. No worries. Lin Jingwei watched in fury as students flooded the forums with discussions, nearly exploding in outrage. What nonsense! Do these people even know what they're talking about? Don't they realize spreading rumors could land them in jail? Her phone nearly crumpled under the pressure of her grip, exasperated by how those oblivious to the truth could weave entire narratives from a mere image. It's pure jealousy. They're undoubtedly envious, Lin Jingwei fumed. While Lin Jingwei ranted, Xian remained unperturbed, diligently perusing a hefty tome unrelated to their studies. She offered perfunctory memos to Lin Jingwei's tirade, her mind elsewhere. Since the onset of her relationship with Jiang Yan, rumors had swirled incessantly. If she were to care, she would hardly find peace. She never paid heed to others' opinions. After all, it was merely a romance, devoid of unnecessary complications. Moreover, her connection with Jiang Yan hardly resembled a genuine relationship. He did not love her, nor did she harbor affection for him. They were simply utilizing each other as presents. With no excess emotions involved, their arrangement could be as comfortable as they deemed fit. Nevertheless, these thoughts remained internal, as she had no intention of sharing them with anyone else. Ultimately, it was her private affair, thus mitigating the chances of others prying into her life. She had not even logged onto the forums, and she had muted the class group chats, remaining blissfully unaware of the gossip surrounding her. As a student, her primary responsibility was her studies. With a generous scholarship from Huada, she was determined not to let external distractions impede her academic performance or disappoint her supportive professors. And then, tell me honestly, what happened between you and Jiang Yan? Did you have a fight? Otherwise, how could he move out without informing you, leaving you to prepare breakfast for him and wait outside his dorm? Lin Jingwei slammed her hands on the table, the sound echoing with her growing frustration. She lifted her head, smiling gently as she replied, "We're fine, so you needn't concern yourself with the rumors. Besides, I didn't intentionally bring him breakfast. I simply have a habit of cooking in the morning, and I made extra." Lin Jingwei could hardly believe Xian's words, thinking she was merely conversing with Jiang Yan. However, the fact that Jiang Yan had moved out of school was significant news that everyone seemed to know, yet he chose not to inform her. What did that signify? Others assumed he had moved in with her, yet here he was, absent without a trace, dragging her into this predicament without a hint of responsibility. She enclosed the hefty book in her hands, her eyes curving into a smile as she spoke gently. "He does not need to report his whereabouts to me. He is free to pursue whatever he desires, whether he wishes to live with me, stay in the dormitory, or find another place. It is entirely his decision. I will not interfere. Lin Jingwei blinked in disbelief. Her words seemed devoid of fault. Or were they? The issue was indeed grave. Was Xian's affection for Jiang Yan truly so humble? Did she regard him as a deity, overlooking the presence of others and Jiang Yan's silence about his life? Was this what one called a relationship? As a friend, Lin Jingwei hesitated to voice her thoughts too harshly, but she genuinely believed Xian's mindset was profoundly misguided. Was she devoid of any self-respect? If Jiang Yan truly cared for Xian, he would never allow her to suffer from slander and humiliation, nor would he burden his girlfriend with discomfort. Yet, what had Jiang Yan done? He had never spoken a kind word for Xian in public. When others mocked her in his presence, he remained silent. This was a clear signal. As an observer, Lin Jingwei could see that Jiang Yan did not sincerely care for Xian, and she felt there was no genuine affection on his part. Yet, the troubling reality was that Xian was ensnared in this situation, showing no signs of awakening. Just like Xian's recent words, Lin Jingwei believed they were not sincere, but rather a feeble defense of Jiang Yan. What did she do? The person she adored did not regard her as significant. She could fervently love that man, but she could not compel him to reciprocate those feelings. How could someone so capable and intelligent lose all direction when it came to love? It was truly perplexing. You must not indulge him. Some individuals are not to be spoiled. When a man adopts a spoiled demeanor, he disregards the feelings of others. In this world, three-legged toads are hard to find, yet two-legged men are everywhere. Chapter 9. The conclusion approaches. She sat by the window in the library, having written her thesis for a while, her thoughts drifting outside. You must think more about yourself, even if you adore someone. You cannot lose yourself in the process. You must not regard someone as more important than yourself. If you do not value your own worth, how can you expect others to cherish you? Lin Jingyue's words echoed in her ears as she reflected on her past actions. Lin Jingyue likely believed she was infatuated with Jiang Yan, having done so much for him and enduring slander and unfair treatment, thus defending her. However, she felt no resentment. She understood that her affections did not lie with Jiang Yan, so his treatment of her did not wound her. She simply sought to do for him what she had previously lacked the opportunity to do, transferring her unfulfilled desires onto someone who bore a slight resemblance to him. This way, she felt she could find some solace and compensation for her heart. She did not love Jiang Yan, nor could she ever. Thus his indifference and the occasional humiliation he brought her were inconsequential. His superficial resemblance was enough for her to forgive his behavior, treating it as a form of compensation. In her mind, she considered him a mere substitute. In the following week, neither Jiang Yan nor Xian reached out to one another. They were seldom seen together at school, leading many to believe they had parted ways, and countless whispers of amusement circulated behind their backs. She maintained her routine, attending classes, studying in the library, and returning home. If she had no classes, she would spend the entire day in the library, appearing busy and nearly forgetting about Jiang Yan. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan indulged in lavish gatherings and parties, and stories from students returning from these events inevitably reached Xian's ears. Some could not contain their curiosity and approached Xian directly. "Xian, have you and Jiang Yan broken up? It's been a while since I've seen you together. I attended a party with him recently, and he brought along a female companion. Why didn't he bring you as his girlfriend?" Xian looked at the small group, blocking her path. She did not recognize the girl at the forefront. It was evident she was a pampered young lady, dressed in designer attire, her large, sparkling eyes undeniably charming. However, they were all adults now. Yuan Xiaoyou, noticing Xian's silence as her gaze scanned her, felt a flicker of uncertainty, her eagerness to witness the drama slightly waning. "What are you staring at? Don't you remember me?" Yuan Xiaoyou challenged, a hint of provocation in her tone. Xian replied, "I'm sorry. Do we know each other?" Yuan Xiaoyou was momentarily taken aback. It was rather embarrassing for her to have come over to witness the spectacle only to find that Xian did not recognize her. Her face flushed with indignation. "Are you doing this on purpose? Trying to provoke me? How could you not know who I am? My name is renowned." Xian exclaimed, "Ah, so you are Yuan Xiaoyou. I have heard of you, but have never had the pleasure of meeting you. I previously heard someone mention that a charming new student had joined, and I've been hoping to encounter you. What an unexpected delight today." Yuan Xiaoyou was momentarily stunned. Was that a compliment? She had often been told she was adorable, yet she did not enjoy being labeled as such. It felt like a veiled insult about her height. While it was true, she aspired to be a goddess. She stepped closer, one hand clutching a heavy book while the other gently patted Yuan Qiuyo's head. Smiling as she said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Yuan Qiuyo." Yuan Qiuyo remained unresponsive. She quickly withdrew her hand, tilting her head with a smile. "As for Jiang Yan and me, as far as I know, we have not broken up. We have indeed been out of contact for a while. But if we had truly separated, I believe you would have heard about it." With that, she nodded at Yuan Qiuyo and the others before passing by them. Yuan Qiuyo turned, staring blankly at Shi An's retreating figure. After a moment, she raised her hand to touch her head, murmuring, "Wasn't I here to stir up trouble?" The other two girls exchanged glances, hesitantly nodding. "It seems so." Yuan Qiuyo pondered. "Does she look down on me? She called me cute. Does she mean it as a mockery? I suspect she is retaliating for my earlier laughter at her. Is she implying that I lack femininity? As an adult woman, am I only worthy of being described as cute?" Yuan Qiuyo was nearly beside herself with frustration, stomping her feet in place, growing angrier with each thought. She yearned to chase after Xian and set the record straight. Unbeknownst to her, her current expression and actions were undeniably childish and, in fact, quite endearing. Yuan Qiuyo stood in place for a moment, lost in thought, softly murmuring, "If Xian does not acknowledge her breakup with Jiang Yan, it is likely that they are effectively separated." Jiang Yan appeared quite intimate with that female companion at the banquet. Clearly, he does not regard her as someone with a girlfriend. Bah, what a scoundrel. Engaging with others before the relationship is even officially over. He is hardly a worthy individual. It was evident that Yuan Qiuyo was not like some girls who would deliberately seek trouble with Xian out of affection for Jiang Yan. Her words seemed to imply a lack of fondness for him. It appeared her intention was simply to irritate Xian. They say Xian is clever, but perhaps she is merely a bookworm, dedicating her intellect solely to her studies, while a cad like Jiang Yan is treated like a treasure. How foolish. Unaware of Yuan Qiuyo's true intentions, Xian reflected on her words during her journey home, a flicker of understanding crossing her mind. It seemed this relationship had reached its inevitable conclusion. How unfortunate, Xian mused. Luck would not always favor her. After parting with Jiang Yan, it was unlikely she would find someone akin to him. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that it was all right. Xian lifted her gaze to the sky. Her encounter with Jiang Yan had been unexpected, and she had never intended to seek a substitute. It was merely a matter of serendipity. However, that thought began to fade as she exited the elevator and caught sight of Jiang Yan's tall figure leaning against the doorframe. Xian stood at the elevator's entrance, gazing blankly at Jiang Yan, who had his hands in his pockets, head tilted back, eyes closed in repose. His silence and serene demeanor bore a striking resemblance to him. Chapter 10. Do not harbor hopes, seemingly sensing movement. Jiang Yan opened his eyes, his sharp, icy gaze sweeping over. Upon seeing Xian lost in thought, his tension eased somewhat, soothed by the infatuation reflected in her eyes. "Come here." Jiang Yan straightened, extending his hand. Xian approached, halting a short distance in front of him, careful not to draw too near. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. "What brings you here?" Xian inquired, her tone entirely innocent, devoid of any discontent. Yet, to Jiang Yan's ears, her words felt almost like a sulk, eliciting a slight pleasure within him. "What? Are you unhappy to see me?" Jiang Yan stepped closer, standing directly in front of her. "I waited for you quite a while. Why did you return only now?" Xian softly explained. "I've been quite busy with my studies, spending extended hours at the library. I'm sorry. I wasn't aware you were here. You should have informed me, and I would have returned sooner." Although Xian had done nothing wrong, she still offered an apology. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow at her eagerness to concede, teasingly responding, "I thought you would be patiently waiting at home for me or unable to resist coming to find me, but you did neither. And then, do you not miss me?" Xian opened the door and turned to face Jiang Yan, her familiar, gentle smile illuminating her features, her eyes curving with warmth as she thoughtfully replied, "Of course I miss you, but I did not wish to intrude. You must have your own matters to attend to, and I understand that, so I waited for you." In Jiang Yan's heart, Xian had always been the epitome of obedience and understanding, never acting capriciously or clinging to him. She was always there, patiently waiting for him, ready to greet him with a gentle smile whenever he turned around, her eyes filled with his image. Xian truly devoted all her emotions to him, selflessly, never demanding anything in return. Even when others jokingly expressed disdain, many envied Jiang Yan for his fortune in having such a devoted girlfriend, which undoubtedly satisfied his vanity. Jiang Yan approached, brushing his fingers across her cheek, leaning in closer. "Are you not afraid I might not return? Not afraid I might abandon you?" For a fleeting moment, Xian was captivated. The angle he occupied and the gentle, smiling tone of his voice momentarily made her feel as though the familiar person stood before her. "You would never forsake me. You promised you would always be by my side. No matter what happens, as long as I turn around, I will always see you," she murmured, her eyes welling with tears, her vulnerability laid bare. Jiang Yan's teasing expression stiffened. He hadn't even considered questioning Xian about her words. How could he forget uttering such promises? Xian had never displayed such emotions before, except when he had been particularly cruel to her. But that was incomparable to the present moment. Perhaps he began to comprehend the situation. Jiang Yan idly pondered that his neglect during this time had likely frightened her. And despite her facade of understanding, how could she not feel fear deep down? Initially, Jiang Yan indeed contemplated severing ties. A simple notification to Xian would suffice. Yet, after a week, he realized that Xian was not entirely without merit. She possessed qualities he admired that set her apart from the women surrounding him. Strangely enough, he found himself reluctant to end things so abruptly. Thus, after a week's hiatus, Jiang Yan sought Xian once more. He did not perceive any shame in this. He was confident that by taking the initiative to seek her out, she would only feel joy, forgetting the indifference of the past week. However, he did not anticipate Xian revealing such a rare display of vulnerability. In that instant, Jiang Yan found her authenticity strikingly real, stirring something deep within him. Yet, true to his nature, he quickly dismissed the unusual sensation, returning to his usual cold demeanor. He furrowed his brow, observing Xian, a single tear slipping from her eye. He reached out, wiping it away with his thumb, studying her with an unyielding gaze, his dark eyes cold and distant. "And I do not favor this expression on your face, nor do I appreciate this attitude of yours." Jiang Yan's tone was gentle, yet his words carried an icy undertone. "I have already informed you that our relationship is merely a necessity of the present. My future wife will be someone who stands beside me, a kindred spirit who is of value to me. And you know well that you have never been on that list. You used to be astute and measured. I admire that quality in you. However, the current you does not please me." She gazed at Jiang Yan for a long moment before breaking into a smile, seemingly returning to her usual self. "I apologize. I was momentarily distracted and confused you with him. You are entirely different. How could I compare you?" At that moment, aside from her slightly reddened eyes, the previous vulnerability had vanished. It was as if the slightly ajar door to her heart had closed tightly, obscuring its secret from view. With her return of form, Jiang Yan squinted, eventually revealing a satisfied smile as he commended. "Yes, and I appreciate this understanding side of you, obedient, compliant, and not overreaching. This awareness of yours is your greatest strength, and I hope you can maintain it." Jiang Yan was warning Xian, clearly indicating that she should not harbor any illusions about their relationship, for it was utterly unattainable. Typically, a girl treated so coldly by the man she adored would feel heartbroken and despairing, as if the sky were collapsing. Yet, Xian obediently nodded, "I understand." How could she possibly overstep boundaries with a mere substitute? He was overthinking it. Chapter 11. Lacking distinction, Jiang Yan mused that he had been distant for a week. Since he now wished to remain, he ought to soothe her feelings. Initially, he intended to take her out for a meal, but Xian had already prepared dinner, and since she was not particularly fond of dining out, they ultimately cooked at home. Throughout their year of dating, the times Jiang Yan had actually dined at Xian's place were few. He preferred taking her out. Xian had never objected to his decisions, never expressed any dissent. This time, however, she surprisingly declined to go out. Jiang Yan felt a twinge of anger. After all, it had been over a week since she last saw him. It was only natural to feel a bit irritable, especially when one harbored feelings for someone. Such emotions often come with the territory of longing and fear of loss. Otherwise, she wouldn't have exhibited such a pitiful and helpless expression. Seated on the sofa, one hand propping her head, the other absently tapping her phone screen, which would dim only to light up again with incoming messages. Jiang Yan momentarily lost her focus, her attention pulled back by the notification sound. "Where on earth have you gone? We're all here. You're the only one missing. You haven't forgotten, have you?" No matter what, you must come tonight, or they will surely take it out on me. We agreed you would help host them. Your absence would be unacceptable. They want to see you, not me. Hey, at least acknowledge you're alive. Ignoring my calls is hardly impressive. Why not bring your girlfriend along, too? Let them meet her. It would be a nice introduction. The person on the other end was evidently someone very familiar to Jiang Yan, speaking without any reservations, unafraid of causing offense. Jiang Yan wasn't genuinely angry, merely glancing at her phone screen before shifting her gaze to Xian, who was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. Initially, she remained still, but recalling the tear that had fallen from Xian's eye earlier, Jiang Yan hesitated. Perhaps it wasn't the right moment to abandon her tonight. After all, she had already left her alone for a week, neglecting her feelings. It wouldn't do to leave again just as she was beginning to show signs of life. She might very well cry silently when left to her own devices. Perhaps due to the lack of response to his messages, the persistent phone calls began again. Jiang Yan ignored the first call, which ended automatically after a couple of seconds, but the second and third calls came in without pause. She emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands gently. The phone has rung several times. They must be urgently looking for you. You should answer, or they will surely grow anxious. It's nothing urgent, Jiang Yan replied. Yet, despite her words, the phone persisted, ringing like a death knell, showing no signs of letting up. She approached, casting a glance at the screen. You should answer. It seems they aren't planning to relent easily. It's mainly just noisy, Jiang Yan remarked. She squinted slightly. Had Jiang Yan simply turned the ringer to silent or lowered the volume, she wouldn't have felt compelled to say another word. Jiang Yan, lacking the ability to read minds, couldn't comprehend Xian's true feelings. All she perceived was her thoughtfulness and understanding, her obedience and forbearance. Then, he answered the call, stepping toward the balcony. He preferred not to let Xian overhear his private conversation, perhaps wishing to keep her from becoming too deeply involved in his life. Xian glanced at his retreating figure before returning to the kitchen. She surveyed the dishes she had prepared, contemplating that Jiang Yan likely wouldn't stay with her tonight. She wouldn't be able to eat much alone, so she decided to keep it simple, saving the leftovers for tomorrow. Sure enough, moments later, Jiang Yan appeared at the door. I can't stay here with you tonight. Is that acceptable? A pang of guilt washed over him, though it lingered only briefly, primarily because he had promised to remain with her, only to change his mind halfway through. This left him feeling slightly embarrassed. As for Xian's true feelings, Jiang Yan believed her to be compliant, understanding, and unconditionally supportive of all his decisions, holding him in high regard, even to the point of losing herself. This was also the reason he found her a bit suffocating. Your matters are important, hence the urgency of the call. Please go ahead, I'll be fine. Xian's response confirmed Jiang Yan's expectations. He had already anticipated her answer. Instantly, he lost the inclination to speak further. It was truly disheartening. He could predict all her actions and discern her unwavering compliance. Yet, this very predictability stripped their interactions of any interest. Indeed, it was tedious. If only she had uttered a single word to retain him. Jiang Yan furrowed his brow. While he would certainly not agree to stay, he found her unexpected reaction somewhat refreshing. Xian observed the sudden gloom enveloping Jiang Yan's face, remaining silent until he departed. Her smile faded slightly, and she frowned, a look of irritation and impatience that Jiang Yan had never witnessed before. She had anticipated the day concluding differently, only for Jiang Yan to return. At the door, the sunlight illuminated him, momentarily causing her to feel disoriented, as if the person before her merged with the one from her memories. However, it was not the same. She genuinely found Jiang Yan somewhat bothersome. She sought similarities between him and that other person, yet apart from a faint resemblance in features, she could find nothing else that linked them. Each interaction, aside from the comfort his face provided, constantly reminded her that Jiang Yan was not that person. That person would never return, nor would he ever reappear. She refused to accept this reality, adamantly denying it. Indeed, she had come to view Jiang Yan as a vessel for the existence of that lost individual. Yet, Xian was also acutely aware that Jiang Yan would never become him. Thus, aside from her infatuation with Jiang Yan's face, regardless of his virtues or vices, his character and mannerisms were poles apart from that person. Their habits and preferences failed to align in any meaningful way. She had never insisted on altering Jiang Yan's ways. There were moments when she contemplated ending things. In the stillness of the night, alone with her thoughts, she would ponder the futility of it all. Yet, each time she gazed upon Jiang Yan's face, she found herself unable to let go. She indulged all his flaws, perhaps as a form of compensation. Chapter 12. Who is more attractive? When Jiang Yan arrived, 8 people occupied the private room. Upon hearing the door open, all eyes turned to him. Oh, the illustrious young Master Jiang is quite a rarity to summon. Look at how many calls and messages I've sent. We were just saying that if you didn't show up soon, we'd come to your house to see what you were so busy with, as if you've forgotten your friends. Su Yang jumped up, rushing over to Jiang Yan and patting him on the shoulder in complaint. He glanced behind Jiang Yan, noticing he was alone, with no one else coming in. Didn't we say to bring your girlfriend along? Why are you here alone? Where is she? You never met her, and you've been together for a year. I've heard Sheng Rong and the others have met her several times. Even Pei Jingyuan has, yet I haven't had the chance. You're truly disappointing me. They had all grown up together, attending the same school since kindergarten, forming a close bond. However, after graduating high school, they had each pursued their paths, leading them to different cities. Only Sheng Rong, Pei Jingyuan, and Jiang Yan remained in the same city. If you truly wish to see her, there's always next time. Jiang Yan replied. This guy, Su Yang, insisted on me calling you about your situation. I couldn't rein him in, so I had no choice but to send you a message. Pei Jingyuan chimed in, raising his glass in a resigned gesture. Jiang Yan approached, pulling out a chair to sit, casually draping his arm over the adjacent chair in a relaxed manner. It's been a while, Ayun. A woman seated across from Jiang Yan stood up. She possessed striking beauty and an undeniable presence, exuding the confidence of a self-assured woman. Her ability to hold her own among these young elites spoke volumes about her exceptional background and captivating nature. Su Qixue was Su Yang's sister. Though referred to as such, she was merely born 10 minutes earlier. Yet, to say that Su Qixue and Su Yang were fraternal twins would likely raise eyebrows, for they bore no resemblance whatsoever. Su Qixue had a refined oval face, while Su Yang sported a cherubic visage, appearing so youthful that he often got mistaken for a minor. He frequently ventured out without his ID, unable to prove his age. Su Qixue gracefully took a seat beside Jiang Yan. As Sheng Rong glanced over, Su Yang beside him stifled a chuckle. They both recognized that Su Qixue harbored distinct feelings for Jiang Yan. Her demeanor towards him was markedly different from that towards others, a sentiment she had consistently exhibited. However, Jiang Yan appeared indifferent, too familiar with her to harbor any romantic inclinations. Despite being in close proximity, he felt no attraction, and he was certainly not desperate enough to pursue someone so close. Jiang Yan lazily lifted his eyelids, responding, Indeed, it has been almost a year. Su Qixue leaned in slightly, resting her chin on her hand with a smile. Yes, I haven't been back for a whole year. Who would have thought that upon my return, I would hear the news of you having a girlfriend? To be honest, I was quite surprised. She's not my first girlfriend. Ever since high school, I've had no shortage of women around me, Jiang Yan replied nonchalantly. True, but none of your previous girlfriends managed to stay by your side for more than 3 months. What makes your current girlfriend so special? It's been a year now. How is your relationship? Su Qixue seemed genuinely curious about Jiang Yan's romantic affairs. Su Yang joined in, nudging the bored Pei Jingyuan, who was engrossed in his phone. Haven't you met Jiang Yan's girlfriend? What do you think of her? He subtly gestured towards Su Qixue, lowering his voice as he leaned closer to Pei Jingyuan. How does she compare to my sister? At the sound of this, Su Qixue turned her gaze, observing Su Yang's rigid posture, wishing he could zip his mouth shut to prove that he wasn't the one they were discussing. Pei Jingyuan, ever carefree, delighted in the attention, his pride soaring at having someone question him. Of course, I've met her several times, he said excitedly. If we're talking about looks, she's not particularly stunning, just slightly more attractive than Qixue. Su Yang interjected. You were supposed to speak, not blur out everything without restraint. Pei Jingyuan continued, but I don't know her very well. She seems quite different from us, very obedient, like a model student. I haven't exchanged more than a nod with her. Su Yang asked with a hint of sarcasm. So you actually know nothing, yet you're boasting? Pei Jingyuan shrugged. I've met Jiang Yan's girlfriend, and you haven't. Isn't that a reason for me to take pride in front of you? Su Yang playfully lunged at him. You little rascal, I'll get you for this. Meanwhile, Su Qixue, with a smile, turned to Jiang Yan and asked, Is your girlfriend more beautiful than I am? Jiang Yan glanced at Su Qixue. momentarily envisioning Shi Yan's quiet demeanor as she engrossed herself in a book. Was she more beautiful than Su Qixue? He found no grounds for comparison. Looks were secondary. What mattered was capability. Her family background, education, and skills were all inferior to Su Qixue's, rendering any comparison futile. Jiang Yan's nonchalant remarks sent a signal to Su Qixue and the others. It was clear that Jiang Yan's girlfriend did not hold a particularly special place in his heart, despite having surpassed the duration of his previous relationships. A fleeting smile crossed Su Qixue's face as she shifted the topic. Jiang Yan. Guess how long we'll be staying this time? I don't know. Not even going to take a guess. Su Qixue teased. Even if you just lie down now, the Su family can ensure your comfort for the rest of your life. Jiang Yan, lacking a sense of romance, replied, That's irrelevant. Su Qixue sighed, How dull. I was planning to tell you that I intend to stay in the country and not go abroad anymore, to surprise you. You really lack any sense of excitement. Then what are your plans? Jiang Yan inquired with focus. Su Qixue looked at him helplessly, clearly frustrated by his lack of enthusiasm. Aren't you going to ask why I'm back? What about my studies? We are all adults. You are responsible for your own decisions. Your parents will support you if needed, so there is no need for me to pry. Will my inquiry change anything? At that moment, Jiang Yan's phone vibrated. It was a message from Xian. This was the first time she had reached out to him. I made too much food. Are you coming back for dinner? There was also a photo attached, showcasing the freshly prepared dishes and neatly arranged utensils. Jiang Yan couldn't help but think that if he hadn't gone out, he would have already been enjoying Shi Yan's warm meal. Her culinary skills were indeed commendable. Jiang Yan? Who is it? Su Qixue asked. My girlfriend, Jiang Yan replied, causing Su Qixue to fall silent. Initially indifferent to the message, Jiang Yan suddenly recalled the tear that had glistened in Shi Yan's eye earlier. A moment of vulnerability that tugged at his heartstrings. He imagined her waiting for his reply, lost in thought. With that, he lowered his head and typed a response. I'm busy. Don't wait up for me. Get some rest. The message was rather curt, yet at least he had acknowledged her. Jiang Yan speculated that Xian would be thrilled thinking of how to reply, only to end up unsure of what to say, ultimately deciding to hold in her excitement and drift off to sleep. Given Shi Yan's feelings for him, if he had not responded, she likely would have had a restless night. He didn't want to torment his girlfriend. He wished for her to sleep soundly. Since he had no intention of breaking up for now, he might as well show some consideration. Su Qixue rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Jiang Yan. Your girlfriend? Huh? Qiyu, stop reading. It's chaotic around here. How can you focus? Su Qixue remarked, noticing Qiyu's quiet presence, seemingly out of place amidst the lively gathering. Qiyu raised his gaze, embodying his name with an air of melancholy that instinctively invoked a protective instinct in others. He appeared harmless, evoking maternal instincts in those around him, as if they wished to shield him from any harm. Yet, everyone present knew each other well. No one was oblivious to the past. They all understood Qiyu's true nature better than anyone else. Isn't it still too early to judge? Qiyu commented, returning his attention to his book. Su Qixue added, I heard he recently discovered a treasure right here in the country, which is why he returned, and doesn't he plan to go abroad anytime soon? Jiang Yan merely responded with an oh, showing little interest in the matter. I don't understand much about what you're into, but I've heard it can be quite costly. Hey, Qiyu, what is the thing you're studying called? Su Yang plopped down beside Qiyu, craning his neck to glimpse the book, only to display an expression of utter confusion. I really can't make heads or tails of it. Su Yang grimaced, you truly epitomize the model student. There's no room for debate. Speaking of which, Jiang Yan's girlfriend is a high achiever, academically inclined. Pei Jingyuan chimed in, suddenly recalling something. Pei Jingyuan added, so she must be a total bookworm? Su Yang retorted, sounds like she would be rather dull. A bookworm? Pei Jingyuan pondered upon recalling his encounters with Xian, finding Su Yang's description somewhat fitting, at least indicating that they were not of the same ilk. A few knocks on the table broke the conversation. Su Yang and Pei Jingyuan turned to see Su Qixue, arms crossed, warningly stating, enough of your nonsense. What are you discussing behind my back? She then turned to Jiang Yan, who had been silently observing. We're talking about your girlfriend. Why don't you chime in? Jiang Yan lowered his eyelids nonchalantly and remarked, that is indeed a fact. Reading too much can render one somewhat dull and devoid of interest. Su Qixue narrowed her eyes slightly. Oh, over there, Su Yang and others are still frolicking. At this moment, Su Qixue fell silent for a while before saying, I thought that this girl, having been with you for over a year, would break your previous record and hold a special significance for you. But it seems I was mistaken. Jiang Yan, you truly believe that your outstanding appearance grants you the liberty to act without consideration for others. This cavalier attitude towards life, which lacks respect for others, will inevitably lead to your downfall one day. That day will never come, Jiang Yan replied confidently. The premise of a downfall is that one must first be deeply infatuated to love someone with reckless abandon. Such a fervent and passionate emotion will never manifest in me. What is wrong with enjoying life? Why should I bind myself with shackles? That would be exceedingly foolish. Su Qishue applauded in admiration. Very well. I hope you can maintain this confidence. Meanwhile, Qi Yu, who had been quietly reading on a nearby sofa, found the ruckus created by Su Yang and Pei Jingyuan unbearable and decided to reposition himself. When Su Qishue and Jiang Yan were conversing, he sat beside Jiang Yan. He listened intently to their dialogue, but showed no inclination to participate, immersing himself in his book with great seriousness. Jiang Yan casually glanced over and said, "This book," and is also reading it. Qi Yu lifted his head. "And in? My girlfriend." Qi Yu responded with an "Oh, have you read it?" Jiang Yan replied, "I find such things uninteresting and incomprehensible." Qi Yu nodded. "That makes sense. If you can't grasp even the simpler concepts, your girlfriend must be smarter than you." Jiang Yan remained silent. Su Qishue burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Yan, Qi Yu just called you foolish. Did you catch that?" Jiang Yan scoffed. He was deaf and could hear perfectly well. What he is most intrigued by now is his grand musings about future technologies. In his preferred domain, it would be best not to provoke him, Su Qishue remarked. Jiang Yan was well aware of Qi Yu's nature, and indeed, he could not comprehend the material, leaving him with no grounds to argue. Qi Yu closed his book, gently smoothing out a crease. "May I meet your girlfriend? I wish to know her insights regarding this book, particularly her unique perspectives on unexplored fields." Jiang Yan's eyes darkened momentarily as he looked at Qi Yu, then suddenly smiled. "She is merely an innocent student who has yet to step into society. She does not understand the complexities you speak of. She merely flips through it as an extracurricular read. You are overthinking it." Qi Yu frowned slightly, seemingly disappointed. It was rare to encounter someone reading the same book, only to find they had not delved into it, merely skimming the surface. Qi Yu nodded. "Well, never mind." Su Qishue rested her chin on her hand, casting a playful glance at Jiang Yan. She mused how truly malevolent the inherent flaws of man can be, indifferent to his own shortcomings, yet unwilling to allow others to be tainted by them. Chapter 14. At your beck and call, Qi Yu fell silent again. Lacking an engaging topic, he seemed to lose the desire to converse. During dinner, Jiang Yan appeared distracted, his phone chiming intermittently. Upon checking, he found messages from family or irrelevant advertisements. Nothing that piqued his interest. After wrestling with his thoughts for a considerable time, he found himself unable to reply to a single message. How foolish. Jiang Yan felt increasingly agitated, the cause being. He stole a glance at the English text Qi Yu had set aside. He picked it up to skim through, recognizing the language, but the combination of words became too profound for him to grasp. Could it be that he truly was foolish? Jiang Yan closed the book and tossed it back to its original spot, lifting his glass to sip some wine. His mood was irritable, not for any particular reason, but he vaguely sensed that he might not understand Xi Yan as well as he thought. Jiang Yan glanced at his silent, darkened phone, contemplating that if only Xi Yan would send him a message, he could go keep her company. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, what had been a stream of messages and calls turned eerily quiet, as if his phone had transformed into a brick. Was Xi Yan truly agonizing over how to respond to him? Quite the contrary. In fact, Xi Yan had not been waiting for his message at all. After sending her text, she set her phone to silent and headed to shower. If her boyfriend was upset, it was only right to soothe him. This was part of her professionalism while still holding the title of girlfriend. After her shower, Xi Yan didn't check her phone. Instead, she picked up a book. Had Jiang Yan been present, he would have recognized that it was the same one Qi Yu was reading, complete with her annotations and notes, demonstrating her thorough understanding of the content. Later, she sat at her computer, revising her thesis until midnight, and by the time she felt drowsy, it was already 1:30 in the morning. Sitting at her desk, her mind, which had been racing, began to relax, and fatigue truly set in. Suddenly, as she let her guard down, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the night blooming cereus by the window, which still showed no signs of blooming. She rose and approached it, her fingers brushing against the leaves as she chuckled softly. Perhaps I can hold on to hope. Perhaps you will surprise me. She glanced outside, then lowered her hand, standing silently for a moment before turning off her room light and heading to bed, not even glancing at her phone. The next morning, upon waking, she found several missed calls from unfamiliar numbers. She ignored them. Calls in the dead of night were mostly from telemarketers. She prepared some breakfast, considering that since Jiang Yan was not at school, she need not deliver breakfast to him. Just as she was about to sit down, her phone rang. It was Jiang Yan calling. It was quite rare for him to call her this early. "I'm hungry. Bring me breakfast," he declared, hanging up before she had a chance to refuse, simply providing her with the address. She and Henti even managed to utter a word. Staring at her phone, which now emitted a busy signal, she sighed at the simple breakfast she had prepared, knowing that he wouldn't even glance at it. She set about making a bit more, quickly preparing some for herself before heading out. Jiang Yan, perhaps fearing she wouldn't remember the address he mentioned, also sent her his location. The sun shone brightly outside, and the sound of cicadas filled the air. Stepping out, she was immediately met with a wave of warmth. It was already quite hot early in the day, and venturing out required a certain courage. Initially, she had planned to stay home all day to finalize her thesis. But alas, plans rarely survive contact with reality. Fortunately, she had nearly completed the bulk of her work, so it shouldn't take up too much time. She could always finish it upon her return. She had never been to Jiang Yan's residence before. He had never suggested it, nor had she ever asked. After inquiring with the doorman about the specifics of Jiang Yan's place, she quickly arrived at his door. After knocking a few times, she heard some movement inside, but no one answered. Waiting a moment longer, she knocked again. Were they deaf? Could they not hear the knocking? The door opened from within, revealing Xian and Su Qishue locking eyes. Su Qishue did not recognize Xian, but in that instant of opening the door, she had her answer. Xian gave a slight nod. "Hello. May I ask if Jiang Yan is here?" Su Qishue stepped aside. "He is. You must be Xian, right? I've heard much about you. My name is Su Qishue, Jiang Yan's childhood friend. Please come in." "Thank you." Xian expressed her gratitude as she stepped inside. The room was a mess, with people sprawled across the sofa and carpet in disarray. Jiang Yan was slouched in a single armchair, his wrinkled shirt half open, looking utterly dazed from a hangover. Xian stepped over the others and approached Jiang Yan. "Do you have a headache?" she inquired softly, leaning closer as she gently pressed her hand against his forehead. "Did you drink too much last night? I anticipated this outcome. Thus, I prepared a hangover soup. Perhaps a sip would provide some relief." Su Qishue aroused the deeply slumbering Su Yang and the others. "Who? Where am I?" Su Yang awoke, his eyes bleary and his voice hoarse, his mind clouded, struggling to comprehend his surroundings. Su Qishue delivered a swift kick to him and turned her gaze toward Xian and Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan opened his eyes, revealing a blend of impatience and irritation typical of one just roused from slumber. He cast a glance at Xian, shifting slightly. "Why so slow?" Jiang Yan inquired with an irritable tone. Xian offered a low apology. "Sorry, I took longer on the way." She refrained from elaborating further. After tending to Jiang Yan's head for a while, she gently asked, "Do you feel better?" Jiang Yan responded dismissively, his eyes half closed. Once Su Yang and the others had fully awakened, they initially overlooked Xian. It wasn't until they washed their faces and emerged to see Jiang Yan and Xian that they paused, momentarily at a loss for words. They remained silent, sensing that the atmosphere between the two was beyond their participation. "Would you like something to eat?" Xian inquired again. Jiang Yan waved his hand dismissively, tilting his head to evade her touch. "And then, you're being quite disobedient, which frustrates me," Jiang Yan stated coldly, his tone deceptively gentle yet laden with an unsettling undercurrent given the audience. Xian, perplexed, asked, "Have I done something to anger you?" Jiang Yan's friends had already retreated upstairs, leaving the couple's matters to themselves. Yet, they observed that Jiang Yan's indifference toward Xian rendered her little more than a plaything, lacking any genuine affection. Conversely, it was evident that Xian held Jiang Yan dear, rushing over at the crack of dawn after a flurry of phone calls. Her gaze filled with him, a pitiful girl ensnared in the throes of love. Chapter 15. The wooden beauty. Su Yang leaned against the railing, observing the pair below. They are indeed visually appealing, yet lack personality. "They appear rather wooden and utterly dull," he remarked. Pei Jingyuan nodded in agreement. "I mentioned this earlier. Perhaps it's the result of excessive studying?" A wooden beauty is precisely that. In comparison to my sister, they fall drastically short. My sister excels academically, yet remains lively and spirited. If Jiang Yan dared to treat my sister in such a manner. Su Yang envisioned the scene of Su Qixue fawning over Jiang Yan, issuing commands, and promptly shook his head, banishing the disturbing image from his mind. Su Qixue glanced at Jiang Yan and Xian, then gestured to the onlookers. Wrap it up. Let us head back. Aren't you embarrassed to be such a glaring third wheel? Su Yang leaned closer to Su Qixue, chuckling. You've seen Jiang Yan's girlfriend. He doesn't seem particularly fond of her. It appears you still have a significant opportunity. Su Qixue scoffed, delivering a slap to his arm. What? Do you expect me to be a third party? Get lost. A dog's mouth cannot spit ivory. Su Yang, that's merely the truth. I'm not suggesting you immediately make a move. Observing Jiang Yan, it's clear he and his girlfriend won't last long. It's merely a fling for them. Such sentiments, however, he dared not voice to Su Qixue, sensing her displeasure had intensified upon seeing Xian. If one desires something, why sulk instead of pursuing it? Pei Jingyuan's phone rang. It was his mother, and upon answering, he wore a mournful expression, announcing he must return home immediately, or he would lose his legs. Then let us tidy up and head back, Su Qixue decisively stated. As they descended, they beheld Jiang Yan with his arm around Xian's waist, drawing her close. Upon hearing their approach, Jiang Yan lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a glance their way before letting them droop once more. Su Qixue noted that Jiang Yan's demeanor had relaxed, as if he had been soothed. Don't move. Jiang Yan spoke sternly as Xian shifted. There are people around. Let me stand up. This is impolite, she whispered. Jiang Yan chuckled softly. They're not outsiders. What is there to fear? Xian sighed, seemingly resigned. Jiang Yan, would you kindly release me? She coaxed him gently. Seeing her persistence, Jiang Yan gradually loosened his grip around her waist. As Xian stood, she turned to Su Qixue and the others, offering a slight nod and lowering her gaze, signaling no desire for conversation. We plan to leave. We didn't sleep well here last night, Su Yang complained naturally. I shouldn't have followed you here. I would have preferred to return with Qi Yu and the others. Su Yang rubbed his neck. I suspect I've slept in a draft. Little sister-in-law, it's a pleasure to meet you. I was so groggy I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Su Yang, and this is my sister Su Qixue. We're twins, though we don't quite. The term little sister-in-law sounded rather frivolous. Xian seemed oblivious to the implication, smiling faintly. Hello, I'm Xian. Su Yang waved dismissively. I know. I've long heard your name and wished to meet you. What a coincidence. Xian smiled, but remained silent, glancing at him before averting her gaze. She had no intention of befriending Jiang Yan as acquaintances or forging relationships. Her focus remained solely on Jiang Yan, attending to his whims while limiting her interactions with those around him. As for building relationships, that was unnecessary. One Jiang Yan was already enough trouble. She incensed a gaze upon her and lifted her eyes, locking them with the girl who had opened the door earlier. Suig marked. We won't intrude any longer. We'll take our leave, but let us gather again sometime. I'm staying in the country now, so I have plenty of time. Jiang Yan nodded and added, Weren't you complaining about hunger earlier? And I brought breakfast. Let us eat before we depart. Really? You truly are my dear brother. Pei Jingyuan moaned, clutching his stomach. I've been starving. I'm on the verge of fainting. Just as Pei Jingyuan reached out, Su Qixue smacked his hand away. The breakfast prepared by your girlfriend is for you to savor. There's hardly enough for us to share. Fear not. With me around, they won't go hungry. We're leaving. With that, Su Qixue tugged the two troublesome boys and turned to leave. Xian stood by, her eyes cast down, embodying a wooden figure. This only reinforced Su Yang's belief that Xian, aside from her looks, lacked substance. With a click, the door closed, returning the room to silence. Jiang Yan tilted his head back, closing his eyes once more. My head hurts, he murmured. As soon as the words left his lips, he felt a cool touch on his forehead. First, have some porridge. It might help, Xian gently suggested. You shouldn't have consumed so much alcohol. It's detrimental to your health. Jiang Yan kept his eyes shut, murmuring in agreement. I didn't wish to drink, but you didn't answer my calls. If you hadn't come, they would have punished me. This grievance had been voiced before. She had explained that those were unfamiliar numbers calling. At that time, even if she had been awake, she wouldn't have answered. Yet, Xian understood that such explanations bore little weight. Jiang Yan only saw the outcome. believing there was nothing wrong with calling from unknown numbers. His anger was merely a manifestation of his spoiled nature, indulged by Xian. Jiang Yan felt entitled to Xian's kindness and compliance. He could disregard her, but would not permit her to disregard him. Those enveloped in love often act without restraint. "I'm sorry," Xian murmured, lowering her gaze in apology. Jiang Yan acknowledged her with a nod. Suddenly, he proposed, "And move in with me. Let us live together." Xian cast her gaze downward at him. He was not inquiring about her feelings, but rather had made up his mind. "Will it be inconvenient for me to live here?" Xian asked. Jiang Yan opened his eyes and looked up at her. "How could it be inconvenient? I want to see you at any moment. Don't you want to be with me all the time? Aren't you the one who likes me the most?" Xian paused her gaze on his face for a few seconds and slowly nodded. "Yes, I like you the most." Jiang Yan smiled with satisfaction. "Then move in with me." With seemingly no reason left to refuse, Xian gazed at his face and agreed. "All right." Chapter 16. Wasn't it your request? Xian officially moved in with Jiang Yan. At first, Jiang Yan would return home on time every day, behaving like a normal boyfriend, holding her hand as they strolled through the community, sharing amusing anecdotes from the past few days. Sometimes he would lie quietly on her lap, engrossed in his phone, while she quietly read a book. When Xian cooked, Jiang Yan attempted to help, but being a pampered young master, his efforts only made things more chaotic. Eventually, after being shooed out of the kitchen, he would stand at the door, watching her with a smile. Jiang Yan found himself quite fond of this mode of interaction. Xian would prepare various meals for him daily, taking exceptional care of him. Jiang Yan relished this way of being together, realizing that he should have suggested living together much sooner. However, it was not too late. Jiang Yan was not merely indulging in leisure. When it was time to work, he was utterly serious. He had begun interning at his company and was gradually becoming busy. Moreover, after truly living together, Jiang Yan discovered that Xian was remarkably dedicated. She had no other entertainment, and if he didn't pull her away, she could spend the entire day in her study without emerging. He realized that once she focused on something, it was challenging for her to divert her attention elsewhere. Sometimes, standing before her, he felt even less captivating than a book. "Are you interested in this?" One day, Jiang Yan saw Xian sitting beside him, engrossed in a familiar red-covered book. He leaned closer for a glance, took the book from her hands, and casually flipped through a few pages. It seems quite interesting." Xian blinked and looked up. "I suppose it's a matter of personal preference. My tastes might differ from others. I'm intrigued, so I want to explore it." Jiang Yan closed the book and tossed it back to her. "Any thoughts?" Xian lowered her eyelashes, the long, thick lashes shadowing the fleeting emotion in her eyes. She smiled slightly. "Right now, I'm just browsing." Jiang Yan chuckled softly. "Just browsing, yet you must be able to grasp it. My dear Xian, you truly are remarkable." When in a good mood, Jiang Yan was lavish with his compliments, and when he smiled, he looked exceptionally handsome, often causing her to lose her train of thought, becoming entranced. A friend of mine is also interested in these topics. Perhaps you two will find common ground. I'll introduce you one day. She did not respond to this. Instead, she stood and asked, "It's almost noon. Is there anything you want to eat? I'll go make it." As she passed by him, Jiang Yan suddenly reached out, grasping her wrist and pulling her abruptly toward him. Caught off guard, she instinctively extended her hand, slapping it against the side of Jiang Yan's face as she tumbled onto his lap. Luckily, one hand supported her somewhat, preventing her full weight from collapsing onto him. That was quite dangerous. Before Xian could finish her sentence, Jiang Yan released her wrist, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her closer. "Is it just my illusion? Xian, don't you want me to introduce my friends to you? Don't you wish to connect with the people in my life?" Jiang Yan asked, half smirking. The position was intimate, yet Xian understood that resisting would only intensify Jiang Yan's thoughts, possibly inciting his anger. She released her hand that had been propping her up, met his gaze directly, and with a faint smile replied, "But you don't actually want me to get too close to the people around you, do you?" Jiang Yan faltered. Xian gently caressed his face, tracing her fingers from his forehead down to his eyes, nose, and finally his lips. "I remember what you said. I always keep our boundaries in mind, Jiang Yan. The distance we have now is just right. I won't overstep, and you shouldn't forget your own words." Her actions were tender, her voice familiar and gentle. Yet the words she spoke were not what Jiang Yan wished to hear. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Xian was correct. Adhering to the boundaries he had insisted she remember. "You certainly remember well." Jiang Yan released his grip on her waist, pinching her chin and chuckling. "Xian, You are indeed very considerate. I might have to commend you. Xian did not resist. Even when her chin was pinched painfully, she managed to smile, but these are your words, something you asked me to remember at the beginning of our relationship. Jiang Yan, I remember your words, your preferences. This was an agreement we made. I won't be greedy, nor will I ask for what you cannot give. Xian cupped his face and leaned in closer. I'm not greedy. All my desires have already been fulfilled. I can see you, see your face. I'm already very content. Anything beyond that does not belong to me, and I want to reach for what is not mine. Under his gaze, she gradually closed her eyes and placed a gentle yet sincere kiss upon his eyelids. She had found a semblance of what she sought in him, and that was her greatest solace. She knew Jiang Yan was not that person. She would not harbor expectations for him. No matter how similar, he was not the one. Moreover, Jiang Yan was only somewhat similar. She could not grasp the tenderness and starlight that rightfully belonged to her. No matter how bright or gentle the other stars were, they ultimately did not belong to her, nor were they what she desired. As Jiang Yan moved, he felt the delicate quiver of her soft kiss on his eyelids. He held his breath, inhaling her essence, and the initial anger he felt dissipated with the gentle, affectionate kiss she bestowed upon him. Jiang Yan pondered that her meticulousness was born of deep affection for him. Perhaps that was why she was so cautious. Yet this was acceptable. His anger extinguished, he embraced her waist, stroking her back as if to soothe her. As long as you remember, that's enough. But sometimes, you must learn to be flexible. You can meet the friends I introduce. They are resources you have not had access to before or after. Knowing more people can be beneficial, even if we part ways in the future. Jiang Yan spoke nonchalantly, while also observing Xian's expression. However, Xian hung her head, appearing somewhat downcast. Jiang Yan paused, suddenly pulling her closer, intertwining his fingers in her hair, and kissed her fervently. After a while, Xian lay limply against him, gasping for breath. Jiang Yan caressed her back, his gaze deepening, at least for now. I don't want to break up with you, Xian. Be good and listen, all right? Chapter 17. Just playing around, all right? Xian answered almost without hesitation. Jiang Yan's face broke into a satisfied smile as he kissed the corner of her mouth. So obedient. From the very beginning, Jiang Yan knew Xian would never refuse him. Every request he made, regardless of its reasonableness or her ability to fulfill it, would always receive her utmost effort to make him happy. She had always placed him on a pedestal, so much so that she lost herself in the process. Isn't coming to intern at my company? Jiang Yan suggested abruptly. I am in need of an assistant, and she would be quite capable in that role. Initially, Jiang Yan had not entertained this thought. Looking at his obedient partner in his arms, the words slipped out. Once spoken, they could not be taken back. Upon reflection, he realized that Xian's presence would indeed alleviate many of his burdens. Jiang Yan did not believe Xian would refuse. Their enduring relationship should evoke her surprise and excitement. He was more than willing to create a position for her at his company. Whether she stayed or how far she would go depended solely on her. Jiang Yan was quite satisfied with his current life, and he was open to indulging Xian a little more, offering her a special place in his world. As long as she expressed her desires, he would provide what he could. Xian, however, was unaware of his thoughts and did not concern herself with his opinions. She took a deep breath and shook her head, saying, "Thank you, but I do not plan to intern at any company for the time being. My thesis advisor has arranged for me to work as an assistant in a laboratory, which will allow me to learn some knowledge that I have yet to master." Jiang Yan felt an inexplicable mix of emotions upon hearing Xian's words. Was it a subtle disappointment from unfulfilled expectations? He scoffed, "Do as you wish." It was rare for him to offer her the opportunity to stay by his side, yet she seemed unappreciative. Xian looked at him, sensing his anger. "You have such a bad temper. I am sorry, Jiang Yan. I have already promised my advisor that I will go to the laboratory when summer vacation begins, so I cannot be your assistant. Please don't be angry, all right?" Xian softened her tone in an attempt to soothe him. This was already a gesture of goodwill. Although she believed she had said nothing offensive, he was upset, and she felt the need to placate him. "You can decide where to go. No need to apologize to me or explain. I am not curious about your whereabouts," Jiang Yan replied as he stood up. Xian followed suit, and after casting her a cold glance, Jiang Yan turned and headed towards the door, seemingly intent on leaving. "Aren't you going to eat before you go?" Xian inquired. "I won't," he said, slamming the door behind him. Calmly, Xian lowered her gaze and sat down, appearing as though nothing had transpired. She reopened the book that she had been reading before Jiang Yan's interruption, resuming from where she had left off. Since Jiang Yan was not staying for dinner, she relished the opportunity to avoid cooking, as she was not particularly hungry. As for Jiang Yan's visible anger before leaving, she did not take it to heart. Everyone has their temper. She had already apologized despite not feeling she had done anything wrong. If he refused to accept it, that was his issue, not hers. She could not simply acquiesce to his every whim. She needed an assistant and believed many would vie for the opportunity. While she could unconditionally indulge Jiang Yan and sometimes prioritize him, it was contingent upon respecting her boundaries. If there were no other opportunities, she would not mind being an assistant, enjoying the chance to gaze upon his face daily. Yet, she was acutely aware that the person before her was not genuine, merely a surrogate. Thus, rather than clinging to something ultimately unattainable, she must pursue endeavors worthy of her effort. Entering that laboratory was not solely her aspiration. It bore the weight of two individuals' responsibilities. She could not forsake this opportunity. In comparison, Jiang Yan's anger was not within her realm of concern. However, she did not anticipate that after noon that day, Jiang Yan would vanish again. He did not answer her calls or reply to her messages. For over a week, she reached out daily, only to be met with silence. On the day she prepared to head to the laboratory, she still had not managed to contact Jiang Yan. She had not brought much to Jiang Yan's place. She had never intended to stay long-term, fully aware that their paths would ultimately diverge. Therefore, she had not relinquished her own residence. When she left, she tidied up the space, clutching her flower pot and dragging a small suitcase, departing without a trace of regret. Why do you argue every few days in your relationship? It's always a week or a month apart. Is it that you choose overly sensitive girlfriends? Or is it that you are too petty? Sheng Rong remarked with a half-smile at Jiang Yan. If you think she's unsuitable, just break up. Why complicate matters? Su Yang urged. Our Jiang Yan is exceptional. He could have any girlfriend he desires. Why cling to just one? Surely you don't genuinely have feelings for that wooden beauty? Get lost. Jiang Yan kicked at Su Yang, who had suggested such nonsense. Of course I like her. She's quite beautiful, isn't she? She's obedient and sensible, never clinging to me or creating trouble. She puts my mind at ease. At ease? Sui suebling bandering. What is the use of being at ease? It's dull, lacking any challenge or personality. Beauty is just skin deep. If someone is too book-smart, spending time together becomes monotonous. Unless our young master Jiang truly has a preference for this type, then I'll say nothing. Personal taste is beyond others' jurisdiction. Jiang Yan scoffed. It's just a game. I made that clear. Dating is about exploring different types, not about marriage. You're overthinking it. I bet you're just playing around. If we're talking about suitability, our Su Miss and young master Jiang are childhood friends, a match made in heaven, far superior to that wooden figure. Sheng Rong chuckled. Upon realizing the conversation had shifted to her, Su Qishue remarked candidly, I indeed have a fondness for a Yan. If he were single, I would certainly consider it. However, he is already taken, and regardless of what happens in the future, I refuse to become a third party. I have my dignity. Jiang Yan shot her a glance. Su Qishue rested her chin on her hand, saying, Don't look at me like that, Yin. I have my moral standards. I won't entangle myself with someone who is already committed. Chapter 18. Something seems off. Su Qishue indeed harbored feelings for Jiang Yan, but merely a fondness. If both were single, she would not mind giving it a shot. However, Jiang Yan was already in a relationship, and regardless of how things unfolded with his girlfriend, she had no interest in playing the role of the other woman. It was clear that this was not a lasting connection. Jiang Yan was clearly in it for fun. Pei Jingyuan smiled, saying, If you were with Qijia, our Yan would certainly treat you differently. We would keep an eye on him. Su Qishue looked at Jiang Yan. What do you think? Yin, they all believe I'm more suited for you. What do you think? Do you prefer your girlfriend? Or do you think I'm better? Jiang Yan glanced at his silent phone, feeling a twinge of irritation. You don't need to compare. She cannot hold a candle to you. So you mean to say that I am better in your eyes? You two are not comparable. Your starting points are different, and your experiences vary. She is undoubtedly not on your level, Jiang Yan stated, but I do not like your type, and I do not believe you would be attracted to someone like me. This last sentence was the crux of the matter. Jiang Yan had never hidden his disinterest in Su Qishue's type, and he had not given her any false impressions. His stance had always been very clear. Su Qishue was not surprised by his response, nor did she feel hurt. Before she left for abroad, she had mentioned it to Jiang Yan, who had directly rejected her at that time. Now, she inquires once more, not only to clarify matters for Su Yang and the others, but also to prevent them from making unfounded connections that could disrupt her romantic prospects and lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Did you hear that? He does not fancy my type. Su Qishue tapped the table and declared, "Do not create trouble for me in the future." Su Yang curled his lips, retorting that the one she liked was herself, and now she claimed otherwise. Can a sister act so freely? If she doesn't fancy Archijia, then what type does she prefer? You mentioned being tired of the sister-in-law type, so are you keeping it for the holidays? Pei Jingyuan teased. You lot truly enjoy stirring up drama. Someone is in a perfectly fine relationship, and yet you all encourage a breakup. Whether or not to part ways is up to Yan. You all should keep your mouths shut. Although Su Qishue appeared to be supporting Jiang Yan, she was, in fact, relishing the spectacle. They all tacitly believed that Jiang Yan and she were mismatched and that their relationship was doomed to fail, as they were simply not of the same world. Su Yang and the others had little interaction with Xian, but they formed this opinion based on Jiang Yan's demeanor and the tone he adopted when mentioning her. Even Jiang Yan himself believed this. If he did not respect her, how could anyone else? No one thought it was wrong to feel this way. Given the inherently asymmetrical nature of their relationship, it was entirely normal for it not to endure. I do not plan to break up for the time being, Jiang Yan said after sipping his drink. I feel quite content being with her. She provides me with a sense of security and ease, devoid of much trouble. That sounds like a rather favorable assessment, Su Qishue remarked. She is very obedient, prioritizing my needs, and has never refused me anything, Jiang Yan continued. But this time, she turned me down. Jiang Yan's expression revealed his surprise. I originally intended to arrange for her to work in the company to spare her the hassle of interning and dealing with potential bullying in the workplace. Regrettably, she did not appreciate my intentions and rejected my offer. Su Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, she lacks a sense of gratitude. Pei Jingyuan added, if she has refused, then so be it. She will surely regret it later and will inevitably come looking for Yan Ge. Just wait and see. Su Qishue flickered glass, producing a crisp sound. When a girl truly likes someone, she clings to him, yearning to be with him 24 hours a day, consumed by jealousy and anxiety if contact is lost for even a moment. She will be capricious and affectionate, seeking every possible way to capture his attention, and will channel all her little moods and whims onto him. No matter how mature and composed she may appear externally, in the presence of her beloved, she cannot help but reveal her softer side. Although Su Qishue had limited interaction with Xian, her feminine intuition sensed something amiss. Regarding Jiang Yan and Xian's relationship, she was uncertain if her feelings were simply overreactions or if genuine issues existed. The first time she met Xian was during a night spent at Jiang Yan's place. A normal girlfriend would knock on her boyfriend's door early in the morning, yet it was a young woman who answered. No matter how rational one may be, one would likely feel anger or displeasure in that moment. Yet Xian did not. Su Qishue was certain that Xian's demeanor remained unchanged, devoid of any emotional fluctuation upon seeing her. According to Pei Jingyuan, Xian had lost herself in her affection for Jiang Yan. Well, that could be one explanation. Perhaps it was precisely because Xian had lost herself in her love for Jiang Yan that she dared not express any discontent or dissent. This relationship was indeed unequal, yet Jiang Yan possessed a certain pride that justified it. Yan, do you not think that your relationship is somewhat distorted? Jiang Yan genuinely pondered for a moment before replying. She adores me to the extent of diminishing herself, losing her individuality. In her eyes, there seems to be no room for anyone else but me. As he spoke, a thought struck him. He abruptly picked up his phone, stood up, and headed for the door. You all carry on. I shall take my leave. With that, Jiang Yan vanished through the doorway. Su Yang had just raised his hand, unable to call him back in time. Where's he off to in such haste? Su Yang wondered. Pei Jingyuan shrugged. Probably off to find his sister-in-law again. It always goes this way. He's the one upset, yet he's the first to seek her out. I cannot fathom if he finds this game amusing. Su Yang sighed enviously. Is it really that entertaining? I wish to have a girlfriend too. Someone like Xian, obedient and understanding. It must be wonderful. Provided you possess Yan Ji's looks, do you think you do? Pei Jingyuan bluntly countered. Su Yang, not wishing to engage with this fool, he turned to Su Qishue and asked, Sister, do you truly no longer like Inga? You once said you wanted to be his bride when you grew up, and previously you claimed to fancy his type. Su Qishue replied, I do like him. His face is undeniably that of a male deity, appealing to any woman. I still like him now, but as friends, it is acceptable. As a boyfriend, I cannot match the grace and gentleness of his girlfriend, and we might end up severing ties. Su-young, perhaps it is best to let it be. I also feel Yinggu is not worthy of you. We should seek someone better. Chapter 19. Each lives their own life. Upon returning home, Jiang Yan found Xian already immersed in her work at the laboratory. Initially, her experience in the lab was not smooth. Despite her rich theoretical knowledge, she had zero practical experience. She began with menial tasks without complaint, cherishing the opportunity to work in the lab as a learning experience. When Xian focused on a task, she devoted herself wholeheartedly, requiring minimal contact with others and relying little on her phone, often forgetting to charge it. Consequently, Jiang Yan returned home to find it empty, waiting until late into the evening without her return, unable to reach her by phone. At first, Jiang Yan remained patient, assuming Xian was sulking. However, after a week and a half without any news, his initial anger gradually diminished. Constantly unable to contact her, he began to worry that something might have happened. When he truly sought to find her, Jiang Yan realized he knew far too little about Xian. He was unaware of her social circle, who her best friend was, or where she liked to go. He was utterly clueless. He did not understand Xian, or perhaps he had never intended to understand her from the start. Sitting in his empty home, he reflected that he had previously lived alone here, and Xian had not stayed long. He was simply returning to solitude. Why then? Did it feel as if the space had become so much emptier? Jiang Yan reassured himself that he could endure. He merely liked Xian a little. It was she who loved him deeply and unconditionally, and now, after a minor disagreement, she had vanished without a trace. Should he really be the one to appease her? Did she not realize how unreasonable this was? Ignoring his calls and texts was one thing, but now she had turned off her phone. Did she truly think he could not survive without her? The doorbell rang, and Jiang Yan swiftly stood up and walked to the door, flinging it open. You finally decided to come back, only to find you. Sheng Rong, cigarette in mouth, scoffed. What? Disappointed to see me? Or were you waiting for someone? I was not waiting for anyone, Jiang Yan replied irritably. What do you want? Just checking if you are still alive. Well, as you can see, I am. You can leave now. Do not be so irritable. I heard you've been looking for someone. Do you need help? Sheng Rong squeezed in just before Jiang Yan closed the door. No need to search. She will return on her own, Jiang Yan said coldly after a pause. Then why are you so agitated? Sheng Rong retorted. It's just a woman, an ordinary one at that, easily summoned and readily available. You previously mentioned wanting to end things. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Come, I'll introduce you to someone better. Don't say I'm not looking out for you. However, Jiang Yan had no desire for such distractions. He waved her off impatiently. Why would I run around in this sweltering heat? I out of my mind? Why leave the comfort of home to suffer outside? I'm not going anywhere. His irritation was palpable, and Sheng Rong could sense it profoundly. Jiang Yan was not typically like this. The heat didn't affect him. The car had air conditioning, and it was merely a short walk. If anything, a change of scenery might lift his spirits. Staying cooped up at home alone would only deepen his gloom. Come on, I've personally come to invite you. And yet you're hiding? That's a bit unreasonable, don't you think? Jiang Yan considered that he shouldn't remain at home, lest it appear as though he was waiting for Xian. After that, he ceased to seek her out, and she, in turn, did not reach out to him. He went to work, busy familiarizing himself with his duties, and, during his spare moments, he would think of Xian. Upon returning to his empty home, he couldn't help but wonder how long she intended to sulk. A little bit of stubbornness could be charming, but prolonged pouting lost its appeal. Yet, as summer slipped away, neither Jiang Yan nor Xian had made any contact. Various women began to appear around Jiang Yan. Although he had never lacked female company during his time with Xian, the situation felt markedly different now. Some inquired about his relationship status, to which he confirmed that he had broken up with Xian. This news swiftly circulated through the campus forums, while Xian, one of the parties involved, remained silent. Her phone was switched off, seemingly corroborating the rumors. It was evident that Xian was nursing her emotional wounds, retreating somewhere to heal. Meanwhile, she immersed herself in her work at the laboratory, oblivious to the outside world. Over the course of 2 months, she had firmly established herself within the lab. Despite being the least experienced member, occasionally, talent proved to be more significant than experience, and Xian's aptitude in this regard was evidently superior. This formula doesn't seem to yield results. It has been erroneous from the start. It feels like a waste of time, she thought. focusing intently on her computer screen as she observed the calculations unfolding. Hearing her senior sister, Xiao Hongyu, express her frustration, Xian leaned in to see what was amiss. "Let me take a look," she said, peering at Xiao's screen. Xiao Hongyu was scribbling furiously in her notebook, gesturing toward a complex formula on the computer. "I've been grappling with this for 2 days, and every answer I obtain is different. This is utterly maddening." Xiao Hongyu was the only other woman in the lab beside Xian. Although she was a woman, she worked harder than many of the men, often spending weeks in the lab, disheveled and unkempt, immersed in data analysis. According to her colleagues, there was no female presence in their lab. Initially, Xiao Hongyu held a negative opinion of Xian. However, after spending more time with her and understanding her character, she candidly remarked, "You seem like someone here just for the accolades. You don't strike me as someone who would endure the lab's rigors. I even worried you might become a hindrance." Yet, her view had since changed. "You are far more intelligent and capable than I am, and have been a tremendous help. Little sister, keep it up, and show those boys what you're made of." Xian smiled at her words, but refrained from responding. Whether or not she would overshadow them remained to be seen, yet she relished the environment. Despite the demanding work, it was fulfilling and comforting, keeping her from dwelling excessively on the past. "Xiao, the application of this formula is incorrect, and the values you've input are off by 0.01. No matter how long you calculate, the answers will never align," Xian noted, quickly assessing the scrolling numbers on the screen. Xiao Hongyu leaned in, scrutinizing the display for a long moment before exclaiming, "Damn." Chapter 20. The Perils of Judging by Appearances. Xiao Hongyu's face turned pale. "No wonder my calculations were off for days. I thought there was something wrong with the formula. I truly am a fool." Rather than being annoyed that a younger colleague had pointed out her error, Xiao Hongyu was nearly overwhelmed with gratitude, feeling as if she could lift Xian up and shower her with kisses to express her thanks. Without Xian's insight, she would have continued to struggle with the formula, and given her escalating frustration, she certainly wouldn't have found the solution on her own anytime soon. "Thank you, Xian. Thank you, little sister. I'm grateful to have you here. I'll rework these formulas and then treat you to dinner, little sister. Love you." With that, Xiao Hongyu plunged back into her work, her focus unwavering. Xian smiled, her eyes crinkling, before she resumed her own tasks. "Xian, come here. We need to attend a meeting." Hearing her name, Xian lifted her gaze to see Professor Chen standing nearby, impeccably dressed, engrossed in conversation with a senior brother. "Hurry. We don't have much time," Professor Chen beckoned. Xian nodded, standing up as her peers offered her encouraging thumbs-ups. As she and Professor Chen departed, a momentary relaxation spread through the atmosphere. "Have you seen the recent student forum? The discussions at Huada are particularly raucous," one senior brother remarked. "What is so interesting? I'm currently buried in data. Those superficial distractions hold no sway over my focus," a bespectacled male classmate scoffed. "Did you know her little sister is quite well known at Huada?" Another chimed in. "Of course. With her intelligence and beauty, she would shine anywhere." A senior brother who enjoyed stirring up trouble added, "Hey, you there, the one from Huada. You truly have an eye for talent." A senior brother from Huada called out, "Don't drag me into this. It's not my business." With a loud smack, Xiao Hongyu slammed her palm on the table. "If you're going to speak, then speak plainly. If you have nothing to say, just be quiet and let me think. Aren't you all the ones who avoid the internet?" The drama about Xian breaking up with that Huada heartthrob is quite the spectacle, someone pointed out. "Breakup?" The first speaker, realizing he had forgotten his phone, quickly turned to his computer, opening the Huada campus forum. The comments there were harsh, claiming Xian had pursued Jiang Yan obsessively, even stalking him to his dormitory, and insinuating she wished to transform from a humble chick to a phoenix. Xiao Hongyu grew increasingly agitated as the remarks continued. Are these people so idle that they resort to gossip? Instead of studying, they spread rumors online, while their parents work hard to fund their education, just so they can tarnish their classmates' reputations. Xiao Hongyu was clearly protective of Xian, and her points were valid. Xiao Zimo, delete those posts immediately. Such nonsense affect her mood. From now on, any similar posts must be removed. We cannot let our little sister see them and be upset. Xiao Zimo, the boy with thick glasses, pushed up the frames resting on his nose and stated earnestly, "I study hacking techniques because I possess a remarkable talent in this area, not to engage in trivial matters like deleting posts. Such petty tasks are beneath me." "Then perhaps you should refrain from being so enthusiastic about it," someone nearby remarked with a hint of sarcasm. As for junior sister's boyfriend, TSK, I saw him. And he certainly has the face of a scoundrel. One glance reveals he is not the type to be settled down. With that face alone, he could easily attract a line of women eager to chase after him. Clearly, such a restless person is unsuitable for our junior sister. I agree. He looks like a notorious flirt. It's better to sever ties with such men. They deserve to be kicked far away. Meanwhile, the notorious scoundrel Jiang Yan was in a meeting at his company when an unexpected chill ran down his spine, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. He glanced up suspiciously, noticing that everyone else in the conference room seemed intensely serious, likely due to the overly low air conditioning. Although Jiang Yan's father was the head of the conglomerate, he would not hastily elevate Jiang Yan to a lofty position. That would not be nurturing, but rather a recipe for disaster. Jiang Yan had to start from the ground up, slowly accumulating work experience. While he often indulged in playful antics, he never compromised on serious matters. He would toil late into the night over a proposal and feel disheartened by any work-related missteps. He aspired to excel and sought perfection in all he undertook, yet he felt his methods were insufficient at present. During this period, Jiang Yan occasionally thought of Xian, but only fleetingly. He believed it was acceptable to sever ties with her. He was acutely aware that he and Xian belonged to entirely different worlds, and they would never end up together. It was better to part ways. After all, he never held her in particularly high regard, and he had long since grown weary of her. Did she truly believe that such tactics would evoke any different feelings in him? The artifice of women employing the carrot-and-stick approach was only a ploy for the gullible. He could leave, and he would do so far away. He lacked nothing except women eager to pursue him. How many sought to be with him? Did she genuinely think he would care? As Jiang Yan waited at a red light, he glanced out the window and suddenly felt his heart sink. After 2 months apart, he recognized that familiar face even if it were turned to ashes. Xian. Yet, before he could scrutinize further, the light turned green, and the car beside him sped away. Damn! Jiang Yan cursed under his breath. At that moment, nothing mattered but the singular thought. He could not let Xian escape him. He fixated on the car ahead, swiftly giving chase. Jiang Yan dared not blink, fearing that a moment's distraction would cause the vehicle to vanish into the traffic. Xian suffered from motion sickness, a long-standing affliction, and no matter the duration of the journey, except on a bicycle, she would inevitably feel nauseous. Upon finally arriving at their destination, Xian stepped out of the car, greeted by a wave of heat that exacerbated her already queasy state. Professor Chen exited from another car and approached her, about to inquire with concern when a vehicle careened to a stop nearby, tires screeching. Chapter 21. Waiting. Xian's complexion still bore a slight pallor, remnants of her car's sickness lingering. She cast a glance at the imposing black luxury vehicle that had parked too abruptly. Your motion sickness seems quite severe. You should carry some medication for it, as you never know when it might be needed, Professor Chen suggested. Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I understand. Come on, the meeting is about to start. If all goes well today, we might achieve results regarding our previous discussions, Professor Chen remarked, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Xian's eyes brightened at his words. That will be wonderful. Let us hurry, teacher. Professor Chen playfully teased. It's rare to see you display such enthusiasm. You appear far too mature in the lab. Now, this looks more like the demeanor of a young person. With that, they entered the building together. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan, who had followed but remained in his car, continued to watch Xian, his eyes unblinking. He had expected to confront her about her whereabouts during their time apart, yet he did not. Instead, he remained seated in his car, behaving like a fool while doing nothing. What was the purpose of his pursuit? Why was he chasing after a woman who clearly did not appreciate him? Hadn't they ended things? As for the older gentleman accompanying Xian, Jiang Yan preferred not to entertain any unsavory thoughts, but knock, knock, knock. The car window was tapped from outside. Jiang Yan irritably turned to see a familiar face. Chiyu. I spotted your car from afar and thought I was mistaken. I never expected to see you at this research building. Chiyu glanced at the imposing structure before hesitatingly asking. Jiang Yan had been oblivious to their location until Chiyu pointed it out. He was too proud to admit he was here chasing after Xian. What brings you here? Jiang Yan countered. I heard there's a particularly interesting seminar taking place, so I pulled some strings to sneak in. Chiyu replied. Oh, I'm merely here to take a look as well, Jiang Yan responded. After a peculiar glance, Chiyu chose not to expose Jiang Yan's flimsy excuse. Well, continue your exploration. I'll be on my way. Seeing Chiyu about to leave, Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment before calling out, "Wait, I'll accompany you." Jiang Yan exited his vehicle and hurried to catch up. Chi regarded him curiously. "You are acting strangely." Jiang Yan's expression stiffened as he feigned impatience, urging, "Why all the chatter? Are we going or not?" Chi Yu, uninterested in further inquiry, turned and walked toward the building. The two men walked side by side in silence. Though they were familiar friends, Chi was not one for idle talk and was not adept at making conversation. Thus, they ambled together like strangers unacquainted. Upon entering the building, they were greeted with politeness and courtesy. Chi Yu produced a card from his pocket, which was verified before they were allowed to proceed. Jiang Yan was perplexed. "Oh, I forgot to mention that entry into this building requires identity verification. Do you have an access card?" Chi Yu inquired. Jiang Yan: "He possessed nothing of the sort." "What a pity," Chi Yu said, devoid of sympathy. "I suppose you don't need to accompany me. You can head back." Jiang Yan had always recognized that Chi Yu, despite his seemingly placid demeanor, harbored a meticulous and scheming nature. Yet had he ever wronged Chi Yu? What could Jiang Yan do? He felt utterly powerless. It was not as if he could throw a tantrum and disgrace himself in this manner. Blocked from entry, Jiang Yan gazed at the polite figure preventing him from proceeding, taking a deep breath as a fire ignited within him. What was she doing in a place of interest to Chi Yu? What was her purpose for being there? How many secrets was she still concealing from him? Jiang Yan did not believe he was in the wrong for not actively seeking information about Xian. He felt it was far more concerning that she had chosen to withhold such matters from him. Returning to his car, Jiang Yan started the engine, contemplating leaving. Would he truly wait like a fool outside? Did he genuinely care about what Xian was up to? Yet, even after the engine had been running for some time, he found himself unable to drive away. He remained expressionless, fixated on the entrance, resolved not to leave until he discerned what Xian was truly involved in. Though fortunate to accompany Professor Chun to a conference filled with influential figures, Xian remained a minor participant, seated behind Professor Chun and diligently taking notes. A young woman glanced up when someone sat beside her. Noticing that he was a young man of similar age, she was momentarily taken aback by his striking appearance. However, she quickly composed herself, assuming he was merely an assistant accompanying a prominent figure. She offered a slight nod in silent greeting, her attention soon diverted elsewhere. This meeting, or rather, a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, persisted for over 3 hours. By the time it concluded, everyone was parched and nearly exhausted. Professor Chun, pounding the table in frustration, bellowed, "We have all agreed that if this research succeeds, it will mark a significant advancement for us. Why can't you understand this?" "Ah, Xiao Chun, calm down. There's no need for such fervor, especially in this sweltering heat. Let us all take a breath," a kindly, silver-haired elder interjected with a warm smile. Given his age, referring to Professor Chun as Xiao Chun seemed entirely appropriate. There is no limit to funding in this field, but when you demand such astronomical figures, it is unrealistic to expect complete approval from above. Moreover, your ambitions are too grand, which inevitably raises doubts about your feasibility, the elder continued. Starting with thoughts of failure will lead nowhere, Professor Chun retorted with a scoff. Didn't you say before that in our line of work, we must think broadly and act decisively? Fantasizing is acceptable. The real danger lies in confining oneself and restricting one's potential. The elder nodded thoughtfully, but did not respond. Instead, turning his gaze to the young woman beside Professor Chun. "Is this child your new student? I believe her name is Xian, correct?" he asked with a cheerful demeanor. Professor Chun recognized that further anger would be futile and agreed. "Yes, her name is Xian. She is exceptionally bright. Though she is only a sophomore, she surpasses many of my lab's more experienced students. She has published several impressive papers. I truly think you should take a look. They are remarkable." The elder nodded at Xian, saying, "I have read your papers. Your ideas are audacious and intriguing. However, Xian, being young means you must understand the significant difference between theoretical knowledge and practical application. Are you suggesting that I am overly idealistic?" Xian inquired. The elder countered, "What support do you believe your assertions require? When can they be realized? Is there even a possibility of realization?" Glancing at Professor Chun, who remained silent, Xian pondered before responding, "Humanity has evolved from nothing to something, from land to sky. Initially, wasn't it all mere fantasy, gradually becoming reality? But that's different. Xian, the concepts you propose are fundamentally constrained. International competitors have us cornered, and under such pressure, we are unlikely to succeed in the short term. The elder's expression exhibited a hint of regret, a reluctant acknowledgement of harsh realities. Thus, my colleagues and I are merely attempting to forge ahead. If we succeed, it will be beneficial for our nation. If we fail, we will start anew, Xian asserted earnestly. Their conversation concluded with the elder waving thoughtfully. As Xian departed with Professor Chun, he appeared lost in contemplation. They encountered the young man who had been seated beside her earlier. He had just finished his own conversation and was now heading toward the elevator with them. What did you think of the meeting? Professor Chun inquired nonchalantly while they awaited the elevator. After a moment of reflection, Xian replied, even as an active participant, I sometimes feel my ideas may be overly fanciful. If our goal is to independently develop a new chip for ordinary life, the obstacles may not be insurmountable. Yet, as we stand on the brink of an age still not fully realized, we find ourselves looking toward the science fiction-inspired interstellar future. Our ambitions may be too lofty, which explains the professor's skepticism. Moreover, the investment required for such research is substantial. To pursue a project based solely on lofty ideas is a considerable gamble. I believe the professor's concerns are valid. It is simply a matter of practicality, she added. Professor Chun scoffed. If they refuse to allocate funds, I refuse to believe I cannot secure investments. With a smile, Xian simply chuckled and remained silent. Upon reaching the ground floor, they made their way outside. Hello, I am Qiyu. It's a pleasure to meet you, he said, extending his hand with a polite smile. He had remained silent throughout their elevator ride, his presence almost ethereal until he finally spoke, catching Professor Chen's attention. Oh my, this young man is quite striking, Professor Chen thought, recalling how he had sat beside his student and recognizing that anyone attending such a symposium must be exceptional in their own right. Professor Chen glanced between Xian and Qiyu, understanding the unspoken desire of youth to connect with peers. Qiyu seemed to realize that his approach might have been abrupt. He withdrew his hand, smiling lightly. I found Professor Chun's insights during the meeting quite fascinating. I also overheard your conversation in the elevator and would love to discuss further. It seems quite meaningful. Professor Chen acknowledged his perceptiveness, but stated, we are pressed for time. Unfortunately, Qiyu continued, if possible, I would like to invest. The Qi family in the capital should have the necessary resources. Professor Chun, shifting his stance, said, I must return, so I'll let him speak with you. She is a student I hold in high regard. Her ideas are more comprehensive than my own. You two should converse. Young people ought to engage more, as you share common interests. Xian, feeling somewhat sold out, remarked, Teacher, you seem to be quite adept at selling your students. Professor Chun felt no guilt. In the face of funding issues, an unsuspecting benefactor had appeared before him. Students are meant for such moments. And then, shine brightly. I await your good news, he encouraged her before departing. Xian watched as her teacher cheerfully departed, leaving her with the expectant Qiyu. With a sigh, she extended her hand for an introduction. I am Xian, a student at Huada. The gentleman just now was Professor Chun Hu. Xian? I feel as though I've heard that name before. Qiyu mused, shaking her hand politely before releasing it to maintain proper social distance. Would you like to find a place to sit and discuss further? I find your ideas resonate with mine, and I would love to understand them better, he suggested. Before Xian could respond, a familiar tall figure hurried towards them. Is there something you wish to inquire about? I'm quite curious. Jiang Yan interjected as he approached, slipping an arm around Xian's shoulders. 2 months apart, and then it seems you've made quite the connections. I had intended to introduce you to Qiyu, but it seems you've done that already, he said with a smile. Xian remained still, allowing Jiang Yan's embrace. Long time no see, Jiang Yan. What brings you here? She greeted naturally, seemingly oblivious to the mockery in his words or the simmering tension beneath the surface. Am I not allowed to be here, or have I interrupted something? Jiang Yan asked coolly. Qiyu cast a languid glance at him and murmured, it is indeed quite disturbing. I need to discuss academic matters with classmate Xian. Jiang Yan, can you comprehend that? Academic matters? Jiang Yan was utterly skeptical. Xian nodded, yes, I just attended a meeting with this classmate Qiyu, and there are certain issues from the meeting that require in-depth discussion. Qiyu remarked, he has no interest in this area. He wouldn't understand anything even if he attended. Jiang Yan retorted, who says I wouldn't understand? Fine, if discussion is required. I will arrange a venue for you to converse peacefully. Qiyu regarded Jiang Yan with an expressionless demeanor. lacking the gentle innocence he had displayed in front of Xian. Yet Jiang Yan did not even spare Qiyu a glance. Instead, he leaned closer to Xian and said, "Anin, you ought to provide me with a reasonable explanation for your recent absence." Chapter 23. Who taught you this trick? I never anticipated that you were Jiang Yan's girlfriend. Qiyu ignored Jiang Yan's comment directed at Xian smiled softly, not responding to his words, but redirecting her gaze to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan forced a smile, saying, "You two continue your discussion. I shall merely listen. Jiang Yan had mentioned you to us, but you are not quite as I had imagined." Qiyu scanned the two of them before speaking again. Xian, however, had no intention of pursuing this line of conversation. "Is that so? Then let us discuss the investment matter you mentioned." Xian was averse to discussing her personal affairs, especially with someone so closely associated with Jiang Yan. "Very well." Qiyu expressed indifference towards their relationship, merely wishing to learn about the concept Xian had previously mentioned in conversation with Professor Chen. "Have you commenced your research?" Qiyu inquired. Xian replied, "It is merely a concept and a plan. We have yet to begin." "Not begun?" Qiyu appeared somewhat disappointed. Xian reflected before stating, "You must have heard the discussions from the prior meeting. The essential points were clearly articulated by the instructor. Given that most people are not optimistic, regardless of how fantastical my words may sound, my objective remains solely to attract potential investors." Qiyu was taken aback. "I assumed you would first paint a grand picture. After all, being too direct breeds skepticism, jeopardizing any investment opportunities. We are all astute individuals. I require substantial financial backing from investors, as well as their unconditional trust. If I deceive them from the outset, that trust will not exist. If investors withdraw their support midway due to a crisis of confidence, the consequences would be far more severe." She had never considered Qiyu to be a naive individual with an abundance of funds. She understood that no one would make unconditional investments based solely on fleeting interest. Returns must be anticipated, and investors naturally desire a return on their investment. Thus, I need to comprehend the specifics. I will ascertain whether it is worthwhile for me to invest significantly." Qiyu responded, "The current environment is not suitable. As it involves experimental data, a relatively private and secure location is necessary." Jiang Yan, who had been largely disregarded, slowly raised his head, meeting Qiyu's knowing gaze. "Outsider? Is he referring to me?" Qiyu conceded, "Indeed, I had not considered this. Let us reschedule for a more appropriate time to discuss in detail." "Have I disturbed you?" Jiang Yan inquired slowly, gazing at Xian. "Is it my presence that hinders your conversation?" Xian clarified, "Not at all. It is simply that the matters we are discussing are not suited for this setting." Jiang Yan was uncertain of her sincerity, chuckling lightly. "Is that so? I had thought I was interrupting you." "It is indeed quite disruptive." Qiyu interjected, his expression unchanging. Jiang Yan remarked, "That is truly unfortunate." Qiyu tilted his head slightly and stood up. "Let us exchange contact information. You can reach out to me later." "All right." Xian prepared to retrieve her phone, only to realize she had left it behind, and she couldn't remember the last time she had even touched it. "I apologize. I do not have my phone with me. Perhaps you could leave your number, and I will contact you after I return." Xian opened her notebook to jot down the number. Qiyu provided a sequence of digits. "Please contact me once you have prepared the necessary materials. It is best not to waste each other's time." "Understood." Qiyu, having said his piece, declared, "I shall not disturb you further. I will take my leave." Once only Jiang Yan and Xian remained in the room, neither spoke immediately. Xian took a sip of water, her head bowed, quietly seated. Jiang Yan supported his head with one hand, observing her in silence. "Are you planning to continue this Cold War with me?" Jiang Yan asked. Xian blinked, responding, "I'm not engaging in a Cold War with you. Not answering calls, not responding to messages. For the past 2 months, I've been unable to locate you. Is this not a Cold War? Or is it merely your unilateral Cold War?" Jiang Yan pressed, his brow furrowing, a storm gathering in his eyes, as he felt the pent-up frustration of 2 months finally finding an outlet. Xian lifted her gaze, her expression devoid of tension, her dark eyes remaining calm and bright. "I apologize. I previously mentioned that I would be working in my professor's laboratory. During that time, I was uncertain about what was happening with you. I called and texted, but received no response, and you did not return home. The professor was waiting, so I went directly to the lab. Due to work commitments, I seldom check my phone and was unaware of your messages or calls." Xian's apology was gentle, as she explained her reasons for not answering calls or texts, acknowledging her fault in that regard. Perhaps it was her light-hearted demeanor that irked him. Jiang Yan scoffed sarcastically. Xian, I have warned you before not to harbor unrealistic expectations of me, nor to play such tricks. I will not marry you. I appreciate your obedient and understanding nature. If you comply, I shall treat you well. Refrain from employing those distasteful tricks and antics, as they will only exhaust my patience. Who taught you this? Who instructed you in the art of seduction? She shook her head. I did not. Do not discard those things I cherish. Otherwise, I shall truly relinquish you. Jiang Yan interrupted her, slowly articulating. You yourself said that you like me. The person who cherishes me most is myself. Is that not the case? She raised her head to meet his gaze, her own movements so subtle. Indeed, I like you the most. Jiang Yan too gazed at her, relishing the way her eyes sparkled with thoughts of him, as if he were her entire world, monopolizing her attention. This feeling both satisfied and exhilarated him. He could not quite articulate it. Perhaps it was a blend of masculine vanity and possessiveness. She had been the first to express her affection, and thus, she ought to continue feeling that way. I like you too. Regardless of circumstances, I currently like you. And then, although this affection may not endure for long, while he was enamored with her, he wished for her unwavering focus upon him. She should devote herself entirely to him. I know. She sighed softly, acknowledging his feelings. Devoid of romantic entanglement, it was a pure physical connection, coupled with her understanding of the circumstances. Chapter 24, Give Me a Kiss. Xian reflected that she and Jiang Yan were, in essence, kindred spirits. They were both impure, each with ulterior motives, seeking mutual benefit. However, she was acutely aware of this, while Jiang Yan, perhaps accustomed to a smooth-sailing life, had forgotten the boundaries and limits. Yet, it mattered little. Jiang Yan's audacity and insatiable demands stemmed from the indulgence she received. They did not affect her. At times, they might even create the illusion that she was needed by him. Did he ever have a fleeting moment where he was by her side? And then, during this time, have you been getting close to other boys? Is there someone like Chi Yu who has been flirting with you? Jiang Yan asked casually, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. No, I haven't paid attention, nor do I care. Those things are of no significance to me, Xian replied. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Yan, yet it seemed to transcend him, looking past him at someone else. Jiang Yan, however, took it as her subtle confession, feeling his spirits lift considerably. He knew she liked him so much. How could she possibly be interested in anyone else? Anin, you are truly clever, Jiang Yan praised. Xian looked bewildered. Come here. Jiang Yan extended his hand. Xian hesitated, unsure of his intentions, especially in public. Come here, he reiterated, understanding Jiang Yan's temperament. Xian realized that defying him would only provoke his anger. She stood and walked to him. We haven't seen each other for 2 months, Anin. Have you missed me? He inquired. Xian blinked, her expression unchanged as she lied. I thought of you very much. In truth, she had not thought of him at all. Over the past 2 months, her focus had shifted from unfamiliarity with her work to mastering it, leaving no room for thoughts of someone inconsequential. Yet, she dared not voice these thoughts, knowing they would drive Jiang Yan mad. Jiang Yan grasped her wrist and commanded, and then, kiss me. Xian frowned. She was uncomfortable with public displays of affection, especially in a crowded space. This is outside. It's not appropriate to be seen. Anin, I'm still angry. I haven't seen you in 2 months. I miss you and am upset. I only want a kiss. Is that too much to ask? I am not afraid of being seen. Why should you be? It's just a kiss. I'm not asking you for anything more. Jiang Yan's grip on her hand tightened, causing her wrist to ache. She furrowed her brow, aware that Jiang Yan's stubbornness meant her resistance would only fuel his anger. She gently caressed his face, lowering her gaze to mask her cool demeanor. Leaning in, she pressed her lips lightly against the corner of his mouth, intending to withdraw. But his grip on her wrist tightened, and he pulled her into his heated embrace. He captured her lips, his fervent kiss consuming her unspoken refusal. She shivered, goosebumps rising on her skin. She knew it would always be like this. This was why she hesitated to kiss him. When the kiss ended, she found herself resting against his shoulder, her cheeks flushed, eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing utterly vulnerable. Let's go home. Jiang Yan's voice was hoarse and restrained. She stiffened. Being so close, she could sense his physical reaction. We need to go home now, he repeated. Taking a deep breath, she stood. No, I haven't asked the teacher for leave. I need to return to the lab. Jiang Yan's expression darkened. His jaw clenched as he bit out. You've been in the lab for over 2 months. Don't tell me you haven't had a single day off? Or do you simply not want to return with me? It's not that I haven't had time off, but rather that I see no necessity for it. How could she not have time off? Of course she did. Yet she felt no desire to take a break when she had nowhere she wanted to go. She effectively canceled her time off. No way, she said, lowering her head defiantly. Jiang Yan knew that once she had set her mind on something, nothing could sway her. His expression was as grim as a storm cloud. Then go request leave. I can't. This period will be very busy. I want to have free time for at least another 2 weeks. She shook her head in refusal. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth. Are you doing this on purpose? She remained silent, head bowed. While she had previously chosen not to take time off, she genuinely had no time now, and there was no need to lie about it. Not even a moment. Jiang Yan pressed. Not within the next 2 weeks. Jiang Yan was at a loss for words, expletives forming on his lips, which he swallowed several times before finally letting one escape. Damn it. Later, during dinner, she tried to make amends by placing Jiang Yan's favorite dishes in front of him, but he ate in silence, his expression dark. After the meal, she bid farewell to Jiang Yan, intending to return to the lab alone, but he caught her arm. Is there something else? She asked, puzzled. I will drive you, Jiang Yan replied coldly. Wait here. I will get the car. She wanted to refuse, but as she opened her mouth, she caught his dark gaze and changed her response. All right, I will wait here for you. Jiang Yan's expression softened slightly as he turned and strode away. Moments later, he parked the car in front of her. She opened the door and, after providing the lab's address, they fell into silence once more. Jiang Yan drove swiftly to their destination, but as she prepared to exit the car after thanking him, she found the door would not open. Jiang Yan? She called, tilting her head. Jiang Yan undid his seatbelt and suddenly leaned over, pushing her back against the passenger seat. Caught off guard, she struggled to react as their breaths mingled and the temperature inside the car rose. Jiang Yan. She pushed him away with force, rare anger flashing in her eyes, her tone losing its usual gentleness. Stop fooling around. Jiang Yan licked his lips, breathing heavily, and scoffed. Playing the same trick too many times loses its charm. What are you talking about? She furrowed her brow, feeling a sting on her lips, a wave of irritation washing over her. Jiang Yan unlocked the door, smiling as he said, You know exactly what I mean. I hope to see you at home in 2 weeks. Don't let me down. She inhaled deeply, regret washing over her. She felt a strong sense of remorse. Without another word, she opened the car door and stepped out. She turned towards the lab's entrance, but just then, she heard the sound of the car door opening, followed by hurried footsteps approaching her. From a distance, she spotted several senior students emerging from inside, but the next moment, someone seized her arm from behind. Chapter 25. Let us break up. Chiu Zimo was comparing the values in his records when he was interrupted, feeling quite annoyed. He pushed up the thick glasses on his nose, not lifting his head as he half-heartedly responded to the bothersome presence beside him. Why do I feel like these values are off? I need to go back and recalculate. Hey, Chiu Zimo, look over there. Who is that? The person beside him interrupted his thoughts. Chiu Zimo felt a fleeting moment of inspiration slip away from his mind, his forehead tightening with irritation. Fu Ziyuan, do you really want me to strangle you? Fu Ziyuan paid no mind to his irritation, pointing with his chin. Look at that guy grabbing our junior sister's arm. Isn't he that scumbag from the forum? Chiu Zimo glanced over impatiently, confirming that a couple stood together. Didn't they break up? Chiu Zimo questioned. That's what the forum says. How would I know? Fu Ziyuan shrugged innocently. Should we go rescue our junior sister? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Fu Ziyuan stroked his chin, adopting a wise demeanor. From the way our junior sister looks, she doesn't seem to be annoyed by his entanglement. 80% of the gossip on the forum is unreliable. I suspect it's just jealousy towards our junior sister. Chiu Zimo adjusted his glasses, slightly agreeing with Fu Ziyuan's words, considering that perhaps their junior sister was simply too naive and had been deceived. She was halted by Jiang Yan, who grasped her arm and walked a few steps. The fire in her heart had diminished considerably. She felt it was unnecessary to be upset over an outsider. Am I angry? Jiang Yan pulled her closer, standing face to face with her. He cast a glance at the two individuals nearby, speculating they must be acquaintances of she Anne's during this period. I'm not angry, she replied softly, lowering her gaze. She truly saw no reason to feel anger, nor did she believe it held any significance. However, Jiang Yan was convinced she was sulking. Don't be upset. It was my fault. he said with a dismissive apology, lacking sincerity. I prepared a gift for you, to give you when you return. I've been wanting to see you so much during this time. If these words had come from someone genuinely enamored, no matter how angry they were, they would likely forget their displeasure and reflect on their own absence. Yet, Xin did not care whether Jiang Yan's words were merely meant to placate her or stemmed from genuine affection. She was indifferent and would not pursue the matter further. I truly am not angry. I will return when I have a break. She finally lifted her head, pressing her lips together and offering a faint smile. I want to turn off my phone again and will check my messages promptly. However, during work, I may not be able to answer calls or reply immediately. I promise that I will respond as soon as I have time. All right? Jiang Yan agreed. All right, I'll remember that. The day was still quite warm. You should go back. Xian insisted. Have we just met today, and you're already sending me away? Do you truly want to part with me? Jiang Yan persisted, unwilling to let her go. This cannot be helped. Aside from academics, work is our most pressing concern, Jiang Yan said with a sense of entitlement. That's why I said before, don't overexert yourself. I can arrange things so we can see each other more often without you exhausting yourself. Yet you refused, opting instead to engage in some experimental research, leaving us apart for days or weeks. Jiang Yan believed he could provide Xian with a comfortable life. All she had to do was follow his plans, ensuring her future would be secure. Even if they parted ways, as long as she remained capable, he would not let her go. Why burden herself so, making him endure as well? It was just a relationship. Why complicate it? Xian embraced him gently, attempting to soothe him. All right, I will return during my vacation. Jiang Yan's dissatisfaction was apparent on his face. He raised an eyebrow and asked, if I say I dislike you doing things that keep us apart for so long, would you give up this job for me? That was quite an unreasonable demand. From the beginning, Jiang Yan had only considered his own feelings. He never concealed his intentions. Even if he did not value Xian, he would not hide it. Anyone with eyes could see Jiang Yan's lack of concern for Xian. Everything revolved around his own emotions, with no thought for her exhaustion or feelings. I enjoy this job, Jiang Yan. I hope you can support me. Xian spoke softly, as if comforting a stubborn child. But I don't like it. I don't want you to be so far from me, Jiang Yan pressed on. Xian slowly withdrew from his embrace, standing a few steps away. She was a rational person, fully aware that there was no future for her in Jiang Yan. He had made his stance clear, and she was lucid in her understanding. She sought subtle similarities in him, but would not truly invest her feelings. In many respects, she recognized that she and Jiang Yan were incompatible, profoundly so. But what did it matter? If he was not the one, she would not be compatible with anyone. No one could replace him, and he would never return. He would never utter anything that would put her in an awkward position. He would support all her decisions. Jiang Yan, you are putting me in a difficult position. She sighed, contemplating something. I don't want you to feel troubled, nor do I want to give up what I love. Then let us part ways. Jiang Yan's expression darkened instantly. Say that again. Xian repeated firmly. I said, let us break up. Jiang Yan seized her hand and pulled her towards him forcefully. Xian, do you know what you were saying? I know. Xian replied calmly. Jiang Yan, I think we may not be suitable for each other. Jiang Yan interrupted her with a cold laugh. His words almost spat out through clenched teeth. Are you playing some kind of game? I told you, don't try that push and pull tactic with me. Do you think I care? He never anticipated Xian would initiate a breakup. Did she want to end things with him? Not caring was perfectly fine. He knew she didn't love him, and he realized breaking up wouldn't affect him. That was acceptable. Jiang Yan's grip on her hand tightened, his anger escalating with every word she spoke. He glared at her, as if wishing to drag her back immediately. Chapter 26. Everyone thought she was heartbroken. Hey, isn't that the junior sister? Why hasn't Tishi come inside? Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Qiu Zimo and Fu Zuan approached, feigning surprise at seeing them. Senior brother Qiu. Senior brother Fu. Xian greeted them. Jiang Yan cast a cold glance at them, still gripping Xian's hand. Xian, I ask you again, was what you just said true? Jiang Yan's dark eyes fixed intently on her. Xian affirmed, yes, I think we are not suitable. Let us separate. Qiu Zimo and Fu Zuan exchanged glances, having witnessed Jiang Yan's face change as he clung to their junior sister, concerned about trouble. They hadn't expected to overhear the live breakup. It was quite awkward. The rumors about their breakup had proven false until now, with Xian finally broaching the subject. If they did part, it would mark their official separation. Indeed, gossip was unreliable. It was better to avoid such things in the future. Fu Zuan mused inwardly. Jiang Yan's eyes appeared bloodshot as he stared at Xian for a long while. Qiu Zimo and Fu Ziyuan feared he might become violent. His expression looked terrifying. They braced themselves to protect Xian if he exploded. But in the next moment, Jiang Yan abruptly released Xian's hand. Do you really think I care? I've been tired of this for a long time. Playing these games with me? Xian, as you wish, we'll break up. With that, Jiang Yan turned and walked toward his car, not pausing for a moment, and sped away without looking back. The three left behind fell into a heavy silence. Qiu Zimo swallowed hard, quickly adjusting his glasses to mask his inner turmoil. Observing Xian's downcast expression, he felt she must be feeling quite sorrowful and embarrassed. They should never have come here. Emotional failures were best dealt with privately. Being seen during a breakup made it difficult to even shed a tear. Qiu Zimo nudged Fu Ziyuan with his elbow, signaling him to say something. Fu Ziyuan rubbed his nose, smiling awkwardly. Junior sister, don't be upset. That guy clearly isn't worth it. While you were busy in the lab, he was out there living it up. Before Fu Ziyuan could finish, someone kicked him from behind. What are you all doing just standing there? Is it too cool in the air-conditioned room, and you want to bask in the sun? Xiao Hongyu said, arms crossed, retrieving her legs casually. Fu Ziyuan hurriedly said, let's go back now. I'll leave that little junior sister to you. With that, he pulled Qiu Zimo, who was still pondering how to comfort someone, and hurried away. Xiao Hongyu held a rolled stack of documents in her hand. She scrutinized Xian, but offered no words of consolation, nor did she inquire about their delay at the door. This stack of documents requires your assistance in organizing, she stated, handing the papers over. It's also the teacher's fault. Taking you out and not bringing you back made me wait for so long. But it's not entirely the teacher's fault. I bumped into a friend and got caught up in conversation, Xian replied as she began to flip through the documents. Are you in such a hurry, senior sister Qiao? Let me take a look now. What are you staring at under such a blazing sun? It's the same indoors. Your eyes could get ruined, and the teacher would surely come after me. Xiao Hongyu urged, snatching back the documents from her and pushing her inside. Noticing the faint bruises on Xian's fair wrist, she furrowed her brow. Some people appear dazzling and eye-catching on the outside, yet within, they are nothing but a decayed shell. It's better to cut ties with inappropriate individuals early on to avoid greater harm from greater investment. There is no need to waste emotion and time on unworthy people and matters. Xian lowered her gaze, rubbing her wrist, which indeed throbbed painfully. She frowned slightly, surprised by Jiang Yan's furious reaction to her mere mention of a breakup. Perhaps it was a matter of male pride. Feeling humiliated, Xian was uncertain. She did feel a twinge of reluctance. She still admired Jiang Yan's face and could tolerate his usual bad temper, but he should not attempt to control her work. The one aspect of her life she was truly passionate about. And we shouldn't feel sorrow. Enduring hardships is merely a prelude to encountering something better, Xiao Hongyu concluded. Xian murmured in response, her voice subdued. I understand. Thank you, senior sister Qiao. I'm not sad. Let us head inside. I'll show you those documents. Xiao Hongyu regarded Xian, observing her feigned calm and apparent nonchalance, clearly masking her inner turmoil. She must be suppressing her feelings. Having perused some trivial online posts, Xiao Hongyu found it baffling how college students seemed oblivious to their own thoughts, distracted by meaningless chatter rather than focusing on their studies. What business do outsiders have in the affairs of young lovers? They speak carelessly online, as if hidden behind a screen grants them immunity. She fumed silently, reflecting on Xian's relationship with Jiang Yan. The dynamics between them had always been imbalanced, with Xian's affection for Jiang Yan bordering on indulgence. It was evident that Xian, who cherished Jiang Yan, must be feeling deeply hurt after the breakup. Otherwise, how could she have mustered the courage to end it? Love is indeed a painful affair, Xiao Hongyu mused, resolving to avoid romantic entanglement herself. Soon, news of Xian's breakup spread throughout the lab, even reaching Professor Chun. He observed her quietly and diligently working, feeling both gratified and pained by her effort to suppress her sorrow. Xian. Professor Chen approached her for the third time, gently patting her shoulder. Take a few days off. I still have negotiations to handle. There is no rush on your end. You've hardly rested these past 2 months. Young people should mingle with friends. Xian blinked her slightly sore eyes and shook her head in refusal. I'm not tired, nor do I need to go out. I truly enjoy my fulfilling work in life. Without Jiang Yan, she could devote even more time to her career. And perhaps that is not such a bad thing. Chapter 27. No need to speak not long after. Qi received a call from Xian, arranging a meeting time to discuss matters directly in the lab. He had no objections, preferring the straightforward environment of the lab for observing processes and results. Upon his arrival, only Xian was there to greet him. Professor Chen was nowhere in sight. Their meeting was devoid of pleasantries, as they were not familiar with each other, despite having Jiang Yan as a mutual acquaintance. Neither intended to leverage Jiang Yan to forge a closer bond. Xian led Qi Yu directly to the conference room. "Would you like some coffee, Mr. Qi?" She inquired. "Just plain water will suffice," he replied. Xian swiftly poured a glass of water and placed it before him, followed by a set of documents. She then began typing on her computer. "If you have time, please review this written material. I'll provide detailed explanations shortly," she said. Qi Yu nodded in agreement. The sound of pages turning and the gentle tapping of the keyboard harmonized in the conference room, creating an unexpectedly pleasant ambience. Outside, people hurried past, with few taking notice of the conference room. Whether they would successfully secure investment was beyond their control. Qi Yu quickly read through the documents, focusing on a few key points, mentally simulating and envisioning the concepts presented. While these ideas piqued his interest, several questions lingered. He looked up at Xian, who was engrossed in her work, fingers flying across the keyboard. Jiang Yan's girlfriend, described by Pei Jingyuan and others as someone who greatly admired him, appeared to be a diligent and reserved student. However, Qi mused that their assessments might be misguided. The task Xian was currently undertaking displayed an impressive level of creativity and insight that defied the stereotype of a mere obedient girl. "I apologize for the delay in organizing the materials," Xian said, noticing Qi Yu had finished reviewing the documents. "Shall we begin?" Qi Yu nodded. "I've reviewed your materials, and there are indeed several aspects I find perplexing. Please go ahead. In today's society, nearly every household possesses smart appliances. What specific aspect of intelligence are you referring to? Additionally, regarding the development of holographic technology and new independent operational chips. Your brief document broadly touches on these topics, but to me, it seems somewhat superficial and merely theoretical," Qi Yu articulated, pointing out his concerns with precision and clarity. "I understand many are researching holography, yet most interpretations revolve around gaming experiences, primarily in promotional contexts. The average person's understanding is limited to the gaming realm." Flipping through the folder, he continued, "However, it seems your ambitions extend beyond this scope. While imagination is boundless, making grand claims without sufficient credibility leaves room for skepticism." She manipulated the computer, illuminating the projection screen behind her. Standing, she addressed Qi Yu. "Your doubts and misunderstandings seem to stem from a linguistic barrier, which may not suffice to earn your acceptance." "It is evident," Qi Yu responded. "I will attempt to persuade you, but prior to that, for safety reasons, we may need you to sign a confidentiality agreement." "A confidentiality agreement?" Qi Yu echoed in surprise as he observed Xian extracting a document from a nearby stack of papers and placing it before him. "The contents of the agreement are somewhat extensive, yet fundamentally, there are merely a few key points to bear in mind," Xian remarked. "Regardless of whether a collaboration with Mr. Qi is reached today, all discussions held here must remain confidential. Any breach will incur appropriate legal repercussions." Qi Yu perused the agreement, which indeed enumerated several clauses, aligning with Xian's assertion that the central tenets were few and straightforward. Adherence would pose no issues. Without hesitation, Qi Yu promptly affixed his signature after reviewing the document. "Has Jiang Yan signed as well?" Qi Yu inquired abruptly as he handed the agreement back to Xian. Xian blinked in confusion, asking, "Why would he need to sign? Did you not inform him of your intentions?" Qi Yu speculated. "He has no interest in these matters, nor has he inquired. Hence there was no need for me to disclose anything," Xian replied. Qi Yu found the dynamics between the two rather intriguing. However, he pondered, how is this relevant to him? The technology Xian spoke of, if indeed realizable, would be extraordinary. Subsequently, Xian and Qi Yu remained in the conference room throughout the afternoon, with the door remaining closed until dusk. When Professor Chen returned, he glanced at the conference room before averting his gaze, as he and Xiao Hongyu, among others, convened in another smaller meeting room. Upon their adjournment, Xian and Qi Yu emerged as well. Qi Yu's eyes sparkled, contrasting sharply with his previously lethargic demeanor, akin to someone just roused from slumber. He trailed behind Xian, frequently posing questions, resembling a dog following an enticing scent. Admittedly, such a description may be somewhat unflattering. Yet, observing Qi Yu's intensely focused gaze upon Xian, It was evident that his enthusiasm was palpable. I shall deliberate carefully upon my return and will provide you with a prompt response, Chiyu earnestly assured. It will not take long, I believe. We shall both attain our desires. Xian smiled, extending her hand. Then, I look forward to Mr. Chi bringing forth good news. Chiyu briefly grasped her hand, offering a courteous shake before departing. Once Chiyu had left, Fu Ziyuan approached with a cup of instant noodles, exclaiming, Junior sister, it seems the discussion went well. Is this wealthy young man considering an investment? Xian refrained from making any definitive statements. Until matters were solidified, uncertainties loomed. Mr. Chi mentioned he would reflect carefully in hopes for a favorable outcome. Fu Ziyuan nodded in understanding. Indeed, careful consideration is paramount. After all, investing in research can be akin to a bottomless pit. A successful outcome is essential, lest it all be in vain. There will be a favorable outcome. It is assured, Xian murmured. Fu Ziyuan nodded, devouring his noodles, suddenly recalling, by the way, the professor wishes for you to find him in his office. He has good news to share. He hinted, let me give you a sneak peek. It's genuinely good news, junior sister. You are remarkable. Xian replied, thank you. But there is no need for such exaggeration. Chapter 28. You are exceptional. Xian arrived at Professor Chen's office, knocking before entering. It was quite late. Yet Professor Chen and the other senior colleagues in the laboratory were still vigorously engaged in their work, showing no inclination to leave unless absolutely necessary. There seemed to be an infectious fervor among them. Teacher, Xian addressed Professor Chen upon standing before him. Xian, how did your conversation with Mr. Chi go? Professor Chen welcomed her. Sit down, do share. I will inform you at the earliest opportunity once Mr. Chi reaches a decision, she promised. Then we shall await his response. If funding is approved from above, that would indeed be fortunate. If not, we shall have to seek investment ourselves. However, the amount required is substantial, and it may not be easily attainable in the short term. Professor Chen sighed, expressing his skepticism after days of negotiation. She remained silent. Dealings with higher authorities were not her forte, nor did she feel qualified to voice opinions in front of true magnates. Xian, do you believe our vision holds any real potential for realization? Professor Chen questioned, his countenance reflecting his doubts, having endured numerous jibes and setbacks over the past few days, leading him to self-doubt. From a conventional perspective, our ideas might seem fantastical, Xian candidly replied. Professor Chen grimaced. He had heard such sentiments all too frequently. Yet, the dreams of yesteryear, such as space travel, also began as mere fantasies. Xian shifted the tone, smiling once. There were those who dreamt of soaring like birds in the sky, only to be ridiculed for daydreaming. Others gazed at the moon, envisioning standing upon it and looking back at Earth. Were they not also indulging in fanciful thoughts? Someone must take the first step, and ultimately, there must be those who succeed. If that is the case, why should it not be us? With imagination comes the impetus to strive toward that vision, overcoming challenges incrementally. Xian's words provided Professor Chen with much-needed solace amid his frustrations. He gazed at Xian's youthful, radiant face and reflected that at her age, one would typically revel in play and beauty, particularly after just experiencing a heartbreak. Yet, she managed to maintain her composure and immerse herself in her work, displaying remarkable resilience. At times, Xian exuded an air of maturity that belied her age, instilling within him a sense of foreboding regarding her youthful exuberance. This was concerning, Professor Chen mused, for she was indeed a gem he had unearthed, and he could not allow her to diminish. You are correct. Thus, I have made a decision, Professor Chen suddenly declared, rising from his desk and stepping around to stand before Xian out of courtesy. As the teacher had risen, she felt compelled to stand as well. Professor Chen placed a hand on Xian's shoulder, speaking rapidly. I shall establish a new research group to comprehensively tackle our novel direction, and you will lead it. Xian was momentarily taken aback by the announcement. Wait, Professor, young people must have dreams. In you, I see the ambitions and aspirations I once held in my youth. I trust you will not disappoint my expectations and will allow me to hold my head high before those who look down upon us. No, Professor, I feel I'm still quite young. That is settled then. What of youth, who has not passed through their youthful days? In a few decades, you too shall find yourself as old as I am. Professor Chen's enthusiasm grew, dispelling his earlier hesitations. Although he had previously deliberated with his students, He had been concerned about Shi An's relative youth, fearing that his decision might be rash. Yet, Shi An's words had fortified his resolve. Concerns be damned. Young individuals should embody vigor and courage. And above all, Shi An possessed ideas and capabilities that surpassed many. Professor Chun could not fathom anyone else qualifying to lead such an endeavor. Very well, prepare your materials promptly, and then I shall report them. And we must also confirm the group members quickly. We are still lacking a few, so we need to recruit more. Professor Chun, in a flurry of instructions, left no room for opposition from Xian. For a while, Xian stood motionless, until Professor Chun urged, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry along." With a hint of resignation, Xian replied, "Teacher, I am not capable. I am still too young and unable to command respect like you do." Professor Chin chuckled. "You are mistaken, Xian. We are researchers, devoid of any ulterior motives. Our greatest desire is merely to achieve results in our studies. As long as you possess that ability, you will undoubtedly earn their respect. Go on, Xian, I believe in you. Have confidence in yourself. You are exceptional." With a warm smile, Professor Chun patted her shoulder, his tone gentle and amiable. "Xian, pursue your dreams without hesitation. Trust in yourself, for I have unwavering faith in you. I shall always stand behind you, forever supporting you. My dear Xian, you're the most outstanding and remarkable person in this world. Chase your dreams, Xian. Whenever you look back, I will always be here, your most devoted believer and sincere supporter." Xian suddenly lowered her head, as a soft, affectionate whisper echoed in her ears. "All right," she replied softly, as if responding to both Professor Chun and the tender murmur. As she walked outside, she instinctively turned back after a short distance, only to find no one behind her. She understood. He would not be there. He was a deceiver, having promised to always be present, yet had left her to fend for herself. It felt as though she was perpetually stuck in place, endlessly reminiscing about his every word and deed, gradually sinking into despair. How foolish! Catching a glimpse of her reflection in the glass, she coldly withdrew her gaze, closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, all emotions had been meticulously reined in. Chapter 29. Unable to reach Jiang Yan? He hasn't returned to the old residence recently. Sheng Rong, casually lounging under an umbrella with sunglasses on, tossed a fishing rod aside. In the sweltering heat, he was truly enduring much to accompany the old man for fishing. Sipping a cold drink while on the phone, he wondered how the two elderly men could endure fishing under such a blazing sun. "Has he gone missing?" Sheng Rong casually remarked. "Perhaps he is off seeking some amusement." Sitting beside him, old Master Sheng kicked Sheng Rong lightly, signaling him to speak quietly and not scare the fish away. Sheng Rong complied, moving aside and wiping the sweat from his brow. He must be at the company. He is likely taking over his father's responsibilities and doesn't have as much free time as you do. After listening for a while, he continued, "If all else fails, check his home. If you really can't reach him, try contacting his girlfriend. Perhaps he simply finds you too bothersome and is ignoring you." The other party, evidently uninterested in his flippant remarks, hung up abruptly. Sheng Rong scoffed at the impatience displayed. He tucked his phone into his pocket and was about to head towards the pond, but after just a few steps into the sunlight, he retreated back into the shade. Everyone is a good brother, and it is only natural to inquire about his well-being. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach Jiang Yan, Sheng Rong shrugged it off, believing it to be of little consequence. Could he be heartbroken and wallowing in self-pity? Such a thing would never happen to Jiang Yan. He must be busy. "You little rascal, are you hiding away and slacking off? You promised to accompany this old man for fishing, yet here you are, absent." Old Master Sheng bellowed with vigor, frustrated that his grandson had disappeared after boasting about his company. "Grandfather, I did say I would come fishing with you, but could you not choose a cooler day? Who goes fishing in the scorching heat of 30 or 40 degrees? I am nearly roasted to a crisp. Young people are so delicate. What I say, little sunshine? A bit of sun is good for the body. You spend all your time gallivanting around, and that slovenly demeanor of yours should be corrected by some sun exposure." Old Master Sheng huffed. Sheng Rong, with his hands raised in mock surrender, replied obediently, "Yes, yes, grandfather, you are absolutely right." Then, turning to the amused old Master Jiang, he suggested, "Why not invite Jiang Yan over as well? Let us all enjoy the sun. You simply enjoy stirring the pot." Old Master Jiang replied, calm and collected, "Yet your grandfather does have a point. It seems Jiang Yan has begun to gradually take over his father's business affairs. I've tried calling several times, but he hasn't answered. Even if he has taken over, he likely won't have time to accompany this old man. Sheng Rong felt a twinge of surprise. Jiang Yan had always shared a close bond with old Master Jiang. While he might overlook calls from others, he would never ignore one from old Master Jiang. Even if he missed the call due to being busy, he would return it at the earliest opportunity. Is everyone unable to reach him? That indeed feels unexpected. Oh, he must be quite occupied, Sheng Rong said casually. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts, realizing he did not have Xi Yan's number. After inquiring, he managed to obtain Xi Yan's phone number. As a good brother, he thought, if it were indeed a matter of the heart, he could serve as a bridge for them to resolve their issues. When Xi Yan saw the unfamiliar number calling, she initially had no intention of answering. However, the person beside her, noticing her phone ringing, curiously asked, "Aren't you going to answer?" Apologizing, Xi Yan turned to the side and picked up the call. "Hello, who is this?" "This is Sheng Rong. We've met before." Sheng Rong's voice came through the line. Xi Yan recalled that she was not well acquainted with Jiang Yan's friends and had no intention of engaging further. "Is there something you need?" Xi Yan asked coolly. "Are you with Jiang Yan? His phone seems unreachable." "I'm sorry, but I am not with Jiang Yan, and I am unclear why his phone is not connecting." Xi Yan continued checking some experimental data while holding the phone, making notes with her other hand. "Can you get in touch with him? We need to speak with him." Sheng Rong pressed. Xi Yan replied evenly, "I'm afraid I cannot reach him. Jiang Yan and I have broken up, and I am not privy to his circumstances." "You broken up? When did this happen?" Sheng Rong was taken aback, wondering why they had received no news. Silence fell between them. Xi Yan did not rush to fill the void. She marked a few uncertain data points on the sheet before addressing her waiting colleagues. "These values are incorrect and need to be recalculated." Listening to the conversation on the other end, Sheng Rong found himself at a loss for words. Eventually, he rudely hung up the phone. If Jiang Yan and Xi Yan had indeed parted ways, contacting Xi Yan was unnecessary. Yet, Sheng Rong couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Xi Yan. Xi Yan set her phone down, casting it a fleeting glance before dismissively placing it aside. As for Sheng Rong's claims of being unable to reach Jiang Yan, what concern was that of hers? Jiang Yan often vanished during their relationship, and she felt no connection to the matter. Their relationship had concluded, and there was no need for further contact. Soon, Xi Yan's phone call faded from Sheng Rong's mind as he immersed himself in his work. Meanwhile, Sheng Rong arrived at Jiang Yan's residence. After ringing the doorbell for quite some time, he heard some movement inside, yet no one came to open the door. Patience wearing thin, Sheng Rong pressed the doorbell again. But silence ensued. He then resorted to knocking on the door. Fortunately, Jiang Yan lived in a spacious flat, 1 unit per floor, so he had no concern about disturbing others. After a good 10 minutes, a loud thud echoed from within, as if something had crashed against the door. "Get lost. Don't bother me." Jiang Yan's voice boomed. Sheng Rong thought, is it really this bad? Could it be because of the breakup? "Jiang Yan, you'd better open the door, or I swear I'll kick it down," he threatened. Chapter 30. Their schemes apparently, the threat worked. Moments after Sheng Rong's words, the door finally swung open. The overwhelming stench of alcohol hit Sheng Rong like a wall, causing him to grimace. The sight before him was shocking. A disheveled Jiang Yan, unshaven and reeking of liquor. "What do you want?" "Get lost." Jiang Yan slurred, leaning against the door for support, clearly intoxicated. "Is it really this serious? You look like a wreck. Don't tell me this is all because of Xi Yan." Sheng Rong glanced around the cluttered room, littered with broken bottles. "How much have you drunk? What did you even start?" Jiang Yan scoffed, "Huh? For Xi Yan? She is not worth it. Not worth it. Yet here you are, in this state. One might think you were deeply infatuated with her," Sheng Rong replied. "I'm celebrating, you know," Jiang Yan declared. "Celebrating? It looks more like a wild party," Sheng Rong observed, noting Jiang Yan's disheveled hair that obscured his eyes. He stood amidst shards of glass from broken bottles. "Isn't this perfect? You've grown tired of her, and such a woman is unsuitable for you. This is quite the disgrace." Jiang Yan remained silent, absorbing Sheng Rong's mockery. "I know," he finally admitted. He understood well that Xi Yan wasn't right for him. His relationship with her had been more of a casual fling. Many had claimed Xi Yan had feelings for him. Yet whenever they met, she acted indifferent. If she truly liked him, why did she initiate the breakup? He despised her unrestrained behavior. He preferred Xi Yan when she was obedient, considerate, and devoted to him. He had thought that as long as he didn't say the words to end things, they would remain together. Although he had contemplated breaking up, it had merely been a fleeting thought. He never truly intended to part ways. He had already told her that he couldn't offer her any promises, nor would he marry her. Yes, those were indeed his words. He was aware of Anne's affections. Despite his harshness, she would always stand by him, silently supporting him. Jiang Yan had always believed that the words breakup would come from him, never from her. But contrary to his belief, it was indeed Anne who proposed the separation. Was it tantrum? A ploy? Jiang Yan speculated angrily that he needed to teach her a lesson, relying on Anne's previous compliance and eagerness to please. He deleted her contact information and blocked her in a fit of rage. Yet, he remained at home, convinced she would come to apologize. Days passed, and Anne did not seek reconciliation nor reach out. Without contact, it seemed as though their connection had vanished entirely. After some time, Jiang Yan, grinding his teeth in frustration, unblocked her. However, even after sending a friend request, Anne did not accept it. To this day, he and T added her back. Enough. Get yourself together. If your parents see you like this, be careful of those opportunists outside, Sheng Rong said deliberately. Jiang Yan, who loathed hearing about his parents, grew even darker in mood at Sheng Rong's words. Let them try, he sneered. Whatever the reason, don't go missing. If you don't want Su Yang and the others stirring up trouble, you should listen, Sheng Rong advised, patting Jiang Yan on the shoulder. If you're truly feeling down, let us go find some fun to lift your spirits. I promise it'll help. Jiang Yan shrugged off his hand. By the way, Jiang Yan, you're not actually falling for Anne, are you? Sheng Rong asked abruptly. Jiang Yan shot him a glance, expressionless as he pushed his hand away. What do you think? I don't think so. She's not your type, and not suitable for you either. Honestly, you shouldn't have gotten involved with her. It's better this way. Less hassle, Sheng Rong remarked. Jiang Yan's eyes darkened. She was the one who pursued me. He corrected. What is the difference? Does it matter who initiated? You've already broken up, right? Or were you dumped? As Jiang Yan's expression grew increasingly menacing, Sheng Rong belatedly grasped the reality. Wait, you were dumped by Anne? Sheng Rong exclaimed. No wonder you're in this state. So this is your first time being dumped, and you're feeling resentful, aren't you? Our esteemed Jiang Yan is upset over this. Jiang Yan paused, finally understanding why he had been so anxious and restless lately. Indeed, he had been dumped. Anne had broken up with him first, and he certainly felt unwilling to accept it. He hadn't been the one to end things, which explained his agitation. Now that he understood the reason behind his feelings, Jiang Yan seemed to come to terms with it. I should reevaluate Anne. Perhaps she recognized the disparity between us and decided to let go? Sheng Rong, ever unbothered by harsh thoughts, continued. It's possible she's employing some form of psychological manipulation. Look at you. It seems she's got you under her spell. Without me here, you might have drunk yourself to oblivion. Are you saying she's deliberately toying with me? Jiang Yan asked, his gaze sharpening. Women like her often resort to such tactics. Perhaps she learned it from some online relationship guru? Think about it. If she truly cared for you, wouldn't her actions reflect that? Why would she let you go? Jiang Yan pondered this. There are always women who dream of transforming from a sparrow to a phoenix, hoping to marry into wealth and seize control of their lives. Perhaps she saw that her previous tactics failed and switched to a new one. Jiang Yan, be wary of falling into traps, Sheng Rong warned. Sheng Rong's words served to awaken Jiang Yan from his stupor. Anne was indeed scheming. Jiang Yan concluded that he had already informed her of his disinterest in her games. She should not have attempted those tricks on him. Chapter 31. It's really over. After tidying himself up, Jiang Yan appeared presentable once more. When Su Yang and others complained about not being able to reach him, he merely offered casual responses. No one truly intended to hold Jiang Yan accountable for his disappearance. After a few inquiries, they ceased to press the matter. Sheng Rong suggested they go out for drinks to unwind, and everyone readily agreed. The cacophony of the bar unleashed the primal instincts within everyone. Su Yang and Pei Jingyuan lost themselves in the dance floor, reveling in the spirited chaos, as they were both young souls who thrived on excitement, unbound by societal conventions. In contrast, Jiang Yan and Sheng Rong chose to retreat to a corner, sipping their drinks, finding little joy in solitary indulgence at home. To drink, one must be in the right setting. Sheng Rong swirled his glass and addressed Jiang Yan, reclining against the sofa of their booth, his gaze wandering amidst the vibrant lights. His smile unapologetically carefree. As for women, with our kind, do we not have our pick? Jiang Yan merely clicked his tongue dismissively, his eyelids drooping as he silently drank. Observing the indifference, Sheng Rong's lips twitched in amusement as he summoned the manager over. Familiar faces, the manager had clearly been attentive to the group of young gentlemen. Hastily approaching upon a beckoning gesture, our esteemed young Master Jiang seems displeased. Let us introduce him to some charming and amiable ladies to lift his spirits. The manager replied with a smile. Jiang Yan glanced at Sheng Rong, but did not refuse the proposition. The staff, perceptive and astute, recognized his silent consent. Very well. Consider it arranged, ensuring satisfaction for both young Master Jiang and young Master Sheng. Not necessary. Jiang Yan finally found his voice to decline. The manager halted, uncertainty flickering across his face as he glanced between Jiang Yan and Sheng Rong, acutely aware that these were not individuals he could afford to offend. Sheng Rong remained unfazed. Teasingly inquired, "What's the matter? Not in the mood? Still pining for that flower from your home? Surely you realize she's merely toying with you. You would actually fall for it, would you?" Jiang Yan stared into his glass, lazily raising his chin. Not interested, not looking. Hey, is that so? You weren't always like this. How was I before? Have I ever seemed the type to settle for anything? Just throw anything my way. The manager, feeling slighted, fell silent. Not that he could argue. Jiang Yan indeed possessed the stature to make such claims. It's not about finding a girlfriend. Why be so choosy? It's merely for fun. After all, enjoyment is paramount. Sheng Rong shrugged nonchalantly. Jiang Yan remained unmoved. But I'm simply not in the mood to play. Sheng Rong scrutinized him for a moment before letting out a derisive laugh, signaling the manager to leave. All right, whatever our young Master Jiang says goes. Throughout the night, Jiang Yan sat in silence on the sofa, immersed in his drink. Sheng Rong, meanwhile, soon found himself in the company of a woman, engaging in flirtatious banter. Every so often, he cast glances at Jiang Yan, his eyes filled with teasing and encouragement. Yet, Jiang Yan remained oblivious to it all. After a night of dancing, Su Yang and Pei Jingyuan, both flushed and exhilarated, returned from the dance floor, collapsing beside Jiang Yan and Sheng Rong, their bodies warm as if freshly emerged from sauna. They lifted their drinks in a hearty toast. "Ah, this feels delightful," Su Yang exclaimed, leaping up once more to beckon a temporary dance partner from the floor. "She dances beautifully. Even someone like me, who can't dance, feels like a king on the floor." Su Yang laughed, while Pei Jingyuan slumped beside him, a girl seated nearby, her gaze subtly fixed on Jiang Yan. "What do you think? Isn't Yenga handsome? Your eyes are practically glued to him." Su Yang chuckled, "But don't stare too long. Our Yenga has a girlfriend. He's taken. You can only admire from afar." Sheng Rong chimed in casually, "Why not? He is single now, just got out of a relationship. Who has the guts to win over this golden bachelor?" Su Yang's interest peaked. "Split? When did that happen? I haven't heard a word. Yenga, you should have told me. I'd throw you a grand singles party. But no worries, today is out, tomorrow or the next day works. We'll see when Yenga is free." "Wow, really? They broke up?" Pei Jingyuan seemed unfazed, knowing the two were ill-suited for one another. It was only a matter of time. Has Senior Jiang Yan indeed split from Senior Xian? The girl beside Su Yang inquired, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Oh, you're from the same school as Yenga?" Su Yang asked. The girl smiled, playfully tossing her hair. "Yes, we're all from Huai University. I'm a junior to Senior Jiang Yan. Quite impressive. All accomplished scholars. What a coincidence." Su Yang grinned. "So, has Senior Jiang Yan really broken up with Senior Xian?" The girl persisted. Su Yang fell silent, as it was evident to all that the girl's interest lay solely with Jiang Yan. They bore no feelings of jealousy. Rather, they appeared to revel in the unfolding drama, whispering among themselves while occasionally glancing towards Jiang Yan, their expressions betraying their fascination with him. Meanwhile, the girl who had been sitting beside Su Yang had shifted to Jiang Yan's side without anyone noticing. "So, I've broken up and you're all this happy?" Jiang Yan raised his gaze, a hint of irony in his voice. The girl's smile faltered slightly, and she explained, "No, of course not. I was just surprised to hear, so I wanted to confirm with you, Senior Jiang. Everyone is quite concerned about your relationship with Senior Xian. You both are so exceptional and in love. We all thought you would graduate and embark on a marriage, living happily ever after. So, to hear you break up, it's truly shocking." And the girl struggled to articulate her thoughts, yet her true feelings remained concealed within. Jiang Yan suddenly broke into laughter, leaving her at a loss for words. "It was merely a fling. Why take it so seriously? Mind your own affairs and don't meddle too much," he replied coolly. Though his words carried an edge of warning, he had conveyed the essential message. His relationship with Xian was not one of earnest commitment, but rather a fleeting dalliance. This revelation opened a vast expanse of possibilities. Jiang Yan's gaze hardened. He would not allow Xian to play her petty games at his expense. She must recognize her true position in this affair. Chapter 32. What a tumultuous affair it is. Yet, Jiang Yan's words were captured in snippets shared on the forum. Did Senior Jiang Yan truly break up with Senior Xian? You both are so remarkable and in love. We all thought you would graduate and step into marriage, living blissfully together. Merely a fling. Why take it so seriously? This simple exchange ignited a firestorm online. The forum erupted with fervor. Many left reeling from this unexpected revelation. So, they really did break up? I suspected Jiang Yan never truly liked Xian. Rich young men have seen all sorts of women. It was clearly just for fun. Why can't you all see that? Exactly. Xian wanted to snag a wealthy husband, only to be played instead. I can't wait to see her reaction. It promises to be quite entertaining. I had noticed long ago, it was always Xian chasing Jiang Yan, lacking self-respect, leading to this outcome. I can't decide if it's pitiable or well-deserved. Doesn't anyone think Jiang Yan is too cruel? He toyed with her feelings. Doesn't he bear any blame? Was Xian wrong to have feelings for Jiang Yan? What is wrong with wanting to have fun? How is she to know his intentions? Don't act as if your prince is some rare gem. He is merely from a better background. Xian earned her way, unlike some who still rely on their families. If Xian didn't wish to marry into wealth, how could she not see Jiang Yan was never truly interested? What else with her waiting at the boys' dorm each morning, bringing breakfast? Amidst the cacophony of opinions, what does it truly matter if one excels academically? Who can predict the paths we shall tread in the future? If one could effortlessly ascend to a life of luxury by marrying into wealth, who would not wish to spare themselves years of toil? Alas, the dreams of some have shattered, leaving them at the mercy of others, now hiding away, too ashamed to face the world, having not been seen since the start of the school term. You're right, I haven't seen her either. It seems she hasn't reported to school. Perhaps she's too disheartened to show up, a friend remarked. Do you think she might resort to theatrics to rekindle her relationship? Another chimed in, exasperated. Lin Jingwei, in her dormitory, seethed as she perused the vitriolic comments directed at Xian on the forum, nearly hurling her phone in frustration. Though some rational voices attempted to defend Xian, they were drowned out by a horde of vitriolic keyboard warriors. Engaging with such online detractors was futile. Perhaps it was best to inquire about Xian's well-being directly. The heartbreak of a breakup could lead to unforeseen consequences if she were to stumble upon those cruel remarks. Lin Jingyue's roommate suggested, you should check on Xian. She must be feeling quite low if she sees those comments. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingyue promptly exited the forum. You're right. I should reach out and see how she's holding up. I wonder if she's busy or if she'll have time to talk. That scoundrel can go to hell. Initially, Lin Jingyue held little hope of getting through. Yet to her surprise, the call connected after just 2 rings. Xian, who had assumed the call was merely a casual chat, was caught off guard when Lin Jingyue inquired about her breakup with Jiang Yan. Is it true you and Jiang Yan have parted ways? Lin Jingyue hesitantly asked. Yes, we have indeed broken up. Xian responded with an unexpected calmness. For a moment, Lin Jingyue was at a loss for words. She had not anticipated Xian's forthright admission. She had feared that bringing it up might cause her friend pain. How could Xian, who had been so enamored with Jiang Yan, so easily let go? And to think Jiang Yan could utter such dismissive words as just playing around, without a shred of remorse for the girl who adored him. Rumors had swirled throughout the school, and while Lin Jingyue had initially condemned the gossip, she had also believed that Xian and Jiang Yan were steadfast. Who could have foreseen that after a mere summer apart, they would return to school as strangers? Lin Jingyue was torn between relief that Xian had escaped the clutches of a toxic relationship and sorrow for her friend, who had cherished someone who had never truly valued her. Uncertain whether Xian had been following the forum discussions, Lin Jingyue reflected that it was more likely she had not, given her tendency to ignore trivial matters. Despite her desire to discuss the online chaos with Xian, she reconsidered. It was best to spare her the unpleasantness. Breaking up is for the best. We shall seek out better prospects. There are countless admirable men out there. I refuse to believe we cannot find someone superior to Jiang Yan, she declared. Xian smiled, replying with a soft Seek out another? In truth, she had little intention of doing so. The one who occupied her heart was irreplaceable. After a brief conversation, the call ended. As she prepared to set her phone aside, her fingers inadvertently brushed against WeChat. Numerous friend requests awaited her attention, but she chose to disregard them, some of the names and notes strikingly familiar, yet easily overlooked. From the moment she departed her hometown for university in the capital, she had essentially severed ties with her past. It was a deliberate choice to distance herself from memories that would only burden her. Though she had not forgotten, nor did she wish to, she resolved to avoid any reminders of bygone days. She seldom logged into her social media. She ignored all friend requests, including one from Jiang Yan, seeing no distinction between him and the others. However, she did find some solace in his familiar face, for he had never delved into her past, allowing her a measure of respite. While she felt a twinge of regret over her breakup with Jiang Yan, after all, they had shared some compatibility. His recent indiscretions had disrupted the balance she thought they maintained. She gazed at her screensaver, a beautiful epiphyllum, her lashes fluttering gently as she lowered her head, revealing a hint of sadness. Chapter 33. A meeting, alas. Love is indeed a perplexing endeavor, fraught with emotional turmoil. Look at our little junior. She appears so pitiful and endearing. Fu Zuan mused, slurping his noodles. They criticize me for being single, yet there are advantages to solitude. At least I'm spare heartache, and, most importantly, I save money, he added. So your main concern is saving money? Xiao Zimo adjusted his glasses, retorting no. I believe you're simply making excuses for your inability to find a girlfriend. Fu Zuan choked, exaggerating the sound of slurping noodles, which caused Xiao Hongyu to twitch in annoyance. She fixed her gaze on him and inquired, "Why are you eating instant noodles in the lab again? The smell permeates the entire room. Do you wish for me to dunk your head into the noodle cup next time?" Feigning innocence, Fu Ziyuan replied, "I was hungry. Besides, I was careful to sit far from my desk to avoid damaging any data. I am merely being efficient. Going outside would waste precious time." Xiao Hongyu, disinterested in furthering the conversation with him, approached Xian and tapped gently on her desk. Xian looked up puzzled, sighing in relief. Xiao Hongyu noted that Xian was not crying, as she had feared. "Honestly, have you been pushing yourself too hard? How long has it been since you truly rested? If you continue like this, you may not only fail to accomplish your tasks, but also jeopardize your health." "I'm Fine," Xian insisted, placing her phone down. "I have indeed been struck with some new ideas. I must seize the inspiration while it lasts. Who knows when it may return." What she said was true. She had recently been inspired and was the type to work diligently until completion before allowing herself to rest. She did not feel exhausted, nor had she reached a point of neglecting her health. Yet, others could not fathom her true thoughts, and to them, her calm demeanor appeared merely a facade to mask her distress following the breakup. Regardless, Xiao Hanyu urged, "You should rest. This is also the teacher's directive. Surely you do not wish for them to come speak with you directly?" Before Xian could respond, Fu Ziyuan approached with his cup of noodles, saying, "Junior, why not give yourself a break? You are far too diligent. Your hard work has made us feel guilty for taking small breaks. We have faced the teacher's ire for it. Please consider your seniors. I wish to take it easy for a while. And you have yet to visit the campus since the term began. Do not forget you have yet to graduate. Have you completed all your credits?" Xiao Hongyu added. Xian blinked, considering, "Indeed, I have not been to school. Should I go now?" Regardless of their intentions, it seemed they were on the verge of forcibly sending her away if she did not take a break soon. "Hurry up, don't be so diligent. Allow us a moment to breathe," Fu Ziyuan jested. Xian rose and chuckled in response. "Then I shall indulge in a bit of laziness. I hope my senior brothers and sisters will bear with a little extra effort." Xiao Hongyu, visibly relieved, smiled. "Make sure to rest well. Besides, the budget and funds have yet to arrive. Once all the documents are approved, you want to even have the chance to rest if you wish to." She nodded, aware that they were all concerned for her, mistakenly believing she was merely putting on a brave face while she was, in truth, deeply troubled. Yet, she truly felt none of that. She had explained herself numerous times, but no one believed her. The more she spoke, the more helpless their gazes became. She was not a fragile doll, but she appreciated their goodwill nonetheless. Upon returning home, she tidied up a bit. It had been a while since she left, and the empty house had accumulated a layer of dust. She spent some time cleaning every corner and returned the night blooming cereus to its original spot. Gently brushing her fingers against its leaves, a faint smile graced her lips. "You must be more accustomed to staying here now, after all the running back and forth with me." "Of course, A plant could not respond to her musings. But she had grown accustomed to speaking to the night blooming Sirius daily, even if she knew it was a rather foolish act. Initially, she had planned to prepare a meal at home, but upon opening the refrigerator, she found it void of any provisions. She had forgotten to buy groceries upon her return, leaving her with little to eat. Ultimately, she decided to grab something on her way to school, as she wasn't particularly hungry. Lin Jingwei was residing at the school, and she knew Xian was still in the group chat. Suddenly, Lin Jingwei leaped up. What's wrong? Her roommate, startled by her sudden outburst, echoed her surprise. Lin Jingwei lamented, Xian has come to school. Could it be because of my earlier phone call? Why would she come now? If someone were to speak carelessly in her presence, it would only add to her frustration and sorrow. Her roommate, unconcerned, remarked, but they'd already broken up. She can't stay away forever. She is still a student here, and she hasn't graduated yet. She has to return eventually. It's a matter of facing the music. Lin Jingwei retorted, I know, but hasn't the situation just begun to escalate? Who knows what nonsense those people will say now? Forget it. I'll go check on Xian, all right. Send my regards to Xian. Her roommate yawned before slumping back down. Lin Jingwei hurriedly left, attempting to call Xian, but received no answer, so she sent a message instead. Xian had gone to meet with her advisor. It seemed she might not be able to complete her upcoming courses on time and needed to rearrange her schedule. This was why she had come to school despite having no classes this afternoon. Upon exiting the office, Xian glanced at her phone, which had been vibrating incessantly. There were missed calls and messages from Lin Jingwei. Just as she was about to return the call, she noticed someone emerging from the adjacent office. The individual immediately spotted her as well. She averted her gaze, but before she could turn away, he approached her. You were the one who initiated the breakup. I warned you not to regret it. Do you think I will forgive you just because you're pretending to be like this? Jiang Yan stood before Xian, who tilted her head slightly to meet his gaze, internally sighing. His face was undeniably captivating. Chapter 34. Ignored seeing Xian lost in thought, captivated by his visage. Jiang Yan felt a surge of pride. He knew she was acting deliberately, and as soon as he appeared, her attention was once again fixated on him. Despite her evident affection for him, she insisted on throwing a tantrum. Where did she learn such theatrics, thinking a breakup could be used as leverage against him? He had long warned her against such ridiculous games, yet she refused to listen, clinging to things that were never meant for her. He had initially believed she was different from those who approached him with ulterior motives, even though she seemed dull at times. He had contemplated arranging a comfortable future for her if they truly parted ways, ensuring she would never want for anything. However, he clearly underestimated human greed. As Sheng Rong had said, she merely concealed her true nature until she thought the moment was right, revealing her true colors. Xian, I have no desire to see you again. Jiang Yan cast a fleeting glance at her before brushing past. Xian felt his footsteps gradually fade into the distance, never once looking back, completely disregarding his words. Indeed, Jiang Yan's allure remained undeniable. Xian mused that had he not interfered so much in her life, regardless of his thoughts and treatment towards her, she would have been quite willing to continue their relationship. Yet, since they had broken up, it was time to draw the line. While it was somewhat regrettable, she held no remorse. After all, substitutes were mere facades. If needed, she could always find another in the future. The only disappointment lay in the likelihood of never finding someone so similar again. As Xian lost herself in thought, her phone vibrated once more, another message from Lin Jingwei. Anticipating that Xian might be meeting with a teacher, she stated she would wait for her downstairs. Xian replied with a simple okay and put her phone away. As for Jiang Yan's earlier expression of disappointment, she had no intention of deciphering it. She turned towards the stairs, walking in tandem with Jiang Yan. To an outside observer, it might have appeared as though she was chasing after him, a notion even Jiang Yan himself entertained. Jiang Yan stood still, contemplating what Xian would say. Would she apologize and admit her faults, promising never to repeat them? Or would she attempt to explain herself? He pondered how best to respond, determined to impart a lesson she would not forget. What should he say? He awaited her approach. However, as Xian reached him, she did not pause but instead walked right past him. Gone? Jiang Yan's expression darkened, akin to a scowl. He stared incredulously at Xian, his lips pressed tightly together, his eyes glinting with coldness. Was she addicted to this game? Did she truly believe he would fall for it? Jiang Yan coldly smirked, derisively watching her retreating figure, his ire and a subtle sense of grievance buried beneath a glacier. untouched by anyone. From a distance, Lin Jingyue spotted the two and wondered how they had ended up together. She briefly considered whether Xian had intentionally followed Jiang Yan to school, hoping to mend their fractured relationship. Frustrated, Lin Jingyue thought about how Xian clung to this scoundrel. Aside from his intelligence, looks, physique, and lineage, he had little else to offer. His character was a disaster zone. He did not deserve someone as perfect as Xian. However, upon witnessing Xian walk past Jiang Yan without stopping, her irritation resurfaced. Jiang Yan, that scoundrel, couldn't he even muster a few comforting words? All he could do was spout nonsense. Couldn't he see how heartbroken Xian was? She adored him, cared for him deeply, yet he couldn't even utter an apology? Instead, he wore that impatient demeanor, acting as if he were superior. Did he truly believe himself to be above everyone else? Lin Jingyue mentally berated Jiang Yan, though she maintained her composure outwardly. After a considerable wait, she approached Xian, offering an apologetic smile. I should have informed you earlier. She met Lin Jingyue, her tone sincere. I just ran into Jiang Yan by chance. Come on, let me treat you to a meal. Lin Jingyue pondered to herself, wondering how coincidental it could be. It was undoubtedly Xian seeking out Jiang Yan. Regrettably, the outcome was far from satisfactory, and she felt too embarrassed to voice her thoughts, feigning calmness as she remarked on the coincidence. Such serendipity seemed implausible. Lin Jingyue, considering Xian's feelings, pretended to be convinced and inquired, "It's not a holiday. Why would you invite me to dinner? Most of my future classes will not allow for our companionship. A new research project is commencing in the laboratory, leaving me with little time to come to campus. Thus, I wanted to treat you to a meal," Xian explained as they strolled toward the campus exit, exchanging anecdotes about recent amusing occurrences, the atmosphere pleasantly harmonious. Lin Jingyue marveled at Xian's strength. Despite just having ended a relationship and feeling immense sorrow, she managed to maintain a facade of normalcy, preventing herself from crumbling in public. Were it her, she would undoubtedly be hiding beneath the covers, tears streaming down her face, her voice hoarse from sobbing, unwilling to face the world. Ah, très remarquable. Is it related to that advanced holographic intelligence you mentioned before? Is it already underway? Lin Jingyue expressed her admiration. Then it's settled. If you succeed in your research, you must reserve a position for me as the first test subject. Ah, is that not Xian? Our illustrious talent from Huada. What brings you here alone? Where is Jiang Yan? Why is he not with you? A sudden, haughty voice interrupted Xian's words. Xian turned to see a meticulously dressed woman, elegantly striding toward them in slender high heels. Lu Jiaying, what are you doing here? Why are you blocking our way? We haven't provoked you, Lin Jingyue said, pushing Xian behind her and glaring at the girl. Everyone was aware of Jiang Yan and Xian's breakup, and Lu Jiaying's sudden mention of Jiang Yan was clearly intentional. With a dismissive glance at Lin Jingyue, Lu Jiaying had come specifically to irritate Xian. Oh dear, my memory fails me. I completely forgot that Jiang Yan no longer wants you, having cast you aside. Isn't it too kind of me to be concerned? Lu Jiaying laughed. Xian, you've always had such a good temper. You wouldn't blame me, would you? My concern is simply misguided. Xian remained silent, her dark gaze fixed on Lu Jiaying's pretentious display. Chapter 35. Conflict. Lu Jiaying's smugness was unmistakable, yet under Xian's penetrating stare, her confidence gradually waned. In Xian's gaze, she appeared more like a jester, the object of ridicule. Consumed by indignation, Lu Jiaying suddenly flashed her phone. By the way, there's something pertinent to you that you ought to be aware of as the party involved. Lin Jingyue's expression shifted, and she retorted, Lu Jiaying, don't stir up trouble for no reason. Stirring up trouble? Not at all. I'm merely acting as a concerned classmate. Everyone knows except the person involved. And I don't believe this is protective. Lu Jiaying countered, her tone patronizing. Lin Jingyue, I know you were friends with Xian, but precisely because of that, you should not conceal information from her. Lin Jingyue found Lu Jiaying's lecturing infuriating. Could you please shut your foul mouth? Is it your only purpose to speak? Lin Jingyue snapped. Xian gently placed her hand on Lin Jingyue's rigid shoulder. There's no need to be angry. It's unnecessary. As Xian spoke, a nearby conversation caught their attention. Did Senior Jiang Yan really break up with Senior Xian? They were both so exceptional and seemed so in love. We all thought they would graduate and step into marriage, living happily ever after. Just a fling. Why take it so seriously? The background noise suggested a less than respectable setting. Xian's expression paused slightly as she glanced at Lu Jiaying's phone. I told you, someone like Jiang Yan is simply beyond your reach. He was merely toying with you, and you foolishly took it to heart, trailing behind like a lovesick puppy, thinking you could secure a place in his world. Lu Jiaying laughed, her tone dripping with scorn and derision. Have you said enough? Do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart? Lin Jingwen nearly leaped up in anger, but Xian, quick-witted, restrained her. Enough, there's no need for violence. Xian reassured. Indeed, there's no need. The one getting upset is an outsider. One might think you were the one being played with, Lu Jiaying taunted. In a sudden burst of action, Lin Jingwen slapped Lu Jiaying across the face, the sound echoing sharply. With one hand held by Xian and the other free, she could no longer contain herself. Lu Jiaying, too proud, had leaned in too close while speaking, provoking this response. Lu Jiaying covered her face, incredulous as she stared at Lin Jingwen. Oh my! Xian blinked, astonished by the turn of events. You better be quiet. If you continue to speak, I might lose my restraint and strike again. Lin Jingwen interrupted Lu Jiaying, a cold smile on her lips. Oh, let me guess what you want to say. You must be preparing to utter the classic line. You dare hit me? Well, I have indeed struck you. If you have the guts, hit back. Don't think Xian is so easily bullied. Her good nature is not an invitation for you to act recklessly. Your filthy mouth needs a good washing. And if you continue to spew nonsense, I won't hesitate to give you another rinse. More than once if necessary. Lin Jingwen spoke rapidly, a barrage of words, leaving Lu Jiaying speechless and unable to respond. After a long pause, Lu Jiaying finally managed to squeeze out. Are you Xian's dog? Xian Ti said much, yet here Lin Jingwen was, making a scene. I'm making a scene, and that's none of your business, Lin Jingwen retorted defiantly. Lu Jiaying, seething with rage and pain, realized her plan had backfired. Had she known Lin Jingwen was such a wild card, she would have avoided provoking Xian in her presence. Was Lin Jingwen not a little unhinged? What relation did she have with Xian? Like a hen protecting her chick, one might think they had a secret affair. Noticing Lu Jiaying's silence, Lin Jingwen felt a lingering irritation. Xian, sensing this, took Lin Jingwen's hand and led her away, saying, You needn't be so incensed. I truly don't mind. Never expend your energy on those unworthy of your ire. It is utterly pointless. Xian chose to disregard Lu Jiaying entirely, understanding that some individuals only grow more emboldened when engaged. That's not acceptable. You and Jiang Yan were simply in a normal relationship, regardless of who liked whom first. It was real. If a breakup occurs, it's just that. What kind of normal man speaks ill of an ex behind their back, let alone in front of the person involved? Lin Jingwen remained agitated, murmuring her grievances beside Xian. Ultimately, it was Jiang Yan who bore the greater fault. The entire situation stemmed from his irresponsible words, leading to these subsequent troubles. They are all inconsequential people, Xian asserted. Lin Jingwen nodded and said, Indeed, they are all irrelevant individuals. Since we have parted ways, let it be a clean break. Such men are not worth keeping. All right, I shall heed your advice. As the two gradually walked further away, they completely ignored Lu Jiaying, who had come to provoke them and had received an unwarranted slap, covering her painfully hot face. She believed it must be swollen by now. The sight of so many people watching made her feel utterly embarrassed. Her heart was filled with intense hatred. Moreover, Xian didn't even spare her a glance, his arrogant demeanor suggesting that she was non-existent, which only fueled Lu Jiaying's disdain. Lin Jingwen was a lunatic, and Xian was the root of all problems. Were it not for him, she would never have been struck. Lu Jiaying suspected that Xian had instigated Lin Jingwen to hit her. Xian was not mistaken. Some people were emboldened by attention, while others saw indifference as arrogance. The source of all grievances. Chapter 36. I no longer want him stop. Have you finished speaking? You think you can just walk away after hitting someone? It doesn't work that way. Lu Jiaying was not willing to let the matter rest, and chased after them, reaching out to grab Xian. He subtly leaned aside, deftly batting her hand away. I don't believe we have any need to continue this conversation, Xian stated. And we both know it's impossible to speak calmly about this. I'm not familiar with you, nor do I intend to be friends. If you're here to tell me about the conversation you released from your phone, I heard it. So what? I have broken up with Jiang Yan. Whatever he wishes to say, how he chooses to say it, is his prerogative. Xian looked at Lu Jiaying, feeling somewhat troubled. This relationship seemed to bring her more complications. Had she known it would turn out this way, she mused, perhaps she would not have refused this connection. I do not wish to express any opinions regarding our relationship. For me, a breakup signifies an end. I have turned the page. I do not understand why you are so interested in my romantic journey and its outcome. If it's about Jiang Yan, he is now single. If you have intentions, feel free to pursue him without needing to report to me. Lu Jiang gritted her teeth, then coldly sneered, stubborn as a mule. You see, no matter what I say, you always have your own interpretation. Why bother performing for me? Think whatever you like, speculate all you want privately, but do not come to me over something that is in the past. Pausing, she glanced at those discreetly eavesdropping, and added, I will not cling to Jiang Yan, nor will I harbor any expectations. Is such a response satisfactory to you? To be more precise, I no longer want him. You may do as you wish. Lu Jiaying's face shifted through shades of anger and disbelief as she watched Xian take Lin Jingwei away before her eyes. It took a moment for her to comprehend, and she nearly exploded with rage. In the end, she became the fool of the piece, receiving a slap for no reason. Lu Jiaying could not believe Xian's words. If she had a boyfriend as outstanding as him, she would never give up, no matter the cost, to rekindle their relationship. Xian, with nothing to her name, surely wished to leap into a life of luxury? She refused to believe it was anything but a hypocritical excuse. Xian took Lin Jingwei outside the school, recalling her invitation to dinner, which she had not forgotten. Lin Jingwei held a cup of milk tea, her gaze fixed on Xian, unblinking. Xian, initially absorbed in her phone, jotting down fleeting inspirations, sensed a piercing gaze upon her and looked up. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? She inquired. Lin Jingwei shook her head. I just felt you looked very impressive just now. Not as impressive as you. Your slap was quite forceful, Xian replied. Lin Jingwei huffed. She deserved it. If you hadn't held me back, I would have slapped her several more times to teach her not to speak carelessly next time. Mentioning this made Lin Jingwei incensed again. These people were discussing her behind her back, hiding behind their phones and keyboards. And now they had the audacity to confront Xian. Don't be angry. What would you like to eat? Let us have something to calm you down, Xian offered, handing her the menu. Lin Jingwei puffed her cheeks. I remember what you just said. You said you no longer wanted that scumbag, and you must mean what you say. Yes, I remember. We will find someone better than him next time. The world is not limited to Jiang Yan, who is a scumbag anyway. He isn't worth our sorrow. We will take our time to select someone truly worthy, Xian assured her. All right, I'll listen to you. I'm serious about this. I know. Next time, we must keep our eyes wide open and thoroughly evaluate a person's character. Good looks alone won't suffice. They must treat you well first. Understood. As Lin Jingwei continued to chatter, they finally finished their meal. Xian escorted her to the school gate. Regardless of what you hear at school, any discussions or mockery directed at me, do not take it to heart. I am indifferent and will not engage with it. Nor should you. Before leaving, Xian cautioned Lin Jingwei. She had not planned to form deep connections with anyone, yet she was not oblivious to kindness. Lin Jingwei's unwavering support touched her. She was not made of stone. In the capital, she had no one familiar, maintaining her distance from everyone. She realized she was lonely and needed friends. The feeling of having someone who cares, someone who supports, was truly delightful. If you need anything, remember to contact me. You are welcome to visit any time, she said. Lin Jingwei nodded vigorously. I will. I have plenty of time. You should head back now. Be careful on the way. Lin Jingwei was overwhelmingly happy. She could sense Xian's change towards her. It seemed they had truly become good friends, no longer so distant. She would strive even harder. After parting ways with Lin Jingwei, Xian did not head home immediately. She made a trip to the bookstore, returning with 2 large bags full of books. As she trudged back, the heavy load weighed painfully on her fingers. By the time she reached her doorstep, she was drenched in sweat. Upon lifting her gaze, she saw Jiang Yan standing coldly at her door. After a moment, he approached and snatched the 2 bags from her grip. Go open the door, Jiang Yan commanded impassively. Xian bit her lip, silently followed him, and opened the door. Jiang Yan entered as if it were his own home, casually changing his shoes at the entrance. He placed the bags of books on the table and turned to face Xian. Are you planning to stand guard at the door? Or are you waiting for me to leave? He scoffed. Xian tilted her head, closing the door behind her. I'm indeed curious as to why you are here. We have broken up, and you really should not return here. It could lead to misunderstandings, she said. Jiang Yan felt a surge of anger rising. Misunderstandings? Who is misunderstanding? Do you still not realize where you went wrong? Would saying sorry cost you anything? I'm not even holding a grudge against you. So what are you trying to achieve? Chapter 37. You must think clearly. Being addressed in such a manner would infuriate most, yet Xian remained unfazed. She gazed at Jiang Yan, her eyes filled with confusion. Whether it was earlier or just now at school, I believe we have reached a consensus. We have indeed broken up. Jiang Yan, I feel the need to be more explicit. I am not throwing a tantrum, nor am I trying to manipulate you. I have genuinely ended our relationship, and you have indeed given me your response. We truly have no ties now. You can seek a new girlfriend, someone who truly suits you. I wish you all the best, sincerely. Xian felt that perhaps she had not communicated clearly enough before, so she decided to articulate her thoughts more distinctly. She did not want to encounter Jiang Yan at the door every time she returned, nor did she wish to be misunderstood as someone who was entangled with him. Reflecting on the rumors that circulated within the school right after their breakup, she was not overly concerned but deemed it unnecessary. They had already parted ways, and being discussed in whispers was of little consequence. Besides, she should have no further interactions with those individuals. She simply did not want to expend any energy on gossip mongers. The crux of the matter was that she and Jiang Yan must cease all contact. Otherwise, the cycle of speculation would never end. She had genuinely believed that their interactions were over for good. What was Jiang Yan doing approaching her again? Did he think she was playing hard to get? There was no need for such games. She had never resorted to such tactics. Jiang Yan, I believe I am not entangling you, nor do I think I have put you in any uncomfortable positions. I do not know what has led you to the misconception that I am being manipulative, but I assure you I am serious about this breakup. Jiang Yan suddenly grasped her hand, forcefully pushing her against the door with a loud thud, his hand crashing beside her ear. Xian looked up at him. His expression was grim, and the emotions swirling in his eyes were unsettling, as if he might strike her at any moment. I've told you, do not play games with me anymore. I have come to find you. What more do you want? Are you determined to push your luck? Jiang Yan gritted his teeth, feeling exasperated. He had approached her time and again. It was high time she recognized when to relent. Did she think he would tolerate her incessant challenges to his limits? Yet, Jiang Yan seemed to forget that he had uttered this last chance more than once before. Xian opened her mouth, but before she could speak, Jiang Yan abruptly covered her lips. She gazed at him in confusion as he darkly stated, I will give you time to consider. You need not respond immediately. Xian, remember this. Regardless of your answer, this is your final opportunity. Think carefully before you tell me. With that, Jiang Yan took 2 steps back. For a moment, Xian was uncertain of Jiang Yan's intentions. Jiang Yan, after careful consideration, I genuinely believe we are not suitable for each other. Let us end it here. It is for the best for both of us. Jiang Yan closed his eyes, realizing she was resolute. He could not fathom how she could so easily dismiss her feelings for him after professing her affection. Was her love so easily discarded? Is it truly so? Xian reflected on the notion, acknowledging the superficiality of seeking someone's resemblance in another. Such behavior was indeed cheap and disrespectful to everyone involved. I apologize, she sighed. I should not have placed unfounded expectations upon you. Jiang Yan, I am sorry for the discomfort I have caused you. I should not have treated you as a substitute for another. She recognized her error and intended to correct it promptly, not out of a desire to relinquish her feelings, but because this was her own matter and should not involve others. Jiang Yan listened to her apology, observing her calm demeanor devoid of any emotional turmoil. In her eyes, he saw a reflection of himself, but none of the focus or affection he once perceived. Had she truly withdrawn all her feelings for him? Was it so abrupt? This withdrawal? Jiang Yan felt a laugh bubble up within him, finding the situation utterly absurd. He had been humiliated repeatedly, yet he kept returning. What on earth was he doing? He had never liked Xian to such an extent. He had previously deemed her uninteresting and wished to break up. Was he now seeking her out simply because he felt a sense of defeat? Is this your answer? Jiang Yan regained his composure. Xian nodded, affirming, yes. Let us cease all contact and consider ourselves mere passers-by in each other's lives. While Xian recognized the flaw in treating others as substitutes, she understood that frequent encounters with Jiang Yan might lead her to falter and seek out those subtle similarities again, complicating her emotions further. The best course of action was to minimize their interactions and maintain distance. Jiang Yan found it laughable and even chuckled. As his laughter faded, his expression turned entirely serious. Rest assured, I, Jiang Yan, am not the type to cling to the past. This is my final visit. Xian, You have truly surprised me. You are quite adept at letting go. I even wonder if you have been playing me all along. When you said you liked me, was it truly me you liked? Or merely my appearance and the prestige of the Jiang family? Xian blinked, acknowledging that yes, she had been drawn to his looks. Beyond that, what other merits did he possess? You need not answer. I no longer care for that response. Jiang Yan scoffed, lifting her chin with a firm grip. I doubt you genuinely like me. If you truly did, how could you dare to propose a breakup? But it matters little. I have no need for you. There are plenty who are far more obedient and charming. With that, Jiang Yan abruptly released Xian and stormed out. She stood frozen for a moment before shaking her head. His behavior was indeed reminiscent of a child. Nonetheless, it was a relief. At least now, things had been clarified, and they would truly sever ties. Jiang Yan's pride would prevent him from approaching her again after this. This was for the best. Xian breathed a sigh of relief. If he were to come back again, she would struggle to resist the allure of his face. With her relationship with Jiang Yan resolved, she could finally take a few days to rest, recalibrate, and then immerse herself completely in her research. She already had a sense of direction regarding funding and other matters, but she wondered what Qiyu was thinking. It was unwise to push, as it was a considerable amount, and the risk of losing it was high. Careful discussions were necessary, but for now, there was no urgency. She had organized the books that Jiang Yan had placed on the table, quickly managing to detach herself from thoughts of him and focus on other matters without any adverse effects. In other words, Jiang Yan's presence had virtually no impact on her. Therefore, the notion of a breakup meant little to her. Everyone assumed she must be heartbroken, yet she felt nothing of the sort. Even during their relationship, she only sought him out when she was curious to see his face, but more often than not, she preferred to contemplate a potted flower rather than dwell on Jiang Yan. Despite the perceptions of others that she was deeply infatuated and pitiable, she herself felt indifferent, devoid of sorrow or anguish, unaffected in the least. I should take a shower, she mused, recalling how she had returned home drenched in sweat. After tidying up her data, she'd retire for the night. While she meticulously scheduled her time, Jiang Yan, having stormed out, sat alone in his car for an extended period. Unable to start the engine, he gazed up at Xian's room, straining to catch a glimpse, as if he might see her. Suddenly, an epiphany seemed to strike him, and he slammed his hand down on the steering wheel, questioning his own motives for being there. What a farce this was. Why had he come here at all? You were dumped by Xian? Su Qishua leaned against the bar, incredulously inquiring of the despondent Jiang Yan. He ignored her, recognizing that the group had merely come to gawk at his misfortune. From the way she acts, she seems quite fond of you. How could she bring herself to end things? Su Qishua continued, it wouldn't be that you grew tired of her and decided to cast her aside, would it? You're quite mistaken if you think Jiang Yan did the dumping. Sheng Rong remarked with a hint of amusement. He claims not to like Xian, but it seems he has fallen for her. Indeed, it takes some skill to ensnare him, Su Qishua added, turning to Jiang Yan with a sly smile. Are you really, as Sheng Rong suggested, enamored with Xian? Jiang Yan paused, scoffing me. Like her? What a joke. It's no joke, regardless of who ended it, now that it's over. You should move on to the next, Su Yang chimed in, offering his counsel. Brother Yin, it simply wasn't meant to be. We should find someone more suitable. Someone who isn't so dramatic. Su Qishua observed them with an amused smile. Under her and Su Yang's scrutinizing gazes, Jiang Yan fell silent, reflecting inwardly. Hadn't he previously declared his disinterest in Xian? Why the sudden change in demeanor? If he truly felt nothing, he should have never pursued her in the first place. Finally, Qiyu, who had remained quiet until now, stood up and approached Jiang Yan. Now that you've broken up, you ought to refrain from causing further disturbance. It's for the best of both parties. You always knew she was from a different world. Why did you engage with her in the first place? The others fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances at Qiyu's unexpected reprimand of Jiang Yan. Having grown up together, they understood each other's personalities quite well. Qiyu was typically the quiet type, often absorbed in his books while remaining aloof from their dramas, almost like a delicate flower. They had once jested that he was born into the wrong gender, as he bore a striking resemblance to a gentle girl. Yet, no matter how quiet he remained, he was still one of them, fundamentally no different. He had never voiced his opinions before, but now he openly expressed his discontent with Jiang Yan's behavior, which was quite surprising. You think I pursued her? How do you know she didn't come after me first? Jiang Yan scowled. What difference does it make? Qiyu countered. No matter who instigated. You never seemed to truly care for her while you were together. Now that you've parted ways, Do you feel bereft of a personal attendant who responds to your every whim? Had Qiyu taken some sort of offense today? His words were unusually sharp, almost as if he bore a grudge against Jiang Yan. Do you even know what you're saying? Jiang Yan's expression darkened as he glared at Qiyu. I know perfectly well. I'm not so forgetful as to lose track of my thoughts. Qiyu replied with a calm demeanor, undeterred by Jiang Yan's glare. I don't believe you truly like Xian. It seems more a matter of your pride being bruised. If that's the case, I advise you to stop pursuing her. There's no point in chasing someone who cannot offer you any commitment. It only leads to heartache. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes, pondering Qiyu's words before finally asking, Since when did you take such an interest in my affairs with Xian? Are you quite familiar with her? Chapter 39. A hint of interest as the tension between Jiang Yan and Qiyu escalated. Su Yang and the others hesitated to speak. Sheng Rong, always one to relish a spectacle, showed no intention of diffusing the situation. He was thoroughly entertained. Come on, it's all in good fun. Don't take it too seriously. Pei Jingyuan laughed nervously. But Qiyu insisted, I'm not joking. If you don't have genuine feelings for her, then leave her alone. She is not like us. She has her own aspirations. Don't interfere with her pursuits. Pei Jingyuan covered his face, unsure how to respond. Qiyu was only adding fuel to the fire. Unfazed, Qiyu continued, stating the truth. He had interacted with Xian a few times and believed she and Jiang Yan were ill-suited. She possessed remarkable talent in her field and deserved the opportunity to shine. As a childhood friend, Qiyu had a fair understanding of Jiang Yan. He knew Jiang Yan was not the kind to settle down, but as long as he refrained from pursuing Xian, she could devote herself entirely to her research. I disturb her? You've only met her once. How do you know anything about her? Jiang Yan challenged with a raised chin. Is it a coincidence that she chose to break up with me after meeting you? What role did you play in this? I never mentioned you to her. We weren't even close enough to discuss friends. Our encounter was purely coincidental at seminar, where I found her ideas intriguing. We never delved deeper into that topic before I met you. Qiyu clarified, not intending to provoke Jiang Yan further. Jiang Yan wasn't truly suspicious of Qiyu. He simply felt frustrated and confused. He still couldn't comprehend why Xian had chosen to end things when they had previously seemed fine, having even agreed to reunite during breaks. Jiang Yan struggled to understand Xian's motivations, as he had previously questioned her affections in a fit of anger. However, upon reflection, he could not shake the feeling that she had indeed cared for him. Ultimately, it all boils down to insatiable greed. She likely hopes that he could reciprocate her feelings with equal fervor. Jiang Yan frowned, finding this notion utterly implausible. Well, how significant is this matter? Do you two really need to confront each other so pointedly in front of outsiders? Jiang Yan refrained from speaking too much, and you, Qiyu, keep silent as well. Su Qishue interjected, attempting to pacify the situation with a gesture. You are not one to dwell on the past. The breakup is a thing of the past. It was never a suitable match to begin with. If you truly have feelings for someone, express them openly. If you do not, then do not complicate matters. While you may lack feelings, as an observer, I can see things quite clearly. At least from my perspective, Xian indeed holds you in high regard, placing you at the forefront of her thoughts. But what feelings do you actually harbor for her? I have never believed that you genuinely liked her. Moreover, we all understand that there is no future between you. You come from different worlds, and your family, especially your parents, would never permit you to be with someone like her. It is best to recognize when to let go and minimize losses. Su Qishue's lengthy statement left no room for Jiang Yan to interject. From a female perspective, Jiang Yan's behavior is rather despicable and contemptible. If she were to encounter such a man, she would certainly kick him to the curb, teaching him a harsh lesson, and she would not be called Su Qishue otherwise. However, human sentiments tend to be biased, making true impartiality impossible. The bond of growing up together with Jiang Yan is sufficient for her to side with him. Even if she knows his actions are wrong, she can still find excuses for him. Jiang Yan did not refute Su Qishue's words. He opened his mouth several times as if to speak, but ultimately, Su Qishue's assertions silenced him. He must admit that Su Qishue's words hold merit. He does have feelings for Xian, yet he cannot reciprocate her affections to the same extent. They have already broken up. It was Xian who initiated it. He does not need to feel guilty or remorseful. Let this be the end of it. All right, take your time to contemplate this. We shall take our leave now. Su Qishue patted Qiyu, signaling him to follow her. Qiyu glanced at Jiang Yan without saying a word, then walked towards the exit alongside Su Qishue. As they reached the door, they turned to find Sheng Rong and the others had yet to catch up. What? Reluctant to leave. planning to stay here and nurse Jiang Yan's heartbreak? Su Qishue opened the door, urging everyone to return to their respective homes, leaving the rest for him to ponder. Once he comes to a realization, it will naturally be for the better. Su Qishue and Yu shared a good rapport, perhaps due to their time studying abroad together, where they relied on each other in an unfamiliar environment, allowing Su Qishue to understand Yu somewhat better. Yu was not the type to meddle in others' romantic affairs. Such matters were trivial to him, far less significant than his own interests. Previously indifferent, he now seemed to take a pointed interest in Jiang Yan, which appeared less than genuine. From what you just said, it seems you have had private interactions with Xian, and you appear to admire her, Su Qishue remarked. She is quite remarkable, Yu replied. Su Qishue's curiosity regarding Xian was piqued. After all, she was merely an ordinary student. What could have drawn the interest of the reclusive Yu? Additionally, Jiang Yan, despite claiming indifference, still seemed somewhat concerned. Although this concern was minimal, it was enough to indicate that Xian possessed some noteworthy qualities. Your words intrigue me. I would like to meet her. I wish to understand what qualities Xian possesses that have garnered your protection so readily. Yu responded, I am not protecting her. I merely believe she has pursuits more significant than romance. For someone like her, love is a secondary concern, rather than engaging in a time-consuming, emotionally taxing romance. It is preferable to devote one's energy to research. Yu's straightforward perspective revealed that he had already persuaded his family to invest in the project. He was not content to merely wait as an investor. He wished to be involved and had submitted his application. If all goes smoothly, he would soon become Xian's colleague. As a prospective colleague, he certainly hoped that his future partner would be someone fully dedicated to her career rather than someone who frequently found herself entangled in romantic woes, thus squandering both time and talent. Yu expressed this sentiment in front of Jiang Yan, but when he spoke to Xian, he was even more candid. You and Jiang Yan have broken up? When Yu next met Xian, he first informed her of his decision, then posed a personal question. He already knew the answer, but felt compelled to ask again, as if to provoke her. Yes, we have, Xian replied, seemingly unaffected, nodding naturally. Yu nodded in response. The breakup is for the best. You two were never suited for one another. Your focus should now be on your work. Achieving success in your career is undoubtedly more rewarding than pursuing romance. Xian found his reasoning quite sound, nodding in agreement. Indeed, achieving success brings a profound sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Yu nodded in agreement. Maintain this mindset. Xian smiled, but did not respond to Yu's words. Their relationship had not reached the level of interference in each other's romantic affairs. Fortunately, Yu had no intentions of infringing upon her right to date. He was merely offering a suggestion, and whether she accepted it was beyond his control. Regarding funding, someone will discuss specifics with your team, Yu stated. I have my own ideas. Xian looked at him, her eyes filled with curiosity. If it pertains to research materials, I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose that information. Although she was indeed interested in the recent research progress, Xian's refusal was expected. No, I wish to be involved throughout the process, Yu declared, revealing his intentions. Xian responded, that is not within my authority to decide. I understand your point. I have submitted my application. Is your lab not hiring? Xian was taken aback by Yu's objective. Did he intend to oversee the entire process? This was rather meticulous. Rest assured, I will not interfere with your research. I have been engaged in similar studies and have always been interested in this field. I believe we share many similarities and will be excellent colleagues. Yu's demeanor was devoid of arrogance. He seemed to sense Xian's hesitation and proactively clarified his stance. You can also be assured that my family's investment is their concern. Even if I do join, I will not meddle in your research or decisions. I merely wish to partake in this historic moment. Xian had little to say in response. She smiled and replied, I will adhere to any arrangements made by the higher-ups. We are indeed hiring. Whether you can join and in what capacity depends on your abilities being recognized. I understand. I merely wanted to inform you, so you wouldn't be surprised when you see my name, Yu added. However, you need not worry. I maintain a clear distinction between personal and professional matters. My relationship with Jiang Yan will not affect you. That is not a concern. I have no issues with that. Xian never believed that Jiang Yan could influence her. It had not been the case during the relationship, and it was even less likely now. She was indifferent to the nature of Yu and Jiang Yan's relationship, because Yu had given her a heads up when his application materials were presented to her. Xian was not at all surprised. Fu Ziyuan leaned over to glance at the resumes in front of Xian, flipping through them until he saw Qi Yu's. He pulled it out, exclaiming, "Are investors really this cautious nowadays? They even want to be involved in the entire process?" However, after Fu Ziyuan perused Qi Yu's resume, he quietly returned the documents. Goodness, are the youth of today so formidable? At such a tender age, the accolades listed on this resume are rather astonishing. I must say, in comparison, others appear rather mundane. This individual certainly possesses remarkable qualities. Fu Ziyuan jested. Why not select him? He is affluent and intelligent. If we cultivate a rapport, perhaps we won't even need to ask for financial assistance in the future. Yet, Fu Ziyuan's words were merely in jest. He admired capable individuals. But regardless of how impressive a resume may appear, true competence must be demonstrated in experimental research. Furthermore, having a financially savvy investor nearby could lead to complications. If he were knowledgeable, he might be overly critical, and the thought of such a scenario was suffocating. Best to avoid it altogether. She organized the numerous resumes on the table and stood to approach Professor Chen's office. These candidates seem quite promising. As per your selections, teacher, I have no objections. Fu Ziyuan shrugged. All right, I also hold no strong opinions. If they prove inadequate, we can always dismiss them later. By the way, junior sister, do hurry. I have significant progress to share, and you'll be astonished. Xian's eyes lit up with anticipation. All right, I will come right away. Please wait for me, senior brother. Fu Ziyuan gestured an okay, indicating all was well. After confirming the candidates with Professor Chen, Xian swiftly returned to Fu Ziyuan's side, and they dove into their experiments. For the following days, Xian practically resided in the laboratory, dedicating every available moment to the experimental bench, diligently recording data. However, progress was often slow. Nevertheless, Xian remained content with any advancement. She had nearly forgotten about Jiang Yan until one day, while handling some matters at school, she heard that he had started dating someone new. She hadn't paid much attention, yet perhaps due to her connection as Jiang Yan's former girlfriend, people felt compelled to inform her. After suffering a setback, Lu Jiaying could not swallow her pride and immediately switched to mockery mode upon encountering Xian. It was a mere coincidence that they crossed paths while dining. She could not fathom if it was fate or merely bad luck. Today, Xian was alone, and when Lu Jiaying blocked her path, she was accompanied by several friends, their gazes decidedly unfriendly. I thought someone had dropped out of school, perhaps too ashamed to show their face after being dumped. I imagine you've spent a fair amount of time crying under the covers. You look rather pitiful. Lu Jiaying's smile was laden with malice. Did you hear Jiang Yan brought his new girlfriend to school today? Is that why you've come looking so forlorn? Planning to enact a pity play? Chapter 41. A reunion faced with Lu Jiaying's provocations. She halted, exhaling in resignation and disbelief. She had thought she had been clear previously. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence should have understood. Why seek trouble again? She had merely engaged in a mutually beneficial relationship with Jiang Yan. It was not that complicated. While she did not care about the judgment of others, having to explain herself repeatedly was tiresome. What was their aim? She had already articulated that she and Jiang Yan had parted ways. Rather than fixating on others, they would be better served contemplating their own futures. That was far more practical. As you said, marrying into wealth is not as simple as one might think. Though Xian wished to avoid conflict, it did not mean she would allow herself to be bullied. Did she truly appear as a frail and helpless vine? She had not always been this way. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you really think everyone aspires to transform from a sparrow into a phoenix? Lu Jiaying seemed taken aback by Xian's retort and quickly shot back. Everyone at Huada knows your true nature, including Jiang Yan, who must have recognized your ulterior motives, which is why he rejected you. People like Jiang Yan have encountered all types of women. Does anyone genuinely believe they can wear a mask for a lifetime? One of Lu Jiaying's companions laughed, adding, I'm not referring to you, Xian, just expressing a thought. There was no need to specifically point her out, as if fearful she might take it personally. Xian pondered seriously. Surely she hadn't fallen to the level of being universally despised? Previously, she had enjoyed favorable connections. It seemed that since her relationship with Jiang Yan began, she had stirred a hornet's nest, becoming a source of disdain. What a pity that after this relationship ended, the animosity directed at her did not diminish. If anything, it seemed to escalate. Xian truly had no desire to engage with these people, yet they continually sought her out. The standoff between Xian and her detractors caught the eye of another approaching figure. What is going on over there? Your ex seems to be in a bit of a predicament. Su Qixue suddenly linked her arm with Jiang Yan's, drawing close to him. Jiang Yan barely had time to react before her arm was securely around his. His immediate instinct was to pull away. Su Qixue leaned in, lowering her voice in warning. If you dare to pull your arm away and embarrass me, you might regret it. Jiang Yan shot her an expressionless glance, but made no move to extricate himself. Together, they approached Xian and her group. Long time no see. Xian, you should remember me from our meeting at Yan's place. Su Qixue greeted her with a broad smile, then glanced at Lu Jiaying and the others, raising an eyebrow. We hope we're not interrupting anything between you and your friends? Lu Jiaying opened her mouth, but upon seeing Jiang Yan beside Su Qixue, her face flushed, leaving her speechless. Of course, Miss Su. She nodded slightly, clarifying, I'm not particularly close with them. We're merely classmates who happen to share a few courses. Since you're not friends, what are you doing here blocking the way? Su Qixue asked candidly. No, it's not like that. We were just looking for Xian regarding a few matters. Lu Jiaying stammered, glancing nervously at Jiang Yan, fearful of misunderstanding. However, Jiang Yan did not even spare her a glance. Frowning at Su Qixue, since when did you start meddling in others' affairs? How much longer will this take? Throughout this exchange, Jiang Yan also did not look at Xian. All right, Su Qixue smiled, acquiescing to him, then turned to Xian. Let us catch up another time, Xian. Goodbye. Goodbye, Xian replied, nodding. Jiang Yan and Su Qixue affectionately passed by, with Su Qixue waving cheerily at Xian, while Lu Jiaying and her companions were utterly disregarded. Jiang Yan, however, did not even glance at Xian, treating her as if she were invisible. To onlookers, it appeared as though Jiang Yan had entirely overlooked Xian, yet Su Qixue, who was close by, could see that from the moment Jiang Yan spotted Xian, his gaze occasionally lingered on her. After walking a short distance, Jiang Yan unhesitatingly withdrew his arm. Su Qixue smiled and tossed her hair back, saying, Honestly, Yan, why don't you give us a try? I find you quite appealing. Among all the boys I've met, you resonate with me the most. Jiang Yan remained silent, merely surveying her from head to toe, his attitude unmistakable. Su Qixue felt a flutter in her heart as she coldly retorted, What is that expression? What's the matter? Do you think you're too good for me? Jiang Yan ignored her, preoccupied with the recent encounter with Xian. He could tell she was in trouble, but what did that concern him? Yet, should she seek his forgiveness, he would not hesitate to lend a helping hand. However, she didn't even spare him a glance. A sense of irritation washed over Jiang Yan. He couldn't quite articulate his feelings. He didn't believe he truly harbored strong feelings for Xian. But it troubled him that after their breakup, she was being mistreated. Wasn't it better when she was still his girlfriend? He could never fathom the reasons behind her insistence on ending their relationship. But it mattered little to him now. He thought to himself, he no longer desired it. What do you feel seeing your ex-girlfriend? What do you think I should feel? Jiang Yan countered. It seems Xian has lost weight and appears more haggard than last time. Clearly, the breakup has taken a toll on her. Jiang Yan instinctively turned to look, but he forcibly restrained himself. Su Qixue continued, It's quite a pity that she invested so much emotion in someone like you, only to end up with scars. It's only natural. Someone like me? Jiang Yan retorted, What kind of person am I? Su Qixue replied, People often fail to see their own flaws, and some even narcissistically believe they are without faults. That seems to describe you, Yan. To so casually disregard a woman's feelings for you could very well invite misfortune. Chapter 42. Su Qixue's proposal. They were born as the favored ones, raised with silver spoons in their mouths. Everyone has their flaws. Arrogance and self-righteousness are common afflictions. Su Qixue did not deny her own shortcomings either. However, acknowledging a flaw is one thing. Changing it is quite another. Besides, they genuinely felt they had no issues. Who decreed that affection must be reciprocated? With so many admirers, why should one suffer for a single person? Certainly, one's own happiness reigns supreme. Thus, even though Su Qixue recognized Jiang Yan's poor treatment of a girl who liked him, from a female perspective, his behavior was undeniably reprehensible. But what of it? Hadn't they agreed from the start? If one insisted on immersing themselves in an impossible pursuit of commitment, wasn't he that merely asking for trouble? Such individuals never seek genuine devotion. When bored, they simply move on. They will stop at nothing to obtain what they desire. This is why Su Qixue wasn't at all surprised at the outcome between Xian and Jiang Yan. It was entirely predictable. Especially someone like Jiang Yan, influenced by his upbringing, could never truly develop deep feelings for another. He simply didn't believe in love. Everyone hoped to be Jiang Yan's one and only. Yet how could a heartless individual provide such exclusivity? Su Qixue understood Jiang Yan's mindset quite well, which was why she once entertained a fleeting crush on him, only to quickly retract it. Since I have so many issues, why are you still seeking me? Jiang Yan said as he stepped forward, uninterested in waiting for Su Qixue. She hurried to catch up, continuing her tirade. You have many issues, and I have my own ingrained habits that I don't plan to change. I chose you partly because of your looks. In this appearance-driven society, a handsome face holds significant value. At least, when you do something wrong that displeases me, I can overlook it for the sake of your looks. How very generous of you. Thank you for not despising me, Jiang Yan replied insincerely. No need for thanks. So, what do you think about my proposal? Su Qixue suggested nonchalantly. You see, our families are quite comparable. Having grown up together, we understand each other well. And both our parents are aware of each other's backgrounds. We could serve as ideal shields for one another. You can have your fun while I will not interfere. Likewise, you must not meddle in my social life. When necessary, we can offer each other support, fulfilling our responsibilities as partners when required. The more I think about this proposal, the more appealing it seems. It saves us from our family's incessant nagging. I believe our elders would agree with me. What do you think, Jiang Yan? Not particularly appealing. I have no interest in you and do not wish to become too entangled, Jiang Yan replied without hesitation. Can't you at least consider it? If you're with me, I won't interfere with your interactions with other women. Even if you decide to return to Xi'an, I wouldn't care. I would just hold a fictitious title, acting as a shield, and I'm quite attractive and capable. You really have no vision. Jiang Yan dismissed her whims with indifference. Though her proposal sounded enticing, offering mutual freedom and protecting each other from troublesome colleagues, he still declined. Su Qixue raised an eyebrow and stood before him. Her height accentuated by her high heels, nearly matching Jiang Yan's stature. She could not adopt a demure demeanor. Such a style clearly did not suit her. With a composed smile, tinged with ambition, she continued, and through this relationship, our families would gain prestige in the eyes of others. The advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. Jiang Yan, I truly cannot find a reason for your refusal. To be honest, there are many like me. I don't arrogantly believe I am irreplaceable. However, I doubt there exists another woman who would honor my commitment to not interfere with your life. Jiang Yan halted, a hint of impatience evident in his demeanor. Indeed, it was rather tempting, but he reiterated, I don't need it. He pulled out a cigarette, leaning against a nearby tree. I'm still young, unwilling to bear unnecessary burdens, nor do I wish to shackle myself, even if only in pretense. Shields should be sought by those who genuinely require them. As Jiang Yan smoked, he turned his head, finding Xi'an and a group of women still standing nearby. Didn't she claim not to know them? What are they doing standing there? Doesn't she know to stand up for herself? What are those people doing? She probably studies all day, which is why she gets bullied. Seeing Jiang Yan's attention diverted, Su Qixue followed his gaze, spotting Xi'an. She narrowed her eyes, somewhat impressed. She had some skills to capture Jiang Yan's attention, still lingering on him post-breakup. Perhaps they might reconcile in the future. She found herself curious about the potential spectacle of their reunion. Forget it. I was merely making a casual suggestion. If you're unwilling, can I force you to agree? Just remember, once this opportunity passes, it will be gone. If you change your mind later, I won't agree again. Su Qixue remarked with a smile. Jiang Yan returned his gaze. Then you can just wait and see. All right then, I've finished my tour of the school, so you needn't escort me back. I have another appointment. Farewell, Yan. In the blink of an eye, Su Qixue transitioned from proposing a relationship with Jiang Yan to casually heading off to a date, embodying her earlier statement that it was merely a suggestion. By the way, your new girlfriend, isn't very attractive. Has your taste perhaps declined? Compared to your ex-girlfriend, you are certainly lacking in more ways than one. TSK, Yan, you have an impressive ability to indulge in all sorts of tastes. Before leaving, Su Qixue did not hesitate to jab at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan merely responded, it's just for fun. We're not on the path to marriage, nor are we in a romantic relationship. I simply need a companion to demonstrate that I am not dependent on Xi'an. Chapter 43. Obsession. Xi'an remained oblivious to Jiang Yan's inner thoughts and had no desire to comprehend them. She noticed that ever since Jiang Yan's arrival, Lu Jiaying had been visibly distracted, which led her to surmise the latter's sentiments. Finally, she understood the reason behind Lu Jiaying's relentless troublemaking. Though she had long been aware that her relationship with Jiang Yan had disappointed many of his admirers and elicited some trivial gossip, she had never anticipated that someone like Lu Jiaying would confront her so brazenly with mockery. If you like Jiang Yan, you can tell him yourself. Blocking me? Do you expect me to relay your feelings? We have broken up, and while he is still single, you can confess your affections without being the other woman. She suggested candidly as she organized the materials in her arms. Lu Jiaying snapped back to reality upon hearing Xian's words, her expression darkening. To her, Xian was not offering advice, but rather mocking her. Did Xian think that having once dated Jiang Yan elevated her above others? Was she not just someone who had been discarded? I am not trying to condescend. I am merely making a suggestion. Your actions are your own choice, Xian replied. Exasperated, I do not wish to engage in this pointless debate. Please refrain from approaching me again. Jiang Yan and I are truly no longer connected. Our breakup was amicable, and what he does next is none of my concern. I refuse to waste my precious time on your trivialities every time I come to school. Ever since her breakup with Jiang Yan, Xian had encountered Lu Jiaying on both occasions she visited the school. She wished she could avoid her altogether. Let it be understood that she was fearful of engaging in such futile conflicts. What are you pretending to be so high and mighty about? Lu Jiaying spat. Her teeth clenched. What did your previous comments mean? Is conversing with me a waste of time? Who do you think you're looking down on? Perhaps this was the essence of talking past one another, akin to playing the lute to a cow. Yes, I am high-minded and arrogant. Why do you still engage with me? Xian replied impatiently, her patience dwindling rapidly due to Lu Jiaying's incessant provocations. Regardless of your feelings for Jiang Yan and whatever future relationship you envision, there is no need to inform me. I have stated before, Jiang Yan and I are no longer involved, so do not conflate our names. After delivering this statement, Xian waited in vain for Lu Jiaying's response, assuming that her words had struck home. She noticed Lu Jiaying's stunned expression and chose not to dwell on it as she turned to leave. Then tell me, what kind of relationship do you expect to develop with her? Jiang Yan's voice emerged from behind, sounding as if it had been squeezed through gritted teeth. Xian paused momentarily, realizing that her earlier remarks had likely reached his ears. She was uncertain why he had returned after leaving, but it was of no consequence to her. Jiang Yan, Lu Jiaying murmured softly. Jiang Yan ignored her entirely, his gaze fixed on Xian's retreating figure, a shadow of melancholy creeping into his eyes. This was a recurring theme. Since their breakup, she had consistently rejected his overtures, declined to retract her words of parting, and avoided any conversation with him, even refusing to meet his gaze. Now, she even turned her back to him. What was this? What was he to her? I was unaware that my ex-girlfriend was so invested in my current romantic affairs, Jiang Yan scoffed. Xian remained silent. I do not require my ex-girlfriend to concern herself with my love life, he continued. Moreover, I am not so indiscriminate in my affections, particularly not towards this one. His words insinuated a lack of regard for Lu Jiaying, whose face paled instantly. Jiang Yan's remarks were both hurtful and insulting, especially given that Lu Jiaying harbored feelings for him. Her antagonism towards Xian stemmed fundamentally from jealousy. Jealousy that Xian received Jiang Yan's distinct attention. Jealousy that she could date him. Jiang Yan had no recollection of Lu Jiaying, yet she had been infatuated with him for years, ever since middle school. Despite her diligent efforts to attend the same school as him, she had never mustered the courage to speak with him. Jiang Yan had a multitude of female admirers, all of whom were more attractive than she was, leaving her to gaze from afar. Although Jiang Yan had had many girlfriends, none had remained by his side for long. Lu Jiaying indeed envied those who had the fortune to date him, pondering why he could not see her. She had never dared to speak to him, while others basked in his smiles and affectionate gestures. In her bitterness, Lu Jiaying had cursed those fortunate girls from the shadows, even doubting that Jiang Yan's fleeting relationships were a result of her own maledictions. She had spread rumors about them, leading some to transfer schools, others to be ostracized by classmates, and some to see their academic performance plummet, causing them to miss out on university. In contrast, Lu Jiaying had dedicated all her energy to both her studies and her feelings for Jiang Yan, ensuring she followed in his footsteps to the same university. But to her dismay, upon entering university, Jiang Yan began dating and Lu Jiaying assumed she was no different from the previous girls Jiang Yan had dated. Yet little did she know, Xian and Jiang Yan had not parted ways. Was Xian truly exceptional? Did Jiang Yan genuinely harbor feelings for her? Lu Jiaying often found herself lost in thought, increasingly agitated and envious of Xian. As time passed, her disparagement of Xian escalated, eventually forming a considerable online presence. Initially, she refrained from confronting Xian directly, wary that Xian would speak ill of her to Jiang Yan and tarnish her image in his eyes. It was only after hearing of Jiang Yan's breakup with Xi and that she felt emboldened to approach her. Chapter 44. Seeking a suitable replacement. This had always been the case. Jiang Yan was indifferent to the actions of his ex-girlfriends, oblivious to their lives post-breakup. Perhaps it was not ignorance, but rather a deliberate dismissal of them. Lu Jiaying had once fancied herself special, imagining that she might be the exception. She dreamed of a day when Jiang Yan would hold her hand, gently caress her face, embrace her, and whisper sweet nothings, professing his love and affection. Lu Jiaying felt inadequate, believing her lack of excellence was the reason she could not attract Jiang Yan's attention. In her mind, she was different from those other women. She was not after Jiang Yan's wealth, nor did she wish to change her fate overnight. She simply loved Jiang Yan for who he was, regardless of how he might change. She aspired to become exceptional, envisioning a day when she would stand confidently before Jiang Yan, introducing herself with poise. I am Jiaying. I have known you for quite some time, Jiang Yan, and I admire you. She longed for the moment she could express this to him. Yet, she never anticipated that one day she would stand before Jiang Yan, only to be met with his disdain. Jiaying felt as if her entire being was on the verge of collapse. Disbelief etched across her face as she murmured, Jiang Yan. How could you say that to me? Jiang Yan finally cast a glance her way, but it was laden with unmistakable impatience. This is the second time I've seen you. What grievances do you have against her? Why do you persistently trouble her? Though he directed his words at Jiaying, his gaze remained fixed on Xian, who was absorbed in her phone and oblivious to Jiang Yan's scrutiny. In that moment, a surge of irritation welled up within him. The message from Professor Chun had arrived, confirming the list of admitted students who would report to the lab the following day. Xian replied, and sensing the weight of Jiang Yan's gaze upon her, she looked up to meet his eyes, realizing belatedly that her distraction was rather impolite in such a setting. She felt it bore little relevance to her. Jiaying's troubles stemmed from Jiang Yan and with his presence. There was no need for her to be entangled in their issues. I apologize for intruding on your conversation. I shall take my leave now, Xian said politely. Jiang Yan's expression darkened considerably. Had it been before, Xian would have been inclined to soothe her boyfriend's temperament. But now, their relationship had ended, and she felt no obligation to placate his irritable disposition. After speaking, she turned without hesitation, leaving no room for doubt. What is the rush? Can't we remain friends after a breakup? Jiang Yan suppressed his emotions as he questioned her. Xian pondered for a moment before responding, in the realm of normalcy. I believe that after a breakup, one should sever ties completely. The idea of remaining friends is mere pretense. Neither your future girlfriend nor my prospective boyfriend would wish for us to maintain connections with our exes. While her words rang true, there are always those who hear only fragments. Jiang Yan's face darkened further. What? Have you already found someone new so soon after our breakup? Xian replied, did I ever claim to be seeking a boyfriend? I merely spoke of the future. Yet, she had no intention of clarifying further. It seemed unnecessary. Just as Jiang Yan had found a new girlfriend, she held no objections. Was your insistence on breaking up due to a new romantic interest? Jiang Yan pressed. Although he had previously resolved not to concern himself with Xian's reasons for their breakup, her words ignited a wave of possessiveness he could not contain. Xian sighed, I suppose you could say that. I have discovered new passions. Her work had indeed become her newfound joy. Every advancement brought her a sense of elation and accomplishment, far more gratifying than any romantic entanglement. Please continue your conversation. I shall not intrude any longer. Xian spoke with polite aloofness, glancing back at Jiaying. Now that Jiang Yan is here, if you have something to say, seize this opportunity. Please do not block my way again. It is quite a waste of time. Moreover, we are not familiar enough for that. With that, she bid them farewell. Jiang Yan watched Xian's retreating figure with an impassive expression, wishing he could slap himself. Why had he come? What was the benefit of this encounter? As Xian had articulated, after a breakup, it was indeed most sensible to cease all communication. His previous girlfriends had all severed ties cleanly after their separations. Was it possible that his reluctance stemmed from a sense of injustice, given that he had not initiated the breakup? His turmoil could also be a result of Jiang potential ploy, a method of teasing and evasion. As Jiang Yan indulged in these thoughts, Jiang appeared to make a momentous decision, taking a few steps closer to him. Sensing her movement, Jiang Yan cast her a sidelong glance, which was enough to freeze Jiang in place. A pang of anxiety gripped her heart, making it difficult to breathe. Jiang Yan's gaze radiated unfiltered disdain and irritation, as if her worst fears had materialized. I am Jiang and I. Oh, what is your name? Is it related to your incessant trouble with Xian? Jiang Yan coldly interrupted her. Jiang quickly shook her head, eager to explain. I did not trouble her, Are you implying that she obstructed your path? Jiang Yan engaged her with surprising nonchalance. This is the second time I've witnessed you impede her way. She has always been mild-mannered, and for her to speak so harshly indicates just how much you have provoked her. You possess quite the talent. I never had such an ability. Jiang did not perceive Jiang Yan's words as flattery, and even if they were, she wished to distance herself from Xian. Associating with someone she envied and despised filled her with revulsion. That is not how it is, Jiang Yan. I heard about your breakup, and merely came to inquire. However, when she spoke those hurtful words, I couldn't help but confront her. Perhaps my words were not the kindest, but I truly care about you, Jiang Yan. In her eagerness to prove her innocence, Jiang instinctively reached for Jiang Yan's arm, only to have him deftly evade her grasp. When did my affairs become your concern? Mind your own business and refrain from overstepping your bounds, Jiang Yan warned her with a piercing gaze. Why? I only care about you. She regards you as nothing more than a means to an end. She is not genuinely fond of you. Jiang Yan's expression darkened, his eyes turning sharp and icy. This does not concern you. Tend to your own matters. With that, he turned to leave. His willingness to engage in conversation with someone he barely knew and who appeared to be rather unhinged was solely out of respect for Xian. Wait, Jiang Yan, Jiang called after him, but Jiang Yan had no intention of stopping. He seemed impervious to her pleas, walking further away with each passing moment. Jiang hurried a few steps after him, watching helplessly as he faded from view. She dared not chase him, nor could she catch up. With red-rimmed eyes, she murmured, Why can't you even spare me a glance when you prefer Xian? I have cherished you for so many years. Why can't you speak to me? Smile at me. Yet, reality is often harsh. Some individuals will not reciprocate your affections, nor will they respond to your perceived gestures of kindness. Initially, Jiang had hoped to love him quietly, without imposing her desires upon him. As time progressed, her unrequited love for Jiang Yan and her jealousy towards the women surrounding him gradually led her to lose herself. It seemed she had yet to realize that despite pursuing Jiang Yan to gain admission to university, her focus shifted away from her studies. While she envied Xian for seemingly being unworthy of Jiang Yan, Xian was rapidly evolving, consistently excelling and earning scholarships, while she faced the risk of expulsion. Lu Jiang's priorities had always been misplaced. Her initial intention to become exceptional and shine brightly had faltered. If she had truly become remarkable, even if Jiang Yan remained oblivious to her, she would have had numerous paths to choose from, attracting many gazes upon her brilliance. Instead, she found herself in a position of humble supplication, receiving not a single glance in return. Lu Jiang wept bitterly, yet no one cared for her pain. It was not wrong to love someone, but her approach was fundamentally flawed. To love someone is not a justification for harming others. Unfortunately, these realizations were mere obsessions that eluded Lu Jiang's comprehension. She was engulfed in sorrow and humiliation. She could not blame the one she loved. So where lay the fault? Naturally, it was still with Xian. Yes, it was because if Xian were it not for her, Lu Jiang would not have resorted to such tactics in her interactions with Jiang Yan, nor would she have left a poor impression on him, ultimately landing herself in such a wretched predicament. If I cannot be happy, neither shall you, she thought, having found a scapegoat in Xian. She resolved to unveil Xian's true nature before Jiang Yan, determined to reveal to him what she truly was. She would not be defeated, nor would she allow Xian to triumph. Oblivious to the arrows of hatred aimed at her, Xian remained unaware of the animosity directed her way. She believed the matter had been made abundantly clear, yet there were always a few individuals whose reasoning diverged from the norm. She did not dwell on the incident. After all, she had already broken up with Jiang Yan and was engrossed in her work in the laboratory, having no time to concern herself with others. She thought that as time went by, and with Jiang Yan now having a new girlfriend, attention would soon shift away from her. In that case, returning to school would not be overly troublesome. It was indeed tiresome when this happened repeatedly. As she organized her materials, she immersed herself once more in her experiment. When Shiyu and 4 others arrived to report in, they went directly to Professor Chen. Upon his arrival with the others, no one paid them any heed. Everyone was focused intently on a set of data, holding their breath in anticipation. Noticing this, Professor Chen chose not to interrupt, silently guiding his group to Xian's side, where they too began to observe intently. After a while, a red alarm sounded, and the collective mood deflated with a sigh. "Let us start over," said Xiao Hongyu, displaying no significant sense of defeat. After all, if such matters were truly so straightforward, they would not be at the mercy of others. Moreover, they were working on groundbreaking research. Success would signify a leap for the entire era. Xian promptly reorganized the experimental data, realizing that the direction taken today needed to be entirely discarded and started new. With a contemplative expression, she scribbled notes on paper, her demeanor calm and unperturbed. Observing this, Professor Chen chuckled, remarking, "Once Xian begins working, she becomes oblivious to everything else. Despite her youth, I often find myself wary of interrupting her, fearing I might disrupt her flow of inspiration." His words were laced with a proud smile, a reflection of his delight as a mentor. Professor Chen was the teacher of everyone present, and even the most talkative and mischievous among them. Fu Ziyuan chose to ignore him, fully engrossed in their respective tasks. Professor Chen had evidently grown accustomed to this dynamic and took a moment to address the newcomers, ensuring they would not harbor any discontent. As a teacher, he naturally wished for his students to coexist harmoniously. "Xian, take a moment," he said, tapping lightly on the table before her. Xian looked up, first noticing Professor Chen, then the 5 individuals behind him, 4 unfamiliar faces and one she recognized as Chiyu. "I mentioned I would become your colleague." Chiyu greeted with a slight nod. Xian stood up, promptly acknowledging Professor Chen. "Hello, Professor." Professor Chen patted her shoulder, saying, "I've brought these individuals for you. How to arrange them and what specific tasks they will undertake is now up to you as the group leader." Chiyu had no objections, his expression neutral, while the other 4 exchanged glances filled with confusion and skepticism. They could see that Xian was quite young, and the entire team appeared youthful, raising doubts about their credibility, particularly with a leader even younger than themselves. Surely, they are not being deceived, they thought. Xian, either oblivious to their doubts or choosing not to dwell on them, understood their skepticism was valid. Anyone capable of being here, participating in such research, possessed some degree of competence. Listening to someone younger was bound to stir feelings of resentment and doubt. Instead of empty assurances, practical involvement offered a more tangible experience. "Is everyone assigned to me?" she inquired. "Indeed, they're yours. You needed manpower, and I've arranged it all for you. Additionally, a new laboratory and experimental equipment are already in preparation," Professor Chen replied, his excitement evident as he shared his joy with Xian, momentarily disregarding the newcomers. "I previously sought numerous individuals, and it took considerable persuasion, but I finally managed to loosen the purse strings of the higher-ups, securing a substantial budget. With the investment of the Golden Child, we should be able to commence." Chiyu thought to himself, "Is he referring to me?" So, in Professor Chen's eyes, I am merely a financial backer? It was indeed good news. Xian smiled, realizing that once the new laboratory equipment was ready, they would be able to relocate. "What about you, Professor? Will you remain here or join us in the new place?" Professor Chen replied, "I will only be a nominal presence in your space. My main focus will still be here. My thinking may not align with the innovative ideas of your generation, so feel free to pursue your endeavors." At this point, Professor Chen's expression turned serious. "Should you achieve success, it will be splendid, but you must comprehend the weight of your current undertaking. Once you achieve even modest results, the authorities will take serious notice. At that moment, you will truly have ample funding, and the entire nation will clear the path for you, but it won't be easy. I hope you can attain such accomplishments, and I genuinely wish you can realize your plans. Plans are easy to devise, yet their implementation proves exceedingly challenging. They must demonstrate their capabilities and produce tangible results. Otherwise, securing funding from the higher-ups will not be a straightforward task. In experimental research, money must be poured in relentlessly. Unlimited financial support is imperative. Yet, such support is contingent upon witnessing results, creating a seemingly endless cycle of dependency. However, this is understandable. She shares the same sentiment, and thus their objectives align without conflict. After discussing some recent experimental developments with Professor Chun, he departed, leaving a person in her care. For the time being, she made no arrangements. Everything would be decided once they settled into the new environment. Currently, they only required basic support, and manpower was not an immediate concern. Qiyu approached Xian, who then addressed him. I have reviewed your resume, and indeed, as you stated, I can find no reason to decline your application. Qiyu replied, I mentioned that I would become your colleague. I am genuinely interested in your research and aspire to be part of this team. Xian twirled a pen in her hand and candidly stated, however, I cannot guarantee success. It might be a long while before we see any progress, possibly accompanied by numerous failures. Qiyu, your credentials would secure you a position at any promising research facility, with excellent remuneration and benefits. But I am not interested in that, Qiyu replied calmly. What intrigues me is the research on this chip. I wish to fully engage in this new field. I do not lack financial resources or accolades. I simply want to pursue what captivates me. Xian nodded, standing to extend her hand to Qiyu. Then, welcome aboard, Qiyu. Let's strive together. Qiyu glanced at her slender, fair hand before shaking it. All right. The new laboratory was situated on the outskirts of the city, an hour's drive from the urban center. Without much contemplation, Xian vacated her rented apartment of 2 years and moved directly into the laboratory dormitory. Almost everyone made a similar decision, including Qiyu, who had no objections. The accommodations for the researchers were quite satisfactory, comprising single apartments equipped with essential amenities like air conditioning, refrigerators, and washing machines. However, upon seeing the living conditions, those who brought Qiyu his belongings shook their heads in disapproval and even offered to renovate his space, which he ultimately declined. Qiyu and Xian resided on the same floor, directly opposite each other. She overheard the disapproving comments from his family, and as luck would have it, she encountered them as they were expressing their disdain. Qiyu maintained a stoic expression while the other 2 family members merely nodded at her before continuing to persuade him. I can manage here just fine. You have delivered everything, so you may return. Please inform my parents and elder siblings not to worry about me. Qiyu interrupted them, urging them to leave. Seeing their attempts to persuade him were futile, they departed with looks of confusion and concern, glancing back multiple times. Perhaps they believed their young master had never faced hardship, and that there was no need for him to endure such conditions in a place they deemed inferior. Qiyu, however, was indifferent to such judgments. He embraced comfort when available, yet did not complain when circumstances dictated otherwise. His presence here was not for leisure, but for work. This dwelling was merely a place to rest, and he saw no reason to be finicky about it. Besides, everyone else was in the same situation, and he had no desire for special treatment. While it may seem that Qiyu was easygoing and lacked pretentious airs, he was, in fact, a complex individual with double standards. His amicable demeanor stemmed from a genuine interest in the current endeavor. Chapter 47. Can you not let go? She did not initiate conversations with Qiyu, nor did she express any thoughts regarding their earlier dialogue. She simply nodded and walked past him. She contemplated a trip to the city to purchase some items. Yes, she needed to compile a list of essentials and buy everything in one go to avoid unnecessary trips. After all, the round trip would take 2 hours, time enough for her to calculate 10 processes of a set of formulas. Would you like to tour the laboratory's equipment? Qiyu suddenly inquired from behind her. Xian paused and turned around. Equipment? The Qi family sponsored some. You might want to see it firsthand, Qiyu replied. Intrigued, Xian felt a surge of excitement. Although she knew she could view it later, the urgency of the moment was irresistible. Noticing her enthusiasm, Qiyu's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement as he approached her. Come with me. I haven't seen it yet either. While the Qi family had indeed sponsored a substantial amount, the equipment was not merely a token contribution. Each piece was quite valuable. The Qi family was clearly invested and hopeful about the project, not to mention Qiyu's presence as their cherished heir. Once the new laboratory officially commenced operations, Xian, still young despite having spent a few months under Professor Chen's mentorship, felt the weight of responsibility that came with overseeing such a vast facility. Gradually, however, she gained full control over the laboratory's progress and processes. Her team was composed of capable individuals who, although initially skeptical, witnessed her relentless dedication as she immersed herself in the laboratory. Regardless of who approached her with questions, she promptly provided solutions. Indeed, she was youthful, and her age was less than that of any of her colleagues. Yet, some individuals possess innate ability, transcending age. Their competence commands respect and loyalty, which is why others willingly follow them. She approached Qiyu, who was engrossed in an experiment. Observing for a moment, she pointed to a particular value and remarked, "This data seems incorrect. The calculated value deviates significantly." Qiyu glanced up at her, then recalculated without rebuttal. He was receptive to feedback and did not assume superiority. Qian continued to monitor, shaking her head in disapproval. "It's still wrong." Qiyu halted his efforts. "Indeed, it appears we must have erred from the previous step. We will need to discard the current process and start anew." "Agreed." Qiyu nodded. Qian resumed her position, her focus unwavering. When she dedicated herself to a task, she seldom diverted her attention elsewhere. The person bearing the most pressure in the laboratory was undoubtedly Qian. She was young and undoubtedly eager to achieve results that would establish a reputation. Of course, this was Qiyu's perspective, and he believed it reflected the sentiments of many. However, Qian did not harbor such thoughts. She was simply intent on realizing her vision. As for proving herself to anyone, whom would she need to convince? The person she hoped would notice her was no longer present. She merely sought to fulfill his expectations, nothing more. During her moments of relaxation, Qian typically occupied herself with writing and sketching. When facing obstacles, she navigated them in this manner. She consistently spent more time in the laboratory than anyone else. While others took breaks, she had never allotted herself a day off. Thus, when Qiyu changed into casual attire to head to the city, he noticed the laboratory lights still aglow, indicating Qian was hard at work. Knock, knock, rhythmic sounds echoed through the air. Qian lifted her gaze. Qiyu entered, asking, "Still not resting?" "I was just about to," she replied, noticing his change of clothing. "Are you heading out?" "Yes, I haven't returned home in a month. Tomorrow is a rest day, so I will go back for a visit," Qiyu explained, though he had no obligation to justify himself to Qian. Yet, he found himself unable to articulate his feelings and simply stated the facts. Qian approached, nodding as she cautioned, "Drive safely on the road and make sure to rest well." Qiyu paused, stepping aside to let her pass, watching as she exited the laboratory and turned off the lights. In her hand, she held a rather thick notebook that appeared heavy, a constant companion of hers. The notebook contained nothing of significant value. It was merely a collection of her random thoughts or idle sketches, lacking any profound meaning. This was her explanation when someone inquired about it once. Qiyu's gaze lingered on Qian's notebook several times, unable to conceal his curiosity and interest. He found her intriguing, or more precisely, he was captivated by the fleeting thoughts that occasionally flitted through her mind. He believed that even her random scribbles and doodles held an undeniable charm. Unfortunately, Qian showed no inclination to share her notebook with him, which left Qiyu feeling somewhat disappointed. "You need to rest," he remarked. "Since you arrived here, you haven't given yourself a break. If this continues, you will be the first to collapse." Qian walked alongside him, assuring, "I'm aware of my limits. I won't collapse, so you needn't worry." Qiyu disapproved, casting a skeptical glance at her. Her nonchalant demeanor starkly contrasted with her relentless dedication in the laboratory, rendering her claims utterly unconvincing. He even questioned whether she had truly moved on from her breakup with Jiang Yan. After all, Jiang Yan had already moved on to several new girlfriends. To him, Qian was hardly special. Her self-imposed torment would not affect Jiang Yan in the least. It would only cause her distress. Qiyu had not intended to mention Jiang Yan before Qian, but her inability to let go prompted him to remind her of the need to consider her own well-being, if not for anyone else, then for herself. "Are you still hung up on Jiang Yan?" Qian, who had been contemplating a series of formulas, was momentarily taken aback by Qiyu's sudden inquiry. She turned to him, bewildered and confused. How had the conversation shifted to Jiang Yan? It had been ages since she thought of him. Chapter 48. The truth that no one believes Qian's lack of reaction was interpreted by Qiyu as tacit acceptance. He frowned in confusion and disapproval. "Since you decided to part ways with Jiang Yan, you should be able to move on. If you truly can't, then why did you break up in the first place? Jiang Yan already has a girlfriend. Even if you regret it now, it's too late." Qian reflected inwardly, realizing she did not regret the breakup and had indeed moved on from Jiang Yan. She could hardly remember him anymore. if Qiyu hadn't even mentioned him. She felt as though his presence had long since faded from her life. Is that so? She nodded. That's wonderful. I wish him well. Qiyu couldn't help but furrow his brow. You don't need to force yourself like that. I'm not forcing myself. I speak from the heart. My relationship with it wasn't as deep as you might think. It was merely a matter of mutual needs. She decided to stop as Qiyu interrupted her. To him, her words sounded like mere self-deception, lacking any credibility. He realized he could not intervene in matters of the heart. Such things must be resolved personally. Not wishing to pry further, he dismissed her perfunctory explanations, which were irrelevant to him. I'm not interested in your personal affairs. I'm merely concerned that your current state of relentless work might hinder the progress of our project. Please ensure you take the necessary breaks. Otherwise, if you collapse, the entire laboratory will be affected. She swallowed her response, choosing not to explain further. In this day and age, the truth seemed to be met with disbelief. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. She replied. Indeed, she had been pushing herself too hard lately, likely affecting her colleagues as well. While she didn't feel on the verge of collapse, she acknowledged the importance of considering the future. She couldn't allow her actions to disrupt the lab's progress. After Qiyu departed, Xiao Hongyu approached, holding 2 cans of herbal tea. She handed one to Xian and accepted it, but didn't drink, as she wasn't thirsty. I do need to reflect. I will take it to heart, she replied. What about you, Xiao Senior? Why are you back? Xiao Hongyu sighed. I had a few ideas and figured it wasn't too late to come to the lab and give it a try. If it works out, great. If not, I'll take tomorrow to gather my thoughts and start afresh. Do you need my help? Xian inquired. No, this is my own work. I can handle it. You should focus on resting and recharging for the busy times ahead. This moment won't make a difference, Xiao Hongyu firmly declined. All right then, but don't stay too late, Xian urged. Xiao Hongyu gestured to indicate her understanding before diving back into the lab. She stood outside for a moment before turning back toward her dormitory. Although she returned to her room, she did not truly rest. Instead, she opened her notebook and sat at her desk, carefully sketching. The night blooming cereus on her windowsill thrived beautifully. She had a habit of placing the flower within her line of sight. Upon returning to her empty room, its presence made her feel as though someone awaited her return, dispelling the loneliness. Even though it was merely a plant, devoid of consciousness and incapable of communication, to her, it held a special significance. The room was quiet, save for the soft sound of her pen gliding across the paper. After a while, she finally lifted her head, placing the pen down. Noticing the late hour, she touched the leaves of the cereus, closed her notebook, stretched, and resolved to grab a bite to eat before washing up and retiring for the night. She had no extravagant nightlife to speak of. During her time with Jiang Yan, she often found herself dragged into chaotic situations late at night, wasting precious time on futile endeavors. Yet, she couldn't claim it held no meaning. At least she had experienced a nightlife she had never known before, albeit one she did not particularly enjoy. Now that they had parted ways, her life had finally returned to its former tranquility. Perhaps it was Qiyu's mention of Jiang Yan that led her to think of him at this moment. However, after more than a year together, it was impossible not to feel some stir upon recalling him. Reflecting on her time with Jiang Yan, she acknowledged it was rather troublesome at times, akin to appeasing a child with his little temper. Now, thinking back, she realized she had exhibited considerable patience over the past year. Perhaps it was simply because Jiang Yan possessed a strikingly handsome appearance. Indeed, both his looks and physique were undeniably captivating. As she pondered this, her expression remained calm, even smiling as she playfully flicked a leaf of the cereus, lightly saying, "To be honest, Jiang Yan is quite a bit more attractive than you. Although you share some similarities, he exudes a certain aggressiveness, whereas your disposition is simply too gentle." Meanwhile, Jiang Yan was downing drink after drink, nearly finishing an entire bottle before everyone had even arrived. Su Yang tugged at the sleeve of his sister, Su Qishue, who was engrossed in her phone. "Sis, what's wrong with Yan? Is he overly excited about securing that project?" Suki lifted her head quickly to glance at Jiang Yan, then promptly lowered it again, responding perfunctorily, Yes, that seems to be the case. Isn't this a celebratory banquet prepared for him by you all? Now that he has drunk, it saves you from forcing more drinks on him." Su Yang rolled his eyes. Is it the same? The difference between drinking on your own and being coerced is immense. By the way, where is Qiyu? What has he been busy with lately? I can't reach him. And I even went to his house, but couldn't he find him? Is he really that busy? I'm leaving in a few days, and he hasn't even offered to see me off. Suki seemed lost in thought, completely ignoring Su-yang, unable to receive a satisfactory response from Suki. Su-yang turned to Sheng-rong. As he grumbled, the door swung open, and Chiyu walked in. Apologies for being late, Chiyu said. His gaze swept over Su-yang and the others before finally resting on Jiang Yan, who sat quietly in a corner, drinking alone. Chapter 49. Not as good as her. Chiyu, you finally made it. I was just asking about what you've been up to lately. Why can't anyone seem to find you? I'm about to leave, and who knows when we'll meet again. Su-yang exaggeratedly rushed over. But Chiyu stepped aside, rejecting Su-yang's enthusiastic embrace. You'll lose me like this. Su-yang fainted away. Chiyu paid him no heed. Wasn't this a celebratory banquet? Is it just a few of us? Well, it's just our brothers gathering together, of course. We wouldn't invite outsiders. Su-yang replied. Besides, I'll be heading off to school soon. Alas, why must I go so far away? In the end, it seems I'll be the only one going off alone while you all are returning. I wish I could come back too. I wish I could. No one paid attention to Su-yang's lamentations, and after a while, he felt it pointless and stopped. You still haven't told me what you've been doing lately. I've called and messaged you, but there has been no response. I even went to your house, and they said you were working. Su-yang curiously asked, when did you get a job? You're not working at your family's company. So where did you find a job that caught your interest? Chiyu walked over and sat down, casually responding, I'm doing some research that interests me. How has the lab been treating you? Suki inquired. Su-yang exclaimed, wait, do you know where Chiyu is? I couldn't find him before. And you didn't tell me. Did you ask me? Suki shot back with a sidelong glance. Su-yang, did I need to ask? You seem to have quite the opinion of me. Suki gently questioned, her smile soft. Su-yang swallowed hard, shaking his head, and obsequiously replied, no, how could that be? I was merely speaking out loud. Chiyu, you see, next time you go somewhere, do let us know. I've searched everywhere for you. I was on the verge of calling the police. Chiyu replied nonchalantly. Hey, Yingu, isn't drinking alone rather dull? Aren't you going to say a word or two? My dad mentioned that the project you secured has great prospects. This is your first project, and surely there will be many more in the future. You must look out for me. Su-yang cheekily leaned closer to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan didn't even glance at Su-yang, his eyelids drooping, appearing rather unenthusiastic. Speaking of which, Yingu has been quite successful lately in his studies. Well, there is no need to worry about his academic performance. He has secured such a substantial project right at the start of his career. Surely more and better projects will come his way. As for relationships, Yingu has never been short of women. How many partners has he had recently? Has he found someone he truly likes? No, we broke up. Jiang Yan succinctly replied. Oh, another breakup? Who is the new one? Su-yang inquired, completely unsurprised. Chiyu turned his gaze toward Jiang Yan, scrutinizing him with curiosity. Suki noticed this exchange, her dark eyes flickering with meaning as she looked at Chiyu. Perhaps her gaze was too intense, as Chiyu finally met her eyes. Is there something on my face? I was thinking that regardless of circumstances, we grew up together. No matter the reason or conflict, we should be able to discuss it openly. There is always a way to resolve things, rather than suppressing feelings until they become insurmountable barriers. Suki discerned a hint of tension between Chiyu and Jiang Yan. Or perhaps she sensed Chiyu's discontent with Jiang Yan. Chiyu said, you're overthinking it. I have no issues with Jiang Yan. I merely disapprove of how he handles his romantic affairs. Romantic affairs? Isn't he always like this? Besides, it's a mutual decision. Neither party is at a disadvantage. He never seemed to mind his behavior before, so why the sudden change of heart? Suki felt puzzled. Weren't most young gentlemen like this? Wasn't this the norm? Moreover, Jiang Yan didn't suddenly transform from a good man into a scoundrel. He had always been this way, hadn't he? Chiyu fell silent, evidently unwilling to elaborate. He couldn't very well say that he was now working alongside Xian because he admired her abilities and wished to keep her distance from Jiang Yan. He had no authority over the affairs of two consenting adults, and even if he did, he wouldn't have the standing to intervene. He didn't oppose Jiang Yan's romantic endeavors. He simply believed that Jiang Yan's actions had an impact on Xian, and they should no longer be entangled. In that case, I think among all your girlfriends, I still believe Xian is the best, Pei Jinyuan said, tossing peanuts into his mouth with an air of seriousness. Jiang Yan remained stoic and silent. Indeed, Jiang Yan, just look at your new girlfriends. Your taste seems to be deteriorating. The women you choose are becoming increasingly questionable. Suki laughed. Those women come with obvious intentions. It's as if greed is written all over their faces. All of them so affected and pretentious that it makes one cringe. As a woman, she didn't know what others thought. But she genuinely couldn't stand those women around Jiang Yan. They all appeared so false and repugnant. In comparison, Xian was attractive, a high achiever, independent, and gentle. She would have made a wonderful girlfriend had they not broken up. What did Jiang Yan think? He had been trying to prove he didn't need Xian by surrounding himself with numerous partners. Weren't they all women? What difference did it make? Xian had simply been the one who had spent the most time by his side, which allowed her to act so capriciously. A bit of quirkiness was charming, but too much became tiresome. There were plenty of women willing to be obedient and understanding. She was just one of many. Initially, Jiang Yan had indeed thought this way. However, during this period, something fell off. Everything felt wrong. He had developed the habit of waking early for breakfast, regardless of how late he slept the night before. He would wake up at the same hour every morning. The breakfast he had once scorned was now something he couldn't find anywhere. Eventually, Jiang Yan recalled that when he was with Xian, she would personally cook breakfast for him every time. If that were the case, how early must she have risen every day to prepare different dishes for him? At that moment, an unusual emotion flickered in Jiang Yan's heart. He suddenly felt as though he had overlooked much. Chapter 50. Not to be provoked, Jiang Yan had never lacked people seeking to please him. And there were certainly many who could cook better than Xian. No matter how skilled Xian was, could she possibly compare to professional chefs? Yet, Jiang Yan found those chefs utterly unsatisfactory. It seemed he had been bewitched. Indeed, those others could not hold a candle to her. Jiang Yan finally admitted it. So far, she was undoubtedly the person most in tune with him. As soon as Jiang Yan finished speaking, a wave of uproar erupted. Especially Su Yang and Pei Jingyuan, who were relishing the drama, urged Jiang Yan to seek out. She and Jiang Yan felt a flicker of temptation, yet he quickly dismissed the idea, pondering why he should humiliate himself by chasing after her. After all, she had not made any effort to reach out to him. However, I think it's best not to. Chiyu interjected abruptly. Since you cannot offer any commitment and do not harbor feelings for her, having parted ways, it would be wise to refrain from provoking her. Others have finally established a semblance of normalcy. Rekindling impossible hopes would be quite inconsiderate. Upon Chiyu's utterance, silence enveloped the room as everyone turned their gaze towards him. Su Yang attempted to speak multiple times but found himself at a loss. Since their last encounter, it seemed that Chiyu was somehow protective of Xian. Even Su Yang entertained this notion, let alone Jiang Yan, who was the subject of criticism. Jiang Yan cast a lingering look at Chiyu. You seem to have a strong opinion about me, he inquired slowly. Chiyu replied, I harbor no opinions about you. I merely believe that when it comes to matters of the heart, if one does not feel affection, it is best to avoid entanglements, for the sake of oneself and others. Oh, Jiang Yan replied, his eyelids drooping, a smirk playing on his lips. What is the fuss all about? If you like someone, be with them, if not part ways. It is a matter of simplicity, Su Qishue remarked, resting her chin on her hand. Moreover, Jiang Yan and Xian, they did share over a year of romance. To suggest there are no lingering feelings is hard to believe. Chiyu countered. What you call feelings is merely a lack of appreciation during their relationship. After more than a month apart, surrounded by various women, he now realizes that Xian is the best, thus intends to pursue her again. To be disinterested yet still cling to someone so casually. Enough is enough. Su Qishue interrupted Chiyu's tirade, her tone laced with a hint of warning. No need to stop. I'm quite intrigued to hear what you have to say next. Jiang Yan lifted his glass, signaling his indifference and inviting Chiyu to continue. Chiyu glanced at Su Qishue, not fearing Jiang Yan, but choosing to remain silent. As Jiang Yan observed Chiyu's reticence, he playfully tapped his cheek with his tongue, leaning back to face Chiyu. Is that all you have to say? When did you become so concerned about my romantic affairs? I am not concerned, Chiyu replied. Perhaps your concern lies elsewhere. Jiang Yan retorted with a wry smile. I've been meaning to ask, what is your relationship with Xian? Why are you so protective of her? Chiyu frowned. I have no relationship with her. If one were to be precise, they were colleagues, with her even being his superior. Quite fitting indeed. If that were the case, then by what right do you intervene in my matters with her? Whether I reconcile with her or entertain other thoughts, what gives you the authority to inquire? Chiyu pressed his lips together, knowing he should not have spoken up. Indeed, as Su Chishu has suggested, matters of the heart are known solely to those involved. Outsiders can never comprehend or interfere. Chiyu, you aren't being deceived, are you? Jiang Yan thought to himself with a cold sneer. At that moment, Jiang Yan maintained a calm facade, yet his heart simmered with rage. He had truly parted ways with Xian, yet his bond with Chiyu stretched back to their childhood. He had never contemplated severing ties with his brother over a woman. Jiang Yan found himself in a quandary, unsure whether his ire was directed at Chiyu's unrelenting words or his frustration with Xian's fickleness. She had been resolute in their breakup, refusing to reconsider. Previously, he had suspected she might have another suitor lined up. It now appeared that Xian had set her sights on Chiyu. Chiyu, have you been seeing Xian on the side? Sheng Rong interjected casually, lighting a cigarette. She is no naive flower. Her affection for Jiang Yan is merely a tactic. Don't be surprised if you find yourself ensnared as well. Sheng Rong made no effort to conceal his disdain for Xian, nor did he shy away from expressing his unfavorable speculations about her true intentions. For people like them, approaching someone with ulterior motives is quite normal. She is not what you think, Jiang Yan began, but Chiyu swiftly countered. Sheng Rong suddenly burst into laughter, glancing at the earnest-faced Chiyu before turning to Jiang Yan, who wore an expression devoid of emotion. See, Jiang Yan, her methods are far more cunning than you realize. Isn't it evident she has already ensnared one of you? It wouldn't be surprising if both of you found yourselves manipulated by her. Jiang Yan, with his eyes icy and distant, stared vacantly at a point in the room, unsure if he absorbed Sheng Rong's remarks. Facing Sheng Rong's malicious insinuations, Chiyu furrowed his brow tightly. Sheng Rong, you needn't paint her in such a negative light. She experiences sorrow too, even in her moments of despair. She remains dedicated to her research. She has never sought to get close to me or utilize me to infiltrate our circle. I can discern this much. She is not the scheming individual you portray. Sheng Rong held no belief in Chiyu's words but opted not to argue, weakly raising his hand. Fine, you're right. Yet his disbelief was palpable. After a moment, Jiang Yan suddenly inquired. So, your recent busyness is due to being with her? Jiang Yan's question was piercing. Chiyu nodded. Just as I thought. Jiang Yan scoffed inwardly, realizing he should have anticipated it. He bore no genuine anger towards Chiyu's actions, especially since they had attended the same seminar recently, which likely led to his conclusion. I'll reiterate, Chiyu, this is between me and her. Do not involve yourself. Jiang Yan stated coolly. As brothers, I'll be forthright. Indeed, I have encountered numerous women recently, but she remains distinct. I have entertained thoughts of pursuing her once more. Chiyu's brow furrowed like that of an old man. Yet Jiang Yan continued, but rest assured, out of respect for you, I shall refrain from pursuing her further, so as not to affect your professional relationship. Chiyu suddenly turned to Jiang Yan, seemingly taken aback by his concession. However, Jiang Yan did not meet Chiyu's gaze, instead lowering his eyes to conceal the tumult of emotions swirling within him. Enough, Jiang Yan mused. Why let a woman of negligible significance disrupt a bond cultivated over many years with Chiyu? It was neither equitable nor worth it. Chapter 51, Comparison. Such were his thoughts. Since that dinner gathering, Jiang Yan's company of women had continued unabated, yet he found it all rather tiresome. He began to recall Xian more frequently, comparing his companions to her. The more he compared, the more he felt they paled in comparison. No one could hold a candle to Xian. Was this her intention? To make him accustomed to her presence, only to withdraw suddenly one day, leaving him disoriented? Did she hope he would find it impossible to let go? Her calculations were rather astute. Jiang Yan chuckled coldly. Indeed, habits take time to form, and sudden changes can be difficult to adjust to. Nevertheless, he would adapt. He did not need Xian. He had merely grown accustomed to her being by his side, to her kindness towards him. Jiang Yan faced the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at his expressionless reflection. He did not believe he harbored deep affections for Xian. Perhaps he did possess a hint of fondness for her. He appreciated her obedience, her understanding, and her unwavering focus on him. Jiang Yan coldly turned to pour himself a drink. It is advisable to drink sparingly, especially on an empty stomach, as alcohol can be detrimental to one's health. As he poured, he paused, as if a gentle voice whispered beside him. Only Xian truly cared for his well-being, concerned for his discomfort, persistently reminding him to take care of himself. Unlike other women, who sought to ply him with alcohol, almost wishing for him to succumb to intoxication. Jiang Yan's hand hesitated only for a moment before he resumed pouring, quickly lifting the glass to his lips without any further hesitation. It has become evident that Xian is indeed a troublesome woman, lingering even after their breakup. She professed her affection, yet ultimately it was she who chose to abandon him. What does her love truly amount to? Was it merely a game? In moments of solitude, Jiang Yan's emotions overflowed, revealing a hint of grievance in his eyes. Despite claiming to cherish him most dearly, she quickly became entangled with Qiyu. As she moved on so swiftly, clearly, Jiang Yan failed to reflect upon himself. During their separation, women constantly surrounded him. Although none remained for long, he was never truly alone. Even while still engaged with Xian, he maintained no distance from other women. Xian never inquired, and he had grown accustomed to it. Feeling no wrongdoing on his part, he had been spoiled, as those who are loved often possess the privilege of being capricious. Now that Xian has retracted all the privileges she once bestowed upon him, he finds himself unsettled and aggrieved. Regardless of Jiang Yan's inner turmoil, Xian remained unaffected. Her experiments had made significant progress, and the atmosphere in the lab was one of joy. Even Qiyu, who seldom smiled, could not conceal his delight at that moment. Professor Chun was present, witnessing this small leap forward, his smile broadening as he announced that he would treat everyone in the lab to dinner that evening. The professor had better prepare his wallet. It was a rare occasion for him to be so generous, and they must make the most of it. Futsi Yuan teased. Speaking of which, Professor, do you have enough savings? Perhaps you should ask your wife for a little extra. Otherwise, I fear you may have trouble explaining when you return. Professor Chen responded with a dismissive snort, swatting at Fu Ziyuan, who narrowly dodged. What nonsense! Do I need to consult your mistress about money? In my home, my word is law. I never need her permission for expenditures. Ah, is that your mistress coming? Before Professor Chun could finish, he was interrupted by the enthusiastic cheers directed at someone behind him. His expression shifted instantly, and he turned to see no one there. Only Fu Ziyuan's laughter ringing in his ears, which nearly prompted him to hurl his shoe at the offending rascal for causing him embarrassment. Fu Ziyuan immediately raised his hands in surrender. I was wrong, Professor. A true man must be flexible, he retorted. Get lost. You are the most annoying among this bunch of students. Off you go. Professor Chun waved him away disdainfully, as one would swat at a fly. The others in the lab erupted in laughter, relishing this rare moment of levity, free from the usual tension of experimentation. She could not hide her own mirth, her eyes crinkling into a genuine smile. Qiyu turned his head, and upon seeing her radiant expression, he found himself momentarily entranced. Xian often smiled, but never had her smile been as captivating as it was now. Qiyu bit his lip, diverting his gaze as he touched his heart, which raced a bit too quickly. He felt a twinge of abnormality. Little junior sister must come too. You've turned down every invitation before with various excuses. If you refuse again, we shall be angry. Fu Ziyuan exclaimed. Indeed, everyone must attend. No one is permitted to decline. You need not save for me. Today, the professor is treating us generously, and we shall enjoy ourselves. Professor Chen added, let me treat you all. I haven't had the opportunity to host a meal for everyone since coming here. Professor, please do not compete with me. Xian chimed in cheerfully. How could you host? You will have plenty of opportunities. This time, as your teacher, I am rewarding you all. If you refuse again, I shall be displeased, Professor Chen declared, attempting to maintain a stern demeanor. Xian, seeing this, ceased her objections and nodded in agreement. The dinner was scheduled for that evening, with a day of leisure to follow, allowing everyone to unwind and enjoy themselves. Later, Xian took Professor Chen on a tour of the laboratory, which he had not had the chance to see before due to time constraints. After completing the upper-level tour, they descended to the underground lab. This area appeared to possess commendable security measures. After navigating several password entries and retinal scans, they reached the lower level. Professor Chun strolled leisurely behind Xian, nodding as he observed. Are you planning to move here? Xian inquired. Professor Chen quickly shook his head. No, I am quite content where I am. Moving would be an adjustment I am not ready for. Xian smiled but said nothing further. Professor Chun continued. I carry the title of mentor here, but decisions are left to you young people. The extent of your freedom correlates directly with the responsibilities you must shoulder. I understand, Xian replied earnestly. leading Professor Chun to the computer. I do not wish to disappoint you, nor do I wish to let him down. Him? Professor Chin questioned, puzzled, thinking he misheard. Just as he was about to ask, Xian interjected, Professor, please take a look at this. I hope you won't laugh at my fanciful ideas. Isn't research all about fanciful ideas? Transforming the fanciful into reality is what brings true satisfaction. Professor Chin chuckled, casting aside his earlier concerns. He stood beside Xian, watching the computer screen as she presented her work. What is this? Professor Chin's expression grew serious as he focused on the complex data displayed on the screen, accompanied by a model of a male figure, robust and strikingly handsome. At first glance, he appeared almost too perfect to be real. All right, this is indeed not a real person, Xian noted, indicating that it was a humanoid, intelligent entity. After a moment, Professor Chin's expression morphed into one of peculiar and indescribable astonishment. And do you think this is a bit too ambitious? He queried. Yet, his eyes remained riveted on the screen, betraying an uncontainable eagerness. What if fanciful ideas? They might just come to fruition. Humanity has always pursued the extraordinary, be it flight or the ability to traverse the earth. Yes, it is indeed a considerable leap. I may not be able to achieve it. It is merely a concept. But I must inform you, I cannot muddle through without your knowledge. After all, you are the primary authority in this laboratory. I must relay any developments to you promptly. Professor Chen nodded, suppressing his burgeoning hope, not wishing to place undue pressure on his student, merely encouraging exploration. Indeed, assess your needs, and do not hesitate to communicate them to me. I still possess a modicum of connections, he advised. Thank you, Professor. He leaned closer to the computer, utterly absorbed in the data displayed. This person, why does he seem somewhat familiar? Professor Chun mused aloud, moving the mouse to rotate the figure's profile, scrutinizing its features. Xian lowered her gaze, refraining from answering. Fortunately, Professor Chin's inquiry was casual. After all, it was not a real person. Perhaps its perfection had led to this illusion. After a delightful dinner that evening, Professor Chun, having indulged a bit too much, announced his inability to stay any longer. Being young, they thrived on revelry, and he, an elder, felt it appropriate to step aside and not hinder their enjoyment. Do not stay up too late. Ensure you rest well for tomorrow, Professor Chin cautioned before departing. Understood. Goodbye, Professor. Take care. Futsi Yuan waved dismissivity. Professor Chan huffed in annoyance, but Xian interjected diplomatically. I will keep an eye on my senior brothers and sisters. We will return early. Professor Chin shot a disapproving glance at the irresponsible Fu Ziyuan, giving a heavy sigh. Learn from your junior sister. At your age, you ought to be more considerate. Fu Ziyuan, with a playful grin, remarked, Yes, I understand I was wrong. Teacher, please head back quickly, or else the teacher's wife might call to urge you. Professor Chin rolled his eyes, clearly exasperated with this troublesome student whom he truly wished to be rid of. Xian stood beside Professor Chun, accompanying him to the entrance of the hotel. Chi Yu, who had been seated at the table, noticed this and also rose to leave. Oh, Chi Yu, you're not planning to escape now, are you? Fu Ziyuan quickly called out to him. Chi Yu replied, I'm just going out to check on Xian. I'll be back shortly. I see. Then hurry back. Don't get lost along the way, Fu Ziyuan cautioned. Xiao Hongyu shot him a disdainful glance and said to Chi Yu, Ignore him. He is not thinking straight. Go check on Xian, and if she is too tired, she can head back. We want to stay out too late. Chi Yu nodded in agreement as he watched Chi Yu's figure fade at the doorway. Xiao Zimo adjusted his thick glasses and remarked dreamily, Ah, this is youth, truly wonderful. Shut up and eat your food, Xiao Hongyu retorted. Oh, when Chi Yu emerged, Professor Chun had already departed. Xian stood alone at the hotel entrance, illuminated by the neon lights of the night, her solitary figure exuding an air of loneliness and uncertainty. Chi Yu lingered behind her for a while before approaching. Xian gazed upward at the night sky, seemingly searching for something. It's time to go back. They are all waiting. Chi Yu's calm, deep voice broke the silence. Xian turned around, and her eyes immediately fell upon the tissue Chi Yu offered. She blinked in surprise and accepted it. You didn't think I was crying, did you? She mused, quickly deducing the reason behind Chi Yu's gesture. No, Chi Yu replied, somewhat sullenly. He had indeed thought she was in tears. Her back had appeared so helpless, radiating profound sorrow. The first thought that crossed his mind was that she was grieving for Jiang Yan, no matter how indifferent one may seem. An investment of heartfelt emotions cannot simply be cast aside at will. It is merely a facade. As Xian looked up at the sky, to Qiyu, it seemed an act of false strength to prevent her tears from falling. This scene caused Qiyu to frown deeply. He should have turned a blind eye and let her process her emotions alone. Yet, he could not articulate the sudden surge of feelings within him. Before he realized it, he found himself standing behind Xian, offering her the tissue. Qiyu believed that Xian's confident demeanor in the laboratory was most fitting, as if she radiated light. Unexpectedly, when Xian turned around, her eyes were clear and devoid of any traces of tears, as if in that fleeting moment. She had managed to suppress all her emotions. What were you just thinking about? Qiyu asked abruptly, pausing as he sensed the impertinence of his question. He awkwardly added, I'm just asking casually. You don't have to answer. Xian smiled as she moved closer to him, saying, It's nothing I can't share. I was just thinking about how one instinctively seeks someone to share joyful moments with, but alas. She smiled and looked up. It's a pity that the person I want to share it with cannot see it and is not by my side. She had just seen couples walking together, and a wave of sentimentality washed over her. She thought that if he were here, she would undoubtedly share her happiness with him first and receive compliments and a listening ear for all her joys and troubles. She could afford to be capricious and express her anger, knowing someone would always stand by her side. However, she had lost him, and he was irretrievable. Instinctively, she clutched her chest, feeling a sharp pain that blurred her vision, and she gradually crouched down, her head bowed. Qiyu was taken aback. I can never get him back. As Qiyu crouched down to inquire, he suddenly heard her low, choked murmurs. His outstretched hand froze in midair. Chapter 53. Are you not going to explain? You truly cannot let him go. After a moment, Qiyu spoke softly. She had heard him and wondered. Let go of whom? The one who held her heart? She did not wish to let go, nor could she. The person who had left a significant mark on her life had abandoned her. She could neither bear to part with him nor forget him. They had promised to always stand by each other, to support one another forever, so that whenever she turned around, she could see him. Evidently, their thoughts were not aligned. She spoke of the person she cherished, and her momentary vulnerability threatened to shatter her long-held composure. Do you like him that much? Even if he doesn't like you? Even if he has hurt you? Qiyu asked in a low voice. She had hardly paid attention to Qiyu's words. She had always been adept at controlling her emotions. After a fleeting moment of weakness, she quickly regained her composure. She had understood that no one was obligated to tolerate her negativity. The one who had once accepted her flaws was no longer there, and she had to learn to manage herself. Yet, she had always done so remarkably well. If you truly cannot let go, I will take you to see him, Qiyu said, furrowing his brow and speaking with a solemn tone. Although I still doubt this will yield any positive outcome, if it is what you desire. Xian raised her head, her eyes slightly reddened, yet no tears fell. Find him? Where'd I even look? She merely smiled, and that smile was tinged with bitterness, evoking sympathy. Qiyu's hand, which hung at his side, curled slightly. I will take you to find him. Without hesitation, Qiyu grasped Xian's arm and pulled out his phone to contact him. I am friends with him. I can locate him, no matter where he is. I will take you to see him right now. If you have anything to clarify, do it while you have the chance. If you truly cannot let go. Qiyu intended to suggest that they should try again, but he swallowed those words at the last moment. Knowing it would lead to pain, he felt helpless as he watched her leap into the fire, and yet he found himself inadvertently pushing her forward. I'm not because of Jiang Yan. You think I'm doing this for Jiang Yan? Xian paused for a moment before hastily explaining. She had thought to herself that she had never confided in anyone about her feelings, and Qiyu knew nothing. I don't like Jiang Yan. I'm not doing this because of him. Xian's explanation faltered, for Qiyu's expression made it clear he did not believe her words. In any case, it's truly not Jiang Yan. Consider it a drunken whim tonight. Xian sighed, coming to a halt, speaking helplessly. She truly did not have feelings for Jiang Yan. She could distinguish between those she liked and those she used to fill the void. She never believed Jiang Yan could compare to him, nor would she lower her standards. Having seen the best, how could she settle for less? It was precisely because she had been drinking that she had spoken the truth. Rather than being so entangled in this inability to let go, I can genuinely take you to find him, Qiyu stated. Thank you, but it's really unnecessary. Xian declined. It was genuinely not needed. There was no reason for her to rekindle any connection with Jiang Yan. However, she found it difficult to explain her rationale to Qiyu. After all, Qiyu and Jiang Yan were friends, and she could not disclose to Qiyu that she had never liked Jiang Yan, nor had she ever been consumed by thoughts of him. What she had always admired were the traces of resemblance between Jiang Yan and the person she truly desired. She had merely sought the impossible through him. I truly don't, she sighed, reiterating, I don't like him. I really don't like Jiang Yan at all. She could only weakly emphasize that it was not for Jiang Yan, and there was no need to force a connection. Qiyu did not believe her, but having reached this point, he was no longer as insistent on having she meet Jiang Yan. He indeed did not trust she in stubborn denial. Yet he thought that perhaps it was best if she did not see Jiang Yan again. With time, she would surely be able to let go and forget. The two individuals harbored their own thoughts, yet they reached an unspoken consensus regarding the matter of not seeking out Jiang Yan. They maintained their intertwined posture, resembling a strikingly attractive young couple, leading onlookers to mistakenly assume they were merely a pair of lovers engaged in a playful quarrel. Can you enlighten me on what you are doing? Or perhaps I should inquire, what is your relationship? A familiar, oppressive voice suddenly broke through from behind. Xian and Qiyu turned simultaneously. Indeed, Jiang Yan stood not far behind them, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded them. It was unclear how long he had been observing them, but his demeanor was decidedly unfavorable, reminiscent of an impending storm. He advanced step by step, halting at a short distance from the two. Noticing their silence, Jiang Yan smirked slightly, his cold gaze sweeping over their faces before settling on their clasped hands. More specifically, it was Qiyu holding Xian's wrist. Qiyu immediately sensed the scrutiny and promptly released Xian's hand. He opened his mouth to explain, but instinctively glanced at Xian. Having just suggested taking Xian to find Jiang Yan, encountering him now, was it truly a coincidence? Xian had no intention of explaining anything to Jiang Yan. She felt no need to clarify. Casting a glance at Jiang Yan, she said to Qiyu, since your friend is here to see you, you two should talk. I'll head inside first. The senior brothers are likely waiting. With that, she politely inclined her head towards Jiang Yan, as if addressing a stranger, and brushed past him to enter the hotel. Jiang Yan's actions were swifter than his thoughts. As she had moved past him, he seized her arm. She halted, looking at him with confusion. Is there something you need? Jiang Yan's impending accusation was stifled by her demeanor, which was too calm and indifferent, as if they were complete strangers. Yet, they had once been the most familiar of people, having shared the deepest of intimacies. Do you have nothing to explain? Jiang Yan managed to utter through clenched teeth. Xian, perplexed, replied, what do I need to explain? To whom should I give an explanation? Her words effectively silenced Jiang Yan. Indeed, they had clearly stated their breakup. As individuals who had parted ways, there was no obligation to report their actions or provide explanations. Just as Xian had never inquired about his relationships with other women during their time together, she felt no need to justify herself now. Qiyu interjected, what I share with Xi and is not what you perceive. Jiang Yan shot a glance at Qiyu before returning his gaze to Xian. An unsettling anger bubbled within him, leading him to speak without thinking. I didn't expect you to kick me to the curb only to cozy up to my friend. You're quite something, Xian. Chapter 54. I grew weary first, Jiang Yan. I've already told you, Xi and I are not what you think. Qiyu's expression darkened as he attempted to clarify. However, Jiang Yan paid him no heed, fixated solely on Xian, his gaze unwavering. What I saw was you two pulling at each other, Jiang Yan scoffed. One is my ex-girlfriend, the other my friend. With my ex and my friend entangled in public, how do you think I would react? Qiyu opened his mouth to clarify, but found himself at a loss for words. She did not require Qiyu's defense. She glanced at her arm, still held captive, and politely requested, excuse me, could you please let go? It's a bit painful. Jiang Yan's expression darkened further. It felt like a punch in a cotton. Xian appeared utterly unfazed, no longer the person who would immediately drop everything to appease him at the slightest hint of his displeasure. Jiang Yan focused intently on her face and eyes, searching for any sign of reluctance or sorrow, but found none. She remained calm and indifferent, seemingly regarding him as little more than a stranger post-breakup. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Yan questioned whether she had ever truly loved him. If she had, how could she so easily propose a split? Jiang Yan did not release her arm. In fact, he tightened his grip. Xian's brow furrowed deeply, wondering if Jiang Yan intended to break her arm. Qiyu and I are colleagues, or friends, if he doesn't mind. Xian decided it best to clarify. She could not decipher Jiang Yan's thoughts and was too apathetic to ponder deeply, simply stating the facts. As for any romantic entanglement, it was far from the truth. He should trust his friend enough to believe she had no ulterior motives in their conversation. She hasn't entangled me. We were merely talking, Chiyu added. He noticed the curious glances from passers-by at the hotel entrance, feeling the atmosphere had grown awkward, as if they were witnessing a scandalous affair. Moreover, he truly had no romantic involvement with Xian. He had only intended to take her to find Jiang Yan. Perhaps, sensing his explanation was lacking, Chiyu glanced at Xian and added, I only thought she looked sad and wanted to bring her to you. Jiang Yan paused, his expression shifting to one of realization as he regarded Xian for a moment longer, his understanding dawning. You were looking for me? You wanted to find me? Jiang Yan's voice betrayed an unexpected pleasure he was unaware of. Not at all. If you wanted to find me, you could have come directly. There was no need to go through someone else, Jiang Yan retorted. Xian glanced at Chiyu, recognizing his good intentions. However, I did not intend to seek you out. Chiyu misunderstood. My earlier distress was not related to Jiang Yan. Chiyu moved his lips, casting a glance at Jiang Yan and softly apologized. Sorry, You two talk. I'll head inside to wait for you. Chiyu sensed that his presence complicated matters further. Jiang Yan and Xian needed time alone to discuss things properly. Regardless, with Jiang Yan present, Xian had the opportunity to clarify any misunderstandings. Jiang Yan, you and Xian have a good talk, he advised, gently patting Jiang Yan's shoulder. Jiang Yan lowered his gaze, his eyelids half closed, remaining silent. Xian did not object. All right, let your senior brothers know I have something to tend to and can't join them for now. Please tell me where they plan to go later, and I will find you. Sure. Chiyu nodded, watching as he entered the hotel. Only then did Xian move her restrained hand. Can you let go of me now? I think we really should have an earnest discussion to clear up any misunderstandings to avoid this awkwardness every time we meet. Jiang Yan regarded her, and indeed released his grip, but suddenly spoke with a tinge of bitterness. You certainly seem to have a close relationship with Chiyu. Is it necessary to look at him like that? He has grown enough to not get lost. Xian pretended not to hear. Are you busy now? If not, there's a CAF nearby that's quiet and suitable for conversation, she inquired. Not busy, Jiang Yan replied swiftly, his tone crisp, as if fearing she might change her mind. Realizing he had sounded too eager and made himself appear desperate, he adjusted his tie and added, I do have time to listen to what you have to say. Feel free to share. The two entered the CAF, not initially intending to drink coffee. After sitting down, they casually ordered a cup. While waiting for their drinks, she did not speak right away. Jiang Yan, seated opposite her, had not diverted his gaze from her since their meeting began. Jiang Yan, when I said we should break up, I meant it sincerely. I thought we had made ourselves quite clear. Xian finally initiated the conversation. However, the words that escaped her lips extinguished the rare flicker of joy in Jiang Yan's heart. Was it truly necessary to utter such unpleasant remarks? I believe your concern for Chiyu is genuine, and seeing me, your ex-girlfriend, interacting with your friend has stirred your emotions. Xian, with a thoughtful demeanor, sought to provide Jiang Yan with a rationale for his recent attitude. Yet, you need not worry. My relationship with Chiyu is strictly professional and platonic. I have never intended to exploit him nor use him as a means to draw closer to you. You can rest assured that my feelings for you have long dissipated. Is this all you wish to convey? Jiang Yan interrupted her explanation, his voice heavy with inquiry. After such a long absence, is your only aim to sever ties? Confusion flickered in Xian's eyes as she tilted her head and asked, do we truly need to clarify our relationship? Hasn't it always been quite evident? We were clear about it during our time together. What do you mean by clear? Jiang Yan retorted. You liked me for my obedience, my submissiveness. There is no need for you to make promises, as a future between us was never in the cards. We were merely indulging in a fleeting romance, fulfilling our own needs until we grew weary of each other. Xian recounted those callous phrases with an unwavering calmness, yet Jiang Yan found the words, once his own, now pierced his heart with an unsettling sharpness. I believe this arrangement is rather advantageous, as it allows for a mutual understanding of our identities. I possess enough self-awareness to refrain from coveting what does not belong to me. At that moment, the coffee was served. Xian stirred her drink, taking a delicate sip before offering an apologetic smile. Ironically, I was the one who grew weary first. Chapter 55, What Happened to the Affection? Jiang Yan gazed at Xian in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the words that had just escaped her lips. What did you say? He murmured. I had assumed that you would be the one to end things, yet here I am, the one who has grown tired first. Xian rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. Ultimately, things were different. The person seated across from her bore no resemblance to the memories she cherished. Physical appearances are merely superficial. She often felt that searching for his essence within Jiang Yan was a form of sacrilege. With this realization, the final filter through which she viewed Jiang Yan seemed to shatter. The truth was undeniable. He simply could not compare. Do you even grasp what you're saying? You were the one who first pursued me and professed your affection. And now, you claim to be weary? Xian, are you toying with my emotions? Jiang Yan felt a sudden, intense pain in his heart, bewildered by his own feelings, and he murmured his questions in despair. Jiang Yan, our relationship was harmonious while we were together. I wish to maintain that dignity even after parting ways. There is no need to make it a spectacle. Please don't assume I have ulterior motives. I believed I had been abundantly clear since the moment we broke up, and I have made no effort to entangle you further or to exploit those around you to get close to you. Jiang Yan, let us keep things amicable. If all else fails, simply ignore me. Should you truly wish to avoid me, I will endeavor to stay out of your way. Xian thought to herself that she would likely spend most of her time in the lab, and if all went well, her encounters with Jiang Yan would be minimal. Since their breakup, every meeting had felt strained. Perhaps it was because Jiang Yan had always been the one to end relationships, and now, having been the one to initiate the split, she had left him grappling with a profound sense of loss. Yet, such matters need not weigh heavily on the heart. The initiator of a breakup holds little significance when their relationship was never conventional. Each had sought their own satisfaction, thus owed nothing to one another. Upon their separation, she had returned all the gifts Jiang Yan had given her without hesitation. You never truly loved me, Jiang Yan. Let us leave it at that, Xian declared. Jiang Yan remained motionless, his gaze cast downward, having ceased to look at her, seemingly evading her eyes. Checking the time, Xian noticed his continued silence and prepared to leave. If you choose not to speak, I shall take it as an agreement between us. I hope that should we inadvertently meet again, you will simply disregard my presence. Thank you. Xian stood and began to depart. Well then, I shall not impose further. My seniors are waiting for me. I must take my leave. As she passed by Jiang Yan, he suddenly stood up. His movement was so abrupt that his knee collided with the table, causing the unfinished coffee to spill all over him. In that moment, he disregarded the mess, reaching out in an attempt to grasp Xian. Yet, she was prepared, deftly sidestepping his hand and maintaining a safe distance, leaving her unscathed by the coffee stains. Did you not claim to adore me? Jiang Yan's voice was hoarse as he questioned. Is this how you express your affection? Did you ever genuinely care for me? Xian tilted her head, observing his face, her gaze gradually unfocused as the visage before her began to merge with the one from her memories. She could almost hear his gentle, teasing inquiry echoing in her ears. And are you daydreaming again? You profess your love for me, yet you seem distant in my presence. Am I not captivating enough for you? Love, you are the one I cherish above all others. Instinctively, Xian reached out, responding in a daze. It was only when a warm hand enveloped hers that she snapped back to reality, the haze lifting to reveal that she was still in the CAF, and the person standing before her was not her beloved, but rather a Jiang Yan who appeared to be forcing a semblance of enjoyment. You declare that I am your favorite. I heard you. You said it. Jiang Yan remained oblivious to Xian's earlier distraction, and upon hearing her unequivocal confession of affection, he could not conceal the joy swelling within him. She still held feelings for him. She truly liked him. This realization ignited a fervor within Jiang Yan, though he could not articulate the reason for his excitement. The pain in his heart seemed to be replaced with vitality, beating fervently. Xian blinked rapidly, momentarily dazed. She sighed internally, feeling dreadful. Lately, his voice echoed in her mind more often, and her longing for him intensified. Perhaps it was the approach of the anniversary of his passing. During this time, she always felt disoriented and melancholic. She withdrew her hand abruptly, her mood sour as she stated, I indeed like you. From the moment I first laid eyes on your face. Yet now, I have grown weary. I no longer desire you. Your temperament, your habits, every facet of your being starkly contrasts with my desires, and thus, I no longer wish to pursue you. Jiang Yan stared at her in stunned silence. I do not wish to create a scene, Jiang Yan. Let us simply part ways amicably, without disturbing one another. With that, she cast a deep glance at Jiang Yan before resolutely turning away. She owed him nothing. Yet, in truth, she had indeed treated him as a mere substitute for another, a fundamental error. Now, she had decided to halt her descent into further mistakes, which was certainly better than compounding her errors. Standing at the CAF's entrance, she glanced back at Jiang Yan, who remained rooted in place, before decisively walking toward the hotel. Jiang Yan stood motionless, his expensive suit marred by coffee stains, seemingly unaware, his gaze fixed on his hands. He had just held her hand moments ago, and he could still feel the lingering warmth. Yet now it was all gone. It was merely a breakup. Yet she resolutely refused to look back. She clearly harbored feelings for him, yet she continually pushed him away. What does this mean? If she truly cared for him, why could she not acquiesce to him? Had she not once been willing to follow his lead, they could have remained together in harmony. He truly could not comprehend what she was thinking, nor could he discern his own thoughts. Wasn't it merely a breakup? She had long become his ex-girlfriend, and he was never short of companions, many of whom were more beautiful and far more obedient than she was. He should have forgotten her by now. Jiang Yan turned his gaze towards the window, perfectly positioned to see the hotel where they had just dined. He watched as she entered and later emerged with a group of people, including Chi Yu, all gathered around her. Despite the multitude, he could pinpoint her instantly. He saw her smiling, laughing at Chi Yu, and sharing joy with everyone around her. Yet, those smiles had once been exclusively his. Chapter 56. Parents. That evening, Jiang Yan returned to the residence of the old Master Jiang. He had little desire to be there, but with the old man's birthday approaching, it was impossible for him to stay away. Jiang Yan felt disoriented and lost, his emotions evident to anyone observant. Those who cared would inquire with concern, while those who did not would scold him for appearing disheveled. Upon entering, he heard voices from within and, raising his gaze, was unsurprised to see his father, Jiang Yan, who had been abroad for years, now present at home, still in his formal attire, suggesting he had just returned. He was seated on the sofa, conversing with Jiang Yan's uncle, Jiang Yan, a faint smile gracing his usually stern face. As soon as Jiang Yan spotted Jiang Yan, he greeted him warmly. Yan, you're back. What is with your appearance? Is something the matter? Jiang Yan was the first to notice Jiang Yan's discomfort and inquired with genuine concern. Jiang Yan's smile vanished completely as he scrutinized his only son, whom he had not seen for quite some time. When he noticed the coffee stains on Jiang Yan's attire, he frowned and remarked coldly, "What is going on with you? When out in public, you must maintain your dignity. Don't create a scene that I would have to clean up." Jiang Yan was indifferent to his son's external troubles or emotional state. He only sought a competent heir, showing little regard for anything beyond that. Jiang Yan had largely grown up under the care of his grandfather and uncle, while his parents, Jiang Yan and Jue Ying, were merely a facade of a couple, primarily concerned with his academic performance. No matter how rebellious Jiang Yan was, Jiang Yan never probed further, indifferent to fights or truancy, as long as Jiang Yan maintained his grades. The old master often remarked that Jiang Yan was an anomaly, possessing a temperament that was unyielding and detached, yet managing to amass substantial wealth without facing dire consequences. Regardless of the old master's disdain, it was undeniable that Jiang Yan was highly capable. However, his coldness, particularly towards his son, was palpable. In Jiang Yan's eyes, the importance of fatherhood was negligible. He merely needed a successor who bore his blood and excelled in every aspect. And that individual was Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan remained expressionless, staring at Jiang Yan without speaking. Though the words were harsh, he had long surpassed the rebellious phase and would not retort to his father. He listened to the unkind words without expectation of parental affection. He had matured and no longer needed it. In the presence of his father, he suppressed his complex emotions regarding Xian. "I understand," Jiang Yan replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Seeing the estrangement between father and son, Jiang Yan felt helpless and sought to mend the situation. "Yan, go wash up and change. Your brother will be back soon. You two should catch up. He has taken a rare few days off." "All right, I'll head up now," Jiang Yan responded, nodding before ascending the stairs. After Jiang Yan left, Jiang Yan turned to Jiang Yan, frowning as he said, "I've repeatedly warned you not to apply your standards for outsiders to Yan. He is your son. Don't let your relationship become so strained. He is already quite remarkable and much more compliant than you." Jiang Yan chuckled, unfazed by his brother's reproach. "I know. There's no need to worry. I have it under control," he casually replied. Jiang Jianshin struggled to suppress his exasperation, remarking, "You think you have it under control? Have you taken a good look at your behavior? Just a reminder, while your escapades may not matter, don't let them lead to serious consequences." Jiang Jianxing smiled again, reassuring, "My only heir is Jiang Yan. You can rest assured. He is the most suitable successor I could choose." Jiang Jianshin remained skeptical, aware that years of dialogue had yielded little change, leaving their relationship in a stifling state. Later, Zhuo Ying returned. Although she and Jiang Jianxing were married, they led separate lives, free from interference. Zhuo Ying was undeniably a stunning beauty, and Jiang Yan inherited her delicate brown eyes. Her arrival was akin to a vibrant red rose, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Dressed in a striking red gown that accentuated her fair skin and fiery red lips, she scanned the room upon entering, her eyes lighting up upon spotting Jiang Yan. "Darling, Mommy's back. I missed you so much. Let me see you," Zhuo Ying exclaimed, enveloping Jiang Yan in a warm embrace, her meticulously manicured hands playfully ruffling his hair and face. Jiang Yan, expressionless, gently pulled her hand away, accustomed to such encounters. Despite her hands-off parenting style, as a mother, she immediately noticed the melancholy in her son's eyes. "I really should spend more time at home with him. It's easy to say, but harder to do," the old master remarked with a cold huff. Zhuo Ying remained silent, while the old master's irritation grew. "Look at yourselves. Is there anyone more irresponsible than you as parents? What is the point of raising a child if it's just to fulfill your obligations?" Gently, Jiang Yan pushed Zhuo Ying away and moved to support his grandfather's arm, murmuring, "Grandpa, there's no need to be upset. I'm fine." Jiang Jianxing appeared oblivious to the old master's anger, glancing at Jiang Yan and then at his long-absent wife, his expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Zhuo Ying casually settled beside Jiang Jianxing, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at her son. "My darling has indeed inherited the best traits from both of us," she remarked. Jiang Jianxing smirked slightly, casting a glance at Jiang Yan. Zhuo Ying continued, "I wonder which lucky girl will capture his heart in the future." Jiang Jianxing interjected, "Emotional decisions are the most foolish. A suitable heir should focus on maximizing his own interests." Chapter 57. Concern yours still as frighteningly profit-driven as ever. Zhuo Ying commented nonchalantly, "One can never have too much profit," Jiang Jianxing replied. Zhuo Ying fell silent, her attention fixed on Jiang Yan. Though she often exercised control, it did not negate her love for her only son. How could she not care for him? Jiang Yan, of course, was acutely aware of his mother's intense gaze. Yet he did not lift his head, remaining by the old master's side throughout the evening. Jiang Jianxing and Zhuo Ying, as parents, barely had the opportunity to exchange a few words with Jiang Yan. If they attempted to interject with jealousy, Jiang Yan might not even acknowledge them. By the time evening fell, Jiang Yan returned to his room. Just after taking a shower, a knock echoed at the door. He paused, towel in hand, gazing at the closed door for a moment, hesitating to open it. Tonight, he was agitated by matters concerning Shi Yan, his emotions in disarray. All he desired was solitude, free from disturbances. However, being at home, the knocker could be anyone, making it impossible for him to feign ignorance. Moreover, the most likely person to seek him out at this hour was, "Darling, are you asleep?" Zhuo Ying's cheerful voice resonated from outside the door. Jiang Yan fell silent for a moment before walking to the door and opening it. Zhuo Ying, having removed her makeup and donned casual loungewear, held a bottle of wine in one hand and 2 glasses in the other. She shook the glasses playfully, her face radiating joy as she looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan stood at the threshold, momentarily at a loss for words as he observed the wine she carried. "Would you like to share a drink with Mom? I can keep you company all night long," Zhuo Ying said with a beaming smile. "It's rather late. You should rest early," Jiang Yan replied slowly. "That's of little consequence. I can rest any time. Since I rarely get to see my precious son, I must cherish this time with you," Zhuo Ying declared as she entered the room, placing the wine and glasses down. "Mom, I'm not a child anymore. Please don't call me that," Jiang Yan said, feeling uncomfortable with the intimacy. His relationship with his parents was distant, yet he found it difficult to reject the warmth emanating from his mother. "What's the matter? Does growing up mean you are no longer Mom's darling?" Zhuo Ying teased, patting the space beside her. "Come, sit here. Let us have a chat." Jiang Yan sighed inwardly, feeling the weight of the moment. He could coldly dismiss his father, but the vibrant energy of his mother left him uncertain of how to respond. He walked over, still with damp hair, and took a seat opposite her. After a 6-month separation, they sat together in silence. Zhuo Ying studied her son, noting his downcast eyes and the restlessness that had plagued him throughout the evening. It seemed he was ensnared by some troubling issue. She had never interfered in Jiang Yan's life, having been largely absent since his birth. Aware of her shortcomings as a mother, she recognized that maintaining the current relationship with Jiang Jinxing left her little choice. She had no intention of justifying her irresponsibility. She straightforwardly admitted to others that she was not a good mother. Yan, I heard you were seeing a girl for over a year. When can I finally meet her? Zhuo Ying inquired, her head tilting with curiosity. After such a long time, you must really like her, right? Jiang Yan replied nonchalantly. We broke up. Zhuo Ying was not surprised. She merely nodded and said, Oh, that's truly unfortunate. I thought you had found someone special. But no worries. If this one didn't work out, perhaps the next will. Have you met anyone else that has caught your interest? She continued. For someone of their status, such matters were commonplace. Zhuo Ying had hoped Jiang Yan had come across someone exceptional, but it appeared that she was mistaken. Is that why you came to find me so late? Jiang Yan asked. I noticed you seemed down tonight and wondered if something had happened. Maybe you need to talk. I could help you sort through it, she offered. Jiang Yan declined. There's no need. I can handle my own matters. You should take care of yourself. He never expected his parents to provide any assistance. He merely wished to avoid impacting each other's lives. He had no desire to share his troubles regarding Xian with Zhuo Ying, nor did he believe that parents who struggled with their own relationship could aid him in resolving his issues. He needed solitude to contemplate his relationship with Xian and discern what he truly desired. Zhuo Ying, undeterred by his indifference, took a sip of wine and cheerfully asked, Darling, after all this time, with so many girls coming and going, hasn't there been one that has made your heart flutter? Jiang Yan remained silent, finding her words laughable. Zhuo Ying added, When I say flutter, I don't mean the girls you've casually dated, but someone you could envision spending your life with, marrying and having children. Jiang Yan scoffed lightly, like how you and Dad are. Who says you must marry and have children to be together? There are plenty of couples who have wed and born children, yet remain emotionally estranged, leading to separation and divorce. Things are different for us. While your father and I may not have had deep feelings, our time together was harmonious. Ultimately, we parted due to differing ideologies, but we respect each other's space and lead our own lives quite well. Zhuo Ying reflected on her marriage with Jiang Jinxing. She had come to terms with her husband's lack of affection towards her, as she had never been overly attentive to him either. Their relationship, more akin to a partnership than a traditional marriage, was stable and harmonious. Everything they had was for their only son, Jiang Yan, and no matter how chaotic their lives became, what belonged to him remained untouched. Yet, it seemed this dynamic had impacted Jiang Yan. Yan, you shouldn't judge my relationship with your father. You have your own life to live. Choose whomever you wish to be with. There is no need to marry for the sake of a union. If you love someone and she loves you in return, that is enough. Despite her irresponsibility, Zhuo Ying genuinely wished for her son's happiness as he grew. Chapter 58. Indistinguishable. Zhuo Ying's words struck a chord within Jiang Yan. Love someone? Who had he truly loved? Among all the girls he had encountered, who had captured his heart, he had yet to decipher what it meant to like someone, let alone love. I want to like or love anyone, Jiang Yan said emotionlessly as he stood and walked to the door, pulling it open. It's late. You should drink less and get some rest. His dismissal was blunt and to the point. He had no desire to delve into profound discussions about life with Zhuo Ying late at night. He craved silence and solitude. Her presence brought him no solace. Seeing his parents only heightened his irritation. Yan, I may be an irresponsible mother, but I hope you find happiness, Zhuo Ying sighed, setting her glass down as she stood. She approached her son, contemplating the height he had gained since she last saw him, and spoke gently. Jiang Yan, initially reluctant to come across as confrontational, found his anger bubbling to the surface upon hearing her words. However, he maintained a composed facade, responding with a cold smile. Is this your way of easing your guilt? Finding justification for your years of negligence? Zhuo Ying paused, taken aback. You are my son, and I never deny that. I don't recall much about you or Dad from my childhood, and I don't feel your absence has affected me. So, there is no need for you to feign concern. We can maintain our previous relationship just fine. Having faced setbacks with Xian, Jiang Yan returned home only to be confronted with his parents' insincere attempts to engage him in meaningful conversation. which he found thoroughly exasperating. He found it peculiar that his parents seemed to coexist harmoniously. He could not comprehend what Xian truly desired. Yan, I acknowledge my inadequacies as a mother, and I apologize. Zhua Ying gently caressed Jiang Yan's face, softly expressing her regret. I'm also deeply sorry that the nature of my relationship with your father has left you with a negative impression. I sincerely hope you remain unaffected by our circumstances, and I genuinely wish for you to walk hand in hand with the girl you love for the rest of your life. Jiang Yan turned his head away from her touch, retreating from her presence. My happiness is for me to determine. I am quite content with my current state. Please take care of yourself. Yan, I never taught you to speak to your mother in such a manner. Jiang Jinxing's cold voice echoed from the depths of the corridor as he slowly approached Jiang Yan's doorway, confronting the mother and son. Jiang Yan, what has become of your upbringing? Jiang Yan met Jiang Jinxing's icy, piercing gaze, a flicker of suppressed emotion crossing his features as he replied nonchalantly. My parents did not teach me how to navigate relationships. I apologize for that. Jiang Jinxing raised an eyebrow, about to respond, but Zhua Ying interjected, all right, it's quite late. Your father, and I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Sleep early. Tomorrow many guests will visit, and it will be quite busy. Make sure to rest well. Jiang Yan lowered his gaze, murmuring an acknowledgement as he watched Zhua Ying lead Jiang Jinxing away, calmly closing the door behind him. He lingered at the threshold for a while, listening as the sounds from outside faded. He had grown accustomed to his parents' alternating warmth and coldness. He felt no sorrow, only deepening confusion. Were his parents not getting along well? Why was it different with Xian? He believed he had feelings for Xian. No other woman could compare. He simply could not offer her marriage. But what value does marriage hold? Would it resemble his parents' relationship? What significance would that have? Jiang Yan collapsed onto his bed, raising a hand to shield his eyes. He should not focus too heavily on one woman. He had been thinking of Xian far too frequently of late. Yet now, Xian wished to distance herself completely, leading to a definitive end to their connection. She would smile at others, show kindness to them, and perhaps even love another man. Jiang Yan felt his heart begin to race in discomfort. Did he truly like Xian? Or rather, did he love her? He closed his eyes, the echoes of Xian's voice resonating in his mind, her words all revolving around her. Jiang Yan felt a surge of frustration, mixed with a sense of injustice and disbelief. Deceiver, he murmured softly. Unbeknownst to him, Xian was busy assisting Qiyu in escorting the inebriated Fu Ziyuan to his hotel room, both drenched in sweat. If they failed to return him safely, it could cost them dearly. Qiyu had never engaged in such endeavors before. He felt somewhat dazed, struggling to catch his breath. The young Master Qi had never lifted a finger for such labor, usually leaving that to others when his friend became intoxicated. Yet today, he had painstakingly managed over a dozen drunken individuals, tirelessly controlling their antics, leaving him utterly exhausted. In the hotel lobby, Qiyu rested on a sofa, his face flushed from either the alcohol or fatigue. You must be quite tired. Have some water, Xian offered, placing a bottle of mineral water before him. Qiyu opened his eyes to glance at her, then at the water. It was already past 3 in the morning. Xian sat down opposite him, equally fatigued, her hair sticking to her face, yet her eyes sparkled with warmth and radiance. Qiyu felt his heart race, abruptly diverting his gaze, gulping down nearly half the bottle. It's late. You should get some rest, Qiyu said, his eyes flickering, seemingly hesitant to meet Xian's gaze. Oblivious to his unease, Xian nodded. Indeed. It's time for me to rest. What about you? Aren't you heading upstairs? Qiyu replied. Tomorrow I must attend a birthday banquet. My family's driver will be here shortly to take me home. Xian acknowledged this. I see. Please be careful on the road. Certainly, Qiyu responded. Xian did not rise immediately, intending to wait for Qiyu's family driver before leaving. Qiyu bit his lip, hesitating before asking, how are things between you and Jiang Yan? Xian smiled, interpreting Qiyu's inquiry as concern for Jiang Yan. I have already clarified things with him. There should be no issues moving forward. Given our social circles, we likely won't intersect again. Oh, as long as you've resolved it, that's good, Qiyu remarked, surprised by his own words. What was he even saying? Fortunately, Xian did not dwell on his comments, instead continuing, it is indeed a relief. One less matter to worry about. We may not be friends, but at least we need not be concerned about awkwardness or conflict in future encounters. By the way, I haven't thanked you yet for helping me out earlier. Qiyu shook his head. I did not truly assist you. Rather, My assumptions led to the misunderstanding between you two. I should be the one apologizing. Then if that's the case, neither of us is at fault. After all, you were merely trying to console me. Xian replied with a smile, sipping her water. Regardless, the matter has been resolved, and that is what truly matters. Indeed, Qi nodded. Once the topic concluded, they found themselves at a loss for words, sitting in awkward silence as they sipped water. They were not particularly familiar with one another, and the context of being Jiang Yan's ex-girlfriend and friend complicated their interaction, leaving them unsure of what to discuss. Should they talk about work? Xian pondered, not wanting to sit in silence, fearing it would become even more uncomfortable. Regarding the recent progress of the experiment, while it has certainly made significant strides, I feel it still lacks in certain areas. I have an idea I've been working on, and I would like to share the data with you for your evaluation, she suggested. Perhaps sensing the awkwardness, Qiyu spoke up first about work. They primarily interacted through professional matters, and discussing work would provide them with common ground. As expected, with the conversation shifting to work, Xian became more animated, and they found themselves engrossed in a discussion about the experiment's advancements. Before they knew it, nearly an hour had passed, and both seemed reluctant to end their conversation. Xian's eyes sparkled as she praised. I've had thoughts in this realm before, but I never mustered the courage to pursue them. Your insights today have illuminated my understanding. I believe this will greatly enhance our overall progress. Qiyu, you are truly remarkable. Qiyu's expression remained unperturbed. In response to Xian's commendation, he merely stated, I made minor adjustments based on your foundational work. You would have eventually arrived at these conclusions yourself. It is of little significance. Regardless of whether I would have thought of it later, you are the one who thought of it first, Xian countered. Qiyu fell silent, taking a sip of water, his throat moving slightly as he tilted his head, concealing his expression, though his flushed ears betrayed his tumultuous feelings. Just then his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw it was his sister calling, alongside several missed calls. After answering, he stood up. I apologize, I lost track of time. It's late. You should head upstairs. My family has arrived to pick me up. Qiyu had not anticipated their conversation would stretch on for so long. Xian followed his gaze and looked outside the hotel's massive floor-to-ceiling windows. A discreet black sedan stood out under the dim light of the early morning, as there were scarcely any vehicles on the road. All right, I shall head up now. We will discuss the rest when we return to the laboratory. Take care on your way, and good night. Xian retracted her gaze, nodded at Qiyu, and the two parted ways, one heading towards the hotel entrance, the other towards the elevator. As Qiyu reached the entrance, he paused to glance back, just as Xian stepped into the elevator, her figure vanishing in an instant. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qiyu proceeded towards the waiting car. The driver silently opened the door, and he bent down to enter. Such a lively conversation. I called several times, but you didn't seem to notice at all, a cheerful woman in the car remarked, resting her arm on the window and tilting her head with a smile. Second sister, Qiyu called softly. She is quite attractive, Qishu commented. Indeed, Qiyu replied. Noticing Qiyu's demeanor, Qishu leaned closer. What's wrong? Did you drink too much tonight? Your ears are so red, and your face is flushed. Are you tipsy, or did someone get you drunk? Qishu teased. Qiyu averted his gaze to the window, responding mildly, She is my colleague and the head of this laboratory project. Please refrain from making such disrespectful jokes, second sister. While Qishu was indeed jesting, she respected capable individuals. Hearing Qiyu's serious tone, she decided to let it go, merely wishing to tease her brother. So, she is the head of the project? Quite young and impressive, Qishu remarked. I thought it would be someone older, but it's astonishing to see such talent at a young age. A faint smile graced Qiyu's lips as he nodded. Yes, she is exceptionally talented. Qishu observed Qiyu's profile, unable to discern his feelings clearly. Yet, under the dim light, his ears appeared even redder. Her mind began to speculate. It was only natural for young people who spent so much time together and shared similar ideals to spark subtle connections. It was hardly surprising. In that light, she is indeed remarkable, Qishu agreed with a smile, choosing not to delve deeper into the topic. Noticing her brother's unease, she shifted the conversation. Make sure to rest well tonight. We must visit the Jiang family tomorrow. You and Jiang Yan have always had a good relationship, so you should go early. His parents have returned, and they might not be in the best of moods. Qi responded quietly. He didn't harbor any conflicts with Jiang Yan due to Xian. Their brotherly bond forged over the years was not so fragile. It was merely that their understanding and handling of certain matters differed. He didn't believe these could affect his relationship with Jiang Yan. Speaking of Jiang, Yan brought Xian to mind. Xian had mentioned that she had clarified things with Jiang Yan, but what were Jiang Yan's thoughts? She didn't plan to question Jiang Yan. He was clear-headed enough to know that such inquiries would only lead to misunderstandings. Since Xian had stated that she had settled things with Jiang Yan, their relationship was no longer his concern. Jiang Yan could do as he pleased, and as long as Xian fulfilled her responsibilities, that was sufficient. As for everything else, it was none of his business. Yu stared out at the nightscape, the warmth in his ears gradually dissipating. The following morning, a group of individuals, still dazed from the previous night's revelry, managed to rise one by one. Xian had expected them to sleep in, but to her surprise, they emerged from their rooms, looking disheveled and yawning. I feel like I fought all night. My entire body aches, Fu Ziyuan complained, rubbing his head. Had I known, I wouldn't have drunk so much. Now, not only do I ache, but my precious head is pounding, spinning like the world is ending. Qiu Zimo, adjusting his glasses, replied, You weren't the only one drinking heavily. You forced drinks on everyone around you. I never used to drink. I absolutely refuse to let alcohol take over my intelligence. Who isn't a genius? Am I not one? I sacrifice myself for the greater good. Qiu Zimo, uninterested in Fu Ziyuan's antics, turned to see Xian, neatly dressed, exiting her room. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. Junior sister, I apologize for the trouble last night. Adjusting his glasses was a habitual gesture to mask his awkwardness, as Xian had indeed taken care of them. Fu Zan sauntered over, leaning against the door beside Xian with a mischievous grin. Thanks, junior sister. Without you, we would have surely slept on the street last night. No need for thanks. It wasn't just me. Qi was the one who brought you back. I really couldn't manage alone as a girl, so I was fortunate to have Qi Yu with us. Xian replied with a smile. Oh, isn't that our golden boy? I must treat him to a nice meal later to express my gratitude for not tossing me out. If Qi Yu had heard Fu Ziyuan's remark, he would have clarified that he had indeed considered abandoning them out of exasperation, but it was not his intention. Xian quickly blinked and subtly evaded Fu Ziyuan's gaze. Could I really have thrown him out? He is quite bothersome. Last night, while Qi had been suppressing Fu Ziyuan's erratic gestures, he had quietly asked Xian, of course, I couldn't have actually thrown him out. Xian recognized Fu Ziyuan's wild instincts, acknowledging that, while he was joking, he had accurately predicted their near fate of sleeping on the streets. If she voiced her thoughts, Qiu Zimo, having spent enough time with Fu Ziyuan, would undoubtedly tell her that it was not an instinct, but rather Fu Ziyuan's acute self-awareness of his own drunkenness. Are we heading back now? Or do we have other plans? She inquired. I plan to catch another nap before heading home. My father has been nagging me. If I don't return soon, he'll act as though I'm no longer his son. Fu Ziyuan sighed, ruffling his hair. What would he possibly dislike about me? Can he really find another son as exceptional as I am? Where would he find one? Qiu Zimo replied dryly. Your parents probably desire a child who is not so self-absorbed, someone more obedient and sensible like junior sister, not a clumsy brute like you. Isn't it perfectly reasonable for them to feel that way? TSK, Qiu Zimo, does your comment imply you have a problem with me? Fu Ziyuan retorted, playfully tightening his grip around Qiu Zimo's neck, narrowing his eyes as he gritted his teeth. You're choking me. I can't breathe. As the two bickered, the others gradually rose from their slumber. After breakfast, those living in the capital planned to return home, while others needed to purchase supplies. Ultimately, only Qiao Hongyu and Xian remained to head back to the laboratory together. On the way back, Qiao Hongyu continually rubbed her temples, appearing quite unwell. Drinking is utterly pointless and only leads to discomfort, she muttered, half closing her eyes. Seeing this, Xian gently pressed her palm against Qiao Hongyu's forehead. Indeed, alcohol harms the stomach and body. Moderation is key. Your technique is quite effective. My head doesn't ache as much anymore, Qiao Hongyu exclaimed after a moment. I specifically learned this technique. Previously, Jiang Yan often drank, and after a night of indulgence, he would suffer from headaches. I wished to ease his discomfort. Xian's words momentarily faltered before she continued naturally. Qiao Hongyu pulled her hand away, turning to face her. Did you have a moment of reflection? Do you now believe that the scoundrel you once adored is truly unworthy? You are indeed a model girlfriend, Qiao Hongyu remarked, with such beauty, intelligence, and thoughtfulness. Where could one possibly find such an exceptional girlfriend? If I were a man, I would never let you slip away. It is lamentable that some men cannot distinguish between virtue and vice. They only seek their own pleasure. She felt it was necessary to clarify on Jiang Yan's behalf. I did not demand anything from him. I do not require his consideration or affection. I am indifferent to whether he has someone else in his life or how he treats me. I simply cherish him. Seeing his face brings me immense joy and satisfaction. We each fulfill our own needs and find contentment in our arrangement, which has proven harmonious. She was merely enamored with Jiang Yan's visage. His actions and feelings towards her were of no concern. She wished to transfer the affections she had not had the chance to express to him onto Jiang Yan instead. Occasionally, she experienced fleeting thoughts that perhaps that person had always been by her side, perhaps he had never truly departed. Yet, upon regaining her clarity, she understood the truth better than anyone. Qiao Hongyu, in disbelief, reached out to touch Shi Yan's head. What on earth is going on in that clever mind of yours? Jiang Yan is indeed handsome, but surely you shouldn't demean yourself by loving him so. You are placing yourself in the mud. Could it be that he has been spoiled by your affection? No matter how much you adore someone, it should never reduce you to the dust. And you are not without merit, are you? Perhaps your family background does not compare to his, but your intellect. Qiao Hongyu intended to express that Xian's intelligence was exceptional. Otherwise, she would not have garnered Professor Chen's recognition and independently managed a laboratory at such a young age. However, sometimes the folly of infatuation can be daunting. It appeared that the issues at hand were not solely Jiang Yan's. She had her own significant challenges. Qiao Hongyu, with a resigned nod, tapped her forehead, saying, "At least you have managed to rein in your reckless path and have not truly ventured down a road of no return, leaving yourself wounded." Xian smiled softly, choosing silence. She thought to herself that she would not allow herself to be hurt again. The person who had wounded her the most was the one she loved the most, and that person had abandoned her long ago. She had already suffered the most painful experience. There would be no more. Chapter 61. I almost forgot upon arriving at the laboratory, Qiao Hongyu, due to her hangover, retreated to her dormitory to rest. She truly needed a proper sleep, as her head throbbed faintly. I could probably sleep until nightfall, so you need not call for me. She said at her room's threshold to Xian, then added with a hint of disdain, I will never drink again. Being drunk is more exhausting than spending several sleepless nights in the lab. Xian nodded, then rest well. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. After giving an okay gesture, Qiao Hongyu entered her room. She turned toward her own room. She had nothing pressing to attend to. Rather than linger in her room, she decided to find something to do in the laboratory. After showering and changing into a fresh outfit, she donned her lab coat and immersed herself in her work, remaining hidden within the laboratory for the entire day. When darkness fell and Qiao Hongyu arrived at the laboratory, she noticed the lights ablaze. She understood that her diligent junior sister was likely treating her holiday like overtime. Indeed, upon entering, she found Xian engrossed in front of the data recorder, intently watching the numbers fluctuate, occasionally jotting down calculations on paper. Qiao Hongyu refrained from interrupting Xian. Instead, she observed for a while and realized that the data Xian was working on was not related to their group's current project. Qiao Hongyu recognized Xian's intelligence. There exists a considerable disparity even among geniuses. Growing up, she had been praised and believed herself to be a prodigy. Oh no, until she joined Professor Chen's team, where she became involved in various experiments. It was then she realized that she was not as extraordinary as she had once thought. Many were far more intelligent than she. Just like Fu Ziyuan, though he could be a bit chatty and carefree, he was indeed brilliant. Perhaps this truly illustrated the difference in intellect. Now, with Xian among them, Qiao Hongyu felt compelled to strive harder, lest she become a hindrance. When Xian finally regained her focus, she glanced outside at the ink-black sky and turned to see Qiao Hongyu diligently working at the experimental apparatus. I deeply suspect you have been here since I was asleep. Have you perhaps not eaten all day? Qiao Hongyu looked up and inquired. Xian replied, with nothing to do, I find it more comfortable here. Without a few assistants, you truly neglect your well-being. If this continues, you will inevitably ruin your health, Qiao Hongyu sighed. You are right, Senior Qiao. I will remember that, Xian sincerely admitted. Remembering is not enough. You must act on it. Anyone can merely speak. It takes effort to change. Xian smiled, humbly accepting the advice. Since joining Professor Chen's team, she had felt a warmth of support she had not experienced in a long time. She believed she was beginning to let go of her past, slowly emerging from her shell. She had closed herself off for too long, so much so that she thought no one could ever enter her world again after losing him. Gazing at Xiao Hongyu's concerned reprimand, Xian's eyes crinkled into a soft smile. You should smile more, and let it be genuine. If you do not feel like smiling, then do not force it, Xiao Hongyu said. Observing her smile, she paused, then averted her gaze, adding, we are all older than you. You have the right to be a bit willful. The title junior sister is your privilege. Cry when you need to, laugh when you wish. How wonderful that is. Xian blinked rapidly, momentarily lost in thought. Those words sounded familiar. You should smile more, Minun. You look best when you smile. No matter what, I will protect Anan's smile. And I want her to be happy forever. That is my greatest goal. Her eyes trembled as she recalled a figure, a man who had journeyed from childhood to youth, gazing at her with a face full of fondness, slowly fading away into the distance. Don't go, she murmured, reaching out. The gentle, deep voice echoed once more. Flying in. Your world is not limited to me. You need friends and to explore the world around you. Our country is beautiful, and this world is vast. And I will always be here, waiting for you to return. And what is wrong? Xiao Hongyu called, seeing her lost in thought with reddened eyes. She recalled how she had called him a liar. He had promised to always stand behind her, guarding her return. He had indeed kept his word. He lay peacefully in that cemetery, in the city where they had met, which would eventually be her home. One day, she would return to the city she had fled. Until then, he would remain there, never departing. And what is the matter? Xiao Hongyu asked again. I was not scolding you. I was reminding you to take care of your health. Your well-being is crucial, and I admit my previous words were a bit harsh. I shall be more mindful in the future. She shook her head, lowering her gaze to suppress her emotions, then lifted her head, her eyes bright and clear. Senior Qiao cares about me. I cannot be oblivious to that. Your words just now remind me of someone who once told me the same thing, which makes me miss him a little, wishing to go back and see him. That is good. I was worried something was wrong. Xiao Hongyu let out a sigh, contemplating the possibility of visiting. With the advancements in technology, video calls were a viable option, and transportation was well developed. A few days off work would suffice. It would be nice to return home for a visit. Xian smiled softly, his voice barely above a whisper. He is no longer here. He didn't want me to dwell on him. He wished for me to let go of the past. I promised him I wouldn't go back. Xiao Hongyu opened her mouth, gazing at the smile on Xian's face, suddenly feeling a pang of sorrow. What kind of emotions must one harbor to speak such words while smiling? Xiao Hongyu was unaware of the identity of the person Xian spoke of, but it was evident that this individual held great significance in Xian's life. Xian walked ahead of Xiao Hongyu, his tone steady and calm. I didn't even get to see him one last time. I'm close to forgetting what he looks like. I think. Soon I won't remember him at all. After all, isn't time said to be the best healer? Xiao Hongyu furrowed her brow as she watched Xian's silhouette, and in that moment, she truly sensed the overwhelming sorrow that enveloped him. Indeed, time is the finest balm for wounds, but it cannot withstand the constant tearing at scars that bleed anew. Chapter 62. The banquet due to the birthday celebration of old Master Jiang. Jiang Yan was roused from his slumber early in the morning. Although he was not the one preoccupied, he could not escape the intrusion of his boisterous friends, who disrupted his dreams. The banquet was scheduled for the evening, leaving the daytime free for leisure, as Su Yang and others simply sought amusement at Jiang Yan's residence. Su Yang had even taken special leave from afar, charming old Master Jiang into hearty laughter. It was no wonder he was favored among the younger generation. Flattery often has its advantages. All right, I know you're all here for a yen. Go ahead, that rascal is probably still sleeping in. Hurry and wake him up, we have guests. Old Master Jiang waved his hand. Understood. With Grandpa Jiang's orders, I shall drag Yin down. Su Yang declared confidently. However, as he turned around, his smile faltered. Jiang Jinxing was slowly descending the stairs, casting a casual glance at Su Yang and his companions, a subtle, enigmatic smile gracing his lips as he nodded ever so slightly. Uncle Jiang. Su Yang, who had been lively just moments before, now appeared as meek as a quail in front of Jiang Jinxing. Looking for Jiang Yan? Jiang Jinxing inquired. Yes, we're here to see Yin, Su Yang replied, tugging at Pei Jingyuan to say something. Pei Jingyuan, however, remained oblivious, feeling intimidated by Jiang Yan's father, whose mere presence was suffocating. Jiang Jinxing, not wishing to make things difficult, nodded and said, then go on up. Have fun. Su Yang awkwardly nodded and hurriedly pulled Pei Jingyuan away, fearing he might collapse under pressure if he lingered any longer. Indeed, Jiang Yan had yet to rise. He had stayed up late the previous night and only fallen asleep near dawn. It felt as though he had barely closed his eyes when a loud banging at the door jolted him awake. He turned over, still in a daze. Yan, Yan, Yan. The voices outside seemed to fear he couldn't hear them, banging on the door while calling out as if trying to summon his soul. After taking a moment to gather himself, Jiang Yan splashed cold water on his face and, feeling fully alert, opened the door leisurely. Surprise. Yan, are you excited to see me? Su Yang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Jiang Yan regarded him with a blank expression, turning away without offering even a glance. Un facade, Su Yang continued. My sister probably won't arrive until later. She's busy getting ready, as my mom insists she needs to look presentable or she'll never find a partner. Following Jiang Yan into the room, Su Yang kept chattering. Yan, have you ever thought about being with my sister? That way my mom wouldn't nag her, and we all know each other so well. Jiang Yan paused, turning to look at Su Yang. Is this question coming from Su Qishue, or is it your own idea? Su Yang replied, it's my own. Why let good fortune go to waste? I won't be with her, Jiang Yan stated flatly. I mentioned this to Su Qishue before, and I hope you remember it. Please refrain from speaking of such matters again. Su Yang was not surprised by this response. After all, he had already cleared things up with Su Qishue. Don't make a fool of yourself. I proposed it to her before, and she rejected me without hesitation. It just shows she lacks vision, Su Qishue remarked. I have to give it a try. Who knows, I might succeed. Su Qishue replied, not even glancing at Su Yang. I'll be waiting for your good news, my dear brother. Su Yang had to admit that Su Qishue's sarcastic remark about waiting for his good news was likely just to see him make a fool of himself. Coming back to his senses, Su Yang shrugged and said, all right, I knew this was the outcome. My sister doesn't have the patience of a good-natured sister-in-law. She can't endure grievances, and even if you two were together, it probably wouldn't last long. Jiang Yan remained unmoved, turning his back to them as he removed his shirt. Su Yang and Pei Jingyuan, standing behind him, whistled at his exposed back. While Jiang Yan prepared, Su Yang and Pei Jingyuan continued their incessant banter, driving Jiang Yan to the brink of irritation, his forehead throbbing with veins. It took immense restraint not to kick them out. Once downstairs, Su Yang fell silent, as Jiang Jinxing's presence commanded respect. He sat upright, a demeanor he seldom displayed at home. Jiang Yan was called away by Jiang Jinxing, who had not had the chance to converse with him the day before. Today, they would make the most of their time together. Jiang Yan lowered his head slightly, following Jiang Jinxing to the study. Old Master Jiang noticed, but chose not to intervene, as he was indeed Jiang Yan's father. No one knew what transpired between the father and son in the study, but when they emerged, their expressions remained unchanged, just as they had been before entering. As they descended the stairs to rejoin Su Yang and the others, Jiang Jinxing gave Jiang Yan a friendly pat on the shoulder, saying, treat your friends well. Finally, he added, as for what you said earlier, until you have the right to negotiate with me, those words are meaningless. Jiang Yan clenched his hand at his side, then slowly relaxed. Let's go. Jiang Yan called to Su Yang and the others. I'll take you to explore other places. By the time evening's banquet arrived, Su Yang was still recounting Jiang Jinxing's intimidating presence to Su Qishue and the others. I never want to face Yan's father again. My legs felt like jelly. Uncle Jiang rarely returns for celebrations. If it weren't for old Master Jiang's birthday, you wouldn't even get the chance to see him. Sheng Rong said lazily, holding a glass of wine. Even Jiang Yan hardly gets to see him. You should keep your expectations in check. Jiang Yan's relationship with his parents is quite complicated. It's best not to stir up trouble, Su Qishue advised. Weren't you the one who said you'd introduce me to Jiang Yan? How's that going? Why haven't you given me any good news? Su Yang responded with a sigh. Sheng Rong scoffed. You and Jiang Yan? Better not. I fear it would cause chaos. Su Qishue raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on her lips. Sheng Rong, I've noticed you have quite the sharp tongue. You've always been this way. Have I? You seem oblivious to your own shortcomings. Just because you're dealing with family matters doesn't mean everyone has ulterior motives. Honestly, I think Xian is quite wonderful, intelligent, beautiful, and perceptive. Why do you diminish her worth? Su Qishue seemed to have a significant issue with Sheng Rong, a sentiment that had been brewing for quite some time. I suspect your influence has played a considerable role in the discord between Jiang Yan and Xian. Chapter 63. It was she who left me. Jiang Yan's affections are beyond my influence. I merely speak the truth. The women surrounding him all harbor ulterior motives. Xian? She may seem amiable on the surface, yet such individuals warrant greater caution. One can never truly ascertain what schemes they may be plotting in secret. Those of their social standing have witnessed countless men and women employing various cunning tactics to ascend the social ladder. He does not believe that anyone is genuinely uninterested in wealth and status. It is evident to discerning eyes what Jiang Yan's sentiments toward Xian are. A normal person would certainly not remain indifferent. Yet, she displays an unwavering consideration, devoid of complaints. Is it truly just affection that sustains her? If Jiang Yan possessed nothing, would she still remain so compliant? She is not that kind of person. If you do not understand her, refrain from hastily judging her. At that moment, Qiyu interjected with displeasure. Cheng Rong leaned back slightly, turning to him. You claim not to understand. Do you think you possess greater insight? Cheng Rong retorted. Qiyu, I wanted to mention this last time. Is it truly worth it? For the sake of a woman, you would forsake years of brotherhood? It compels me to question whether you harbor feelings for her. Otherwise, I cannot fathom why you protect her so ardently. Qiyu's heart raced. Yet he promptly denied it with gravity. No, do not divert the topic. I am addressing your disrespectful attitude. To judge someone without understanding them is inherently erroneous. Oh, is that so? Have I not always been this way? Cheng Rong replied nonchalantly. She is not the woman you perceive her to be. She has never sought anything from Jiang Yan. Had that been the case, she would not have broken up with him. You assume she has ulterior motives. Could she not genuinely care for Jiang Yan as a person? Qiyu, by nature, was not one to engage in disputes. Typically, when faced with disagreement, he would scarcely glance at the opposing party, let alone offer explanations. Their shared upbringing only intensified the suspicion surrounding his defense of Xian. Moreover, with Xian and Qiyu currently working together, should their relationship develop further, I do not deny that Xian cares for Jiang Yan. I merely question the purity of that affection, Cheng Rong stated. In certain respects, Cheng Rong's feelings approached a fragment of the truth. This affection was indeed not pure. Yet, the distinction between Cheng Rong's interpretation of impurity and Xian's genuine intentions was qualitatively different. The purity of their feelings is not for you or me to judge. They have already parted ways. Regardless of their initial intentions, their relationship has concluded, and all slander and doubt should cease here. Qiyu remained steadfast. It seemed he was at odds with Cheng Rong today. He disliked hearing disparagement of Xian from those around him. She was not the person Cheng Rong described. Cheng Rong, with his tongue pressed against his cheek, glanced at Qiyu with irritation, as though to say, is this not enough? The atmosphere grew tense, and both Su Yang and Pei Jingyuan felt uneasy. Su Yang leaned towards Su Qishue and said, Sister, don't you think you ought to say something? Su Yang had not interacted much with Xian, but his initial impression was favorable. However, after witnessing the conflicts arising from her, he could not help but harbor some concerns. Why does it feel like she is a source of calamity? What should I say? Xian has nothing to do with me. No, she has nothing to do with anyone here. Su Qishue picked a cherry, its vibrant red hue strikingly beautiful. If we must draw connections, it should be through Jiang Yan. After all, she is his ex-girlfriend. Who better to speak on her character than him? It was then they realized Jiang Yan stood silently behind them, listening to their discourse regarding his former lover. His expression was inscrutable, his dark eyes fixed upon them with an unsettling calm that obscured his thoughts. Qiyu and Cheng Rong ceased their argument, both turning to gaze at Jiang Yan. Qiyu's eyes flickered momentarily. He lowered his gaze, avoiding Jiang Yan's stare. Cheng Rong, seemingly unfazed, remarked, Ah, Jiang Shao finally remembers to greet us, his old friends. At this moment, Jiang Yan spoke softly. Xian and I have parted ways. She initiated the breakup. I attempted to reconcile several times, but my efforts were rebuffed. Thus, it is not that I rejected her, nor that I uncovered her true nature and ended the relationship. It was she who chose to sever ties. Jiang Yan instinctively loosened his tie, feeling it constricting around his neck, suffocating him. She returned everything I gifted her over the past year. During our relationship, she accepted none of my offerings. Jiang Yan turned to Cheng Rong, enunciating clearly, I believe, my sentiments are that she was not with me for my wealth. She is not that manipulative type. We ended our relationship amicably, and I hope from this point forward, you refrain from mentioning her. This explanation was clearly directed at Cheng Rong. After hearing Cheng Rong's words, he had genuinely believed she was merely playing games, employing a strategy of feigned disinterest. Last night, he had not slept, preoccupied with thoughts of her. Her words echoed in his mind. I'm tired of it. Jiang Yan pondered for an entire night and concluded that it was unnecessary. He had endured breakups before and was not so desperate for her. Did she wish to end things cleanly because she feared his persistence? He was not so shameless, nor so desperate to cling to her. Suchi Shue observed the tension etched on Jiang Yan's face, then slowly began to applaud. Yes, well said. Cheng Rong, you heard that. She is not the person you believe her to be. Cheng Rong scoffed dismissively, uninterested in the matter of Shi Yan's true character. Yan, come here. I wish to introduce you to some people. As Zhuo Ying passed by and noticed Jiang Yan's friends engaged in what appeared to be a heated debate, she approached, inadvertently overhearing their conversation, observing Jiang Yan's demeanor and recalling his odd behavior from the previous night. A mother's intuition alerted her that his disquiet was undoubtedly linked to the ex-girlfriend Xian. However, this was not the appropriate moment for such discussions. She resolved to speak with Jiang Yan after the gathering concluded. Chapter 64. What is affection? After the banquet, Jiang Jinxing left without hesitation, preparing to board a flight abroad that very night, his schedule tightly packed. Before departing, he cast a look at Jiang Yan. As a father, his gaze held no warmth, only scrutiny. You are not a child anymore. You should comprehend my intentions. I do not wish to raise a wastrel. Old Master Zhang's good mood dissipated instantaneously due to his second son's words, his face reddening with fury as he glared at the cold-hearted youth. Jiang Yan had grown accustomed to such treatment and replied, I will. Jiang Jinxing offered a cryptic smile. Then I await the outcome. He then addressed old Master Jiang. Father, elder brother, I am leaving. Take care of your health. Jiang Jinxing nodded. Be sure to take care of yourself while you are away. Rest assured. Old Master Jiang waved him off, exasperated. Get lost and do not return. Do you think this is a hotel? What use is it to raise you? Jiang Jinxing paid no heed to his father's attitude, departing with composure and stepping into the car that awaited him outside. Zhuo Ying watched her nominal husband leave, then turned to her son. Yan, accompany me for a walk in the garden. I seem to have overeaten tonight and wish to take a stroll to digest. Zhuo Ying beckoned. Jiang Yan wished to refuse, but under the watchful eyes of old Master Jiang and the rest of the Jiang family, he could only helplessly follow Zhuo Ying out. Jiang Yan did not believe there was anything worth discussing between them. I heard some of the things you and your friend said earlier. Would you like to share them with me? Zhuo Ying glanced at Jiang Yan and inquired. No, there is nothing to discuss. Jiang Yan declined. I mentioned this last night. You don't need to concern yourself with me. Let us maintain our previous arrangement of mutual non-interference. Repeatedly rebuffed by her own child, Zhuo Ying felt no anger. After a moment's contemplation, she altered her approach. You need not regard me as your mother. Think of me as a friend. It wouldn't hurt to confide a little, would it? Perhaps I may not excel in the role of a mother, but as a confidant, I might just fit the bill. Zhuo Ying spoke, yet received no response from Jiang Yan. Let me pose a different question. Yan, you've had quite a few girlfriends. Have you ever truly liked someone? Zhuo Ying asked. Jiang Yan remained silent. Does liking someone truly matter? People can be together without love, just as love can lead to separation. I have many people I like. Whom do you refer to? Jiang Yan retorted sarcastically. Hearing this, Zhuo Ying shook her head. If you mean those transient companions, that isn't love. When you genuinely like someone, you think of them even when they are not around. You feel joy in their happiness and sorrow in their pain. You desire to be with them constantly, fearing their loss and the possibility of someone else taking them away. Yan, that kind of affection cannot deceive one's heart. Zhuo Ying pointed meaningfully at Jiang Yan's heart. You must inquire within yourself, ensuring you do not overlook the one you truly care for. Jiang Yan stood tall, gazing intently at Zhuo Ying, and after a few seconds, replied, Are you implying that you and father share such a relationship? I have no one I like, nor do I need anyone. You need not worry about me. I am an adult and know the path I must take. You were once carefree, so please, continue to be. Zhuo Ying felt a pang of sadness at Jiang Yan's demeanor, yet she understood this was her own doing. She had never shown concern for him or accompanied him in his growth. In his 20-plus years of life, the roles of parents had been poorly fulfilled and absent. Perhaps it was simply the passage of time that made her wish to care for Jiang Yan, yet she felt unsure of how to approach him. Yan, it's getting late. You have an early flight tomorrow. You've had a long and tiring day. You should rest. Jiang Yan interrupted Zhuo Ying, dismissing any further stroll. Zhuo Ying sighed. All right, I am indeed tired. Let us head back. On their way back, silence enveloped them as they entered the brightly lit house. Jiang Yan was in a foul mood, but he concealed it in front of his concerned grandfather and uncle, merely greeting them before retreating to his room. Zhuo Ying observed his indifferent, rejecting figure and felt a headache coming on. Old Master Jiang snorted. I warned you both about the consequences. It's too late to regret now. You focused solely on your enjoyment, leaving your child neglected. Did you truly think Yan could still be easily placated like a child? Zhuo Ying replied, there was no need to be so harsh. I did not deceive him. I merely wished to have a proper conversation. Whose temperament does this child resemble? And who exactly is this Xian? Reflecting on Jiang Yan's resolute declaration of having no one he liked, and having already broken up, she speculated that his low spirits might stem from something Jiang Jianxing had said, or simply from encountering their irresponsible parents. I'll be leaving early tomorrow, and I will trouble father and elder brother and sister-in-law to look after Yan, Zhuo Ying stated. Old Master Jiang sighed heavily. I am old and cannot fathom what you two are thinking. Do as you wish. Jiang Jian deeply nodded. Rest assured, Yan will be fine. You and Jianxing must also be cautious while abroad. Those foreign nations are watching us closely, so take care. Zhuo Ying nodded. Elder brother need not worry. We can handle these matters. After bidding good night, Zhuo Ying ascended the stairs. Old Master Jiang and Jiang Jian exchanged glances, both displaying concern. The Jiang phone group had long been under old Zhuo's control, while Zhuo Ying had been active abroad. Recently, the pressure from various foreign factions against their group had intensified. Do they really think we are afraid of them? Old Master Jiang slammed the table in frustration. If this continues, I will take up arms and confront them directly. Jiang Jian frowned, speaking in a low tone. 3 years ago, we lost an elite team, 7 members in total. Only the one stationed domestically survived to receive the news. The other 6 perished abroad, and we could not even recover their remains. Pausing, Jiang Jian stood up, bracing himself against the table. Such incidents must not occur again. However, Old Master Jiang suddenly seemed to recall something, sighing heavily. Father? Old Master Jiang waved his hand dismissively. I was merely thinking of that child, so young and already gone. My brother's lineage, along with that child, sacrificed themselves for the nation. Chapter 65. Protection upon returning to his room. Jiang Yan had scarcely settled when there was another knock at the door. May I come in? It was his elder brother, Jiang Ming. As the only son of Jiang Jian, Jiang Ming served in the military and rarely had the opportunity to return home. He had always shared a good relationship with Jiang Yan, as had Jiang Yan with the rest of the Jiang family, aside from his parents. Brother. Jiang Yan opened the door and greeted him. I could have returned last night, but I encountered some issues along the way, which delayed my arrival until tonight. Thankfully, I didn't team his grandfather's birthday. Otherwise, he would have chased me with his cane. He wouldn't catch you, Jiang Yan teased. Jiang Ming laughed, patting Jiang Yan's shoulder. I heard you recently secured a significant deal. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you. There's nothing to congratulate, Jiang Yan replied. Are you upset? Is it because of uncle and aunt? Jiang Ming chuckled. They have indeed acted poorly in certain matters, and your anger is justified. However, your achievements are a fact, and I hope you do not allow your parents to trap you in a dead end. Jiang Yan turned his head. No, I don't care about them. Letting out a sigh, Jiang Yan continued. Brother, can we not discuss them? What should we talk about then? How about your notorious reputation as a playboy? So many hearts have fallen for you, yet none have found fulfillment. I never knew our family could produce someone so immersed in frivolity. Jiang Ming's words reflected Jiang Yan's reputation, which had even reached his ears in the military, filled with rumors and gossip, including scandals with women from the entertainment industry. Although he could not see his younger brother often, he had heard plenty about him. In contrast to Jiang Ming, who was a 26-year-old single man, Jiang Yan's past was far more colorful. It was merely a game. It was mutually consensual, so neither party suffers, Jiang Yan replied nonchalantly. You truly are something else. Yan, Jiang Ming said, his lips twitching. But I must remind you, do not emulate the bad and neglect the good. You are no longer a child. It is time to temper your ways. When you meet the right one, keep your wild side in check. Otherwise, you may end up being left behind, with no place to lament. Is my brother here to lecture me? I'll remember your words, Jiang Yan said, his tone suddenly darkening. It was not so much Jiang Ming's words that affected him, but rather the phrase left behind, which struck a particularly painful chord within him, prompting memories of she to resurface. Indeed, it is true that she no longer wants him, yet must she constantly remind him of this? Did not my elder brother previously mention seeking out the children lost at uncle's home? Have they been found? Jiang Yan inquired, shifting the topic. The carefree smile on Jiang Ming's face faded as he replied slowly, "They have been found." "That is splendid," Jiang Yan replied, nodding stiffly. "Unfortunately, it was too late." Jiang Ming continued, a shadow of sorrow appearing in his eyes. "When I found him, he had already made the ultimate sacrifice." "Sacrifice?" Jiang Yan queried. "I investigated his life. After being abducted, he endured a life of turmoil, passed through many hands, and eventually settled in an orphanage in Haishur. He excelled in his military studies, demonstrating exceptional performance in all assessments. Had things gone smoothly, we would have encountered each other in the army, which would have been a delightful surprise, but alas, he did not wait for us to find him. It was evident that Jiang Ming held his cousin in high regard, suggesting he was indeed remarkable. That individual, who deserved a life akin to Jiang Ming's, faced hardship from a young age, yet remained outstanding. Just hearing such a description filled Jiang Yan with a sense of regret. The young man had so much potential, yet his life was abruptly cut short in the prime of youth. Jiang Ming, sensing the weight of the conversation, shifted to a lighter tone, saying, "I heard he had a girlfriend with whom he shared a deep bond, but I could find no trace of her. He protected her fiercely, erasing all information pertaining to her. I had intended to look after her, but he seemed to have preemptively eliminated any threats to his beloved's safety. He would rather obliterate all traces of his existence than allow harm to befall the one he cherished after he was gone." While Jiang Ming certainly had the authority to locate the girl, doing so would contradict all of his cousin's efforts before his demise. Therefore, Ayun, you must cherish the present and not let fleeting feelings of resentment blind you to the abundance and comfort you currently enjoy, which is the result of countless sacrifices made by others. Jiang Ming gently patted his shoulder, adding, "If you genuinely relish this lifestyle and find joy in it, then consider my words unspoken. But do you truly desire this existence? Your parents are your parents, and you are you. No one's life can be replicated. Some people and opportunities, once missed, may never return." He chuckled. "Of course, young people should prioritize their careers. You are still young, and I understand the desire to explore. Who hasn't gone through this phase?" Jiang Ming sighed. "I merely wish to converse with you. Losing a brother in such a tragic manner weighs heavily on my heart." After expressing his thoughts, Jiang Ming felt a sense of relief. He stretched and bid good night. "Rest early. Tomorrow brings another day of our own pursuits." After Jiang Ming departed, Jiang Yan stepped onto the balcony, gazing up at the night sky. The feeling of loving someone with abandon, of being in love, was an experience he had never encountered, nor did he comprehend what it truly meant to love and be loved. He pondered whether, if his cousin were found, he would inquire about what kind of person he was and what sort of love could inspire such devotion. Was it akin to Xian, who, when in love, would shower you with kindness without seeking any recompense, only to turn away coldly after a breakup, as if the previous intimacy had been merely a fleeting dream? Could one truly possess such mastery over their affections? The following day, upon entering the laboratory, Xian found Chi Yu clad in a white coat, intently observing the data recorder. "Good morning," Xian greeted naturally. Chi Yu nodded. "Good morning. I've reviewed the experimental records here. The data has evidently progressed since the day before yesterday's break." "Did you not take a break yesterday?" Although it was a question, the answer was already apparent. Chapter 66, A New Plan. Xian positioned herself beside him, opened the record book, and immediately immersed herself in her work. "Taking a break for me means engaging in research and witnessing progress. That is the best form of rest." Chi regarded her disapprovingly. It shouldn't require such relentless effort. Sensing his confusion, Xian rarely offered an explanation. One must perceive possibilities and hope to keep moving forward. Moreover, the sooner we conduct our research, the sooner it can be utilized. Rather than being threatened, I prefer to confront the source of the threat directly. Once they experience the weight of oppression, they will understand the sensation of being on the receiving end of such treatment. Her words carried an underlying implication, markedly distinct from her usual demeanor. Chi Yu looked at her in surprise, taken aback by this unexpected display of violent aesthetics, which starkly contrasted with her usual gentle and accommodating persona. "You disagree with my perspective?" Xian asked. Chi Yu responded, "Not at all, quite the contrary." He was indeed taken aback. Xian typically appeared uncontentious, treating everyone with kindness and courtesy, even in the face of adversity, displaying no emotional fluctuations. It was difficult to reconcile this sharp and combative aspect of her character. The disparity was so striking that it left Qiyu momentarily speechless. I had not anticipated you would express such sentiments, Qiyu remarked. Oh, it's time to work. Let us give it our all. Qian smiled, pondering, what kind of person is she? Those who truly understand her are not present here. If they were, they might say, she's quite delicate, prone to illness, and picky with food. Even a slight cold can trouble her for ages. She has a short temper and can easily become upset. Yet she's also easily soothed. A few kind words suffice. I often worry she may be easily deceived, so I must keep a watchful eye over her. Being favored grants one the privilege of being spoiled. However, the present version of her does not possess that. Qian picked up the experimental instruments and made her way to the elevator. Qiyu recognized that she intended to visit the lower-level laboratory, a place where only she had ventured thus far. While the other members of the research team had yet to set foot there, the last time Professor Chen visited, he accompanied Qian down, and upon returning, he appeared as if intoxicated, his face flushed and his eyes gleaming as if he had discovered treasure. Qiyu recalled how Professor Chen had regarded Qian as though she were a golden idol. He had not forgotten that Professor Chen had once looked at him in a similar manner, albeit then due to his wealth. The other members of the laboratory were gradually getting ready when Qian suddenly called out, Qiu Zimo. Huh? Qiu Zimo adjusted his glasses, raising his head in confusion. I need to trouble you today, Qiu Zimo, to accompany me. Your computer skills are excellent, and there are some issues I cannot resolve alone. Qiu Zimo nodded, rising. Sure. Do you need to bring anything? I'll be right there, just a moment. Not necessary. Everything is available below, Qian replied. Qiu Zimo wasted no time, grabbing his trusty work notebook and swiftly walking to Qian's side. I'll leave the other matters to Sister Qiao and Brother Fu, Qian added. Fu Ziyuan, without looking up, gave an okay gesture to indicate there was no need for concern. Though Fu Ziyuan often appeared unserious, he never faltered in critical moments and was someone she could trust completely. Qian thought herself fortunate, as most of the people she encountered were genuinely good. As for those who were not, their presence was negligible, and she had no desire to remember those who held little significance in her life. As the elevator arrived at the basement level, Qiu Zimo trailed behind Qian, observing her navigate through a series of identity verification doors. His expression was rigid, yet internally, his thoughts were a flurry of exclamations. Qiu Zimo felt as though he had stumbled into a clandestine base. Such stringent security measures seemed impenetrable to even a fly. Come with me, Senior Brother Qiu. Qian gestured, moving toward the computer where she pulled up an extensive array of numerical data. With a hint of confusion, she remarked, the program I set should be functioning correctly, yet after numerous attempts yesterday, it always stalls at 85%. Please take a look, Senior Brother Qiu. Upon hearing the mention of experimental research, Qiu Zimo immediately perked up. He leaned closer to the screen, examining the data, and then sat down to open his own laptop. After swiftly assimilating the information, his gaze remained glued to the screen, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as various program figures zipped across the main display. Qian stood quietly beside him, not just focusing on the screen, but also observing Qiu Zimo intently. When Qiu Zimo finally paused, he removed his glasses, diligently wiping them while saying, Junior sister, please don't stare at me like that. It's making me a bit anxious. I can't shake the feeling that I've stumbled into a den of thieves. I almost wonder if you're contemplating how much I might be worth. With a smile, Qian extended her hand, replying, It's hardly a den of thieves, and selling you is out of the question. I merely wish to invite you, Senior Brother Qiu, to partake in a transformative era. While it sounded exhilarating, Qiu Zimo pondered, could it truly be just the two of them? It seemed a touch fanciful. He glanced at Qian's outstretched hand, but hesitated to grasp it, adjusting his glasses instead, his hand trembling slightly. Qian then pulled up a chair beside him, switching the display to another page. The first thing that caught Qiu Zimo's eye was a remarkably handsome male model. The man's appearance was irrelevant. What mattered were the accompanying data and annotations. Qiu Zimo's earlier suspicions were confirmed. As he beheld the precise figures, he swallowed hard, beginning to comprehend why his professor had exited this place in such a state of excitement. Yet, reason tugged at him, holding back the last vestige of his resolve. I truly find this somewhat fanciful. The advancements in computer technology are already quite sophisticated. There are aspects we cannot yet grasp. And to develop a humanoid autonomous intelligence central system now, I confess I lack confidence. His words were imbued with sincerity and humility. He recognized this technology as groundbreaking. It was not merely the dawn of a new era, but the genesis of an entirely new epoch. Then, will you decline, Senior Brother Chiu? Xian inquired. As a researcher, my primary duty is to confront the seemingly impossible. How could I refuse? My name, Dr. Chiu, will surely be recorded in future history books. Chiu Zimo proclaimed, his fervor palpable, as if the hesitant and humble individual he had been moments before had vanished. Then, may our collaboration be fruitful, Xian replied, as they shook hands. Leaning closer to the computer, Chiu Zimo continued, I must delve deeper into this. I've realized just how remarkable you are, junior sister. Is there anything you cannot do? Had I known your capabilities, I would have persuaded the professor to recruit you much sooner. Alas, why waste time on romance? It only slows your progress. If you had dedicated that time to our research, we might have already achieved significant breakthroughs. Xian simply responded, You make a valid point, senior brother. Chapter 67. A dazzling encounter. After a prolonged examination of the character model on the computer, Chiu Zimo began to entertain thoughts akin to those of Professor Chun. Why did this figure evoke such a sense of familiarity? Was it merely due to his striking good looks? Junior sister must be a visual enthusiast, Chiu Zimo murmured. If he possessed such features, he would undoubtedly be in high demand. In the ensuing weeks, as Chiu Zimo immersed himself in mastering the program, he practically resided in the laboratory, his appearance marked by dark circles under his eyes, reminiscent of a panda. Xian believed she had exerted considerable effort. Yet in comparison to Chiu Zimo, she felt woefully inadequate, neither diligent nor industrious enough. Consequently, the two siblings found themselves entrenched in the lab, often neglecting mealtimes. In the underground setting, only Xian, Chiu Zimo, and Professor Chun had the authority to come and go freely. However, Professor Chun was absent, oblivious to their plight. Although their dedication to research often caused them to lose track of time, it was not sustainable. Their health remained paramount. Stop staring. They likely want to surface for a while, Xiao Hongyu remarked, noticing Chi Yu's gaze repeatedly drawn to the entrance. Indeed, they are so absorbed in their work that they may collapse without anyone knowing, Chi Yu agreed. Let us just call them. I know I can't rely on Chiu Zimo to take care of our junior sister. He is utterly unreliable, Fu Ziyuan stated, picking up the lab phone to dial downstairs. After several attempts, someone finally answered. Who is this? Can't you see we're busy? Chiu Zimo's irritated voice crackled through the receiver, now on speakerphone, allowing everyone to hear his animated tone. Oh, you sound quite energetic. You don't seem on the verge of starvation, Fu Ziyuan teased, glancing at Xiao Hongyu and the others. Enough chit-chat. Ask Chiu Zimo to bring Xian up. If he is not hungry, Xian certainly is. Hurry, or I'll have to send the professor down, Xiao Hongyu insisted. Did you hear that? Our diligent senior brother Chiu. Please remind our junior sister that no matter how critical the research, meals and rest must not be neglected. Chiu Zimo ruffled his disheveled hair. Glancing at the clock and realizing it was past 3 in the afternoon, he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, I lost track of time. I'll head up with junior sister now. Then hurry. Our senior sister Chiao is about to explode, Fu Ziyuan urged. As Chiu Zimo and Xian emerged, discussing their research progress, they encountered Xiao Hongyu, arms crossed, and awaiting them at the exit. Chiu Zimo swallowed hard, subtly shifting his weight back under her scrutinizing gaze. Senior sister Chiao. Xian observed Xiao Hongyu's serious, somewhat unfriendly expression and feigned ignorance, greeting her with a blink. Xiao Hongyu remained silent, her eyes scanning Chiu Zimo and Xian, seemingly searching for a point of contention. Chiu Zimo stood straight against the closed door, striving to avoid giving her any ammunition. Huh, Chiu Zimo, you are older than Xian. She may be young and inattentive, but what about you? As her senior, don't you have any sense of responsibility? Look at yourself. You'd be mistaken for a scavenger. Xiao Hongyu aimed her reprimand squarely at Chiu Zimo, which he had anticipated. He had known from the phone call that he would be in for a scolding, and he was grateful he and T been physically reprimanded. Senior sister, wait. This isn't your time to speak, Xiao Hongyu interjected brusquely, casting a glance at Xian. I will address you later. Xian exchanged a glance with Chiu Zimo, realizing that neither of them would escape unscathed today. Ah, I had hoped you would look after the junior sister, but given your current state, it seems she might be the one taking care of you. Fu Ziyuan approached and surveyed Chiu Zimo, then placed a hand on his shoulder. Grinning at Xian, this fellow needs a bit of discipline, Otherwise, he will forget his lessons. Junior sister, you should go eat. The food is fresh on that table. Enjoy it while it's hot. Unfortunately for Brother Qiu, Xian wanted to rescue Qiu Zimo from his predicament, but Fu Ziyuan waved her off dismissively. I have a good relationship with Qiu Zimo. It has been a while since we conversed. Qiu Zimo sighed. Can we wait until I finish eating? Fu Ziyuan replied. What are you eating? There is nothing for you here. A real man can endure a meal or two without worry. Qiu Zimo. Hey, your bias is too obvious. Isn't it? Weren't you the ones who called us up for a meal? It seems you were only worried about Xian feeling hungry, right? Xian wanted to interject, but Qiu stepped closer to her. It's nothing serious. Just a gentle reminder. Xian glanced at him, hesitated, and then nodded. Qiu looked at Qiu Zimo, who was too ashamed to lift his head after being scolded by Qiao Hongyu, then casually diverted his gaze. After sitting down, Xian didn't start eating alone. She waited for Qiu Zimo. Qiu handed her chopsticks, but upon noticing her reluctance to begin, he understood her intention and set the chopsticks aside. May I inquire whether the research you are conducting in the underground laboratory differs from ours? Qiu sought to initiate a conversation. As soon as the topic of work arose, Xian responded eagerly. Indeed, there are differences, yet also commonalities. We are each engaged in our respective tasks for now, but we will eventually converge, and you will come to understand what that entails. With Brother Qiu's involvement, we have already made significant progress. Observing Xian as she spoke passionately about her research, Qiu initially felt a bit shy, but gradually found it impossible to look away. She truly radiated brilliance. He had thought Su Qixue was exceptionally unique, yet Xian possessed a luminosity that Su Qixue lacked. Chapter 68, What do you think of Qiu? Indeed, both Su Qixue and Xian are independent individuals, each shining in their own right, and there is no need for comparison. He had no intention of contrasting them. It was merely that his interactions with women were limited, aside from his sister, Su Qixue, who was of similar age. I eagerly anticipate participating in each of your research endeavors, Qiu remarked. Xian smiled and nodded. Every one of my projects will bear your presence. We are a team, and the advancement of any research is impossible without each of us. Xian didn't dwell on Qiu's words. She felt a harmonious rapport with him, sharing a deep understanding of thoughts and perspectives. She did not feel awkward about Qiu being a friend of Jiang Yan, as she believed her brief relationship with Jiang Yan would not affect her future. In her view, Jiang Yan was a thing of the past. She had never truly integrated into his social circle or delved deeply into his life. Even after their separation, she seldom thought of him. She admired Qiu, but had no desire to delve into his social circle either. Xian was content with their current mode of interaction. As the head of this laboratory, Xian, you must pay heed to your health. At the very least, carve out time for 3 meals and rest, Qiu advised. He had many thoughts to express, yet aside from work-related matters, any other sentiments he harbored were swallowed back down, leaving him to voice comments that bore no relation to his true feelings. Unbeknownst to Qiu, he subconsciously fixated on Xian and sought her presence whenever she was out of sight. Yet he was acutely aware that maintaining their current colleague-cum friendship was sufficient. Anything beyond that felt impossible. Just, what would that something more entail? Qiu pondered, his heart racing. He found it peculiar that he could not control his heartbeat lately, as if he were ailing. Qiu was correct. She truly did not take her health seriously. No matter how fervently one worked, it should never lead to neglecting basic needs. While Qiu was lost in thought, Qiao Hongyu approached, seamlessly continuing the thread of Qiu's conversation. She glanced at him, particularly pausing when she noticed his hand resting over his heart. Her eyes flickered slightly before she turned her attention to the oblivious Xian, raising an eyebrow, as though she had stumbled upon a secret. Sister Qiao. Xian shifted her focus from Qiu. Sometimes, I lose track of time when I'm busy. It's truly unintentional. Establish a set time daily, regardless of how busy you are, or else I will have to enlist the teacher to supervise you. Qiao Hongyu handed her chopsticks, urging her to eat. I understand. I will set an alarm. Xian accepted the chopsticks, replying, What about Brother Qiu? Is he eating with you and Brother Fu? Can he really go hungry? Qiao Hongyu huffed. Upon hearing that, Xian finally picked up her food. Qiu, seeing the two engaged in conversation, suddenly stood up. Xian looked up as he moved. You eat. I must return to work. All right. After Qiu departed, Qiao Hongyu propped her chin on her hand, quietly studying Xian's face. Xian ate slowly, only consuming the cabbage before her, leaving the tofu, braised fish, and fava bean egg soup untouched. Xiao Hongyu had dined with Xian before and was aware of her picky eating habits. She didn't eat beans or fish, which explained her slender frame. Today's meal wasn't tea prepared by Xiao Hongyu. She had forgotten to inform Fu Ziyuan. Xiao Hongyu sighed. "Anin, you need to eat more. You're an adult now, so why are you still so choosy?" Xian set down her chopsticks after finishing half a bowl of rice, and the food on the table appeared untouched. "My appetite has always been like this. Once I'm full, I cannot eat more. I can't stomach things I don't like at all. Besides, I was once choked by a fish bone, so I now have a phobia." Xian lowered her gaze, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Like a child, Xiao Hongyu remarked. Upon hearing this, Xian was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Hongyu didn't notice her reaction and continued. "Regardless, you need to establish a routine for meals and rest. Otherwise, I'll have to inform a teacher. After all, we seniors cannot reprimand you, as you are our leader." "Sister Qiao, stop with the sulking. I don't buy it." Xiao Hongyu stood up. She found herself at a loss. However, as Xiao Hongyu turned, she caught sight of Qiyu glancing their way. Their eyes met, and Qiyu instinctively averted his gaze. Xiao Hongyu smirked and asked Xian, "And then, what do you think of Qiyu?" "Qiyu?" Xian looked over to where he was diligently working, oblivious to her gaze. What did she think of him? Intelligent? Wealthy? After a moment of serious contemplation, she concluded earnestly, "Xiao Hongyu. Is that all? Don't you think he is quite handsome as well? He is far superior to Fu Ziyuan and Qiu Zimo, a genuine gentleman without the bad traits often associated with the wealthy. He is polite, does not look down on others, and maintains decent relationships. He is quite exceptional, especially considering how Qiyu clearly treats Xian differently. He is clearly far better than someone else." Xian nodded with a smile. "Indeed, upon reflection, I agree with Sister Qiao. He possesses many admirable qualities." Xiao Hongyu, taken aback by Xian's calm demeanor, stared at her in astonishment. Despite her numerous compliments, it seemed Xian was unresponsive. Xiao Hongyu had no intention of playing matchmaker, seeing Xian's indifference. She shook her head, deciding it best not to interfere. "A remarkable member has joined our ranks, unburdened by numerous bad habits, and possessing financial resources. Indeed, we are quite fortunate." Xiao Hongyu jested that if we ever find ourselves in need of funds, we could always turn to our golden child for assistance. Xian replied, "Then I shall leave that matter to you, senior Sister Qiao." With a roll of her eyes, Xiao Hongyu playfully flicked Xian's forehead, remarking on her cleverness. After dining, Xian prepared to return to the laboratory and, passing by Qiyu, stole a glance at him. The words of senior Sister Qiao echoed in her mind. It was true. Qiyu was indeed handsome and lacked the nonchalance often found among Jiang Yan's companions, making him feel somewhat out of place. She averted her gaze, her bright eyes betraying a calm indifference. No matter how attractive he was, it held no significance, she mused. What was truly needed here was a sharp intellect. Could good looks suffice as sustenance? Professor Chun called via video to inquire about the research progress. Recently, he had attended a conference out of province and would not be returning soon, yet he had not forgotten his students. He earnestly admonished Xian, "I've heard from your seniors that you spend nearly every waking hour in the laboratory. Am I putting too much pressure on you? You must take care of your health. If word gets out, people will think I, Chun Hu, take pleasure in exhausting my students." He added with a mock sternness, "Xian, you are seriously tarnishing my reputation." On the other end of the line, Professor Chun expressed his discontent with a huff, but the concern woven into his words resonated with Xian. She nodded and smiled softly, promising, "I assure you, I will be more mindful and will engage in proper routines." "That is more like it. I'll have him keep an eye on you. You've lost weight. Don't follow those girls on their diets. A little more flesh would serve you well." Xian could only obediently listen, not daring to voice a single protest. Professor Chun continued his rambling until he was prompted from the other side to wrap up. Xian, feeling overwhelmed by the lecture, vowed to herself to maintain regular meal times and sleep early like a good child. Hurry, and then let me admire the future humanoid intellect once more." Professor Chun urged. "Oh, right," she responded absently, still trying to gather her thoughts. Seeing her dazed expression, Professor Chun tapped his thigh, exclaiming, "This child, usually so sharp. How can she falter at such a crucial moment? Let me see it. I must observe daily. A day without seeing it, and I'm restless, longing for its arrival." Xian, there is no need for such enthusiasm. She thought it all quite peculiar. She adjusted the video camera to showcase the character model on her monitor. It appeared even more refined than before, with enhanced depth and realism. The figure on the screen had its eyes closed, seemingly lost in a dream. A gentle smile gracing its lips. Professor Chun praised from the other end. Wonderful, truly wonderful. This child is exquisite. Just looking at it brightens my mood, making the thought of dealing with those bothersome old folks less irksome. I can hardly wait for the day it comes into existence. I must witness it firsthand. Chio Zimo choked on his water, hastily grabbing a tissue to salvage the situation. Clearing his throat, he silently turned away. He found it exhausting to comment on Professor Chin's near-paternal affection for a fictional character, a stark contrast to his demeanor towards his actual students. He recalled how Professor Chun had once criticized his glasses for resembling the bottom of a beer bottle, rendering his eyes invisible. We need not strive for such perfection. If this comes to fruition, won't we men feel utterly inferior? Once she had finished her call, Chio Zimo approached, muttering, "Alas, my name will surely become the bane of countless men." Shein chuckled. "I believe even if that happens, Senior Brother Chio would be quite pleased. Besides, any criticism then would likely be in jest. No one could deny the contributions you've made." Chio Zimo sighed, returning to his computer. "Little sister, please stop. If you keep this up, I might actually start to feel accomplished, yet I've done nothing yet." Turning to the character model on the screen, she gazed for a few moments, her features softening as a smile crept onto her face. "It will succeed, of course it will." Chio Zimo took a sip of coffee for a boost, casually stating, "I meant to ask earlier, but this character model seems familiar. I remember seeing a photo of someone on a forum." "Little sister, you didn't team model it after him, did you?" Anne's expression darkened, and she remained silent. Unaware, Chio Zimo continued his observations. "Well, there is just a slight resemblance in the profile and the eyes, but it lacks that sharpness. Perhaps that illustrates the difference between the virtual and the real. This model is more refined." Hearing the compliment, Shein smiled, her gaze fixed on the screen. "It is not him. He cannot compare. I have never had any affection for him. Therefore his shadow will not taint my most significant work." Chio Zimo. That's an interesting statement. It seems he is the one benefiting. She merely acknowledged with a hum, not denying it. Chio Zimo paused mid-sip, slowly lifting his head to look at her. Realization dawned on him. Her words were not mere jest. When it came to matters of the heart, he was a stranger. Having spent 25 years as a humble singleton, the concept of romance felt distant. He had even contemplated a life shared with his beloved computer. Previously, while lurking on forums out of concern for his junior, he had encountered posts chronicling Xian and Jiang Yan's relationship. He concluded that Jiang Yan was truly unworthy of Xian's affections, and that she deserved far better. The others in the lab had never broached the subject, respecting her privacy and fearing to reopen wounds. They all felt she deserved better than to sacrifice everything for such a man, only to be left battered and bruised. Chio Zimo had always held this sentiment, but now, gazing at Xian's serene profile, he adjusted his glasses and cautiously inquired, "Little sister, might I understand correctly? Are you seeking a familiar figure in Jiang Yan?" Before Xian could respond, he seemed to conjure a dramatic scenario in his mind. With a pained expression, he lamented, "Are you contemplating a romance with a machine?" "Please, little sister, I once entertained the thought of spending my life with my computer, but such interspecies unions are surely the realm of those fortunate enough to live in idyllic circumstances. We must distinguish between reality and the virtual realm." Chio Zimo's thought process deviates from a norm. Just as he was on the brink of uncovering the truth, his mind executed a complete reversal, leading him to utter the most improbable statement. "Xian." In that instant, he lost the desire to speak again. "I understand that this fervor is inherent to researchers, yet one must exercise restraint." Chio Zimo believed he had discerned the essence of a particular matter. He suddenly felt that Jiang Yan was not as despicable. Oh, but still quite so. Chio Zimo refused to exonerate Jiang Yan. However, he no longer felt pity for his junior sister. Jiang Yan deserved it. Chio Zimo silently harbored resentment in his heart. The individual who understood Chio Zimo best was Fu Ziyuan. If Fu Ziyuan were present, he would surely recognize that beneath Chio Zimo's seemingly earnest facade, his mind was undoubtedly flooded with sarcastic commentary. Xian smiled and shook her head. "It is not as you imagine, Senior Brother Chio. I'm not that deranged, and I have my own principles. This is merely a study. If successful, it heralds a transformative era, and he is indispensable. Furthermore, people are visual beings. He is the embodiment of the most admirable and flawless person I have envisioned. They were all astute individuals, and after a moment's contemplation, Qiu Zimo's mind finally aligned. Observing Shi Yan's gentle, reminiscent expression, he was struck by a more unsettling thought. Could it be that Qian has someone she genuinely cherishes? Whether it be the future Central Intelligence human form before him or Jiang Yan, might they merely bear a slight resemblance to the person in her heart? Qiu Zimo felt he had brushed against the most plausible truth. He gazed at Qian, cleared his throat after a pause, and said, "Ah, that is indeed commendable. This character modeling is the most outstanding and exquisite I have ever encountered. Regardless of what the truth may be, it remains Shi Yan's private affair. He would not pursue further inquiries, nor would he speak indiscriminately to others. While she might not care if this matter became public knowledge, the rumors would inevitably impact her reputation." Qiu Zimo sighed internally, wishing to chastise himself for his insatiable curiosity and intellect. However, Qian did not harbor affection for Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was merely a substitute resembling her beloved. Thus, in this light, Qian was not heartbroken. Rather, Jiang Yan was indeed pitiable. Qiu Zimo covered his face, attempting to conceal the nearly uncontrollable expression that threatened to surface. He did not intend to laugh, genuinely. He was not a sympathetic individual, yet as a man, he still felt sorrow for Jiang Yan. But he truly could not suppress his amusement. Had the roles reversed? Well, he simply lacked compassion. Qiu Zimo acknowledged that he would not consider Jiang Yan's perspective of being deceived and treated as a stand-in. If one were to be honest, neither owed the other anything. Qian had indeed deceived Jiang Yan, but during their relationship, she had not been unfaithful. She had treated Jiang Yan quite well, or else how could it be said that she pursued him? As for Jiang Yan, he would undoubtedly side with his junior sister. Even if she were a promiscuous woman, he would still stand by her. He was indeed biased. Recently, the forums of Huada were rife with turmoil. Even those who did not access the forums had heard of the commotion. The mere mention of Shi Yan's name was like a whirlwind, stirring the atmosphere of the entire forum, and it had gained traction on Weibo as well. In the dormitory, those without classes would discuss the forums, and inevitably, the names of Shi Yan and Jiang Yan would be entwined. After all, they were two prominent figures at Huada. Having been together for a year, their relationship had been the talk of the town, and even after their breakup, the buzz continued, making them the embodiment of trending topics. Now at Huada, if one had not heard of Shi Yan and Jiang Yan, it would be a sign of ignorance. What were the forums and Weibo saying now? Hadn't Shi Yan and Jiang Yan already broken up? How many girlfriends had Jiang Yan had? How many women had come and gone around him? That Shi Yan could still be implicated? Here, I bought a few extra for you to enjoy. Yuan Xiuxiu returned from outside, carrying cups of milk tea for everyone in the dormitory. She exhibited no airs of a young lady, merely a touch of arrogance. Thank you, Xiuxiu. The others in the dormitory rushed over, so delighted they nearly lifted Yuan Xiuxiu off the ground. Yuan Xiuxiu puffed out her cheeks. Wait a moment. What did you just call me? Xiuxiu? Why do I hear Xiuxiu? Yuan Xiuxiu looked at them suspiciously. No way. You must have misheard. The others, sipping their milk tea, denied it. Yuan Xiuxiu, blissfully unaware, had a doll-like face and a petite figure. When she pouted in anger, she resembled an adorable ball. And indeed, she had such a nickname in private, inadvertently letting it slip. Not dwelling on this, Yuan Xiuxiu immediately pressed on with her previous question. When I just walked in, I overheard you talking about Shi Yan and Jiang Yan. What nonsense is being spread on the forum? Her closest friend, Shun Qing, explained, Isn't it the usual matter? Although Jiang Yan and Shi Yan have broken up, it was Shi Yan who broke up with Jiang Yan. Yuan Xiuxiu interjected. Shun Qing's mouth twitched. Is there a difference? The order changes nothing. Yuan Xiuxiu asserted. Of course it matters. The emphasis shifts. If Jiang Yan is mentioned first, it implies Shi Yan was the one who got dumped. But I know Shi Yan was the one who ended things with Jiang Yan. Shun Qing, do you still wish to continue listening? Oh, please do. It was unclear who had captured a series of photographs of Shi Yan and Jiang Yan engaged in a tug-of-war with an unknown gentleman at the hotel entrance. So what? Yuan Xiuxiu pressed. They're just photos. What does it matter? Shi Yan and Jiang Yan have broken up, and Jiang Yan has already found new love. Isn't it perfectly normal for Shi Yan to seek companionship? The issue lies here, the other girl spoke up. The poster claims Shi Yan is entangled with Jiang Yan while also being involved with another man, suggesting she is juggling multiple relationships. This girl had not finished her sentence when Yuan Xiaoxiao excitedly interrupted. Nonsense. Shen Xing and the other girls in the dormitory were left speechless. That's pure rubbish. What else? Never mind, I'll look for it myself. Yuan Xiaoxiao set aside her milk tea, pulling out her phone to search. Shen Xing chuckled. Yuan Xiaoxiao. Didn't you say you despise Xian? Your defense of her doesn't seem indicative of hatred. Yuan Xiaoxiao froze, hastily retracting her phone. Jumping up. What are you talking about? I absolutely despise her. She promised to tell me first if she broke up with Jiang Yan. However, disliking someone does not give one the right to speak falsely. Forget it. I can't explain this to you. I'm leaving. I won't be back to stay tonight. As she spoke, Yuan Xiaoxiao stomped her foot and hurried out, muttering, Honestly, I said I despise Xian. Chapter 71. Let's add each other as friends. As Yuan Xiaoxiao dashed out of the dormitory, she leaned casually against a pillar, scrolling through Huada's forum on her phone. As she read, her brows knitted together. The comments were truly appalling. Despite knowing nothing and lacking understanding of the truth, individuals hid behind their screens, casually hurling the most venomous accusations. The more Yuan Xiaoxiao read, the angrier she became, her blood pressure rising. How could these people speak so foully? She targeted several of the most outrageous accounts, retorting fiercely, but it seemed the opposition would not tolerate anyone defending Xian. When they noticed her dissent, they began to attack her instead. Are you supporting XA? You must be a fake persona. Perhaps you're having an affair with her. The photos suggest XA has entangled herself with countless men, caught at the hotel, and now she's trying to cling to JY. I can hardly believe she is such a person. Previously, there were claims that she had rejected JY. What kind of audacity does it take to utter such words? Do they really think we had forgotten how she shamelessly pursued JY? It is beyond my comprehension that our esteemed institution could harbor such individuals. Do they not fear that the actions of such unscrupulous individuals will tarnish the school's reputation? She should be expelled to prevent contaminating others. Yuan Xiaoxiao felt her face flush with anger. She had never encountered such absurd indignities throughout her life. These individuals always have their own justifications, disregarding the truth. As long as they feel comfortable, even when confronted with the facts, they can still lie brazenly. She suspected that there was a deliberate conspiracy behind this. Who could possibly be behind this? Yuan Xiaoxiao pondered. Who wants to ruin whom? Yuan Xiaoxiao. Yuan Xiaoxiao was startled, nearly dropping her phone. Turning around, she found the subject of the forum's vitriol staring at her. She took a step back, apologizing. I didn't mean to scare you. Yuan Xiaoxiao composed herself, raising her chin with an air of arrogance. Why did you appear behind me without a word? Do you need something from me? Xian replied. I mentioned before that I would inform you if I broke up with Jiang Yan. I've been busy lately and haven't had a chance to come to school, but I saw you here today and wanted to let you know. Yuan Xiaoxiao averted her gaze, mumbling, I already knew. I've said what I needed to say. So, Yuan Xiaoxiao, until we meet again. Xian found Yuan Xiaoxiao endearing. She was charmingly cute, and though sometimes her words were contradictory, that little bit of pride only added to her charm. However, Yuan Xiaoxiao sensed the insincerity in her tone. You clearly don't want to see me. If you did, why not ask for my contact information? Xian was momentarily taken aback, having never considered asking for Yuan Xiaoxiao's contact details, thinking she might not be interested. If you don't mind, Xian said, given your sincerity, I wouldn't mind adding you as a friend. With surprising speed, Yuan Xiaoxiao hurried over to Xi and, as if fearing she would change her mind. In her haste to unlock her phone, she inadvertently revealed the forum page filled with harsh criticisms. Xian's eyes fell upon the unpleasant exchanges, prompting her to look a moment longer. Noticing Xian's gaze, Yuan Xiaoxiao quickly withdrew her hand and clumsily opened the QR code interface. With a calm demeanor, Xian scanned the code and added her as a friend. I usually spend my time in the lab and rarely check my phone. If you need me and I don't respond, I'm likely busy. Please wait until I'm free to reach out. Yuan Xiaoxiao felt deflated and dispirited. Sensing her mood, Xian reached out and gently patted her head. Don't pay attention to those comments. I don't take them to heart. Who cares? It wasn't directed at me, so why would I be concerned? Yuan Xiaoxiao retorted, lifting her head defiantly. That's good. If you find yourself bored, feel free to browse around, but remember to focus on your studies. As students, academics should take precedence, while everything else is secondary, Xian advised. Isn't that hypocritical? You're still with Jiang Yan. Isn't that deemed neglecting your studies? Yuan Xiaoxiao shot back. If it weren't for your relationship with him, you wouldn't be targeted by those people. Xian nodded, acknowledging, indeed, it is neglectful, which is why I've decided to redirect my focus. As for the attacks against her, she was unaware of the identities behind them. She disliked trouble, but would not allow those lurking in the shadows to act with impunity. She would manage the situation appropriately. Yuan Qiuqiu kicked a stone at her feet. Speaking quickly, if you need my help, I wouldn't mind. Xian shook her head. No, thank you for your kindness, but I prefer to handle this myself. Rejection left Yuan Qiuqiu feeling embarrassed, and she stomped her foot, exclaiming, fine, if you don't want it, I want to insist. With that, she hurried away like a gust of wind. Xian watched as Yuan Qiuqiu stormed off, finding her rather endearing. With school matters mostly settled, she wished to return to the lab. Lin Jingyue had classes all day and had been complaining about not running into her. If you encounter any lunatics again, don't indulge them. You must fight back, or they want to know their limits. Lin Jingyue had warned her. Xian replied affirmatively. It had been a while since she had engaged in any physical confrontation. He had taught her much, never forcing her into anything, always appearing more troubled than she when she showed distress. Yet, he remained resolute in his decision. He insisted on her learning self-defense, sternly guiding her. I know it's tough, and it will hurt, but you must learn to protect yourself. I want to always be by your side, shielding you under my wing, but there are always aspects I cannot oversee. I wish to eliminate all threats, yet I fear my vigilance may falter, allowing you to be harmed. I dread that if I am not beside you, someone may bully you. Chapter 72. Does it concern me? At the school gate, Xian encountered Jiang Yan, who was just stepping out of a car, dressed in a suit that suggested he had just come from a meeting. He appeared solemn, as though he had matured during their time apart. Xian's gaze swept over him, lingering momentarily on his face before she calmly averted her eyes. Jiang Yan approached her directly, standing not far from her. Xian nodded slightly, acknowledging him, but as she prepared to walk past, he spoke. I will address the rumors circulating at school. Xian halted her steps. No need. I will handle it myself. Thank you. She replied politely, maintaining a detached demeanor. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a semblance of a bitter smile. This matter involved a wider scope, and it originated because of me. It is only fitting that I take responsibility for it. His tone was composed, and his demeanor lacked the agitation he had previously displayed, suggesting that he had undergone some transformation after their last conversation. However, Xian was uninterested in his words, contemplating their implications. Indeed, everything stemmed from Jiang Yan, and it would be most appropriate for him to manage it. Yet she did not wish to engage with him, especially if it meant confronting his face each time, which made her waver. I have already gathered evidence, and my team includes professional lawyers. I will address this, unearthing those behind it, and provide you with an explanation without delay. Jiang Yan's words were sincere and polite, strictly business. Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is unnecessary to waste time on matters unrelated to my work. However, entrusting it to you implies we must continue to interact, which I refuse. Jiang Yan's expression turned somewhat awkward. He hadn't anticipated such a complete rejection. I will manage what pertains to me, and I ask you to handle your own concerns. We need not remain entangled, thus eliminating any potential for rumors. Xian has always approached matters with a sense of decisiveness and clarity. When she suggested their separation, she had already firmly established her boundaries with Jiang Yan, harboring no thoughts of lingering connections or remaining friends post-breakup. While she could engage in polite conversation, she believed it unreasonable to exchange harsh words after parting ways. The basic understanding should be that after a breakup, mutual contact should cease. I merely wish to assist you. To make amends, I can delegate everything to my lawyer. I will not interfere, Jiang Yan said in a husky voice. Outside the school, many passers-by recognized the two, and with the unfolding scene, some had already stopped to observe, inevitably discussing them. She had found it utterly foolish to converse at the school gate. Thank you, but that's unnecessary, she replied, shaking her head. I will report this matter to the authorities and consult a lawyer. As for making amends, that is even more superfluous. You owe me nothing, only a lack of respect, which is now in the past. During our time together, I cherished you. Thus I accepted all your flaws. Now that we have parted, I no longer dwell on the past. If you feel guilty about this, there is no need. Your intentions are sufficient, and nothing more is required. Jiang Yan's complexion paled as he looked at Xian, struggling to articulate an explanation but finding himself at a loss for words. He clearly understood the nature of his own shortcomings. Even now, he clung to his pride and arrogance, refusing to yield. He did not apologize, perhaps believing that his previous actions warranted some form of redress, or perhaps he harbored ulterior motives. Yet, these concerns bore no relevance to Xian. If there's nothing else, I must return to the laboratory. As for those defamatory rumors on the forum that involve you, feel free to pursue them, she stated. Xian nodded, not waiting for Jiang Yan's response, and turned to leave. Suddenly, a low inquiry echoed behind her. What if I liked you? Xian paused, turning slightly, her eyes filled with a smile, yet tinged with indifference. Thank you, but does that concern me? This time, Jiang Yan fell silent, and Xian withdrew her gaze and walked away. He stood there in a daze. His previous words had not been quiet. Nearly everyone at the school gate had overheard their exchange. Those who had previously doubted the sequence of Jiang Yan and Xian's breakup now wore expressions of confusion mixed with excitement. Was it truly she and who ended things with Jiang Yan? Had she not been the one infatuated with him? Before Jiang Yan called her over, Su Qixue had been engrossed in a peaking opera performance with her family. The abrupt interruption was infuriating, and although she hadn't contacted Jiang Yan for over half a month, curiosity about his intentions piqued her interest. Did you summon me just to show off your drinking here? These are my cherished wines, and seeing you guzzle them is quite distressing, she remarked, waving off the manager's suggestion for another cup. I heard you've been thriving lately. That near-bankrupt subsidiary of yours has been revitalized. Congratulations on your flourishing career, Su Qixue noted. Jiang Yan remained silent. I've also heard you've been quite composed, lacking a girlfriend for some time. Have you not encountered the right one? Or have you set your sights on someone and are preparing? Jiang Yan's shirt was unbuttoned at the collar, his hair disheveled, giving him a defeated appearance. Yet, his striking looks remained undeniable. Su Qixue mused to herself, having encountered numerous handsome men, but none compared to Jiang Yan's aesthetic appeal. Perhaps he was simply the embodiment of societal beauty standards. I saw Xian today, Jiang Yan finally spoke. Su Qixue raised an eyebrow, resting her chin on her hand, and abruptly asked, Don't tell me you're in this state because of Xian? Jiang Yan fell silent, which could be interpreted as an admission. Su Qixue burst into laughter. What is so funny? Jiang Yan shot back, his gaze icy. It's amusing that you would be affected by Xian. Did you not claim to dislike her? Did you not find her uninteresting? Why then do you appear so despondent after the breakup? Who are you trying to impress? Su Qixue, despite their long-standing friendship, did not hold back her sarcasm. Of course, I stand by your side, but I did warn you not to overstep and face the consequences. And now, look where you are. Has your affection for Xian truly deepened? Chapter 73. Do you love her? Jiang Yan regretted calling Su Qixue out, particularly as he observed her barely concealed amusement. He felt like a joke. Forget I said anything. I'm not laughing anymore. We're at this point. You must be struggling to comprehend your feelings, which is why you sought me out, Su Qixue replied, suppressing her laughter, sensing that continuing would only provoke him further. Do you genuinely have feelings for Xian? Is it love? She pressed on. For their circle, discussing love felt peculiar, and Su Qixue inwardly scoffed at the irony. Jiang Yan remained silent, unable to discern his emotions. He was unsure how deep his feelings ran or what love truly felt like. No one had ever taught him. Jiang Yan had rebelled before, using poor academic performance as a means to retaliate against his parents' indifference. Throughout middle school, he would sleep in class, submitting blank exams, enduring the teacher's reprimands in silence, only to continue his defiance. Even when his parents intervened, nothing changed. In his final year of middle school, after once again returning with the lowest marks, his father nearly lost his temper. Jiang Yan stood firm, refusing to flinch. The previously absent Jiang Jinxing came to take him away, merely stating to the obstructive Jiang elder, "He is my blood. I won't harm him." He was taken to Jiang Jinxing's residence, which housed several mistresses and their children. Jiang Jinxing neither struck nor scolded Jiang Yan, but declared before all present, "I require an exemplary heir. You, Jiang Yan, are my only child with your mother, yet not my sole offspring. Should you fail to remain exceptional, I will seek another." At that time, Jiang Yan had just turned 16. That entire summer, Jiang Yan lived with Jiang Jinxing's mistresses and their illegitimate children. No one knew what transpired, and Jiang Yan never spoke of it. Ultimately, he was brought back by Zhuiying, who returned from out of town. "Are you aware of father-s affairs and illegitimate children?" Jiang Yan inquired slowly as they drove home. Zhuiying paused for a moment, about to respond when Jiang Yan interjected, "Oh, I forgot. This must have been prearranged among you. If father has them, you must as well. No wonder No wonder you both wish to avoid me. Zhui Ying's lips moved, feeling her throat dry. I have no other children. You are my only child, she asserted. Jiang Yan remained unmoved, staring out the window at the sun's brilliance. I understand. You both need an exceptional heir. My existence is merely a product of the Jiang and Zhua families' union. Zhui Ying did not deny it. I'm sorry, darling. I know you're hurting, but your father and I agreed long ago to have only one child, to refrain from interfering in each other's lives. We maintain that balance, and I did not expect him to take you over there. Zhui Ying expressed a regret. However, my dear, your actions these past few years have been far from commendable. Not for anyone else, but for your own sake, you must reflect on this. Mother, please rest assured. I understand what I must do now. I will no longer engage in actions that bring shame to you and father. Jiang Yan, gazing steadily out the window, offered a calm assurance without argument or defense. Indeed, as Jiang Yan promised, he excelled in every endeavor, whether in his academic pursuits or under the tutelage of esteemed professors. None could question his accomplishments. Even when Jiang Jianxing entrusted him with various company matters for practice, Jiang Yan executed them flawlessly, leaving no room for critique. Over the years, he had firmly established his position as the heir, and the existence of any illegitimate offspring from his father was never mentioned, as if they had never existed. However, in stark contrast to his commendable reputation, the persona of a playboy surrounded him, and it was undeniable that he possessed remarkable looks, inheriting the finest traits from his parents. Despite knowing he never invested genuine affection in others, many young women still flocked to him. In matters of romance, Jiang Jianxing remained indifferent, merely advising, you may play, but do not take it too seriously. As an heir, you must understand the weight of your responsibilities. Every time Zhui Ying heard such news, she merely smiled, hoping that Jiang Yan would one day find a compatible partner to marry and have children with. Yet she respected that the choice lay solely with him. Isn't it natural for the young to indulge in a bit of revelry? I still enjoy it myself, she mused. Jiang Yan had never anticipated he would overindulge. He believed he was indifferent to Xian, never truly valuing her efforts, convinced she would never leave his side. He thought his feelings were merely a result of adapting, as many of his habits had been shaped by their year-long relationship. Previously, he felt no impact, but now, when she treated him well, he had overlooked it, only to belatedly realize that he harbored feelings for her. Yet, whether it was love remained a mystery to him. I don't know. Jiang Yan slowly shook his head. I have never liked anyone, nor have I loved anyone. I cannot discern the difference in these feelings. I cannot offer help in this regard. I lack experience. Su Qixue pondered, reflecting on her own feelings. Oh, I have liked Jiang Yan, but it was not an all-consuming affection. Our families are comparable, and having grown up together, we understand each other well. A union would benefit both. My fondness for him began with his looks and ended. Well, I still find him attractive, but that is all. Again, I have not experienced such feelings, but I have observed them, Su Qixue continued. I never believed that class differences were an obstacle. Isn't class meant to be transcended? After all, who knows what 10 or 20 years might bring? Our positions may very well be reversed. However, the stark contrast in our ideologies and approaches to life often makes lasting connections challenging. Chapter 74. Do not provoke. Su Qixue had articulated her thoughts quite directly, effectively conveying to Jiang Yan that he and Xian were ill-suited. Jiang Yan stared down at the transparent cup in his hand, maintaining a silence that spoke volumes. I do not know much about Xian. I cannot ascertain her true character, but I do know one thing. She is not like us. You mentioned that she has never exhibited childish behavior in front of you or acted coy. Rather, it seems her temper has grown. Again, I truly cannot fathom who is more dependent on whom in this relationship, or who benefits more from it. Su Qixue, known for her forthrightness, possessed the confidence to speak her mind. Jiang Yan had summoned her, not to hear comforting platitudes. You understand Xiyu, do you not? He appears to be a quiet, obedient boy, yet he harbors a lofty spirit and an innate pride. The only individuals who gain his respect are those from our childhood. Have you noticed how he interacts with others? So, why do you think he suddenly stands up for Xian? Surely it is not merely a matter of attraction. He is not that kind of person. Su Qixue abruptly mentioned Xiyu. I hear they are now working together, and Xiyu is under Xi Yan's supervision. To lower his proud head for her, what does that suggest about her? At least from my perspective, she is a remarkably charismatic and accomplished young woman. This is a stark contrast to what I first heard from you. Yu, now collaborating with Yin, is quite intelligent and inherently proud. Yet he fiercely protects those he respects. His attitude towards Yin reveals this. He is not one to meddle in others' affairs. Their bond is rooted in childhood friendship. If he did not genuinely recognize Yin's worth, he would not break his habits to defend her in disputes with you. Moreover, I have heard that the Qi family has invested in the research institute led by Yin, suggesting that Yu has taken a shortcut. Shue could hardly fathom that someone with Yu's formidable resume would still need to rely on connections. What groundbreaking research was Yin's laboratory pursuing? It must be something beyond the grasp of ordinary people, as she had no means to inquire further. From what Shue understood, she genuinely admired Yin and wished to befriend such a remarkable woman. If Yin would be agreeable, of course. Thus, Yin, if it is merely infatuation, do not provoke her any further. Shue concluded, if you are not from the same world, do not force yourself into it. Look at how well Yin has managed. She has never attempted to intrude upon your world or disrupt your social interactions, granting you ample space and absolute freedom. At this juncture, Shue quickly blinked, pausing her discourse. Reflecting on her distance from Jiang Yan's social life, she never sought to know his acquaintances, did not question his whereabouts, did not act spoiled, but rather allowed him his freedom. From Jiang Yan's words, it was clear that she held genuine affection for him, which explained her non-interference. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed she had always maintained a clear awareness, never stepping towards Jiang Yan. Is this truly the depth of affection that leads to losing oneself? Shue pondered, shaking her head, dismissing the thought as fanciful. How could that be? Jiang Yan, as the principal figure, would have the clearest understanding of his own feelings, be it affection or love. And? Jiang Yan inquired, noticing her interruption. In summary, until you are certain of your feelings, do not provoke further. You must first learn to respect others. Shue returned to reality, burying her doubts deep within. My knowledge is limited, and my advice is scant. Yin, matters of the heart require your own clarity. However, respect is what you must learn most urgently, especially during the courtship phase. Regardless of your feelings, maintaining distance from the opposite sex is fundamental respect, and, clearly, you have not adhered to this. Signaling the manager to approach, stretching her limbs. Before the manager arrived, she added, to be frank, Yin, as your friend, I genuinely hope you achieve your desires. However, if I were Yin's friend, I would sincerely wish for you to keep your distance, even to the extent of personally ensuring your departure. Jiang Yan. Shue's eyes sparkled with a radiant smile. Nonetheless, our friendship has endured since childhood, so regardless of what the future holds, you are always welcome to confide in me. Manager Li, tonight's drinks will be entirely covered by Jiang Xiao, who will reimburse me for these wasted beverages. Upon finishing her words, Shue picked up her bag and prepared to leave. You've had quite a bit to drink, so I won't be escorting you back. Just be careful not to sleep on the street. Watch out for your safety. Jiang Yan remained expressionless, finally lifting his head, the confusion in his eyes dissipating as he coldly uttered a single word. Get lost. Shue smiled and truly departed, harboring no intention of seeing Jiang Yan, who was unfit to drive after drinking, back home. After all, it wasn't her doing that led him to drink. She thought to herself, does this count as poetic justice? In truth, Jiang Yan had consumed much alcohol. His irregular diet had left his stomach somewhat unsettled. He recalled how she used to prepare breakfast for him each morning, worrying about his discomfort after drinking, making him hangover soup, and massaging his head when it ached from too much alcohol. Those days felt like a distant memory, now out of his reach. Every day, he faced endless social engagements, unable to rely on the Jiang family or invoke Jiang Jinxing's name. He had to forge his own path, step by step, striving to achieve results to impress Jiang Jinxing. With diminished sleep, irregular meals, and an abundance of alcohol, he had indeed made some progress. Over the past 3 months, Jiang Yan had gradually established himself in the business world. Recently, he had taken over a subsidiary on the brink of bankruptcy, Jiang Jinxing's test for him. Given Jiang Jinxing's ruthlessness, had Jiang Yan failed to meet expectations, he might have found himself banished to some far-flung place in Africa. Jiang Jinxing had done such things before. Yet, Jiang Yan's motivations extended beyond merely impressing Jiang Jinxing. He sought to immerse himself in work to keep his mind occupied, to avoid overthinking. Su Qishue had accused him of lacking respect for others, a sentiment echoed by Xian previously. How was he to act? He suddenly realized he truly did not understand Xian, unaware of her preferences. Some information only came to light through Su Qishue's words today. How absurd it sounded. Should he refrain from provoking her? Jiang Yan murmured, his eyes half-lidded, head bowed, exuding an air of despondency. Chapter 75. The man with the script for the first time in a long while. Xiao Zimo arrived punctually at mealtime. Fu Ziyuan chuckled and glanced out at the darkening sky. How peculiar. Our genius has chosen this hour to grace us with his presence. Could it be that he misses me? Xiao Zimo, expressionless, spat out a dismissive humph, tugging at his cheek to reveal a grimace. I just happened to finish my work. Was it you who insisted I arrive on time? That's because of our junior sister. She is not here today, so whether you join us for dinner is of little consequence. Fu Ziyuan shrugged. You won't starve for missing a meal or two. You're just overly talkative. Xiao Zimo retorted. Xiao Hongyu was engrossed in a discussion about the experiment's progress with Qi Yu. Her gaze remained focused and serious as she listened intently to his thoughts and observed him recalculating. I understand. Then we shall proceed according to your ideas. There are indeed levels among geniuses, and I've come to realize that. Xiao Hongyu stood, cracking a small joke. Qi Yu glanced at her and replied blandly, not quite. It's merely that you happen to ask the right questions. Xiao Hongyu had intended her words as jest, yet she was taken aback by Qi Yu's earnestness. She chuckled lightly, embodying politeness without pretension, possessing a refined demeanor that made her quite endearing. While she wasn't certain if Qi Yu was suitable for Xian, she believed he possessed more prominent virtues than Xi An's previous partner. However, Xiao Hongyu kept her thoughts to herself, having no intention of playing matchmaker. Xian had just emerged from one relationship. She likely wouldn't be inclined to enter another so soon. There was also the concern of potential failure. If her understanding proved erroneous, it would be awkward for them to continue interacting afterward. Qi Yu was a quiet individual. If Fu Ziyuan was the type to be annoyingly verbose, Qi Yu was the opposite, only engaging when the subject of experiments arose. Perhaps Xian could change that dynamic? In their attempts to engage Qi Yu, they would invariably drift towards topics that piqued his interest, and when Xian present Xiao Hongyu's phone chimed, and upon checking, she remarked, and it has returned. She knows we're dining and sent a message saying she has already eaten and will head to the lab. Fu Ziyuan expressed his surprise. It's quite late. She is still going to the lab? Our junior sister is determined to work herself to death. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a chair scraping against the floor caught their attention. Xiao Hongyu looked up, not surprised to see Qi Yu rising. He nodded politely and stated, I've finished eating, but I still have some work left to do, so I'll be leaving now. Why the rush? Allow yourself a moment's respite. Take a page from my book and seize the opportunity to relax, Fu Ziyuan suggested. Not at all. Immersing oneself wholeheartedly in beloved research is a form of rest in itself, Qi Yu replied, nodding once more before departing. At first, Qi Yu walked at a normal pace, but he soon quickened his steps, eager to return. The journey home was not lengthy, yet it felt interminable to him. Another one like our junior sister, Fu Ziyuan mused. If I keep slacking off like this, I'd be surpassed by two juniors? Xiao Hongyu rolled her eyes. You? In comparison to them? Look in the mirror and see where you stand. This handsome face is right before you. Can't you see? Fu Ziyuan chuckled. Xiao Hongyu chose to ignore him. What do you think of Qi Yu? She inquired. A rich young master, not unpleasant, Fu Ziyuan replied. Xiao Zimo pondered for a moment before adding, intelligent? Xiao Hongyu felt disheartened by their responses. They were indeed two straightforward men. Fu Ziyuan, ever the provocateur, teased, what is this? Our sister Qiao's heart is fluttering? Get lost. Xiao Hongyu replied flatly. At that moment, Xiao Zimo hastily finished his meal, standing up. I still have work to complete tonight. You all continue eating. I'll head back and inquire about her junior sister's thoughts. Seeing this, Xiao Hongyu suddenly seized his arm. How hasn't it been lately? I hope she is not still troubled by that man. The name Jiang Yan nearly escaped her lips, but she swallowed it back. She had no desire to bring him up. Huh? Which one? Oh, you mean Jiang Yan? Xiao Zimo initially appeared bewildered, before 2 seconds later, realization dawned upon him. This query proved somewhat challenging to answer. As the sole person privy to the truth, he had countless explanations in mind, but could not divulge Xian's private matters. Although he felt that once the central intelligence-like entity was born, concealment would be impossible, that was not a justification he could present now. After mentally organizing his thoughts, Xiao Zimo vaguely replied, "Well, our junior sister hasn't been overly concerned about that relationship. Her focus is entirely on her work. She doesn't quite like Jiang Yan as much as you might think. Perhaps she did have a fleeting fondness at one point, but I assure you, she truly doesn't harbor feelings for Jiang Yan anymore." Fu Ziyuan finished his meal and stood, giving Xiao Zimo a playful pat on the shoulder. "How do you know whether she likes him or not?" "Of course I know," Xiao Zimo asserted. He would stake his honor on it. Aside from Xian, he was the only one aware of the situation, even more so than Jiang Yan himself. He was, after all, the man with the script. Puffing out his chest, Xiao Zimo felt the weight of his own internal monologue, yet he outwardly displayed no signs of it. He brushed off Fu Ziyuan's hand and adjusted his glasses, declaring, "I can guarantee that our junior sister will not be saddened by Jiang Yan, nor will he affect her mental or physical well-being or work. However, the sorrow in her heart was likely due to the person she truly cherished." The thoughts that followed were ones that Xiao Zimo could only contemplate internally. It was quite acceptable. Knowing when to hold on and when to let go was a virtue. When it had come to terms with it, and in the future, when she was ready to explore love, she would seek a partner who genuinely cared for her. Xiao Hongyu did not dwell on it deeply. Since Xiao Zimo spent all his days in the same laboratory as Xian, she chose to believe his words. If she were to embark on a new romantic journey, Qi would indeed be a commendable choice. Xiao Hongyu mused, possessing both charm and a distinguished background, along with shared interests that fostered mutual growth and improvement. In this light, Qi Yu's advantages were indeed plentiful. Could she indulge in a casual admiration for this pairing? Chapter 76. Wait for me to comfort you from a distance. Qi Yu spotted the lights of the laboratory illuminating the surroundings. As she approached, she saw Xian intently observing the progress made in her absence. Earlier, she had discussed with her senior, Qiao, that if the hologram were merely designed for gaming purposes, the requirements would be relatively straightforward. However, if it encompassed other realms, just as Xian was absorbed in her thoughts, she heard Qi Yu's voice behind her. Without turning around, she remained fixated on the fluctuating data displayed on the screen. What other aspects might involve? Qi Yu, why not take a guess? Xian replied with a smile. Qi Yu positioned herself beside her, glancing at her profile. It must be a significant direction, she remarked. I cannot guess. Let us preserve this air of mystery until the final product is unveiled. I eagerly anticipate the day the veil is lifted. I too look forward to that day arriving soon. It should not be too far off, Xian responded, glancing at Qi Yu. Why are you still here so late? You ought to rest early and not overexert yourself. Qi Yu retorted, that advice would be better directed at you. Who is it that often spends countless nights in the lab, neglecting meals and sleep? How could she dare to remind him? Xian was quite stubborn about certain matters, and just as she was about to speak, Xiao Zimo and the others returned. Senior Qiao, Senior Qiao, Senior Fu, why are you all here? Xian's attention shifted from Qi Yu to Xiao Zimo and the others. Having eaten and drunk to satisfaction, isn't it the perfect time to get to work? Fu Ziyuan stated. Xiao Hongyu cast a glance at the unperturbed Qi Yu, then back at the oblivious Xian. It seemed that she could only indulge in superficial admiration. Junior sister, are you heading downstairs? Xiao Zimo asked eagerly. Are you encountering a bottleneck? Xian inquired as Xiao Zimo approached her, inadvertently making eye contact with Qi Yu. The next moment, Qi Yu calmly withdrew her gaze. Xiao Zimo fell into a peculiar silence for a moment, feeling as though he had been dismissed. But he reasoned that Qi Yu's demeanor was likely just his overthinking. Indeed, there are some issues. Let's go and discuss them in depth. Xian nodded, exchanged greetings with Xiao Hongyu and the others, and left with Xiao Zimo. Upon reaching the laboratory, Xian was the first to approach the monitor displaying the character modeling. Xiao Zimo had already seated himself at his computer. Just as he was about to speak, he looked up to see Xian intently focused on the display. After a pause, Xiao Zimo inquired, Junior sister, is this character modeling version finalized now? Will there be no further changes? There will be no more changes. I believe this version is quite satisfactory, Xian replied. Xiao Zimo remained silent for a considerable time, finally exhaling deeply. Truthfully, I have no right to say this. I am unaware of your past experiences, and I should simply remain silent, pretending to know nothing. Xiao Zimo rose and approached Xian's side. I worry that you might become too deeply enmeshed in this. You must recognize that what you are creating is a humanoid model. It cannot become the person you hold dear. It will not possess the humanity that Jiang Yan had. He was a person with a heart, warmth, and emotions. Entrusting all your feelings to a machine could ultimately lead to your own destruction. Xiao Zimo was not being intrusive or alarmist. He genuinely feared that she might be unable to see the truth and could find herself trapped in a dead end. Ultimately, the birth of this central intelligence was not a salvation, but a harbinger of doom for her. Yet, he was uncertain whether she could comprehend this. Is senior brother concerned about such matters? Worried that I might confuse reality with the void? Xian's gaze shifted away from the monitor, avoiding Xiao Zimo's eyes. I am quite aware. He is irreplaceable. I once sought his reflection in others. As she spoke, Xian swiftly typed a series of commands on her computer, then clicked the mouse, and with a snap, a three-dimensional projection of the future central intelligence appeared in the space before them. Xiao Zimo's attention was instantly captivated. Were it not for the ethereal edges, he might have doubted the projection's lack of life. I will no longer seek him in anyone else, nor will I regard the central intelligence as his substitute. He is himself, and the central intelligence represents a new era. My reason for giving the central intelligence his visage is indeed a matter of personal sentiment. Xiao Zimo struggled to tear his gaze from the projection, looking at Xian with a questioning expression. He destroyed all his personal information. I do not even possess a photo of him. I merely wish to create a manner in which to preserve the evidence of his existence. Xian's eyes remained fixed on the three-dimensional figure standing before them. She was gazing at the projection, her focus seemingly unfocused. What she could not let go of was the memory of their last meeting before parting ways. And then, hand me your phone. What for? Xian asked, though she still handed over her phone. He looked at her, resting his head against her neck for a moment. Let me see. I have something to do. As he spoke, he quickly opened her photo album, scoured the cloud storage, found their pictures together or any photo of him, and began to delete them one by one. What are you doing? Why delete my photos? Xian exclaimed, attempting to snatch the phone back. He smiled, wrapping his arms around her, resting his chin on her shoulder, and patted her gently. Be good. It will be over soon. As he earnestly examined the remaining photos, his fingertips grazed her face on the screen, but the touch inadvertently swiped to the next image. One by one, he deleted every cherished memory that he had treasured, wiping them clean. Do not be angry. He coaxed her gently. I was wrong, and then please don't be upset. I must leave tonight. Can you bear to be angry with me before I depart? I will be truly saddened. She snatched back her phone, rifling through her album and cloud storage. Trembling with fury, she abruptly stood up. She bit her lip hard, gripping her phone tightly, the corners of her eyes reddening, her whole body shaking. Yet she held back her tears. She looked at him, disbelief morphing her anger into grievance. How could you do this? She murmured. Xian was unwilling to engage with him. She was genuinely furious, lowering her head before him, waiting for his explanation, hoping he would comfort her. But this time, he did not. He did not embrace her, nor did he attempt to lighten her mood. And then I am sorry, he said. My actions may carry some risk. If someone detects it, it could lead to many complications. I know those photos hold great significance, but as long as I'm still here, if I can return, I will accompany you to take more. Better ones know I will definitely return safely, I promise. So, and then I will not comfort you this time. Wait for me to come back, and I will soothe you then, all right? Chapter 77. Acknowledging mistakes. Do not smile like that, as long as I'm not angry. Everything is fine. After all, you promised me you would return and comfort me, taking me to capture more photographs. I can also soothe you now. Xian's eyes were red and glistening like a rabbit's. She stood on her tiptoes, cupping his face and leaning in to place a gentle kiss upon his trembling eyelids. You have clearly erased all our memories and sought to obliterate our relationship. I did not shed a tear, yet you appeared on the verge of weeping. I leaned in to kiss you, urging you not to be disheartened, as I await your return. She pressed her forehead against his, gazing intently as she earnestly stated, Right now, it is I who comforts you. I'm not yet angry. Upon your return, you must behave well. If you fail to do so, I shall not easily forgive you. Such severity. I truly must contemplate how to please my dear and how to ensure she does not harbor anger towards me, he replied with a smile. She lowered her gaze, averting her eyes as she softly murmured, I am easily appeased. As long as you return safely to my side, I shall not hold any grievances against you. However, if you do not return, then I shall no longer need you. This was perhaps a self-fulfilling prophecy. She deeply regretted those words. She should not have uttered such a thing in the end. Was it her capriciousness that led to his loss? Yet she had changed, and he would never return. Ultimately, he broke his promise, unable even to find solace in his homeland. Brother Chiu, tell me, does a soul truly exist? Do people become ghosts after death? Can a brave warrior who dies far from home ever return to the land he cherishes? Chiu Zimo opened his mouth, incredulous. What ghost could possibly exist in this world? After years of study, how could you pose such a question? Had it been anyone else, he would have spoken bluntly. However, the speaker was Xian, her expression as she spoke those words evoking deep sympathy and heartache. She smiled, yet that smile was more sorrowful than tears. Perhaps. Chiu Zimo replied, his voice lowered. I have heard of strange tales. Perhaps there truly exist things in this world beyond our comprehension. If we approach them with awe, they may indeed be real. Xian smiled as she regarded the projected figures. Was Brother Chiu offering me comfort with words he himself did not believe? At that moment, Xian had successfully managed her emotions, reverting to her usual demeanor. Chiu Zimo's lips twitched. His little junior sister, to put it kindly, possessed a strong ability to self-regulate. To put it more bluntly, she lacked a shoulder to lean on, someone to whom she could freely express her grievances and sorrows. However, rather than believe in these supernatural phenomena, I would prefer to personally bring him home, back to the land he so loves. When I possess absolute power and the right to sit at the negotiating table, I will return my hero, adorned with the glory that belongs to him, to the homeland he embraced with the fervor of his youth and unwavering faith. She squinted her eyes, her dark orbs reflecting a solemn intensity. Thus, Brother Chiu, you need not worry. He is irreplaceable. No one can take his place, not Jiang Yan, nor the Central Intelligence. Even if there are similarities, they are not him. Xian was strikingly clear-headed. She knew that even in her relationship with Jiang Yan, he could never compare to him. She was acutely aware of her own downfall. Fortunately, she had extracted herself in time. Chiu Zimo sighed, saying, you should at least clarify that you do not have feelings for Jiang Yan, to prevent others from thinking you are clinging to him. Xian tilted her head. Clarify? To tell others that I regarded Jiang Yan as a substitute, that I have never genuinely liked him, and that I toyed with his feelings? Chiu Zimo corrected. He has never treated you with sincerity either. But the first to err was I. I should not have sought the shadow of a past acquaintance in a new person simply because of a slight resemblance. It is unfair to Jiang Yan and disrespectful to the one I truly cherish, a humiliation to both of them. Xian recognized her mistakes and was willing to amend them promptly. I have parted ways with Jiang Yan. It is no longer relevant. Why should I further trample on him, to prove that I never liked him, that I never groveled for his affection? What a considerate little junior sister, Chiu Zimo said, unburdened as he once again favored Xian. He did not consider you as such back then. Well, Xian pondered this could be a form of compensation. After all, I never truly loved him. Over the past year, her actions towards Jiang Yan had merely been transference, projecting onto him the things she had not done for the one she truly cherished. Yet ultimately, they were different. They were not the same. Xian was not naturally inclined to express her feelings. But perhaps because Chiu Zimo was the only one who understood her affections, who was never Jiang Yan and had not been part of her past, she felt a slight desire to confide. In her most vibrant youth, she encountered the most dazzling person, and henceforth, no one could ever compare. I apologize, Brother Chiu, for burdening you with my lengthy grievances, Xian said, as if returning to her senses, her expression tinged with regret. Chiu Zimo ran a hand through his hair. I should be the one apologizing. I should not have speculated without cause, reopening old wounds. I am sorry. Xian shook her head. It is not a matter of sorrow. It is not for me. Chiu Zimo felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. This was even more distressing than loving a scoundrel, one whose faults were glaringly evident and easily cast aside. At that moment, he desperately wished for Fu Ziyuan's presence. Had he been there, he surely would have lifted Xian's spirits, for that was when he could be of use. When the time came for him to step up, Fu Ziyuan proved utterly useless. Just then, Fu Ziyuan, who had been hunched over the equipment, his eyes nearly crossed from staring, suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Noticing Xiao Hongyu and others looking over, he declared triumphantly, surely, a lovely junior must be dreaming of me. Xiao Hongyu replied, I think you might be daydreaming. Chiu Zimo shifted the topic. I recently saw some discussions on the school forum. I have taken care of some of the issues, but it seems these individuals are quite relentless and must be dealt with at the root. She nodded, naturally following his lead. Yes, I think so too. I have already consulted a lawyer. We will report to the authorities if necessary and pursue legal action. Indeed, do they truly believe they can slander others with impunity? Hiding behind a screen? Xiao Zimo remarked. I have some evidence as well. I will bring it to you when I return, and you can provide it to your lawyer. By the way, is the lawyer you found reliable? It is crucial to hire a competent professional for such matters. Money is not an issue for me. Xian smiled and politely declined. Thank you, Brother Qiu, but there is no need. I am not in want of funds. The lawyer's fees are not a concern. I will thoroughly resolve the issues surrounding the defamatory individuals on the forum, after which I could devote all my energy to my research. Qiu Zimo, just having taken off his glasses to clean them, felt a twitch of disbelief at Xian's words. What you say implies that all your previous efforts were not your full dedication. Am I growing old? Lacking stamina? Chapter 78. Naming Xian and Xiu Zimo conferred regarding the naming of the Central Intelligence. After much deliberation, they ultimately sought the guidance of Professor Chen. After a moment's contemplation, Professor Chen looked at Xian and asked, "A name? At this moment, I cannot think of one. Why not let you decide? The initial concept was your creation, and thus the naming rights belong to you." Professor Chen undoubtedly trusted his students, always considering their needs first, regardless of the circumstances. Since Xian and Xiu Zimo had come to consult him, he could have easily devised a name himself. Once recorded in the system, that name would accompany the Central Intelligence forever, marking a significant moment that would be remembered by future generations. I agree that it would be fitting for my junior sister to ponder this, as she has been the driving force behind the initial planning and implementation, Qiu Zimo added. Then it is your turn. Think of a few names, and both Qiu and I will offer our insights. Upon hearing this, she no longer refused. She cast a glance at the flag nearby, having never contemplated this matter before, lacking any real concept of it. However, starshine. The spark of a star can ignite a prairie, sufficiently illuminating the sky and shining across the cosmos. After a moment of contemplation, Xian slowly spoke. Let us commemorate those heroes who have dedicated themselves to our nation and its people with the new laws of this new era. They are the brightest and most radiant stars of our Huagua, deserving of remembrance by all. Well said. Let be called starshine, Professor Chen applauded, resolutely declaring. At that time, it shall not only be us who remember. The entire world must be made aware of the significance of this name. And whenever they hear starshine, they should think of our nation's heroic sons and daughters. Doesn't this broaden our horizon? I suggested bringing in the junior sister. I could not have conceived of such a meaningful name. Qiu Zimo readily echoed the professor's praise. Xian, it's not that exaggerated. Professor Chen chuckled, holding his thermos. Do not be modest. There are no rewards in any case. Qiu Zimo remarked, you are quite stingy, teacher. Professor Chen's smile faltered momentarily. He was short on cash, with every penny funneled into the bottomless pit of a laboratory. He thought of rewarding them, but found himself powerless to do so. This troublesome student was utterly useless, only knowing how to undermine him. Clearing his throat, Professor Chen earnestly said, we in research are cultured individuals. Is it appropriate to discuss rewards? We must embody a spirit of positive exploration, dedication, and struggle. And then, remember this and do not be led astray. Qiu Zimo reassured him, do not worry, teacher. I am not Fu Ziyuan. A 1T set a bad example for the junior sister. Enough, get back to your tasks. There is no need for so much chatter. Qiu Zimo adjusted his glasses and returned to his workstation silently. When Fu Ziyuan was present, he was always the one looked down upon. Now, being with the junior sister, the role of the despised had shifted to him. What would he look like when he opened his eyes? Professor Chen circled around the Central Intelligence Corps, growing fonder with each glance, his affection akin to that of a parent observing their child. He could hardly wait for the day when it would open its eyes, gaining consciousness. Yet, he understood that such matters were not easily achieved. Envisioning was one thing, but actual realization was another, not accomplished overnight. The current starshine differed significantly from his vision. Many programs remained incomplete, commands still needed input, and a new, resilient body capable of withstanding external forces had yet to be crafted. It required patience. There was no need for the teacher to be anxious. Xian, speaking, handed over the tablet beside her. Teacher, perhaps you could review the materials here. It might provide some understanding. When Xian initially designed Starshine, she had already reported to Professor Chen and shared the first draft of the materials with him. This was a subsequent compilation, involving numerous special materials that, despite their financial resources and capabilities, they could not acquire alone. They could only place their hopes on higher authorities. Communication with those authorities relied solely on Professor Chen. The materials were exceedingly specialized, and if we truly apply for this, the individuals involved may be of a rather unique nature. Professor Chen donned his glasses, meticulously reviewing the materials before him. With a deep sigh, he refrained from making any immediate promises. The majority of the materials Xian required were entirely controlled by the state. They could not be procured independently. Resorting to illegal means abroad might yield some results. I will organize this documentation and report it upwards. However, I believe you should prepare for a comprehensive background investigation and subsequent documentation. Professor Chen's words caused Xian to momentarily lose focus. She understood the implications of an investigation. Her background was clean, and she neither minded nor feared scrutiny. Yet, the past she had endeavored to leave behind might need to be confronted once more. This time, she would face it alone. Professor Chen took the materials and left, while Xian and Xiao Zimo continued coding programs and commands. Isn't this granting too much power? If robots were to rise against humanity in the future, junior sister, you might be the greatest sinner, Xiao Zimo jested, his fingers flying over the keyboard without pause. Xian watched the lines of code swiftly scrolling before her and smiled. A robot uprising. Huh? I find that intriguing. It would surely be a fascinating spectacle. I eagerly anticipate witnessing such an event in my lifetime. Xiao Zimo replied, that could be serious. I've watched many sci-fi films. Some are chaotic, while others feel akin to horror films. In any case, humans and intelligent robots cannot coexist peacefully. Will Starshine develop independent consciousness and rebel against us? Xian pondered this possibility. Your concerns are not unfounded, which is why full permissions have not been granted. Starshine represents the central intelligence core in the new era. However, it is ultimately a creation of humanity. If it becomes uncontrollable and poses a threat to the nation and its people, we must initiate the destruction protocol. After all, she was the one who created it, and she would consider various uncontrollable factors. Yet the future was inherently the most unpredictable. She pressed her lips together and suddenly said, in the coming days, I may need you, Qiu Shixiang, to help me with some extra shifts. I will need to attend to some personal matters. Qiu Zimo did not inquire about the nature of these matters, but nodded, no problem. I enjoy working extra hours. She expressed her gratitude. Since she began university, she had not returned home, having avoided contact with her family for years. She sensed that those troublesome matters would soon resurface. Chapter 79. The cemetery. During the meager 3-day break she managed to squeeze out. She bought an early flight to Haishur. It had been nearly 3 years since her last visit, and as she gazed out the window at the clouds, her expression was one of calm detachment. Upon disembarking, her first destination was the cemetery. She stood silently before her grandparents' graves, erect and solemn. Gazing at the kind faces on the headstones, she bit her lip, momentarily lost in thought. She was no longer the spoiled little girl of the past. She had grown independent and strong, no longer prone to temper tantrums. She was now capable of weathering the storms of the outside world. Grandma, I miss you. I haven't visited you both in years. You must be quite upset. She knelt down, gently caressing her grandmother's photograph on the gravestone. And it was wrong. I shouldn't have stayed away for so long. I apologize, she said, resting her head against the gravestone, eyes gently closed. She had grown up by her grandparents' side. Her grandmother had told her that when she was born, the family business faced dire troubles, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Her parents were tirelessly striving to salvage the crumbling enterprise, unable to care for her, and thus send her to the small town where her grandparents lived. After the business gradually stabilized, her mother fell gravely ill and was hospitalized, never to return home, passing away within a year. The elderly couple, once vibrant, aged significantly in the wake of losing their daughter. Xian's father had to manage the vast company and raise a son. He simply lacked the energy to care for Xian. Having grown up away from home, the elderly couple found solace in having their granddaughter accompany them. As a child, Xian adored curling up in her grandfather's lap, listening to his various stories. Both her grandfather and grandmother were university professors, with a wealth of books at home covering a broad array of topics. Xian often immersed herself in the study, spending entire days lost in reading. Her grandfather used to joke that a little prodigy was emerging from their household. But then, the grandfather who had once held her and told her stories also passed away when she was 10. Subsequently, her father remarried, and the following year they had a son, and she was brought back home that same year. The elder brother shares a harmonious bond with his family, contrasting sharply with her sense of alienation amidst their warmth. As she observes them exchanging laughter in a cozy atmosphere, she feels like an outsider, unable to integrate. She often indulges in fanciful thoughts, expressing astonishing ideas that seem whimsical to her father, who views such behavior as frivolous and detrimental. While her grandparents encourage her creativity, her father reprimands her, insisting she focus on her studies and abandon her fanciful musings. Discontented with the large house and her interactions with her father and stepmother, she eventually calls her grandmother in tears, longing to return to her side. On the way back, her grandmother sighs while holding her close, expressing concern about what would happen if she were no longer around. Whenever she misses her grandfather, she hides away and weeps. Often only one person can find her. It is said that when someone departs, they become stars in the sky, watching over their beloved ones. She believes they have transformed into the brightest star, guarding her from above. If they were to witness her sorrow, they too would feel heartbroken. She raises her head, sobbing with hiccups, tears lingering at the corners of her eyes as she gazes at the youth squatting before her. He lowers his head, offering her a tissue to wipe away her tears. How childish, she protests. I am no longer a child. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe such tales. She chokes back her emotions, recalling her grandfather's words, that once someone is gone, they are truly lost and do not become stars, just like her mother, whom she can never see again. With her eyes brimming with tears, she pouts and confides, Asu, mother is gone, grandfather is gone, father has a new family and children, and I'm left with only grandmother. I am so afraid she will abandon me. The young man gently pats her head, reassuring her. Grandmother will live a long life, always by your side. Besides, I am here too. I will always be with you. Grandmother, Asu is a liar, she murmurs, resting her head against the gravestone, her voice trembling. He said you would live a long life and that he would always be by my side, but just a month after her grandmother's funeral, news of his passing reached her. She had been suppressing her pain, waiting for him to return, to embrace her and comfort her. Who could have foreseen that within a month, she would lose the 2 dearest individuals in her life? Will grandmother give Asu a good scolding for me? But perhaps it's better this way. If you truly see him, he must be wounded as well. Having found his way home, you always favored him. Please watch over him and prevent him from engaging in dangerous pursuits. After a pause, she adds, if you don't meet him, it's all right. He must be lost outside. I have already devised a way to bring him home, and soon, grandmother will see our hero return. She had not visited in years, nor had she sought out her grandmother. She had much to say, lingering from noon until dusk. Upon leaving the cemetery, she spotted a sleek black car parked at the roadside. Calmly, she approached, watching as a young man emerged. His eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing her, and he hurried over. I knew the first thing you would do upon returning was to visit mother and grandparents. Jian Wanling, her brother, appeared nervous and uncertain in her presence. They shared the same father, while she had adopted her mother as surname. Xian was not surprised that he was aware of her return. She stood before him, gazing at her brother, who bore a slight resemblance to her, feeling a mixed sense of emotions. Brother, she called softly. Jian Wenling paused, responding with a sigh. Gulme, I'll take you home. Which home? She retorted. My home vanished 3 years ago, and as for father's side, I prefer not to go there, lest they blame me for their misfortunes, which I cannot bear. She recalled the previous confrontation, where her father had claimed her existence brought misfortune, leading to the departure of those around her. Even the crisis faced by the family business during her birth was attributed to her. The accusations were too heavy. She refused to shoulder the blame, opting instead to withdraw. Jian Wenling understood that their father's hurtful words had deeply wounded Xian, and father was just speaking thoughtlessly. He didn't genuinely mean it. He regretted his words after you left. Xian chuckled softly, interrupting him. He spoke offhandedly, and I paid no mind. My feelings for him were never strong, and you needn't defend him. I never cared. In her childhood, she had yearned for the presence of parents, unlike other children. Eventually, she lost that hope and grew accustomed to solitude. With no expectations, she avoided disappointment and hurt. Having tasted the bitterness of such experiences, she had savored the sweetest joys of life, no longer desiring what was never hers. Her father, Jiang Yan, was an unwilling and inadequate figure in her life, and she had no desire to be the obedient daughter he envisioned. She was finding her own path from the very beginning. Jian Wenling, unable to resolve the sibling conflict with mere words, proposed gently, "All right, if you want to return to Father's side, how about I take you to my place?" His eyes reflected cautious hope, as if fearing her rejection. After a few moments of contemplation, she agreed, provided she did not have to engage with Jian Yan's family. Jian Wenling sighed in relief, his smile revealing his hidden joy. He had always been exceptionally gifted, receiving the best education even during difficult times, and he had excelled academically. Eventually, he was accepted into a prestigious school abroad, immersing himself in studies while neglecting Xian. By the time he noticed her absence, their closeness had faded, and he had not even returned for their grandmother's funeral. No matter the justification, he had left her alone to confront the loss of a loved one. Jian Wenling later attempted to reach out to her through calls and messages, but she had remained unresponsive. He could not fathom the helplessness she must have felt during their silence. After their mother's passing, they had been each other's closest kin, yet he missed their grandfather's funeral and failed to attend their grandmother's passing. He knew from then on, Xian held him responsible. Jian Wenling kept a watchful eye on Xian through the rearview mirror. "Focus on driving," she retorted, catching his gaze in the mirror. "I want to run away. I haven't seen you in ages, and you wouldn't let me visit you a Huada. On my recent business trips, I went there several times, but I knew you didn't want to see me, so I didn't dare reach out." His demeanor could only be described as obsequious, as he felt indebted to her, even if she did not. "You needn't be this way, brother. You owe me nothing. I'm doing well, quite fulfilled," she replied. Her gaze drifting outside, Jian Wenling tightened his grip on the steering wheel, having mentally prepared himself several times before he finally inquired. "I visited your school's forum recently, and came across some information. There was an overwhelming amount of news, and all I really want to know is how my sister is doing." However, after actually viewing the forum, he was nearly driven to overturn the table in anger. Xian is materialistic? Is she trying to marry into a wealthy family? Does she need that? After their grandparents passed away, everything was left to Xian. Both of them were university professors, and they had collected numerous renowned paintings and antiques. Some were heirlooms, while others were acquired by their mother during her lifetime. Now, all of these possessions are under Xian's name. Aside from the antiques and artworks, the inheritance left by their grandparents and their mother's final arrangements. Xian also has a trust fund. She is certainly not lacking in financial resources. Jian Wenling often transfers money to Xian, and although he never sees her spending it, she is genuinely not in need of money. Moreover, their family, the Jians, hold a respectable position in Haishur. What high branches does she need to climb? Setting material wealth aside, his sister is beautiful and exceptional, and it is very possible that some unscrupulous men may wish to take advantage of her. Just like ASU, wrapped in the guise of sweetness, with ulterior motives to ensnare her. The thought of ASU made Jian Wenling's grip on the steering wheel tighten suddenly. He recalled the photos he had seen on the forum. The profile was so familiar, and the features. Jian Wenling was genuinely worried. She had mentioned that she had moved on, and he had heard she was in a new relationship. He truly believed her words. He remembered calling her previously, and she assured him she was doing well, a claim he had momentarily accepted. "I have seen that boy's appearance. Anan, are you still thinking about ASU? Have you mistaken that boy named Jiang Yan for ASU?" Jian Wenling asked with a heavy heart. She tilted her head against the car window and blinked slowly. She understood that once her past with Jiang Yan was seen by those who knew ASU, it would be impossible to deny that Jiang Yan was merely a substitute, and it was unrealistic to not remember ASU. After a moment, Xian replied, "Do you think Jiang Yan resembles him? I previously searched for ASU's shadow in him. Even though their personalities are worlds apart, they are indeed two distinct individuals. Since you know they're not the same person, why? Anan, you must let go. ASU is gone. She would not want you to remain this way," Jian Wenling said, pained. Xian smiled and replied, "Brother, what are you thinking? I have moved on. I have already broken up with Jiang Yan, and now I am working with a professor on research. I found new joys. I'm doing well." Jian Wenling, upon hearing this, did not truly relax. He suspected she was merely placating him with her words. Yet, he had no further means to probe deeper, mumbling, "Is that so? Well, that's good, that's good. No need to worry about me. I will take care of myself," Xian assured him. Jian Wenling thought to himself. How could he not worry, especially with the remarks made on the forum? Just thinking about it made him furious. Upon seeing those absurd rumors, Jian Wenling immediately dispatched someone to deal with them, believing that no one would dare to challenge his sister. If you encounter anything insurmountable, you must tell me. No matter the time, I am your brother and will always stand by your side, Jian Wenling declared. He wished to make amends, feeling indebted to Xi An and wanting to do his utmost to compensate her. Xi An tilted her head. She sensed Jian Wenling's cautious attempts to appease her. Yet, it was truly unnecessary. He had never wronged her. He had not attended their grandfather's funeral due to his young age and illness at the time. He had not been able to visit their grandmother during her last moments, nor return in time for her burial. He had been abroad and powerless in those circumstances. Their grandmother did not blame Jian Wenling. In her final moments, she earnestly urged him to return home and get along well with their father and stepmother, and to take care of ASU as well. You need not feel guilty or think you owe me anything. I have not minded, she stated plainly. She genuinely disliked how Jian Wenling always approached her with such trepidation. It was unnecessary. You need not be so careful around me. You owe me nothing. If you truly feel troubled, then just take better care of yourself. Our grandmother's greatest concern before leaving was us siblings. If we are well, she can rest in peace. Did she blame Jian Wenling? Not at all. Just as she stated, Jian Wenling had never done anything to wrong her. Their interactions had been minimal, and when she needed her loved ones the most, they were absent. When she did not need them, there was truly no point in their presence. Anan, I'm deeply sorry for not being there with you at that time. It was evident that Jian Wenling understood where he had erred. Within the span of a month, two of the closest individuals had departed, one after the other, and Jian Wenling still found it unimaginable how Xi An managed to endure during that period. He could not excuse himself. Any justification he offered later seemed pale and powerless. No need for that, Xi An replied. You are an exemplary son, fulfilling all of our father's expectations. You are dutiful and maintain family harmony, which is more than sufficient. After all, we have always been together. If you were to anger our father as I often do, how distressed would he be? One troublemaker is enough. He cannot bear another. We are family, Anan. We share blood. You cannot speak as if you have no connection to this home. Jian Wenling stammered. Let me correct you. You all are a family, but I am not, she interrupted. My family includes my mother, my grandparents, and ASU, but they are all gone now. They will not return. ASU. He is also gone. He will not come back to you. Why can you not face reality? I am your brother. I and our father are your closest kin. Jian Wenling had intended to speak with Xi An sincerely, but her words instilled a sense of panic within him. Their mother, grandparents, and ASU, indeed, while they were alive, these were the people closest to Xi An and the ones who treated her best. He could not deny this. He knew that he, along with their father, had wronged Xi An in countless ways, and he wanted to make amends. He found it incredibly difficult to accept that Xi An continually associated herself with those who had passed, making him feel as though they could take her away at any moment. He feared that she would willingly follow them. Perhaps his evident fear resonated with Xi An, for she remained silent for a while after hearing his words. She gazed out the car window, realizing that this was precisely why she did not wish to return. She did not want to confront Jian Wenling's guilt-ridden expression, as if he owed her so much. She did not want to face the reassembled family of Jian Hongyan. She simply did not have the energy to deal with them. They had not spent much time together growing up, and there was no need to feign emotions. Should she return and weep in Jian Hongyan's arms? Or stage an emotional scene with her stepmother? Given Jian Hongyan's temperament, the likelihood of him lecturing her was high, while her stepmother, she held no opinions, merely existing as Jian Hongyan's wife. Maintaining the current arrangement suited both parties. Brother, what are you worried about? Xi An asked, her gaze shifting to him. Are you afraid? I no longer wish to live. Xi An directly pointed out Jian Wenling's most concealed concern. Jian Wenling remained silent, tacitly confirming her statement. The most challenging times are behind me. I never contemplated ending my life then, and I certainly would not resort to self-harm now. Such thoughts would not cross my mind. She cherished life and revered it. Living allows one to accomplish many things and remember those who have gradually faded from memory. Jian Wenling's myriad words ultimately distilled into a hollow apology. I'm sorry. And then, truly sorry. If I had accompanied our grandparents back then, perhaps you could have stayed with Mom and Dad, and everything might have been different. Xi An shook her head, smiling as she replied, Brother, you are mistaken. I have never thought that living with our grandparents was undesirable. In my childhood, I basked in their love and indulgence, and in my youth, I cherished a love that ran deep. So, brother, you need not worry about me. I understand what I must do in the present, and I am fully aware of my responsibilities. I will diligently protect this beloved land in his stead. Hearing this, Jian Wenling felt a slight relief. If you were to meet someone more suitable. Before Jian Wenling could finish, she interjected, there will be no one more suitable. But weren't you with someone named Jiang Yan for a year? Although Jian Wenling perceived Jiang Yan as flawed and unworthy of his sister, a year is not a trivial duration. Even if she initially sought a mere semblance of her true love, perhaps over time, some genuine feelings would inevitably blossom. Jian Wenling felt conflicted. On one hand, he believed Jiang Yan was unworthy of Xian, yet on the other, he hoped that he could rescue her from the mire of her past. Xian smiled softly, her lips curving as she said, because there is no one more like him. This sentiment came off as rather callous. Implicitly, it suggested that had she encountered someone even more reminiscent of Jiang Yan, she would have unhesitatingly chosen another. In the end, Jiang Yan was but a vessel for her to seek the shadow of her true love, Asu. She was acutely aware that Jiang Yan was not Asu, and that Asu would never return. Chapter 82. Conundrum. Xian had never sought to reshape Jiang Yan, nor did she endeavor to alter his preferences to fit the image she held in her heart. The kindness she bestowed upon Jiang Yan over the past year was merely an attempt to compensate for the affection she had failed to give Asu. She understood that they were distinct individuals. Transforming one person into another is fundamentally flawed. Fortunately, she had never crossed that line. You didn't like Jiang Yan at all? I did, in fact, appreciate the resemblance of his face to Asu's. But that was all, nothing beyond that. Xian spoke with remarkable calmness, showing no signs of emotional turmoil at the mention of her former boyfriend. Jian Wenling realized that only by being completely indifferent could one maintain such composure. It was rather pitiable. Jian Wenling silently lamented Jiang Yan's fate, initially believing he could be the special one for Xian, only to discover he was merely a decorative piece, utterly useless. Jian Wenling drove Xian to his apartment. Since he had not anticipated her visit, he had not tidied up his living space. Please wait over there. I'll tidy up the room for you. Xian halted him, saying, there is no need for such trouble. I can sleep on the sofa for one night. Tomorrow, I will return to my grandmother's house to collect some things, and I will head back to the capital the day after. Are you truly not staying a few more days? Jian Wenling felt a pang of reluctance. You haven't been back in years, and there have been many changes here, plus. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Jian Hongyan. Jian Wenling glanced at Xian before stepping onto the balcony to take the call, concerned about what Jian Hongyan might say. If any harsh words were to be overheard by Xian, it could exacerbate the existing tensions. Xian remained unperturbed, seemingly recalling something as she took out her phone, which was on silent. In the past, she had no one to contact and often left her phone unattended until the battery died. Now, with her seniors and teachers, if they could not reach her, they would likely inundate her upon her return with admonitions. Indeed, upon opening her phone, she noticed an alarming red 99 in the lab group's chat. Without needing to click on it, she knew that Fu Ziyuan was likely the most active participant. Xian had no intention of opening the chat. She glanced at the unread messages, noting queries from Xiao Hongyu and Xiao Zimo, asking if she had arrived in Haisher smoothly. As for Fu Ziyuan, he expressed concern for her safety and pointedly reminded her to bring back some local delicacies. He even specified that if it was too heavy, she could bring him just a few. Xian couldn't help but smile at Fu Ziyuan's messages. She could vividly picture him, legs bouncing with a smug expression as he typed. Truly, Fu Ziyuan was the source of joy in the lab. There were also messages from Yuan Xiuyo and Lin Jingwei, to which she replied one by one. As she engaged in this lengthy exchange, Xian suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to her, her circle had gradually expanded. Previously, she had categorically rejected such relationships. Perhaps, she genuinely feared bringing misfortune to others, no matter how indifferent she appeared. Jian Hongyan was her father, and some words spoken by a close relative, even in anger, could pierce her heart like the sharpest of daggers. Lost in thought, her phone vibrated once more, this time with an unexpected message from Chiyu. Xian opened the chat, but before she could discern its content, he retracted the message. Xian watched in disbelief as the words typing flickered on her screen, yet no further text appeared. Was he encountering an issue during an experiment? She took the initiative to inquire. Qiyu, serious and earnest, held his phone, typing a line before deleting it. He went back and forth for 3 or 4 minutes, staring blankly at the empty chat, uncertain of what to say. His initial courageous inquiry had been retracted almost instantly. After a prolonged moment, Qiyu returned to the home screen, choosing not to disturb Xian, maintaining a distance to avoid causing her any trouble. He had seen the discussions on the school forum and felt guilty for the inconvenience caused to Xian due to him. His earlier message had pertained to this very matter, but he deemed it too abrupt and thus retracted it. Keeping his distance seemed the best course, and reaching out privately was best avoided. Yet, as these thoughts swirled, Xian's message arrived first. Qiyu promptly discarded his earlier reservations. If possible, he could dig a little deeper into the situation. What distance needed to be maintained? They were colleagues and friends. What harm could there be in contacting one another? Those with impure thoughts would always think the worst. Why pay them any mind? Staring at Xian's inquiry, even if it was merely about work, brought him joy. He pondered whether he had any issues at the moment. It appeared not, but stating so left him speechless. However, if he claimed to have problems, would Xian think he was foolish? Would that leave a poor impression? Qiyu, what on earth are you doing? Fu Ziyuan remarked casually as he passed by. Noticing Qiyu's odd expression as he stared at his phone, Qiyu instinctively silenced his phone and laid it flat on the table. Is 8 million a lot? Qiyu asked nonchalantly. Fu Ziyuan nearly toppled over, lamenting, the evils of wealth. If I had 8 million, I would lounge atop piles of cash, eating and sleeping without a care. Qiao Hongyu didn't even glance his way, while Qiu Zimo muttered, ISNT, that just how pigs live? Fu Ziyuan quickly snapped back from his jealousy of the wealthy, grinning as he said, by the way, my junior sister said she would bring me some local specialties. Because it's too heavy, she only wants to bring me something, so you all will miss out. Truly, my position in her heart is unassailable. He completely forgot that it was he who had made this request, but it mattered not. The mere fact was enough for him to boast. Qiao Hongyu stood up with a cold smile, tossing a stack of documents to Fu Ziyuan. It seems you truly have nothing to do, bothering an like this. Here, take these data. After all, we are all quite busy. I must trouble you, senior brother Fu, to organize these experimental results today. Don't return until they are complete. Fu Ziyuan's face immediately fell, expressing strong protest. Qiyu, not wishing to get involved, picked up his phone. Because of this interruption, he hadn't had the chance to respond to messages. He had intended to say many things, but ultimately replied with a curt 2 words. No. She did not respond further. After waiting for a while, Qiyu put down his phone and slowly stood up, bringing a piece of data before Fu Ziyuan. Speaking casually, I have another set of experimental data here. Since I am preoccupied with other matters, I must trouble you, senior brother Fu. Chapter 83. Refusal. Xian had spent the night resting at Jian Wenling's place. Initially, she planned to go to her grandmother's house alone, but Jian Wenling insisted on accompanying her. Xian did not refuse. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but when she initially said no need, Jian Wenling's expression appeared so sorrowful that she swallowed her words back. It didn't matter anymore. Xian thought that after 3 years away, the old house must be covered in dust and cobwebs, and the small garden should be overgrown with weeds. However, when she finally got out of the car to look, she found nothing had changed. It was as if it remained just as it was when she had left. The old house stood in place, preserving its original form, as if guarding the memory of those who had passed, waiting for her return home. These past few years, I've had someone clean here regularly. I wanted you to see it in good condition when you returned, Jian Wenling explained softly, seeing her lost in thought at the gate. Thank you, brother. I'm so glad to see it just like before. She pushed open the iron gate of the yard and walked slowly inside. During Xian's absence, Jian Wenling had indeed taken excellent care of the place, as if someone lived there every day. No weeds, no dust, no cobwebs. I want to stay here tonight, brother. Thank you for taking care of this place for me all this time. Jian Wenling understood the significance of this house to Xian. He could do little for her, but strive to manage what was within his capacity. All right, you can rest here tonight. I will come to pick you up for the airport in the morning. Jian Wenling longed to stay with Xian, but he knew it was not appropriate. This was her personal space, and she would certainly not wish for anyone else to intrude. After all, it was a rare opportunity for Xian to return. Perhaps she was gradually letting go of the past? Jian Wenling glanced at her, recalling his conversation with his father, Jian Hongyan, from the previous night, and felt a headache coming on. His father knew that Xian had returned and wanted him to bring her home. But how could he? After all that had happened, after the hurtful words exchanged, he understood that those words could not be simply forgotten or taken back. The damage had been done, and it could not be erased by merely upholding his father's authority. Jian Wenling hoped for reconciliation between Jian Hongyan and Xian, yet knowing both of them, he realized it would be anything but easy. "Anin, Dad says, I want to see you. It's been 3 years since you last met." Jian Wenling spoke softly. "If you're unwilling, it's fine. I will talk to Dad." Xian was indeed unwilling. She did not want to face her father and his family, whether deemed unfilial or rude, over her more than 20 years of growth. Had she even spent a year in close contact with Jian Hongyan? No affection existed between them, so there was no need for the pretense of polite exchanges. Xian's silence was a form of unspoken rejection. Jian Wenling understood her thoughts and was not surprised. He sighed inwardly, nodding as he said, "I understand. Anin, don't worry. I won't let Dad disturb you." "Thank you, brother," Xian replied. Jian Wenling opened his mouth, wanting to say they need not be so formal with each other, as they were siblings, and it was natural to trouble one another. Yet, he was acutely aware that all of this was his own doing. There was no remedy for regret, and he must bear the consequences of his past actions. Xian entered the yard and stepped into the house alone, while Jian Wenling stood outside, watching as if she were entering a realm beyond his reach. Jian Wenling drove home, standing outside his family's imposing seaside villa, reflecting on his sister's words. Xian did not wish to be part of their family. Indeed, over the years, she had been isolated for various reasons. "Big brother, you're back. Are you going to take me to the amusement park? I want to ride that beautiful carousel, and I want ice cream, but Mom won't let me because she says it will give me cavities. But my teeth are perfectly fine." A little girl with pigtails bounced over, clutching a doll with disheveled hair, which she had just been combing. Jian Wenling bent down, gently stroking the girl's hair. "Big brother has some business to discuss with Dad. You go play for a while." Jian Wen was Jian Wenling's half-sister, only 6 years old, with a 13-year-old brother named Jian Wenshao. These two siblings got along well with Jian Wenling, seeing him as a very capable big brother. But what about his own sister Xian? In her eyes, he must be of little significance. Jian Wenwen and Jian Wenshao frequently made various requests of him and would come to him first when in trouble, playfully seeking to achieve their aims. Knowing he would protect them, they felt free to act without restraint, knowing he had their backs, while also being supported by their father. But what about Xian? No, she had no one by her side. There was no one to rely on. Jian Wenshao and Jian Wenwen basked in the love of their parents and the protection of their big brother, living carefree lives. Yet Xian had never enjoyed such privileges. What had he and their father done over the years? Jian Wenling rubbed his face, feeling utterly disheveled by this lucid realization. Jian Wenwen tilted her head, looking at him curiously. "Big brother, shouldn't you be at the company handling business? How come you have time to come back?" Jian Hongyan glanced up at Jian Wenling, somewhat surprised. "It's been a long time since I've seen Anin. I wanted to spend time with her. I've already arranged the company matters. So Dad needn't worry," Jian Wenling replied. Jian Hongyan glanced behind Jian Wenling, seeing no one else, and frowned. "Where's Xian? Didn't she come back with you? What is she doing? I recall this isn't a holiday, and school shouldn't be out. Why has she returned? Did she get into trouble outside?" When Jian Hongyan mentioned Xian, his expression showed no sign of concern. His deeply ingrained beliefs led him to think that Xian wouldn't amount to much, relying on the inheritance from their grandmother after her passing. Thinking she had grown wings and could run off without returning, Jian Wenling slowly approached Jian Hongyan and asked, "Dad, have you worried about it in these past few years? She's a girl all alone out there. Didn't you ever think something might happen to her? What's there to worry about? She has been spoiled by your grandmother. I've said before that kind of upbringing is ineffective. They are all university professors. Yet they somehow raised a child who knows no discipline," Jian Hongyan replied. Chapter 84. Don't create conflict for me. Jian Hongyan did not reflect on his shortcomings as a father. He believed Xian's disobedience and difficult behavior stemmed from her upbringing. He hadn't taken care of her these past years. She had always lived with their grandparents. So naturally, the blame lay with the elderly couple. In Jian Hongyan's eyes, Xian had simply been spoiled. Jian Wenling spoke of Anin. Anin is doing exceptionally well. She is an outstanding student at Huada, consistently receiving scholarships. Currently, she is assisting a professor with experiments. She has grown remarkably in ways we may not even realize. I recall mentioning this to you before, Father. Have you forgotten? Or is it merely indifference? Under Jian Wenling's gaze, Jian Hongyan seemed to have a flicker of recognition. However, at that time, he had brushed it off without much thought. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he averted his gaze from his son and remarked, "Then why hasn't she come back to see you? Has she forgotten her elders after such a long time? What about her manners?" Jian Wenling frowned, unwilling to listen further. "Father, you do not understand it. Could you refrain from your presumptuous judgments? You have always dismissed her, regardless of what she does or says. What exactly do you dislike about her? She's your daughter too." Jian Wenling's pent-up emotions erupted. He had been restraining himself in front of Ziyan, but he could no longer contain his feelings, especially after hearing Jian Hongyan's disparagement of Ziyan. It was undeniable that Jian Hongyan cared for him deeply, but equally undeniable was his indifference towards Ziyan. Jian Hongyan slammed his hand on the table in fury, exclaiming, "Jian Wenling, do you think you owe all of this to her? Have you grown wings now? I advise you to limit your contact with Ziyan for your own good. Aren't you afraid that one day she will truly affect you? Impact me? In what way? Father, you can't possibly blame Anin for the crises your company faced or for the deaths of mother and grandparents. Don't you find such reasoning rather absurd? What are you thinking?" Jian Wenling could hardly believe his ears. He had always thought that Jian Hongyan's earlier remarks about Ziyan being a calamity were mere words spoken in anger. He never imagined that he genuinely believed such ridiculous notions. Breathing heavily, Jian Hongyan, either enraged or struck by a truth, hurled an ashtray at Jian Wenling. The heavy object struck Jian Wenling's shoulder before shattering on the floor. Jian Wenling let out a muffled groan, choosing not to evade it, finding the entire scene rather ludicrous. When Jian Wenwen entered and witnessed this spectacle, she was immediately startled, bursting into heart-wrenching tears. Jian Hongyan berated, "Jian Wenling, do you truly believe you have secured your position? If you continue to be so ungrateful, you may as well leave." Jian Wenling silently turned and exited, aware that remaining would only lead to further unnecessary arguments. In that moment, he understood deeply that the rift between Ziyan and Jian Hongyan was irreparable. As he left, Jian Wenling encountered his stepmother, Pang Shui, who had just returned. He nodded and greeted her with a soft, "Aunt Pang," before walking away. Pang Shui glanced back at Jian Wenling's departing figure, then heard the commotion of objects being thrown and curses from within the house. She was taken aback. Her usually gentle and composed eldest son, who seemed like a puppet manipulated by Jian Hongyan, had suddenly found his voice. If this was the case, the Jian household would surely become more vibrant. Upon returning to the house, Ziyan wandered about, taking in her surroundings. She strolled along the small paths outside, noticing that the house was well prepared for her arrival. That evening, she cooked herself a bowl of noodles, having organized her belongings to take with her the following morning. Alone in such a spacious house, sleep eluded her. Since her grandmother's passing, she had been too frightened to stay alone in this place, and the news of Sue's death had only deepened her dread. This place, once filled with her happiness and sweet memories, had become her greatest fear. But now, things were different. Standing in the courtyard, gazing at the little house, she smiled. "I have found a new goal, a pursuit of greater significance. I shall no longer fear facing the past, nor will I run from it. Grandfather, grandmother, Asu, you will be watching over me, won't you?" "Yes, surely you will." Ziyan looked up at the sky, filled with stars. Indeed, the scenery at home was the most beautiful. With sleep still eluding her, she decided to take a walk. Just as she stepped outside, she noticed someone leaning against the wall near the entrance. The darkness was thick, and without any streetlights, she could only see the flickering ember of a cigarette. The person, startled by her sudden appearance, choked on the smoke and began to cough violently. "Brother?" Ziyan squinted her eyes and quickly recognized him. Jian Wenling was led into the house by Ziyan, and as the light flooded in, he instinctively closed his eyes. "What are you doing here so late?" Ziyan asked. "Have you eaten?" Jian Wenling looked at her, moved his lips, then bowed his head in silence. Ziyan observed him. He looked disheartened, as if he had been through a storm. "Did you have a conflict with father? Was it over me?" Ziyan pinpointed the issue directly. "And I." "Indeed, it was because of her." Ziyan nodded affirmatively. "You probably haven't had time to eat. Noodles are simple. I can whip up an egg noodle dish. Would you like some?" Jian Wenling eagerly nodded. "Yes, I would." She rose and went to the kitchen, quickly preparing a simple egg noodle dish for him. As Jian Wenling gazed at the modest bowl of noodles before him, he felt it was imbued with meaning since it was made by his sister. He wished to treasure it. I knew returning would bring me trouble. Brother, there is no need for you to provoke father. He dislikes our contact. So you should minimize it, and we can maintain peace. Jian was unaware of the emotional turmoil Jian Wenling felt over the bowl of noodles. Resting her chin on her hand, she gazed out the window, her thoughts drifting. Brother, if someone comes to investigate me in the near future, do not worry. It isn't dangerous. It's merely a formality. As for father, whatever he says, don't take it to heart. Just maintain our previous interactions. Please, don't let my troubles disturb the peace. You are not a trouble. Never have been, Jian Wenling declared resolutely. His sister had never been a burden, and he had never held such thoughts. Jian smiled at his words. Brother, you sound just like a Su. Jian Wenling acknowledged her with a soft "oh," recalling the person who had deceived his sister and then vanished without a trace. He had no desire to be likened to such a careless individual. Eat up. If you don't hurry, it will get cold. Jian urged. Jian Wenling nodded and reached for the chopsticks, but a sudden pain shot through his shoulder. He grimaced, not really checking the injury, which appeared to be bruised. Jian noticed and asked what happened. Are you hurt? Jian Wenling replied nonchalantly. I bumped into something when getting out of the car. It's nothing serious. Jian's gaze lingered on his injury for a moment before she said, be more careful next time. All right, Jian Wenling agreed readily, then recalled what Zan had mentioned earlier, voicing his concern. Investigation? Have you encountered trouble? No, it's for participating in a research project. They might inquire, but it may not reach you, considering we are no longer on the same household register, she explained, noting that her current registration contained only her name. Is this project dangerous? Jian Wenling inquired. No, it's quite safe. That's good. Safety is the utmost priority. Jian Wenling sighed in relief, knowing that nothing mattered more than Zian's well-being. In the evening, Xian suggested, why not sleep here? It's too late to drive back, and it wouldn't be very safe. She added, besides, didn't my brother say he would take me tomorrow? That way, I won't have to make an extra trip. Jian Wenling was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Xian for a while, forgetting to respond. How could his sister be so kind? He had truly been a disappointment in the past, and their father was no better. Jian Wenling felt that the noodles he had eaten that night were the best he had tasted in a long time, without exception, especially since they were made by his sister's own hands. Just look at how remarkable she is, capable in both the kitchen and the parlor. It was indeed a stroke of luck for Su to have found such a wonderful girlfriend, yet he failed to ensure her safe return, leaving her behind while he closed his eyes to the world. Now, he could no longer enjoy the noodles, and he should have considered his own safe return before worrying about others. If Su were still around, he wouldn't have to worry so much and would be cherished, loved, and unconditionally indulged. She must be very happy now. Thus, it was clear that Su had truly been reckless. That night, Jian Wenling found it impossible to sleep. He tossed and turned, his mind in disarray, unable to rest with so many thoughts swirling in his head. After all, he was in his sister's home, and her acceptance of his presence might suggest that she had begun to forgive him. Jian Wenling did not delude himself into thinking that the conflict with Jian Hongyan could alter anything. Regardless of Jian Hongyan's thoughts, Xian was his sister, and he only wished to treat her well. That was all that mattered. When Jian Wenling opened the door, he noticed the light at the stairwell was on. Descending the stairs, he found Xian alone on the swing in the yard, her head tilted against the armrest as she gazed up at the stars in the night sky. He remained silent, momentarily lost in a vision of Su leaning down to whisper something to Xian, gently pushing the swing. Can't sleep? Xian looked up at him. Jian Wenling snapped back to reality. The swing remained still, with Xian sitting motionless. He approached and sat beside her on the stone bench, sighing, thinking about how you'll be leaving tomorrow. I'm feeling a bit reluctant. Xian grasped the swing's armrest, pushing off gently with her feet to sway back and forth. If you want, you can come to the capital to see me, she said slowly. She understood Jian Wenling's subtle probing and felt that there were no irreconcilable issues between them. It was as if she had returned to a familiar place, completely at ease, a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time. But you need to come up with a good excuse. Don't say you're coming to see me. And don't oppose Dad because of me. I'm rarely around, and it's unnecessary to disrupt our harmonious family life over someone who has seldom seen. Xian's gaze lingered on his shoulder where he was injured, implying, and to get hurt over such matters would be even more foolish. Clearly, she did not believe Jian Wenling's excuse about accidentally bumping into the car door, but she chose not to call him out on it. merely hinting at it without making him uncomfortable. I understand, Jian Wenling replied, though whether he would heed her advice was known only to him. As she swayed on the swing, Jian Wenling sat quietly beside her. Are there any remarkable people around in it? He inquired. Jian pondered for a moment before answering honestly. Remarkable people? There are many. The students of Huada are all top-notch. As for those around me, my senior colleagues are quite capable and very kind. Oh, and there's also Chi Yu. He's incredibly smart, and many of my ideas align with his. Though we haven't interacted much, it's always comfortable when we do. Chi Yu? Jian Wenling repeated thoughtfully. Yes. She nodded, a smile gracing her face. The most important thing is that he is very wealthy. Our project owes its initiation to Chi Yu and his family's strong support. Senior Fu described him as our lab's benefactor, which I find quite fitting. Jian Wenling was pleased to see Xi An's enthusiasm in discussing Chi Yu. Could it be that his previous concerns had been misplaced? Yet, he refrained from asking too directly, opting for a more tactful approach. How does he treat you? And what do you think of him? That was indeed quite subtle. He is very cooperative in work matters. I find him to be a reliable and trustworthy colleague. Xian replied. Jian Wenling felt a twinge of disappointment, but he mustered a cheerful demeanor. Well, having a trustworthy colleague is quite nice. Your approval speaks well of him. Xian smiled again, aware that her opportunities for private interaction with Chi Yu were scarce, as most of their exchanges revolved around work, where they clicked seamlessly. She sensed Chi Yu's internal struggle when interacting with her, likely due to Jiang Yan. Mindful of the situation, she appreciated Chi Yu's professional abilities and maintained a polite distance to avoid making him uncomfortable, thereby not hindering their work. Chapter 86. An unexpected encounter considering the need to bring some local specialties for Fu Ziyuan. Xian rose early. It wouldn't be fair to bring something only for Fu Ziyuan. She had to consider everyone in the lab, as they had always looked after her. Fortunately, she needn't worry about the arrangements. When she awoke the next day, she found a young woman in a sharp outfit reporting something to Jian Wenling, while several large gift bags sat on the stone table. Jian Wenling had clearly planned ahead, preparing local delicacies, not overly expensive, but a delightful assortment of specialties from Haisher. Xian had initially intended to buy just a few simple items, but since Jian Wenling had already taken care of it, she found herself relieved of some responsibilities. On the way to the airport, Jian Wenling's phone rang incessantly, yet he paid it no mind. Eventually, he simply switched his phone to silent mode, engaging Xian in conversation with an air of casualness. Take care of yourself in the capital. Don't be picky with your food. You weren't in great health before. How are you now? You look so thin. You should eat properly, he admonished, his concern palpable as they drove to the airport. Xian nodded along, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret for having let Jian Wenling drive her. As their departure time approached, she felt an almost liberating sense of relief. Finally, she heard the announcement, and she let out a barely noticeable sigh. Brother, please drive safely on your way back, she said quickly. Jian Wenling felt time slipping away too rapidly. He had finally managed to see Xian, yet they hadn't had the chance to nurture their relationship. It seemed to be improving, and he was reluctant to part ways so soon. He even entertained the thought of accompanying her to the capital. It wouldn't be out of the question to see her off. Noticing his hesitation, Xian assumed he was about to launch into another lecture and quickly interjected. I'll remember your words. You can visit me in the capital whenever you have the time. I promise to take care of myself. You need not worry. I'm old enough to not starve myself. Jian Wenling was skeptical of her assurances and suggested, how about I hire a caretaker for you? They wouldn't intrude. They would just ensure your meals and maintain your living space, allowing you to focus on your work. That way, it would be easier for you. Xian firmly declined, stating, no need for that. I'm currently living in a dormitory, and such assistance isn't necessary. Ah. Jian Wenling expressed a hint of disappointment, but he quickly rallied his spirits. Well, let us discuss it again after you stop staying in the dormitory. I plan to purchase a flat in the capital, and you can reside there, thus sparing you the trouble of renting a place later on. Xian felt that further refusal might lead to unnecessary speculation. So, she nodded in agreement. If it came to it, she could always continue living in the dormitory. Jian Wenling kept his gaze fixed on Xi and as she passed through the security checkpoint, not averting his eyes until she vanished from sight. Lowering his head, he took out his phone. There were over a dozen missed calls from Jian Hongyan, accompanied by several reprimanding messages. Jian Wenling glanced at them, disregarding their content, and dialed his secretary. Upon learning that Jiang Yan was in a fit of rage in his office, Jian Wenling's expression darkened. He sighed inwardly, feeling unsurprised by this turn of events. However, he was resolute in his stance. He was no longer a child and possessed his own discernment. As she disembarked from the plane and activated her phone, she received a message from Xiao Hongyu. She had previously mentioned her return time. In her message, Xiao Hongyu indicated that someone would be there to fetch her. Naturally, she assumed it was Xiao Hongyu herself. Had she seen the message before boarding, she would have declined, but noticing the timestamp, it was clear that it had been sent while she was in the air, implying Xiao Hongyu had already arrived. Just as she was about to call Xiao Hongyu, a somewhat familiar voice called out from behind her. And in turning around, Xian was surprised to see Jiang Yan standing not far behind her. She anticipated encountering him again and was uncertain as to why he was calling her. "Is there something you need?" she inquired politely, tucking her phone away. Jiang Yan's gaze darkened, and he forced a smile, his voice low and strained, as though he were holding back something. "It's nothing, just found it rather coincidental." After a moment's thought, Xian preemptively explained, "Don't misunderstand. I just returned from my hometown, so it truly is a coincidence." Concerned that he might think she was there to confront someone, she swiftly quelled any unnecessary misconceptions. Jiang Yan attempted to clarify, opening his mouth several times but failing to articulate his thoughts. With a scoff, he replied, "No need to be so direct. That wasn't my intention." She nodded. "That's good. It's best to clarify things in advance to avoid misunderstandings. If there's nothing else, my ride should be arriving shortly, so farewell." With that, she turned away without casting another glance at Jiang Yan. Her gaze lingered on his face for a fleeting moment, devoid of any lingering melancholy. Jiang Yan's expression soured as he watched Xian's figure gradually retreat toward the airport exit. He took a couple of steps to follow, but felt utterly unable to catch up. He had intended to engage her in a proper conversation, yet her demeanor was so frigid that he couldn't fathom how he had ended up in this predicament. As Jiang Yan wallowed in regret, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar silhouette approaching. Qiyu effortlessly took hold of Xian's suitcase, completely oblivious to Jiang Yan's presence, and walked alongside her as they departed together. Neither of them spared him a glance. Was it Qiyu who was there to pick her up? When had their relationship grown so intimate? After their breakup, Jiang Yan realized he knew very little about Xian. He was unaware of her preferences and unfamiliar with her circle of friends. At the time, he had been indifferent and careless, and now that he wished to understand her better, the opportunity had evaporated. One thing he did know was that Xian disliked inconveniencing others, and even during their relationship, she never troubled him as her boyfriend. As for Qiyu, they had grown up together and were quite familiar with each other. Qiyu had no interest in those he didn't care for, so how had their bond grown so strong? Su Qixue mentioned that Qiyu and Xian had become closer through work due to shared interests. Did Qiyu even know who Xian was? Did he understand the importance of maintaining boundaries? Jiang Yan felt as if his head might explode. He yearned to confront them about their relationship. Chapter 87. Indifference with determined strides. Jiang Yan hastened after them, but just as he was about to catch up, he suddenly halted. He stood rigidly, staring blankly at Xian, who cast a frosty glance in his direction. It seemed she sensed his movement, her cold gaze making him feel like a fool. There was not a trace of affection in her eyes. Xian had turned away, but Jiang Yan felt as though he were anchored to the spot, enveloped by an icy aura, too afraid to approach. When he saw Xian glance at Qiyu, a smile blossomed on her lips. Jiang Yan couldn't remember the last time she had smiled at him. In that moment, the fear in his heart surged uncontrollably. He was on the verge of losing Xian, the girl who had once been entirely devoted to him. Feeling utterly drained, he placed a hand over his chest, when suddenly someone appeared by his side, steadying him. Jiang Yan turned sharply, the light in his eyes extinguished upon recognizing the person. "Young Master Jiang, are you feeling unwell? Do you need to go to the hospital?" It was Jiang Yan's assistant. He shut his eyes briefly and turned back, having initially intended to travel out of town for a business meeting. However, the image of Qiyu and Xian together consumed his thoughts, rendering him unable to focus or leave. Jiang Yan waved dismissively. No need. Yet after taking a few steps, he paused again. What was he trying to accomplish? Chase after Qiyu and Xian? Xian clearly didn't wish to see him and wouldn't allow him to get close. He found himself isolated from her world. He had once had numerous opportunities to understand her. He had once been the one closest to her. Why had things devolved to this point? Jiang Yan turned around, resuming his original course of action. He could no longer pursue her. Xian didn't want to see him. What would such entanglement accomplish, especially with Qiyu present? What right did he have to question them? In their eyes, he would only appear unreasonable and self-deprecating, like a mere joke. Jiang Yan felt a bitter self-mockery wash over him as he lowered his gaze, his spirit seemingly drained from his body. Xian, on the other hand, paid little heed to her encounter with Jiang Yan. To her, the past was truly inconsequential. Even during their relationship, he had failed to elicit any emotional response from her. How could she possibly be affected now that they had parted? Although she felt a modicum of remorse towards Jiang Yan. Recognizing that it was unethical to treat someone as a mere placeholder, she also acknowledged her own faults. While Jiang Yan had many shortcomings, she was not without her own flaws. She did not shy away from admitting this. She was perplexed by Jiang Yan's demeanor after their breakup. He was now far less relaxed and pleasant than he had been during their relationship. He had managed to remain aloof and unbothered back then. Yet now, after their separation, he appeared unable to let go. She firmly believed Jiang Yan did not harbor any feelings for her and saw no reason for him to suddenly discover some redeeming quality about her post-breakup that would lead him to fall for her. Ultimately, it seemed to stem from a sense of unwillingness and wounded pride. She felt a twinge of regret. Had she known it would come to this, she might have waited for Jiang Yan to initiate the breakup, which would have been far less complicated. Unfortunately, they had already parted ways, making such reflections futile. Moreover, Jiang Yan had undeniably crossed her boundaries. Had they remained together, she would have had to concede. But she had no desire to do so. It was her lack of investment that caused her to propose ending the relationship the moment he encroached upon her limits. However, despite her thoughts, she had no regrets about her request to part ways. Although she could no longer see that familiar face, she felt a profound sense of relief, free from the burden of his occasional whims and the need to placate him. Now, she felt completely unburdened, and it was a delightful sensation. When Jiang Yan suddenly appeared, he hardly disturbed Xian. He blended seamlessly into the throng of passers-by and was soon forgotten. Have you been doing well these past few days? Qiyu, who walked beside her, asked after a moment of contemplation. She nodded, replying, "Quite well. My mood has lightened considerably." Qiyu acknowledged this with a soft "that's good to hear." Things have been progressing smoothly on our end as well. The experiments are advancing much better than anticipated. He wished to inquire further, but hesitated, fearing it might be too forward and make her uncomfortable. Their conversations flowed most naturally when discussing work. On their way back, as Qiyu drove, their dialogue remained predominantly work-related, with neither broaching personal matters, yet the atmosphere was harmonious. Qiyu insisted on carrying Xian's suitcase as he escorted her to her dormitory door, despite her initial resistance. "Rest well. See you tomorrow," he said politely after setting down her luggage. "Thank you, Qiyu, for coming to pick me up and for taking up your time." Xian expressed her gratitude. Qiyu lowered his gaze slightly, replying, "It was nothing. There is no need to be formal. We are colleagues, and it is only right to help one another." Xian smiled. "All right, see you tomorrow." She refrained from inviting Qiyu in for a drink, as her room was her private sanctuary, and she wished to maintain the purity of their colleague relationship without any misunderstandings. Upon returning to her dorm, she first checked on the night-blooming Sirius, feeling a wave of relief when she confirmed that it was thriving. "I visited home," she reflected. "The little house remains unchanged since I left. My brother has taken excellent care of it. Everything within is just as I remember, as if someone had been patiently waiting for my return, regardless of how long I wandered or what I faced. That little house, along with its former inhabitants, would unconditionally embrace me, no matter the circumstances." Yet, Xian was acutely aware that some things are irretrievably lost, akin to those who had departed. No amount of longing or nostalgia could bring them back. Only she remained, and she could not afford to linger in the past. She held on to the hope that one day they would reunite at the end of time and life. They would meet again. Until that moment arrived, she would shoulder her responsibilities and do her utmost. Chapter 88. Do you have feelings for Xian? Thus, even a little encouragement, a reward, or a kind word would suffice, wouldn't it? In Xian's eyes, the night-blooming Sirius represented far more than just a plant. It held significant importance in her life. Sitting in a chair with her chin resting on her palm, she gently caressed the leaves of the Sirius. "Will you not bloom for me at all? Must it be only for Asu?" she mused. but he will not return. He has abandoned us, and we must let him go. Tilting her head, she smiled, though her eyes betrayed no joy. During her recent visit home, she had paid respects to her grandparents and mother, but had not sought out Asu. The one buried, there was not Asu. He had yet to come home, and she needed to find a way to bring him back. He must be waiting. Do not worry, I will bring Asu home, along with other brave souls who long for their hometowns and the ones they love. As Chi Yu awaited the elevator, he pressed his lips together, feeling a pang of frustration. What was he lamenting? That he could only discuss work with Xian? It seemed they had not spoken of anything else. Yet, he soon concluded that this was not entirely unsatisfactory. They shared a common ground in their professional endeavors, which was enough for him. Upon descending the building, Chi received a call from Su Qixue. You are quite the busy one. It's not easy to get in touch with you. You never reply to messages or answer calls. I'm surprised I finally reached you, she teased. Indeed, Su Qixue had sent messages, but each time he checked, it was late, and he found no pressing matters to respond to. He had always been this way, and it did not seem amiss to others. Things have been hectic. I often return to the dorm in the early hours, and am too exhausted to do anything but sleep, Chiyu explained. You've been working too hard. Don't push yourself so much. Rest is essential, Su Qixue advised with a smile, then sighed. I wonder if everyone has suddenly become so dedicated to work. You and Jiang Yan, both of you are hard to pin down for a get-together. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's name, Chiyu paused, recalling he had seen him at the airport but was uncertain. Yes, it has been a bit busy, Chiyu admitted. When can we all gather? It's been ages since we last met. You choose the time, we can adjust our schedules accordingly. Su Qixue proposed, and Chiyu initially considered declining. However, sensing her anticipation, she added, Please don't tell me you're too busy to spare any time. I said you could choose the timing. It would be quite rude to refuse again. With no alternative, Chiyu pondered and replied, I have the day after tomorrow off. Let us meet in the evening at our usual spot, my treat. Agreed. It's settled then. See you the day after tomorrow. All right, I'll hang up now. By the way, could you introduce me Xian? I genuinely want to meet her, Su Qixue suddenly suggested. Chiyu hesitated, contemplating before responding. That depends on Xian. I cannot make that decision alone. I will ask for her opinion. He refrained from giving an outright affirmative. Even though his friendship with Su Qixue was strong, he did not want to make promises on Xian's behalf. As Su Qixue ended the call, she tapped her phone screen, her expression thoughtful. Chiyu and Xian. I hope I'm not overthinking this. She messaged Jiang Yan. I have made plans with Chiyu for the day after tomorrow evening at her usual spot. Even Chiyu, the busy bee, is making time for me. You wouldn't dare refuse, would you, Jiang? After a prolonged silence, Jiang Yan finally replied with a curt okay, and then nothing more. Su Qixue wondered whether he had seen her message or simply chose to ignore her. It wasn't until later in the evening that Jiang Yan responded with a brief acknowledgement, leaving her feeling somewhat neglected. Having promised Su Qixue to treat her, Chiyu left work promptly that day, unlike before when he often stayed immersed in the laboratory for 24 hours. Fu Ziyuan, noticing this change, remarked with a whistle, Goodness. Chiyu, is this a newfound conscience? You're actually leaving on time? Does this mean I can go too? Have you finally realized you can't keep pushing yourself? Chiyu glanced at the elevator, noting that Xian had not yet arrived, realizing he would likely miss the chance to bid her farewell. A fleeting moment of disappointment washed over him, but he quickly masked it, saying, Something came up today. I need to leave early. Fu Ziyuan responded with a casual "oh," watching as Chiyu swiftly changed clothes and made his exit, commenting, Youngsters these days, perhaps you're off to a date? Xiao Hongyu, overhearing, lifted her head to glance at Chiyu's departing figure. A date? Is the ship I'm rooting for already sinking before it even sets sail? Upon arriving at his destination, Chiyu fortuitously encountered Jiang Yan walking towards him. Their eyes met. Jiang Yan paused, and the first image that flashed through his mind was the scene at the airport when Chiyu and Xian departed together. Do you have a moment? Let us converse, Jiang Yan suggested as he approached him. Chiyu hesitated, gazing at Jiang Yan with a look of confusion, yet he acquiesced. The two requested a private booth, and as soon as they entered, Jiang Yan's voice resonated. Chiyu, have you developed feelings for Xian? Although phrased as a question, Jiang Yan's tone implied certainty. He could discern the difference in Chiyu's demeanor toward Xian. His fear was not that Chiyu liked Xian, but that Xian might reciprocate those feelings. Chiyu did not respond immediately, his eyes calmly fixed on Jiang Yan, unflinching under Jiang Yan's piercing gaze. He was taken aback by the suddenness of Jiang Yan's inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, Chiyu gradually spoke. I believe her excellence is enough to endear her to anyone who interacts with her. I do not deny it. I have indeed developed some affection for her. Qiyu could have refuted it, yet he chose not to. He could not deny his feelings for Xian. He did not wish to deceive Jiang Yan, nor himself. Qiyu saw no shame in admitting his feelings for someone. Qiyu, Jiang Yan, in a fit of rage, seized Qiyu's collar, his eyes reddening with fury. You know well the nature of my relationship with Xian. How could you? How dare you? Qiyu remained unmoved, meeting Jiang Yan's gaze with unyielding clarity. Yes, I am aware that you were once in a romantic relationship, Qiyu stated bluntly. Qiyu, Jiang Yan growled, his fists clenched, seemingly on the brink of unleashing his anger upon Qiyu. Yet, Qiyu remained steadfast, not even blinking. He lowered his gaze slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued. However, Jiang Yan, you have already broken up. I did not intrude upon your relationship, nor cause your separation. I am not here to assert any claim. I lack that right. I merely wish to convey my feelings to you. We have grown up together. Our bond is close. I cannot hide this from you or deceive you. The crux of the matter was that Qiyu did not believe there was anything wrong with liking Xian. If you truly regard me as a friend and a brother, you should not entertain such thoughts, Jiang Yan retorted, his voice low and furious. Qiyu parted his lips, lowering his gaze, and ultimately uttered two words, I'm sorry. He indeed should not have such feelings. Initially, they had arisen from merely admiring some of Xian's ideas that resonated with him. However, after genuinely getting to know her, he recognized her brilliance and charm. Qiyu mused that anyone who spent time with Xian would find it difficult not to be moved or to develop affection for her. Thus, he found it incomprehensible that Jiang Yan, who had dated her for a year and should have been closest to her, could be so indifferent to her qualities, even describing her as nothing more than an empty shell. You clearly do not like her, do you? When you were together, you showed no signs of commitment. After the breakup, you made no attempts to reconcile. I thought you did not care for her, or perhaps your current demeanor stems from mere unwillingness to accept the end. Jiang Yan insisted. If you do not like her, then do not pursue her. Even if you do, if she does not reciprocate, you should maintain your distance. I like her. I truly like her. Jiang Yan interrupted Qiyu, his voice rising as he repeated his feelings for Xian, convinced he did not like her, yet now acknowledging that he did. Qiyu was not surprised to hear those words from Jiang Yan. In truth, he too could not comprehend why Jiang Yan had not cherished their time together, only to now express such reluctance after their separation. But you have broken up, Jiang Yan. Xian has moved on. She is thriving now in every aspect. I do not wish for anything to disrupt her current state, Qiyu asserted. Even if she had not completely moved on, he believed that it would not be long before Xian could fully detach from her past and embrace a new life. Qiyu had never considered that Xian would choose him merely because she had let go of her past. He was content with their current collaborative relationship. Jiang Yan fixed a steely gaze on Qiyu before suddenly releasing him with a scoff. Are you truly concerned about her well-being? Or is it simply that you do not want me to pursue her? Qiyu paused for a brief moment before replying, Jiang Yan, I cannot make decisions for Xian. I only hope you can be more composed and mature. Regardless of your feelings for her, if she declines, I trust you will respect her choice. This was not the first time Jiang Yan had heard the word respect. Others had mentioned it to him before. As if everyone knew he had disrespected, she and Jiang Yan felt lost. No one had ever told him, nor had she ever articulated her thoughts to him. Yet he had never sought to understand her feelings either. He realized he knew nothing, previously disdaining such knowledge, but now he was eager to learn, albeit unsure where to begin. This matter does not concern you. It is between Xian and me, Jiang Yan retorted, his tone heavy with conviction. I do not wish to interfere. I merely offer a reminder, Qiyu replied. He reminded Jiang Yan that, in any relationship, be it one of affection or indifference, the fundamental respect must be upheld. Jiang Yan fell silent, uncertain if his words had resonated. At that moment, Qiyu's phone rang, and he glanced down to see it was Su Qixue. It appeared she had grown impatient due to his prolonged absence. Qiyu ended the call and turned to Jiang Yan, saying, We must return. Su Qixue is urging us. As Qiyu turned to leave, Jiang Yan's heavy voice followed him. I will not relent. I am different from you. He would change and prove his worth to Xi, and Qiyu paused briefly, responding with indifference. Oh, then I wish you well. Sensing a need to assert himself, Qiyu added, Indeed, you are different. After all, you are her ex-boyfriend. A thing of the past. Qiyu had never been one to suffer losses, not at any time. "Oh, I thought you two were having a private discussion," remarked Su Qishue, who appeared just as Qiyu exited the booth. She glanced at Jiang Yan inside, before turning her attention to the composed Qiyu, wondering what the two had been discussing behind her back. "Have you finished your whispers? Let us proceed. We have been waiting for you two." Jiang Yan stepped out, icy in demeanor. "I have matters to attend to. You may continue. Having come this far, where do you plan to go? Have you realized how out of place you are?" Su Qishue blocked Jiang Yan's path, insisting, "I have finally caught you. There is no reason for you to escape now." Jiang Yan, confronted by Su Qishue, appeared as if he would not be allowed to leave that evening. Ordinarily, he would not disregard Su Qishue's wishes. However, today was different. He was agitated and could not bear the thought of sitting at the same table as Qiyu. He worried that if he remained, something might indeed transpire, and he was already struggling to contain himself. "I'm not in a mood today. You all go on. Please charge any expenses to my account," Jiang Yan declared, refusing to cast another glance at Qiyu as he strode away. Su Qishue, puzzled, teased, "What happened? What did you discuss?" Jiang Yan looks as if he has lost his wife. Qiyu calmly adjusted his sleeves, responding nonchalantly. "Oh, we merely discussed my feelings for she," and Su Qishue replied. "Isn't that tantamount to stealing a wife? Though, to be precise, she is your ex-girlfriend now. Did you express it so directly?" Su Qishue asked incredulously. "Was there no subtlety in your approach?" Qiyu was puzzled. "Why must one be so indirect?" he inquired, and I responded candidly. "Indeed, I harbor feelings for Xian, and I see no necessity to conceal them." Chapter 90. A Joyful Confrontation. There is truly no need for concealment. But does your statement not equate to a slap delivered directly to Jiang Yan's face? Although no physical altercation ensued, the impact was indeed quite severe. However, Qiyu's attitude toward Xian had, in truth, shown signs previously. "Have you genuinely developed feelings for Xian?" "Frankly, I'm not at all surprised." Su Qishue wore an expression of knowing anticipation. "Your pride, bordering on arrogance, is deeply ingrained. Even if you manage to hide it well, these traits define you. For someone like you, to admire another, to share common interests and engage in meaningful conversation, and to develop genuine affection is entirely normal." "Thank you for the compliment." Su Qishue's lips twitched. Her words were not merely praise. Could you not discern the sarcasm? "So, do you intend to pursue Xian?" Su Qishue asked. "If that is the case, what will become of you and Jiang Yan?" He appears to have taken an interest in her as well. "Y replied nonchalantly. No, I do not wish to create any discomfort for her. I do not want to intrude upon her or place her in a difficult position. This arrangement suffices. For at least I can see her every day." As for his relationship with Jiang Yan, it was precisely due to this consideration that he chose to be forthright, rather than waiting for Jiang Yan to hear it from another source, which would be far more troublesome. It is much better to lay everything bare under the sunlight. Su Qishue chuckled. "Just looking is enough? If you truly like her, then pursue her." Qiyu cast her a sidelong glance. "I thought you would advise me to temper my feelings, considering Jiang Yan is still in the picture." Su Qishue shrugged, her laughter infectious. "You overthink it. Jiang Yan and I are friends, and am I not a friend to you? I treat everyone equally. Whoever possesses the ability should step up." After a brief pause, Su Qishue leaned in slightly, an amused glint in her eyes. "To be honest, I would quite enjoy watching Jiang Yan stumble. I have warned him before to tread carefully, lest he finds himself in a predicament with no one to console him. You see, my predictions have come true. 2 words describe it. He deserves it." This time, Qiyu found himself at a loss for words. Su Qishue's reasoning was quite sound. Upon entering the private room, Cheng Rong and Pei Jingyuan were languidly waiting. Upon their arrival, Pei Jingyuan exclaimed, "I've waited so long that my flowers have wilted. I am so hungry I could devour a cow. You two are far too slow. By the way, where is Yengu? Wasn't he supposed to come?" Su Qishue replied, "Your Yengu was too full and has already returned home." Pei Jingyuan was left bewildered, while Cheng Rong cast a knowing glance between Qiyu and Su Qishue, ultimately letting out an ambiguous chuckle. Qiyu heard this exchange. He glanced at Cheng Rong, but chose not to comment. The only one oblivious to the situation, Pei Jingyuan, did not mind Jiang Yan's absence, thinking it quite normal given how busy he always was. During the meal, Pei Jingyuan sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. He endeavored to lighten the mood, but despite multiple attempts, he could not revive the energy in the room. Ultimately, He resigned himself to eating, as he was the youngest among them, at the bottom of the food chain. If Su Yang were here, he would not feel so small, pitiful, and helpless. With a tinkling sound, Chung Rong flicked the rim of his wine glass, lifting it casually and swirling it, feigning boredom. Su Qishue, observing this, propped her chin on her hand, reflecting on why she had summoned these individuals today. This meal was aggravating her. Qiyu, Chung Rong suddenly spoke. Pei Jingyuan jolted, burying his head lower, yet his ears perked up attentively. Su Qishue looked towards Chung Rong, narrowing her eyes slightly. Qiyu raised his gaze, seemingly inquiring. I just spotted a yin arriving, accompanying you. Yet now he has left before even entering? Chung Rong asked casually. There was a minor disagreement. He requires time to reflect. Qiyu responded. Chung Rong acknowledged with a nonchalant. Oh, it's all right. We've known each other for years. A little disagreement is inconsequential. As long as we resolve it, let us not allow outsiders to affect our bond, particularly those with ulterior motives. Qiyu lifted his gaze, putting down his belongings, and looked at Chung Rong. His expression serious as he articulated each word. I understand what you are implying. And I also know who you refer to as the outsider and the one with ill intentions. Oh, who is that? Let me be direct. I have unilaterally developed feelings for Xian. I like her. I recognize she is an exceptional woman deserving of admiration and respect. I hope that when you next mention Xian, you may choose not to like her, but refrain from expressing malicious words and attitudes that could harm her reputation without understanding her character. Qiyu fixed his gaze on Chung Rong, unreservedly stating, you may not like her, and you may have doubts or opinions about her. That is your prerogative. I will not compel you to adjust your attitude towards her based on my feelings. However, if you truly regard me as a friend, I kindly ask that you respect me, my companions, and those whom I hold dear. Chung Rong remained silent, as Qiyu's barrage of words left him no opportunity to respond. Typically, Qiyu is not a loquacious person, as everyone present knew. Yet, it seemed that since becoming involved with Xian, he had transformed into someone more vocal, and all his words were in defense of Xian, often directed at others. Su Qishue and Pei Jingyuan shared an uncommon alignment of thought, and indeed, it was all directed at Chung Rong, which felt oddly satisfying. Chung Rong scoffed. I said nothing at all. Qiyu, you are being rather exaggerated. Qiyu replied, precisely because we know each other well. Your silence compels me to speak out to prevent any feelings from being hurt. You like her? Does she know? Chung Rong inquired. My affection for her arises from her excellence, which captivates me, yet that does not imply she must reciprocate my feelings. Qiyu's demeanor was indifferent, his gaze towards Chung Rong carrying a hint of pressure. Chung Rong, if you truly consider me a brother, please respect me and the woman I admire. Chung Rong was momentarily taken aback. Qiyu's confrontation had left him speechless, and knowing Qiyu's character, the frustration lodged in his chest could not be released. With a click of his tongue, Chung Rong thought to himself that Xian was indeed impressive. He had previously underestimated her. Rumor had it that even Jiang Yan had recently gone mad over her. What on earth was happening? Was she truly that remarkable? How had he not noticed this before? Chung Rong diverted his gaze, pulled out a cigarette, and lazily took a drag, his eyelids half closed as he drawled. Fine. Do as you wish. She nodded. Thank you. Chung Rong. I did not wish to hear your gratitude. Chapter 91. Musical Theater Tickets. Qiyu truly made quite an impression that evening, leaving Chung Rong utterly speechless, his eloquence shining through. And as they parted, Su Qishue appraised him profusely. Qiyu did not consider himself particularly articulate. He merely expressed his genuine thoughts. If that was what it meant to be eloquent, perhaps he was indeed quite skilled at it. However, eloquence varies with the audience. Not everyone could evoke this side of Qiyu. Fortunately, at this moment, only Chung Rong had the privilege to experience it. When it came time for Qiyu to decide whether to spend the night at home or return to the dormitory, he made the unburdened choice to return to the dormitory. He was now an adult, working and should focus on his career. Frequently returning home seemed unnecessary. Nevertheless, he did visit home briefly, spending some time with his family, and before leaving, Qi Shu pressed 2 musical theater tickets into his hand. Perfect for Dado. Little Yu. Qi Shu joked. The nickname Little Yu was exclusive to the Qi family. When no outsiders were present, family members affectionately called him that. It is said that during her pregnancy, the family anticipated a girl and intended to name her Qi Yu, cherishing the thought of a precious daughter like a gem. Even before birth, they affectionately referred to the unborn child as little you. According to Qi's mother, initially, the father wished to name her Qi Zhu, but after some protest, they settled on Qi Yu. However, upon her arrival, they discovered she was a boy, and thus he was transformed into Yu, though the nickname Little Yu remained unchanged. From the outset, Qi Yu silently protested this, but now he has grown numb to it, as there is little distinction in pronunciation, if one does not deliberately remind others. No one notices the difference. At least he is grateful that he was not named Qi Zhu. I don't have anyone I want to date, Qi Yu declared, though he instinctively tightened his grip on the concert ticket. Qi Shu remarked, but I think that girl from last time was quite nice. I saw you had a good impression of her. You should give it a try. Qi Yu turned his head away. You think too much. She's just a colleague. And she has no romantic interest in me. Qi Shu discerned the underlying truth in Qi Yu's words. If she has no romantic interest in you, does that mean you do? Qi Shu was adept at pinpointing the crux of the matter. Qi Yu maintained a calm facade. But if one were to overlook his crimson ears, one might mistake him for entirely composed. Qi Shu knew that when her brother was shy, his ears betrayed his true feelings. As expected, she shifted her gaze and noticed. Qi Shu chuckled, patting Qi Yu on the shoulder. If you like her, go after her. Our family doesn't adhere to strict social standings. If you genuinely like her, you should make an effort. Who knows what could happen? Qi Yu fell silent for a moment before turning to her. I don't want to put her in an awkward position. I know she has no romantic feelings for me. And besides, our current focus is not on such matters. We prioritize work. Qi Shu sighed. It's up to you. I respect your decision. Qi Yu nodded, fully aware of Shi Yan's attitude towards him. He understood that in Shi Yan's eyes, he was less familiar than Xiao Hangyu and the others. He was drawn to her brilliance, but that did not necessitate reciprocation. He had fallen for her on his own terms. Yet, he wished his affection would not cause her discomfort. I'll head back now. It's getting late. And you should all get some rest. Qi Yu tucked the concert tickets into his pocket. Qi Shu raised an eyebrow at this. Are you really going back at this hour? Yes, it's much more convenient to stay in the dorms, Qi Yu replied. Was it truly the convenience of staying in the dorms? Or was it because someone he wanted to see resided there? Well, be careful on your way back. Regardless, we'll always support you, Little Yu. Qi Yu glanced at her and replied dryly, I would be immensely grateful if you refrained from calling me that. Qi Shu shrugged, stifling yawn, and waved him off. All right, hurry along. I'm exhausted. Good night, Little Yu. Qi Yu. She took a short nap at noon, and when night fell, feeling restless, she decided to continue working. As the clock approached 3 in the morning, Xian, weary from her time in the lab, stepped outside the dormitory, only to see Qi Yu getting out of his car. He had just returned as well. Qi Yu, why are you back so late? Xian greeted him. Qi Yu looked up, surprised to see her standing nearby. He instinctively closed the car door and walked briskly towards her. After a brief moment, he grunted in response, feeling that it was too curt, and added, I returned after dinner. There was nothing to do at home, so I thought it better to come back early, finish my work, and rest without guilt. Xian smiled. You should take proper rest. Don't dwell on work here. No matter what, I, along with Xiao, will manage things. Qi Yu lowered his gaze, focusing on his toes. I am not worried. I simply want to ensure my work is done well so that you and Xiao can have it easier. I believe everyone thinks this way. Moreover, it was already past midnight, and you don't seem to have rested either. Have you been busy all this time? Qi Yu looked up disapprovingly. You need a rest. Neglecting your health is not wise. Xian silently listened to him, a smile gracing her lips. Qi Yu felt warmth creeping into his ears, and his heart raced. The concern he wished to express transformed into something else entirely. Regardless, you are the head of this research. Neglecting your health could lead to complications. After saying this, Qi Yu's expression grew somewhat dazed. What was he even saying? He only wanted to express concern, but did normal expressions of care truly make him seem unlikable? His intent was not solely focused on the progress of the research. All right, he conceded that he cared about that too, considering his interest was the reason he applied to this lab. However, he genuinely cared for Xian. How could someone like her work tirelessly to the detriment of her health? No matter how much he regretted it, Qi Yu understood that he and Xian were not close enough for such intimate displays of concern to occur between them. Xian, however, did not overthink it. As Qi Yu suspected, she perceived them as colleagues, with a rapport that barely qualified as friendship. At least for now, she found Qi Yu to be a good person, respecting the boundaries between friends and colleagues, making her interaction with him quite comfortable. Chapter 92. It's just about appearances having napped longer than intended at noon. Xian lingered in the lab that evening, finding joy in making progress in her work, which invigorated her more than sleep could. Just like me. Qiyu muttered softly. What? Xian, not catching his words, inquired. Qiyu shook his head. Nothing at all. It's late. You should head back and get some rest. Tomorrow, if possible, take a good break. Your body and mind need proper relaxation to work effectively. Xian nodded, acknowledging his advice. I suppose I've been lectured, but it makes sense. Qiyu glanced at Xian, cleared his throat, hesitated, and then asked, how about? We go see a musical tomorrow? I happen to have a few tickets. Would you like to go? A musical? Xian was taken aback by the sudden shift in conversation. Qiyu quickly produced 2 tickets from his pocket and handed them to her, saying, I just received 2 from a friend. You and Xiao should go and enjoy yourselves. Good night. See you the day after tomorrow. Xian stood frozen, the tickets in her hand, as Qiyu had already departed. He stopped momentarily, one hand against the wall, the other covering his face. Giving away the musical tickets had yielded a result different from his expectations. Oh well, Qiyu thought. She would likely feel more at ease with Xiao Hangyu by her side. If he had invited her, it might have made her uncomfortable. His goal of helping her relax had been achieved. Who she went with mattered little. The next day, a yawning Xiao Hangyu was perplexed when Xian invited her. Musical tickets? Qiyu gave them? Xiao Hangyu asked incredulously. Xian nodded. Qiyu said they were a gift from someone, for me and Xiao. Xiao Hangyu chuckled. Sounds good. I love music, but it'll be my first musical. I'm quite curious. Shall we go together? Xian invited. Of course. Why would we? Xiao Hangyu eagerly agreed, adding, I never thought I'd find myself engaged in something so elegant. Xiao Hangyu tousled her hair, resembling a chicken coop, and casually inquired, how did Qiyu suddenly remember to give you tickets to the musical? Didn't he invite you? Xian smiled and shook her head. She was always perceptive enough to glean the underlying meaning from Xiao Hangyu's words. Qiyu and Jiang Yan are friends, she declared. Being astute individuals, Xiao Hangyu immediately grasped the implication. The statement carried dual meanings. First, Xian suggested that due to Qiyu's friendship with Jiang Yan, there would be no potential for further development. Secondly, since the two were friends, Qiyu was familiar with the past between Jiang Yan and Xian, thus he would harbor no feelings for her. Xiao Hangyu thought to herself that Xian was indeed quite clever, understanding the situation thoroughly. She could be certain that Xian had no feelings for Qiyu. But could she assert that Qiyu felt the same way about Xian? She harbored deep skepticism. However, this was ultimately someone else's private matter. Even if she could see it clearly from an observer's perspective, she had no intention of voicing her thoughts as if she were all-knowing. Although she joked about shipping their pairing, it was merely in jest. If she were to express such sentiments aloud, it would only lead to awkwardness for everyone involved. In her heart, Xiao Hangyu mused that while Qiyu and Jiang Yan were friends, who said that friends must be identical, at least during this period of interaction, she felt that Qiyu was far superior to Jiang Yan. How wonderful it would have been had Xian encountered Qiyu earlier. Let me ask a personal question. Xiao Hangyu said, while changing clothes. When you see Qiyu, do you think of Jiang Yan? Xian was perplexed. Why would I think of Jiang Yan? Qiyu is Qiyu, and Jiang Yan is Jiang Yan. They are distinct individuals. After a brief pause, Xian looked at Xiao Hangyu, seeming to realize that this question was genuinely what the other wished to ask. Relaxing against the sofa, her eyes curved into a smile as she replied, Are you worried that when I see Qiyu, I might recall Jiang Yan, struggle to let go, and reignite old feelings? Indeed, I do worry, Xiao Hangyu admitted. During that time of despondency, coupled with various rumors and slanders, I genuinely feared you might tread the same path again and fall back into the quagmire. She closed the wardrobe door and turned to face Xian. Don't blame me for being overly concerned. From an onlooker's perspective, Jiang Yan possesses the arrogance typical of a wealthy heir. He cannot empathize with your situation. He will never consider matters from your viewpoint. He merely assumes his own stance, remaining comfortably in his position, awaiting others to cater to him. Some girls may be astute in other aspects, yet upon falling in love, they become so infatuated that one wishes to slap some sense into them. Xiao Hangyu feared that Xian might be such a person, that despite Jiang Yan's treatment of her, she might, in a moment of weakness, return to him out of overwhelming affection. Logically, this matter should not concern her. Yet she couldn't help but feel frustrated. Why is it that Qiyu and Jiang Yan, both coming from similar backgrounds, can be so vastly different? Guhang Yu Ponde, unburdened as she weighed her thoughts. Senior Xiao, I believe I must clarify some misunderstandings. My feelings for Jiang Yan. In the past, I was drawn to his appearance. He is quite handsome, and that is perhaps the most remarkable trait he possesses, Xian felt the need to explain. At times, a mere visage can utterly captivate a person, allowing them to overlook faults. Yet concurrently, if the attraction wanes, that face becomes devoid of merit. When I liked him, everything about him seemed admirable. I was willing to indulge him. But once those feelings faded, his flaws became glaringly apparent, especially in comparison. That face is not the only one of its kind. I have encountered even more striking ones. Guhan Yu. So, you're saying you judge by appearance? Yes, I do, she nodded. Xiao Hang Yu, wait. Didn't you say you liked him a lot? Was it merely his looks you admired? She tilted her head as if in recollection, then nodded firmly. Indeed, I was initially captivated by his appearance, but that is no longer the case. Xiao Hangyu felt overwhelmed by the information. It is often said that society values looks, yet was her junior sister placing too much emphasis on this? However, she thought, if one were to judge based on appearance, Jiang Yan's looks certainly held merit. Setting aside character and personality, he indeed had an advantage in that regard. So, you were quite upset after the breakup. Xian replied, once it's over, you no longer see that person. Inevitably, there will be some lingering sentiments. It was impossible to find anyone similar to reminisce about, and naturally, she would feel sorrowful about that. Chapter 93. Isn't it somewhat akin to your situation? Though Xian expressed this sentiment, Xiao Hangyu had no doubts about her. Finding someone appealing is perfectly normal. Isn't there a saying that one's values often align with their physical appearance? It was merely a phase of infatuation with an exquisite face, after which one can regain their bearings. However, Xiao Hangyu did not doubt that Xian was moving on. If she truly had, it would not be overly difficult to do so. Furthermore, if she had not genuinely let go, Xian would not have made such a statement. It seemed unlikely that she was forcing herself. Then find someone even more attractive. The world is vast, and surely there are those more handsome than Jiang Yan. You mentioned you have seen even better-looking faces. Perhaps you could seek out one of those. Xiao Hangyu suggested with a smile, feeling a sense of relief. She thought to herself that her junior sister appeared to be quite intelligent. How could she possibly remain entangled with someone like Jiang Yan? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed somewhat inappropriate to say that, as she considered Jiang Yan to be quite advantageous in many respects, except in his role as Xian's boyfriend, where he was woefully inadequate. I cannot go back. Even if I wished to, it would be impossible to find him again, Xian said, somewhat lost in thought. Moreover, why should we look back? We must look forward. Perhaps something better awaits us ahead. Yet, something better was simply not meant for her. She had once held the best, yet she had failed to grasp it. She was now uncertain whether it was she who lost Asu or if Asu lost her. Ultimately, she had failed to hold on. She believed she had seldom revisited the past, and that she had buried it deep within her heart. She thought that perhaps she was beginning to move on, and maybe one day she would truly forget Asu. However, if she could not remember Asu, who else would? He was a hero, yet there were countless nameless heroes like him. Someone must remember them. Someone must eternally acknowledge their existence. Asu had no family. She was his closest person. If she could not recall him, then truly no one else could. Xian lowered her gaze, contemplating that perhaps she could exercise some control, not allowing herself to think so often or so much. At the Jiang family residence, old master Jiang donned spectacles, holding a folder in his slightly trembling hands, betraying his tumultuous emotions. Jiang Jianshun glanced at Jiang Ming, who nodded in affirmation. Yes, this outlines his life trajectory. Previously, due to various encounters, much of the information could not be fully compiled. The only comprehensive records are from his time at the welfare institution in High City, detailing everything from his childhood education to his military service. Welfare institution? Wasn't he adopted? Old Master Jiang inquired. Jiang Ming replied, not exactly. As he grew older, he simply chose not to. From a young age, he was an exceptionally independent and self-disciplined individual. Old Master Jiang listened while perusing the documents, which contained the life story of a young child. The thought alone made him hesitant to continue reading. Just listening, he could sense how exceptional that child must have been. Yet such a remarkable child. Jiang Jianshun sighed deeply, observing Old Master Jiang's demeanor. I have also seen some footage from this child's training period. It is remarkable. After countless words, only very good remained. Old Master Jiang listened attentively as he opened the first page of the document. The image that greeted him was a half-length portrait of a young man in military attire. Su Xingye? Old Master Jiang murmured. Is this child named Su Xingye? Such a rare surname. Indeed, the director of the old orphanage had that surname, so the child took on the director's last name. Later, some children were adopted or found by their families and changed their surnames, Jiang Jianshan explained. Old Master Jiang nodded thoughtfully, examining Su Xingye's profile. Yet it was only a few pages. No matter how diligently one read, there would come a time to finish. This child is handsome, somewhat resembling a yin, Jiang Jianshan noted, observing the old man's size. He added with a smile, if he were to return, a yin would have another brother. At this, Old Master Jiang's eyes brightened. He picked up Su Xingye's photograph, nodding in agreement, yet unable to suppress a shake of his head. Indeed, there is a resemblance. However, upon closer inspection, the differences become apparent. Their temperaments are distinct. A yin lacks something, while this child possesses a certain depth, his gaze sharper and more resolute. Jiang Ming chuckled. The environments they grew up in were different, as were the people and events they encountered. Thus, they cannot be compared directly. Just then, a commotion at the door announced Jiang Yan's return. With winter approaching, Jiang Yan appeared in a deep gray overcoat, neat and poised. Jiang Ming greeted him with a smile. We were just speaking of you, and here you are. I heard you've been so busy that you hardly have time to eat. No matter how hard you work, you must remember to rest. Jiang Yan responded with a nonchalant approaching to greet Old Master Jiang and Jiang Jianshan. Grandfather, uncle, brother. He removed his coat and casually draped it over the sofa, sitting beside Jiang Ming. Rubbing his eyes, he spoke with a hint of fatigue. It's manageable. It's just that work has piled up recently, making it seem especially hectic. Once this wave passes, things should ease up. In truth, it was not so. He merely sought to stay busy to fill himself, to avoid overthinking. He was no longer a child. He needed to mature swiftly. That's good. Just be mindful of yourself. Jiang Ming nodded. Old Master Jiang turned his gaze to Jiang Yan upon his return. Jiang Jianshan remarked with a smile, I think their eyes and profiles bear a resemblance. Old Master Jiang shook his head, not alike. Jiang Yan looked puzzled at Jiang Jianshan, asking, resemble whom? Jiang Ming placed a photograph in front of Jiang Yan, saying here, Uncle's grandson, named Su Xingye. See if you find any similarities? Jiang Yan took the photograph and glanced down. Jiang Ming had given him a candid shot of Su Xingye, dressed in a white shirt, seated in a classroom-like setting, resting his chin on one hand, tilting his head with a gentle smile as he gazed out the window. The sunlight fell perfectly upon his hair, as if kissed by the sun. I previously speculated that the one who took this photo must be his tightly guarded girlfriend. None of the photos taken at military school displayed such a tender smile, Jiang Ming remarked. Again, what do you think? Isn't there a bit of resemblance? Jiang Yan studied the photograph intently for a while, distracted by Jiang Ming's teasing voice. Resemble? I see no similarities whatsoever. We are entirely different. He placed the photograph down calmly, asserting, I am a distinct individual from him. As he set the photo on the table, his gaze lingered briefly on Su Xingye's image. He couldn't help but recall Jiang Ming's earlier words about this individual having a beloved whom he would protect at all costs, even to the detriment of his own records. If it were Su Xingye, he would surely cherish and hold tightly, unlike himself, who realized the meaning of affection and love only after loss. You just mentioned your well-protected girlfriend? Old Master Jiang inquired curiously. Have you investigated her? Jiang Ming looked at Old Master Jiang and shook his head. No investigation has been conducted. Even if we were to investigate, it wouldn't be much different. I simply do not wish to disturb the one he deeply loves after his passing. Disturb? Given his affection for her, wouldn't it be better for us to know and care for her? Old Master Jiang responded, perplexed. Jiang Ming explained. He may have sensed the imminent danger of this mission early on. To prevent future repercussions, he preemptively destroyed all records related to her. I recall one elite in his team with advanced computer skills, likely assisting him. Jiang Yan turned to look at Jiang Ming. He didn't erase all his records completely. He merely focused on safeguarding the girl he wished to protect. Any mention of her was either entirely obliterated or heavily encrypted. He did not want anyone to discover her identity, nor did he want his own affiliations to endanger her. Moreover, he is no longer here. Even his remains could not be returned for burial due to various reasons. Investigating that girl under the pretext of compensation would only serve as a painful reminder that her beloved is gone, that he cannot return. and that his body lies in a foreign land. As Jiang Ming spoke, a sense of guilt and resentment washed over him. They sought for many years a blood relative, a brother who shared his ideals and aspirations, sacrificed for the nation, yet they could not honor him or ensure he received the respect he deserved. To intrude upon the life of the girl he cherished would be an affront to his wishes. Although he knew that investigating her would reveal all of Su Xingye's past, what significance would that hold? It was not a matter of uncovering evidence. Why should they reopen someone else's wounds? Old Master Jiang was deeply moved by his words, while Jiang Yan contemplated. Love, profound love, drives one to protect another, even in the face of danger, with the foremost thought being the safety of that person. Would he, if in Su Xingye's position, be capable of such selflessness? Jiang Yan's gaze fell once more on the photograph. They perhaps bore a slight resemblance, but merely in the minutiae of their features. They were easily distinguishable. Upon closer inspection, they were not so alike. If he wished to protect, then he should not intrude. At that moment, Jiang Yan spoke, "Do not disturb her life. Without familiar reminders, she will gradually heal and step into a new chapter of her life." His words drew the attention of Jiang Ming and the others, perhaps surprised that such considerate sentiments could emerge from him. "I wholeheartedly agree with the Yin. At least we have found him, recognized his excellence and uniqueness, and learned of some of his experiences. I believe this fulfills Uncle's wish. As for the rest, until we can bring them back, we should refrain from intruding upon that girl's existence." Old Mr. Jiang nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, this child is so protective of a girl. He must truly cherish and love her. I imagine she is an exceptional young woman to have captured his heart so profoundly. He continued to express his admiration for Xingyi, exclaiming multiple times how truly remarkable he was, having endured hardships yet remaining pure-hearted. Mr. Zhang's approval of Su Xingyi was evident. During their conversation, Jiang Yan once again picked up the photograph. Perhaps due to prolonged observation, he found the image somewhat familiar. "I seem to have seen him before," Jiang Yan mused thoughtfully. Jiang Ming interjected, "It's probably because he resembles you." Jiang Yan shook his head, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the photo. "No, it's not just the resemblance. I feel I've encountered him somewhere." Curiosity piqued Mr. Jiang chuckled as he handed the documents and accompanying photographs to Jiang Yan. "Take a closer look. His name is Su Xingyi. Given your age, you should address him as brother. He went missing as a child and was abducted by human traffickers, eventually growing up in a welfare institution in Haisher." As Jiang Yan listened, he accepted the photographs and documents from Mr. Jiang. Haisher, he grew up in a welfare institution there, working hard from a young age, and later excelled in military school, consistently ranking among the top 3. Even amidst fierce competition, he remained one of the best. Mr. Jiang spoke earnestly to Jiang Yan. "Your father is indeed a disappointment, but do not emulate him or let him influence you. You ought to learn from this boy. You are far more fortunate than he. I hope you can cultivate a better understanding of life, especially regarding love. I have heard enough of your romantic escapades." It was clear that Mr. Jiang had grown weary of Jiang Yan's romantic entanglements, using this opportunity to impart a lesson. As Jiang Yan listened, his examination of the documents gradually ceased. Jiang Ming cleared his throat. "All right, Grandpa, Yan understands. He's been quite diligent lately, with no distractions around. He must take his time." After a brief pause, Jiang Ming inquired, "By the way, Yan, I recall you visited Haisher a few years back. You would have actually met Su Xingyi there, would you?" Chapter 95. I will search. Jiang Yan stared at the photograph for a considerable time, unable to recall where he might have seen the individual. He had indeed visited Haisher 4 years prior during a summer trip with Jiang Jinxing, accompanied by a favored companion of Jiang Jinxing at that time. That companion had treated Jiang Yan well, fully aware of their role as mere decorations, never overstepping boundaries. Jiang Yan had grown accustomed to the various women around Jiang Jinxing and had no authority to question their presence. As long as they were content, it sufficed. That visit to Haisher had been his only one, but Jiang Yan furrowed his brow, uncertain if he was merely overthinking or if he had genuinely encountered the person. Perhaps I am just imagining things. Ultimately, Jiang Yan could not recall, for that trip had not been enjoyable, and he had little vivid recollection of the events. Reflecting on Haisher, Jiang Yan recalled Xian, who hailed from there. If only they could have crossed paths then. Shaking his head, he dismissed such improbable fantasies from his mind. Since he sacrificed himself while on a mission abroad, is there any chance of bringing him back? Jiang Yan inquired. Jiang Ming paused momentarily before shaking his head with a wry smile. It is not so simple. While there are methods to attempt recovering his remains, leveraging national resources is not without hope. However, if there is nothing left of him, if the body cannot be found, then there is nothing to bring back. Jiang Yan placed the photograph on the table and stated candidly, "That means we cannot definitively say he is truly gone. As long as we do not find his remains, we must hold on to the belief that he is still alive. We cannot overtly use national resources for the search, but I will discreetly investigate. Regardless of his fate, we must ascertain the truth." Jiang Yan's intent was twofold: to comfort Mr. Jiang while genuinely believing that the absence of a body indicated survival. After all, if Su Xingyi were still alive, it would be the best outcome. Mr. Jiang supported Jiang Yan's sentiment, hoping for the same. Jiang Ming seemed poised to speak, but was subtly restrained by Jiang Jinxing. "Let's hold on to hope, even if that hope seems faint," Mr. Jiang remarked, gazing at the young face of Su Xingyi with a mix of regret and sorrow. "This child is far too young. Had he grown up in our family, he would have surely become even more outstanding. Perhaps he would not." Listening to Mr. Jiang's words, Jiang Yan lowered his gaze slightly. Had Su Xingyi been raised in this household, he would undoubtedly have emerged as an exceptional soldier like his older brother, Jiang Ming. Even now, despite not having the finest education or environment, Su Xingyi had still grown into someone whom Mr. Jiang admired and lamented. Jiang Yan acknowledged that. Putting himself in Su Xingyi's shoes, he likely could not embody such selflessness or bravery. He genuinely believed himself inferior to Su Xingyi. Thus he wished for a heroic conclusion for him. Jiang Yan sincerely hoped Su Xingyi was alive. After all, Mr. Jiang had searched for so long, yearning to reunite with him. A hero ought to live well, relishing the glory that accompanies such a title, even if Su Xingyi himself did not seek it. At the very least, returning alive would spare the one waiting for him from a lifetime of anguish and the possibility of forgetting him. Perhaps it was because he understood the essence of love and the profound feelings associated with truly caring for someone that Jiang Yan contemplated this dilemma, the pain and distress of having a beloved absent from one's side. If Su Xingyi and the girl he so diligently protected truly loved one another, they would undoubtedly wish to reunite at all costs. As a brother, Jiang Yan was willing to lend a hand, particularly feeling a deep sense of pity for Su Xingyi. "I know those words were merely to comfort Grandpa, but we need not search further. It may be futile." Upon ascending the stairs, Jiang Ming spoke directly to Jiang Yan. "However, without a body, it's still possible he is alive, perhaps severely injured and rescued, suffering from amnesia, or perhaps he bears some unspoken burden, rendering communication with home impossible." Jiang Yan replied, "We must at least try. Surely, you would not wish for such an exceptional person to vanish without a trace." Jiang Ming sighed, offering a wry smile. The notion of amnesia and rescue belongs in the realm of dramas and novels. It is exceedingly rare in reality. The reason I speak so firmly is that I have reliable channels and credible information to support my assertions. He certainly wished for Su Xingyi's survival. If there were even the slightest chance, he would not relent. Having conducted thorough investigations and located the one surviving member of the team, along with contacts among intelligence personnel abroad, he had gathered information indicating that Su Xingyi could not possibly still be alive. There were aspects of the situation he could not disclose, but the reality was that the entire unit had perished, and not a single soul had survived. Jiang Yan did not doubt Jiang Ming's words, believing much of what he said. "I understand," he nodded. Jiang Ming remarked, "What has prompted your sudden display of warmth?" "Yan, you've undergone quite a transformation lately. I am taken aback, even questioning whether my hearing has faltered. Have you truly found your way back from the abyss?" Jiang Yan cast him a sidelong glance. "I'm merely preoccupied with work, devoid of such sentiments. As for warmth, not at all. I simply feel that Su Xingyi, having sacrificed himself at such a tender age, must have left his loved ones in profound anguish. If he were alive, he would undoubtedly yearn to return and protect those dear to him with all his might." "How commendable! You have finally matured," Jiang Ming sighed. "Achieved something significant. It would be ideal if you could ascend to your uncle's position, should you possess the capability. Let's await the outcome." Jiang Yan appeared genuinely ambitious about usurping Jiang Jinxing's position, locking eyes with Jiang Ming, devoid of any jest or frivolity. Jiang Ming responded, "Is this the dawn of a new era for your uncle's household? I find myself somewhat intrigued. I am not well versed in the affairs of commerce. You must navigate this yourself. However, Yan, do refrain from meddling in Su Xingya's matters. The task he undertook pertains to state secrets. Your unwarranted interference in the investigation could prove detrimental. Rest assured, the nation will not neglect any valiant hero. We shall find a way to bring back those who sacrifice themselves away from home. It is merely a matter of time. Heroes, after all, find their resting place in the embrace of our motherland. One day, they will return to their beloveds, without a doubt. Chapter 96. Failure. A sudden alarm blared through the laboratory, jolting Qiu Zimo awake from his brief slumber. What had transpired? Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted his junior sister standing with her back to him, intently focused on the main console. What is going on? What has happened? Qiu Zimo inquired, rushing over with a hand tangled in his hair. Upon seeing the multitude of crimson warning messages threatening to engulf the entire screen, Qiu Zimo felt as though his throat had been constricted, gasping in shock. Xian's face appeared somewhat obscured against the backdrop of the red alerts. Her expression elusive. She spoke softly. The operation of the Xingyao program has encountered an irreversible error. We must discard all previous computations and start anew. Qiu Zimo felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He had long anticipated that the development of such a program would not be a simple endeavor. This was merely the beginning. Errors are to be expected, and while it was unfortunate, it was not a cause for despair. However, if a complete breakdown were to occur at the final 1%, he might indeed break down in tears. It's all right. Starting over is just starting over. We can succeed on the first attempt. Others have already developed it abroad, Qiu Zimo reassured. Nevertheless, junior sister, I believe we require more talent to join us. The computational demands will only escalate, and relying solely on the two of us may not suffice. As Qiu Zimo delved deeper into the project, he could feel the weight of responsibility intensifying. For now, it was just the two of them, but Xingyao was the central intelligence hub, and the workload would inevitably increase. Even if they were to forego sleep and sustenance, they could not meet the demands of a significant breakthrough. Furthermore, expertise is specialized. Fu Ziyuan and Xiao Hongyu were indeed geniuses in their respective fields, but the realm of computing necessitated even more adept individuals. In blunt terms, Xingyao required an independent team solely dedicated to it. Xin quietly lowered her gaze, methodically erasing the previous program, effectively nullifying all their efforts thus far. I understand what you mean, senior brother. My initial plan was to proceed with the development of Xingyao in its mid-stage. Such research is bound to encounter errors. As you said, if it were that simple, others would have already succeeded. I anticipated failure and prepared myself for it. If one attempt fails, we shall endeavor again and again. Is that not our purpose? Yet when failure manifests, I find myself deeply disappointed, particularly in myself. I pondered, had I been more meticulous, perhaps this failure could have been averted, and Xingyao would have progressed further. Such matters are beyond control. Even the slightest miscalculation in decimal places necessitates a complete restart. We are human, not machines, and even machines cannot operate flawlessly without error. Qiu Zimo took it in stride. Despite the loss of their progress, he remained remarkably composed. With each failure comes a lesson. We shall learn from this misstep and remember these factors for our next attempt. I am prepared for hundreds, even thousands of failures. One cannot expect instant success. That would be disheartening, wouldn't it? Those esteemed researchers outside need not concern themselves with such trivialities. Noticing Xian's somber demeanor, Qiu Zimo racked his brain for words of comfort. It's merely a setback. Things were going rather smoothly previously, were they not? Truth be told, the prior ease had taken Qiu Zimo by surprise, leaving him questioning his own capabilities. Had he truly lagged so far behind Xian? He had merely found an elder peer. Yet, each failure signified a further delay in Xingyao's awakening. Xian murmured, fully aware that such sentiments were unwarranted. However, she could not suppress her feelings, watching her hard work dissolve into nothingness. She found it difficult to nonchalantly assert that everything was fine, but they could take their time and restart countless times. She understood that the research process is fraught with failures, from which experience must be drawn to advance and discover new footholds. Despite knowing that failure is inevitable, as Qiu Zimo had said, she was prepared for countless setbacks, perhaps more so during this first instance, thus struggling to adjust her mindset. Qiu Zimo had been observing Xian's expression, and upon hearing her quiet words, he adjusted his glasses. Junior sister, I hope you can adopt the proper mindset of a researcher. Impatience will lead to failure. Failure is not frightening. What is alarming is the inability to accept one's own shortcomings. Xiao Zimo gazed earnestly at Xian, then shifted his attention to the Xingya model on the main screen, harboring a suspicion that felt increasingly absurd. I recall asking you before, and I shall inquire again. Junior sister, you once harbored no affection for Jiang Yan, merely seeking familiarity through him. I do not judge the morality of your past actions. That is behind us. Yet now, it seems you may be projecting feelings onto something that has yet to come into existence. If you maintain such a mindset, I fear this research may be futile, for success is unattainable under such circumstances. Although Xian had said little about her feelings, Qiu Zimo had managed to glean some insight. For there are many clever minds in the world. He undoubtedly surpassed Fu Ziyuan in intellect. No one could argue otherwise. Yet, being privy to certain truths led him to entertain such unsettling thoughts. Xian's previously disheartened mood began to shift for the better, spurred on by Qiu Zimo's concerns. She had grown accustomed to managing her emotions, burying negativity deep within her heart, rarely allowing it to surface unless contemplating a certain individual. She understood boundaries well enough. Qiu Zimo's worries were unfounded. Is that so? Qiu Zimo queried. You appeared quite gloomy just moments ago. How is it that you can smile so suddenly? His junior sister was indeed a puzzling enigma. Xian remarked, much like a mother eagerly anticipating the birth of her child. She awaited the inception of Xing Yao. She hoped for its smooth development, fully aware that failure was an unavoidable reality. However, as a novice in this endeavor, she allowed herself a moment of melancholy. Regarding transference, that was merely a concern of Senior Qiu. With a light chuckle, Xian expressed her desire for someone to help remember the beautiful people and moments, ensuring that even when the singular person who held those memories was no longer present, others could still cherish them. Chapter 97. Recently, Qiao Hongyu and her colleagues noticed that Xian and Qiu Zimo were particularly busy. Previously, they had managed to follow a schedule for meals and rest, but now they seemed to have vanished entirely, often unseen for an entire day. It was only in the dead of night that sounds of their activity could be heard, leading to speculation that they were on the brink of obsession. Even Professor Chen's intervention had proven ineffective. He had visited them, yet the situation remained unchanged. After his visit, it was unclear what they had discussed, but he had not persuaded them to pause their work. With issues arising in the development of Xing Yao, the two could not rest easy until they rectified their mistakes. Professor Chun sighed in resignation, wondering who among them could check on the pair, lest they collapse unnoticed. It was the first time Qiao Hongyu had heard the term Xing Yao, but she did not dwell on it for long. Her focus was on the research problems at hand, which explained the frantic state of the two. As a researcher herself, she understood how demoralizing such setbacks could be. When Professor Chun suggested sending someone to check on them, Qiao Hongyu intended to volunteer, but before she could speak, Qi Yu swiftly interjected. Professor, I'll go. The seniors are likely quite occupied, he said earnestly. Qiao Hongyu thought to herself, how considerate. Fu Ziyuan was taken aback. He felt that Qi Yu, despite his affluent background, genuinely cared for others. As a senior being looked after, he was nearly moved to tears. Of course, it would be even better if Qi Yu could assist him with his own workload. Since Qi Yu is available, let him go. There's no need for frequent visits. Just remind them at appropriate intervals, Professor Chen instructed. Qi Yu nodded in agreement, a glimmer of excitement evident in his eyes. Qiao Hongyu propped her chin on her hand, amused by Qi Yu's serious demeanor, realizing he had many hidden thoughts. Let Qi Yu go. Fu Ziyuan and I are truly pressed for time. We often lose track of it when we get busy. By the time we remind them, they might actually collapse from hunger, she added, playfully creating conditions for Qi Yu's involvement, though the extent of his participation would depend on his own initiative. Fu Ziyuan yawned. Actually, I could go too. I'm still growing, and I often get hungry. I might check on them from time to time. Would that work? Professor Chen smacked his forehead. How old are you? Still growing? You're just gaining weight with all that eating. Why don't you eat yourself to death? Fu Ziyuan puffed out his chest proudly. I exercise regularly, Professor. You can't envy my physique. Qiao Hongyu's lips twitched as she suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. Sometimes, she felt Fu Ziyuan lacked common sense. Professor Chun, clearly familiar with his students, refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead patted Fu Ziyuan heavily on the back, nearly causing him to stumble. Young Fu, eat more walnuts. I hear they're good for the brain, he advised. Fu Ziyuan replied, Am I not a genius already? I think it's better to help those in need. I think I might need it. Xian chimed in, having just emerged. And then, have you completed your work? Professor Chan inquired, turning to her. When he had gone down earlier, Xian and Xiao Zimo were engrossed in critical matters, entirely oblivious to his presence. Despite his previous attempts to guide them, his personal visit had gone unnoticed. He felt both pride in their dedication and concern for their well-being. Having completed a phase of their work, it was time for a brief respite before proceeding to the next stage. As they were revisiting familiar territory, adjustments had been made in subtle areas, ultimately leading to unexpected breakthroughs. Xian appeared invigorated as she greeted Qiao Hongyu and the others before diving into a discussion about their research progress. Although Professor Chun had previously cautioned against neglecting their health, he found himself swept up in the excitement of Xi An's revelations, eager to accompany her back to the lab to witness the developments firsthand. Qiao Hongyu, unperturbed by the scene, remarked to Qiyu, "You'll get used to it. The professor is a workaholic at heart. Despite his lectures, when he immerses himself in research, he becomes just as engrossed as Xi and Xiao Zimo, oblivious to everything but his experimental table." Qiyu nodded, his gaze fixed on Xian, his attention unwavering whenever she was present. Noticing that he had not responded to her, Qiao Hongyu looked over to find him deeply engrossed in reviewing his experimental notes. In the next moment, however, she caught him glancing cautiously at Xian and Professor Chun, his demeanor almost timid. "Professor, perhaps we should pause for a moment. Junior sister has just taken a break. You can't expect her to dive back into discussions so soon. If this continues, she might not be able to keep up, and neither will we," Fu Ziyuan lamented, collapsing dramatically onto the table, drained of energy. Xian turned to them, and Fu Ziyuan waved a sheet of paper. "Junior sister, please have mercy on your senior. As a young man in my 20s, I'm being worn down to a husk. Please slow down. I fear I'll age prematurely, and you won't even have the chance to meet your sister-in-law." It seemed Fu Ziyuan was genuinely struggling. But Xian understood he merely wished to encourage her to ease her pace and allow herself some leeway, even if it meant seeking a valid excuse to take a break. "Has senior brother found a girlfriend?" she inquired playfully. Fu Ziyuan exaggeratedly waved his hands, lamenting, "I wish I could, but with no time to rest, I fear I won't keep up with your pace. Where'd I find time to date? Your future sister-in-law is probably waiting at her mother's house for her handsome boyfriend. You must give me a chance to find a girlfriend." Chapter 98, what a heavy burden indeed. Xian pondered seriously. She had been pushing herself and everyone around her too hard in her quest for excellence. She had inadvertently created a pressure cooker environment for her peers. It was merely a failure. There was no need for such apprehension and alarm. While she felt no personal distress, her demeanor projected an excess of urgency and tension. She believed she was fulfilling her responsibilities, but to them, it seemed she was relentlessly driving herself, stripping away all opportunities for rest. Perhaps she had indeed sent an unhealthy signal to everyone. Professor Chun regained his senses at this moment, feeling somewhat vexed that he had fallen into a state of oblivion as soon as research was mentioned. What was his primary purpose for being here? Wasn't he to address the potential issues with Xian's mindset? How had he allowed himself to be led astray? Ahem, indeed, as you, Brother Fu, rightly say, ample rest is essential. For those engaged in research, even after successfully overcoming all obstacles in one study, does that signify the end? There are always new challenges awaiting us. Professor Chen cleared his throat and earnestly advised Xian, "We must maintain a balanced mindset. Success is certainly commendable and worthy of celebration. However, failure is also part of the journey. We can always start new. With the experience gained from previous setbacks, we can avoid repeating the same mistakes. Yet no one can guarantee we won't encounter new challenges. If we force ourselves to endure every failure, how can our bodies withstand such turmoil?" Professor Chun was himself a relentless worker, and thus his words lacked persuasive power, for he, too, was guilty of this relentless pursuit. Nevertheless, the truth in his words resonated with everyone. Progress must be gradual. Pressure is inevitable, and disappointment from failure is a given. Yet we must let go of past failures and begin anew. He was particularly concerned that Xian's spirit had been severely impacted, as she appeared quite young in his eyes and may not have faced significant setbacks over the years. The sudden blow to her previously smooth research journey left him worried that her pride might be shattered and her confidence irrevocably damaged. Chen's concerns were not unfounded. For an average person who had enjoyed 2 decades of unbroken success, a heavy blow could indeed lead to despondency. However, she was not an average person. She had not taken this failure to heart, though she certainly felt the sting of disappointment. After all, failure is inherently disheartening, especially when it disrupts progress that had previously been so seamless. Yet, she was resilient. She had faced numerous challenges throughout her life, and her self-confidence was derived not from others, but from her own strength. One failure was merely a setback. She was still young, with the capacity and opportunity to start afresh. Her recent busyness was merely an attempt to remedy the delays caused by her earlier failure. Yet, only she understood this. To others, she appeared overly zealous, unwilling to accept the reality of her failure. I sincerely apologize for the disruption and impact I have caused to my seniors and everyone else. During this time, I have indeed been too self-absorbed, failing to recognize the hard work of others. I am grateful for your understanding of my previous capricious behavior, and I wish to express my heartfelt apologies and gratitude. She acknowledged, aware that her recent actions had been somewhat selfish. As the head of the laboratory, she could afford to start over after a failure, but she could not expect everyone else to tolerate her whims or bear the consequences of her mistakes. Anne's apology was genuine. She had overlooked much, and she appreciated Professor Chen's reminders, as well as the support of everyone in the lab. "You finally apologized, little junior," Fu Ziyuan exclaimed, sitting up with enthusiasm. He began to enumerate Xian's transgressions. "Little junior, let me count the ways. You've been working yourself to the bone, and I can't afford to be left behind. I have to keep up with you, which means I can't binge-watch shows, hit the gym, sleep in, treat myself to a nice meal, or even date. And look, my hair has been falling out like crazy. Every morning, I wake up and worry that one day I'll lose my thick mane and end up looking like Professor Chen. If that happens, I 1T get a girlfriend, and then you won't have a sister-in-law, and my parents 1T have a daughter-in-law, and I'll have no children to take care of me in my old age. What'll I do then? Little junior, do you see the gravity of your sins? The more I think about it, the sadder I get, and the more hair I lose." Fu Ziyuan's words flowed forth like a torrent, and she felt her mind struggling to keep pace with his incessant chatter. Had she truly caused such a considerable burden? She instinctively glanced at Fu Ziyuan's head and then slowly at Professor Chen's. The Mediterranean look. Indeed, Brother Fu's hair was well maintained, while Professor Chen's was somewhat sparse. In that moment, she felt the weight of her perceived transgressions. "How about I take care of you in your old age?" she tentatively suggested, always eager to amend her mistakes. Fu Ziyuan responded, "Little junior, that is very kind of you. But shouldn't the real issue be that I need a few days off to recuperate?" At that moment, a cold laugh interrupted them. Professor Chen glared at Fu Ziyuan, his eyes seemingly ablaze, and retorted with a grin. "Oh, so I'm Mediterranean to you, huh? I didn't realize I had such a grand image in your eyes, Fu Ziyuan." Fu Ziyuan paused, grinned widely, and bolted away like the wind, with Professor Chen chasing after him, shouting, "You think you can show such disrespect while pretending to honor your teacher? I swear, if I don't knock some sense into you today, I'll call you teacher from now on." The usual antics of Fu Ziyuan had become a source of amusement for everyone. If circumstances allowed, they would have happily gathered around with a bowl of snacks to enjoy the spectacle of Professor Chen reprimanding him. Seeing this unfold, she finally snapped out of her earlier stupor, her eyes twinkling with amusement at the scene. As for intervening, she thought better of it. It was only natural for a teacher to discipline a student. She felt grateful to Brother Fu for his light-hearted banter, which had effectively dissipated the last remnants of her earlier gloom, leaving her feeling remarkably relieved. At that moment, Chiyu approached her. "Professor Chen said he wanted me to keep an eye on you and Brother Chiu to remind you both to take breaks." Chiyu's gaze was downcast, concealing a hint of tension, yet his tone remained as usual. "I wanted to ask your opinion. May I work in a lab below?" "Of course. I would be more than willing to help if I can." Xian looked up at Chiyu, contemplating whether to involve him in the preliminary development of Xing Yao. She did not refuse him. After a moment's thought, she accepted Chiyu's and Professor Chen's kind offer. Even if she did not require assistance, Chiu Zimo certainly did. She did not dwell too much on it. Whether it was Chiyu or others, their support was welcome. However, for the first few days, likely due to Professor Chen's advice, Xian and Chiu Zimo would be punctual, without needing reminders. This arrangement lasted less than a week. One day, when mealtime arrived and the two were still absent, Qiao Hongyu, without raising his head, remarked, "Qiyu, go fetch those two busybodies." Qiyu glanced at the time, realizing they had missed their usual schedule. He paused his work, noting the elevator's stillness, and waited a moment before deciding to summon them. After tidying up his desk, he called out to Qiao Hongyu and made his way to the elevator. Meanwhile, Qiao Hongyu remained focused on his work, casually gesturing as he slid his chair back, shaking his tablet in front of Fu Ziyuan. "Fu Ziyuan, look at this mess you've made of the data. How am I supposed to make sense of it?" Fu Ziyuan lifted his head slightly, squinting at the tablet that Qiao Hongyu was shaking back and forth, a pen clipped to his ear. He ran his fingers through his hair and remarked, "What is it that you don't understand? I've written everything clearly. Take a closer look. The numbers are quite evident. Can you even decipher the jumbled symbols you've scrawled? One misplaced decimal, and everything else is thrown off. If you had just written a bit more legibly, would I even need to ask you?" Qiao Hongyu, infuriated, nearly hurled the tablet at Fu Ziyuan's forehead. Qiyu and the others in the lab were quite accustomed to this scene. Fu Ziyuan had his own method of recording, which he stubbornly continued to use. And each time he handed over his notes to Qiao Hongyu, they resembled a cryptic script. The two had quarreled over this countless times. Fu Ziyuan remembered once, but would forget to remind himself the next time, having grown accustomed to his own style. Listening to the argument behind him, Qiyu did not furrow his brows. Regardless of how heated the exchange became, once the workday concluded, they would act as if nothing had happened. As he entered the elevator, Qiyu felt a flicker of anticipation, not only because he would meet Xian, but also due to the prospect of delving into a new field he had yet to explore. He was eager to uncover what starshine was that Xian and Qiu Zimo were researching. The name itself sounded intriguing. The elevator descended to the third underground level, and then he took the stairs down another floor. Here, he needed to undergo several layers of verification, far more complex than the procedures in the upper labs. Qiyu sensed the surveillance cameras scanning him from above, but maintained his composure until he stood before the final door. Once his identity was confirmed again, the door opened with a beep, and he finally exhaled in relief, having worried he might be halted along the way. Upon raising his gaze, the view before him suddenly expanded. He faced a projection that appeared almost lifelike, with its back turned towards him. Taking a few steps inside, he paused, captivated by the figure's silhouette, feeling an impulse to circle around for a better look. "Qiyu, what brings you here?" Qiu Zimo, noticing Qiyu standing not far from the starshine projection, adjusted his glasses, glanced at the projection, then at the time, and realized, it's already lunchtime. My junior sister and I lost track of time. I distinctly remember it earlier. As he spoke, Qiu Zimo effortlessly turned off the starshine projection. Qiyu had yet to catch a glimpse of the front view, and the image flickered out of existence before him. "It seems that since you haven't gone up yet, senior sister Qiao was worried you might forget, so she sent me to call you." Qiyu withdrew his gaze, not suspecting anything amiss. Although he hadn't seen the front of the projection, it mattered little. "Is she not here?" Qiyu asked, surveying the surroundings. He noticed that this laboratory was considerably larger, equivalent to the 3 floors above, both in height and width, with ample empty space. Each level had a lateral room with windows that offered views of the outside, resembling small rooms suspended in midair. She's likely upstairs, adjusting some data. She should be down shortly. Qiu Zimo yawned, removing his glasses to wipe the fog from the lenses. "We finally managed to carve out some time to rest. Thank you for your hard work, senior brother Qiu," Qiyu replied. "What hard work? It's just research. If anything, seeing progress in our studies is the greatest reward for my efforts." Qiu Zimo put his glasses back on and added, "Look, here comes junior sister Shi." Qiyu looked up and indeed saw Xian emerging from the elevator on the opposite side, a notebook in hand. "Xian." Her gaze shifted from the notebook to Qiyu, appearing surprised to see him. Her eyes instinctively darted past him to the now empty starshine projection. "Lunchtime is upon us. We've been so busy that all our instruments have been running for quite some time and need a break," Qiu Zimo explained. Xian quickly grasped that Qiu Zimo had turned off the projection upon seeing Qiyu. She had no concerns about Qiyu seeing starshine. Such matters did not require secrecy. Qiu Zimo was aware of Qiyu's friendship with Jiang Yan. Even though he knew Xian didn't truly harbor feelings for Jiang Yan, outsiders might misconstrue their relationship. Observing the modeling of starshine could easily lead to assumptions that Xian was still attached to Jiang Yan. The notion of a substitute was inherently unseemly and not something to be widely discussed. Moreover, considering Qi Yu and Jiang Yan's relationship, it would be uncomfortable for Qi Yu to discover that Xian had never sincerely loved Jiang Yan, viewing him merely as a stand-in for her true affections. Although Qiu Zimo knew Starshine couldn't be concealed indefinitely, he felt they should be granted some time to adjust. Let's take a break. When lunch is over, I have some thoughts I'd like to discuss with you, senior brother Qiu. I just thought of them upstairs, though I'm unsure of their feasibility. But if possible, I'd like to think that the progress of Starshine could accelerate a bit. She set her laptop down as she spoke to Qiu Zimo. Qiu Zimo nodded in agreement. Sure, we can discuss it now. I am eager to hear your thoughts. Junior sister, you always manage to surprise me in the most unexpected ways. Let's skip lunch today and just... He was gently interrupted by Qi Yu, senior brother Qiu. Senior sister Qiao and senior brother Fu are waiting upstairs. If we don't go now, they'll start urging us. Qiu Zimo hesitated, recalling how he had been reprimanded by Qiao Hongyu and Fu Ziyuan for delaying his junior sister's work. If he continued to keep them working tirelessly, he might face their wrath. Oh, I suddenly feel quite hungry. Junior sister, let us hurry to lunch. The sooner we eat, the sooner we can return. Qi Yu glanced at Xian, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon the laptop beside her. He froze momentarily. There was a character model on the screen, though he couldn't make out the details clearly. Just as he was about to inspect it closely, Qiu Zimo abruptly closed the laptop with a snap. Let us go. What are we lingering for? Hurry up. I don't want to face the fury of the tigress again. Qiu Zimo urged. With that, Qi Yu blinked and withdrew his gaze, the thoughts in his mind dissipating before they could fully form. She glanced at the closed laptop, then at Qiu Zimo, and finally at Qi Yu, who appeared lost in thought. She smiled and said, Then let's go. We wouldn't want to keep senior sister Qiao and the others waiting. For a while thereafter, Xian and Qiu Zimo would appear on time, occasionally running a bit late, but most of the time, Qi Yu had to remind them. However, each time, Qi Yu never truly learned about the specifics of Starshine. Primarily, he didn't delve deeply into inquiries. Qiu Zimo was always very cooperative, insisting that during break times, all work must be set aside, enthusiastically urging Xian and Qi Yu to head upstairs. This unspoken understanding persisted for some time, until the day before New Year's Day, when everyone in the lab gradually wrapped up their tasks in anticipation of a holiday the next day. They had not had a break in a long while, and most had not left the lab for ages, let alone returned home to visit their parents or enjoy a date. Yet, as night fell, neither Xian nor Qiu Zimo appeared. Were they once again absorbed in their work? Qi Yu initially intended to ask Xian about her plans for the new year, but as darkness enveloped the day and the elevator remained silent, he had no choice but to remind them once more under the urging of Qiao Hongyu and Fu Ziyuan. Qi Yu felt he was becoming a human alarm clock. At this moment, Xian and Qiu Zimo were indeed oblivious to the passage of time, for there were matters of greater significance that demanded their attention rather than rest. Following their previous failure, they had encountered a series of setbacks, experiencing over 10 failures in succession. Yet, with each attempt, they made incremental progress. While the repeated failures left Xian feeling disheartened, they were not without their rewards. Her gaze remained fixed on the screen, where the progress displayed was nearing 85%. Kitsi Montak, fidgeting with his hands and persistently adjusting his glasses to mask his palpable excitement, finally sensed the prospect of success. At this juncture, all prior steps had seemingly been validated, and it was time to temporarily archive this progress and initiate the next phase. Qiu Zimo declared, his eyes glued to the fluctuating numbers on the screen. Xian mirrored his focus, appearing calm, yet internally anxious. She could not find true solace until the progress reached 100%. The numbers gradually climbed, ticking away as time passed, until they reached a final count of 95%. Xian felt her heartbeat quicken, instinctively biting her lip, her eyes unblinking in anticipation, while her hands gripped the edges of the desk with a force that made her knuckles pale. In that moment, the surrounding sounds faded into oblivion. She sensed that Qiu Zimo was speaking, but her focus was solely on the screen. 99%. After such a long journey filled with failures, they were now so close to success, just a hair's breadth away. However, the numbers stalled, frozen at 99%, as if trapped in a limbo. There were no red alerts signaling a complete failure, nor was there the triumphant declaration of 100%. Instead, a spinning circle lingered behind the 99. Could it be? Had they become ensnared at such a critical juncture? Xiao Zimo could not accept this reality. After waiting in vain for what felt like eternity, he presumed yet another failure loomed. Frustrated, he slapped the table and smacked his forehead, yet it was a familiar disappointment. With so many failures behind them, it had become a norm. She gradually relaxed her grip, her lashes fluttering as she offered a soft smile and remarked, "It appears we must try once more." "It's all right," Xiao Zimo replied. "Practice makes perfect. We've grown accustomed to these challenges, and I am certain that our next attempt will be swifter than the last. We are so close to success, just a mere sliver remains. Surely, we will prevail next time." Xian smiled, her gaze still fixed on the screen, which stubbornly remained at 99% for over 20 minutes. Failure seemed all but inevitable. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed, "Recognition successful. Researcher Chiyu, please enter." With a ding, the sound of the door opening followed. Chiyu walked in from outside. Xiao Zimo was still lamenting the missed opportunity, caught up in his thoughts and oblivious to Chiyu's arrival. However, she noticed him, smiling and nodding slightly. Unlike Xiao Zimo, who had previously closed the program just as Chiyu was about to witness Xingyao, the primary program continued to run, despite their failure. They clung to a flicker of hope, as no alarms had sounded to signal a complete reset. As Chiyu approached, he finally beheld the complete model of Xingyao. Upon recognizing Xingyao's visage, he stood transfixed, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. "Is this Xingyao?" He began but hesitated, realizing that posing the question would diminish its significance. Xiao Zimo, hearing his voice, looked up and noticed Chiyu's expression, his face falling into despair. He had become so absorbed in his thoughts that he had overlooked Chiyu's arrival, an oversight he found regrettable. Xian, however, remained unflustered and with a smile. She introduced, "I intended to wait until the first phase was successful to reveal this to you. But we are close now, merely a step away. This is Xingyao, the future Central Intelligence Brain." A spark of excitement lit her eyes as she spoke of Xingyao. Chiyu opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, the projection of Xingyao flickered. Ding! Program run successfully, system initializing. The three were momentarily stunned by the chilling mechanical voice that resonated. In the wake of the successful execution, the projection of Xingyao became increasingly vivid and lifelike. As the word "successful operation" echoed, Xingyao slowly opened its previously closed eyes. "Greetings, I am Xingyao." Chapter 101. My Creator. The awakening of Xingyao took everyone by surprise. Despite Xian and Xiao Zimo's fervent hopes for the first phase of success, they understood the challenges that lay ahead. The progress stalling at 99% would indeed be disappointing, yet also anticipated. However, success can often arrive unexpectedly. Xingyao opened its eyes, and though it was not human, its design featured star-shaped pupils, bright and sharp. Xingyao's gaze traversed over Chiyu and Xiao Zimo as if it truly possessed life. Its cold eyes reflected their forms, yet appeared indifferent. Finally, it focused on Xian, speaking slowly. "My Creator, you possess absolute dominion and usage rights over me. Please issue your first command." Xingyao's voice resonated with an ethereal chill. Xiao Zimo swallowed hard, daunted by the moment, fearing that uttering a single word might shatter the dreamlike reality. Indeed, he felt as if he were still ensnared in a vivid dream, one that felt too real to dismiss. Xian remained silent for a time, gazing at Xingyao. Xiao Zimo fought the urge to prompt her. Eventually, Xian seemed to recollect herself, slowly articulating. "Enter sleep mode." "Understood," Xingyao replied. "My Creator, please summon me by name when you wish to awaken me." With that, Xingyao closed its eyes once more, reverting to its dormant state, as if it had never awakened at all. The trio fell into a contemplative silence. Chiyu, unfamiliar with the process, was unsure of what to say. Xiao Zimo, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together, eager to touch Xingyao, yet fearful of causing damage that could lead to his own frustration. As for Xian, she exhibited the calmest demeanor among them. After placing Xingyao in sleep mode, she approached the console, observing the operational data on the screen, analyzing the distinctions between Xingyao's awakened state and its previous dormancy. "Junior sister, are you not excited? Xingyao has awakened. Our prolonged efforts have borne fruit." Xiao Zimo attempted to maintain his composure, but his trembling hands betrayed his restless spirit. He envisioned a place for himself in the annals of history, with his name destined for eternal remembrance. Yet, these considerations paled in significance compared to his participation in this groundbreaking venture. If he had maintained his composure during their previous attempts, it was because the likelihood of failure loomed large. But now, with Xing Yao awake and speaking, the excitement was overwhelming. In contrast, Xi Yin's demeanor remained serene, as if Xing Yao's awakening was merely a mundane occurrence. She lifted her gaze to Qiu Zimo and nodded slightly. Indeed, there is much to celebrate, but Qiu Shixiang observed the immense load that Xing Yao must bear when operating its system. Without a dedicated and expansive server tailored solely for it, Xing Yao cannot truly function. Moreover, it is merely a matter of opening one's eyes now, and there is hardly any distinction from others. Xian presented the data on the computer to Qiu Zimo, and it was indeed akin to a bucket of cold water, albeit not entirely unexpected. They had long anticipated that the Starshine operation would require substantial capacity, yet they did not foresee that it would falter in the very first phase. As Qiu Zimo leaned over to scrutinize the various exceeded values displayed on the screen, he was instantly overwhelmed. Had she not decisively chosen to place Starshine in sleep mode moments ago, all the instruments in the laboratory would have been rendered inoperative. Regardless, the first phase was a success. Starshine had awakened, marking a victory worth celebrating. Qiu Zimo concluded. As for the chain reaction it might precipitate, had they not foreseen it? It was merely an issue that had arisen earlier than anticipated. Problems, after all, exist to be resolved. The sooner they manifest, the sooner they can be addressed. Xian paused, her gaze once more fixed on the figure of Starshine on the main screen, which remained lifeless, its eyes still closed. Indeed, it was not a living being, merely a program. They were only at the initial stage of awakening the program, with more command codes to be implanted subsequently to enhance Starshine's autonomy. The title of Central Intelligence was not merely a grandiose moniker. Starshine would be the quintessential embodiment of a new era. Thus, they must identify and rectify all flaws in the early stages. In this exhilarating moment, Qiu Zimo could not conceal his excitement. While Xian remained remarkably composed, there was no trace of elation on her face, despite her earlier anxious anticipation. The often overlooked Qi Yu listened quietly to the exchange between Qiu Zimo and Xian, his gaze subconsciously drifting towards the closed eyes of Starshine. If not for the confirmation from Qiu Zimo and Xian that Starshine was not a genuine entity, he might have believed it to be a projection of a living person. After observing for a while, Qi Yu found himself unable to resist glancing at Starshine's face again. At first, he thought it looked somewhat familiar, but upon closer inspection, he realized it bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Yan, particularly in profile and eyes. This character was crafted by Xian, yet bore the shadow of Jiang Yan. Did this imply that Xian had not truly moved on from Jiang Yan? Did she still harbor feelings for him, yearning to be together? Qi Yu pressed his lips together, contemplating the questions he wished to voice, yet hesitating for fear of the answers. He had heard that the development of Starshine had been fraught with difficulties, and that Qiu Zimo and Xian had labored tirelessly to achieve a favorable outcome. He should be congratulating them. However, gazing at Starshine and considering the implications, he found himself unable to utter the words of congratulations, grappling with how deeply one must love to express such affection in this manner after parting. Qiu Zimo suddenly placed a hand on Qi Yu's shoulder, calling out to him. Having just been discussing the subsequent phases of Starshine with Xian, he was unaware of when he had approached Qi Yu, interrupting his train of thought. Qi Yu was not one to openly display his emotions, yet perhaps the intensity of the moment overwhelmed him, causing him to lose control. Moreover, Qiu Zimo had been observant of Qi Yu, naturally noting his demeanor. Qiu Zimo did not feel it appropriate to clarify that Starshine's visage was not modeled after Jiang Yan, advising him against drawing unwarranted conclusions. As this was a matter personal to Xian's senior brother Qi Yu politely addressed him. Qiu Zimo replied, "Some matters are not merely as they appear. We must engage our minds in thought. Wouldn't you agree? To be deceived by appearances is truly foolish." Qi Yu remained silent, suspecting that Qiu Zimo's words were pointed. You must understand that Starshine is a unique entity, but not in the way you might think." Qiu Zimo waved his hand dismissively. Qi Yu slowly inquired then, "Senior brother Qiu, what do you believe I am thinking? Or do you know something I do not?" Qiu Zimo cleared his throat, nervously adjusting his glasses. "What I know? I know nothing. I am merely offering guidance as a senior." Qi Yu nodded, aware that even if Chiu Zimo possessed knowledge, he would not divulge it. If this matter pertained to Xian's privacy, they would certainly refrain from gossiping behind her back. This was one reason Qiyu appreciated this laboratory. Qiyu, are you satisfied with what you see? Xian suddenly asked. Qiyu looked up to find Xian standing beside the sleeping projection of Starshine. His gaze flickered, involuntarily disregarding the resemblance on Starshine's face. He asked earnestly, "If you are referring to the technology, I am indeed impressed and eager to contribute. From an investor's perspective, the emergence of Starshine represents an irreplaceable investment for the Qi family. However, on a personal level, the face before him struck him deeply, yet he could not voice his feelings. Intertwining personal emotions with his thoughts, he feared the outcome. He envisioned himself as the brightest of stars, destined to guide all those who have yet to return home back to their beloved countries, back to their cherished ones." She turned away from Qiyu, her hand gently brushing the virtual visage of the sleeping Starshine, her eyes reflecting a faint longing and sorrow. Yet, this was merely a virtual projection. She could not touch it. Her fingers passed through Starshine's face, trembling slightly before she lowered her hand. "Upon our first encounter, I am Xian. You are the star they speak of, are you not? I know of you. I often hear my grandmother and Mrs. Su praising you. I am aware of you as well. A great honor to meet you, and I am the star, Su Xingya. Indeed, they prefer to call me star, but you should refer to me as elder brother, for I am 2 years your senior. Not calling you that, just 2 years older, no way. Then must you call me star? No, many call you star. I refuse to be like everyone else. What would you like to call me then? Let me think, Su. Xingyi. The surname Su is rather unique. Su, Asu, henceforth the Shilkuli. She gazed at Starshine, lost in thought. When she used restrained yet cautious inquiry broke the silence. Is it that you cherish him so deeply? So much so that you would reveal your feelings in such a manner? Chiu Zimo blinked, realizing that Qiyu had indeed misinterpreted the situation. Without lifting her head, Xian replied, "It is not merely affection. It is a profound and indelible bond. However, do not misconstrue. I am fully aware that Starshine is Starshine. He is irreplaceable. A singular existence. If that is the case, then why?" Qiyu struggled to contain himself. He did not wish to ask. Yet Xian's earlier sorrow had tugged at his heart, and before he realized it, his question escaped his lips, too late to retract. With a sense of reckless abandon, he decided to voice all the questions weighing on his mind. It was merely a matter of whether to speak out or remain silent. If one loves so deeply and cannot let go, why must they part? Jiang Yan too, perhaps. Qi wanted to assert that Jiang Yan also held feelings for Xian, but the words stuck in his throat. He wished to keep this to himself, to be selfish, unwilling to aid another. Chiu Zimo, standing by, listened quietly, and upon hearing Qiyu mention Jiang Yan, felt no surprise. He had predicted that anyone familiar with the situation would immediately think of Jiang Yan upon seeing Starshine, an anticipated outcome. The issue was that Qiyu and Jiang Yan were said to share a close relationship, having grown up together. Would it not be awkward if he discovered that Xian had regarded Jiang Yan as a mere substitute for someone else? Chiu Zimo pondered. Perhaps it would be best to embrace the error and keep it hidden for now. After all, Jiang Yan would not suffer any loss. Xian, upon hearing Jiang Yan's name, felt a sense of unfamiliarity wash over her. It took her a moment to recall the entanglements that existed between them. What does this have to do with Jiang Yan? She retorted, turning to face Qiyu. Qiyu was momentarily taken aback. You love Jiang Yan deeply. I can understand that you find it hard to let go. However, remaining ensnared in the past only serves to torment yourself. Do I love Jiang Yan? Xian echoed, observing the changing hues on Qiyu's face, a sudden smile breaking across her own. Although laughter seemed inappropriate at such a moment, she found it rather amusing. She could have chosen not to explain, for Qiyu's connection to Jiang Yan was far closer than his to her. Should he discover her morally dubious behavior of treating a friend as a mere substitute, it would undoubtedly tarnish her already poor reputation even further. Yet, allowing this misunderstanding to persist was not a viable solution. She did not wish for Xingyao to bear any semblance of Jiang Yan's shadow. Indeed, I have liked Jiang Yan. I once found his face quite appealing, and even now, I deem it not entirely displeasing, but that is all it amounts to, Xian declared, her remarks echoing with a hint of nonchalance. Chiu Zimo, having heard this before, inwardly scoffed at her flippant words. Qiyu, confused, asked, "You like his face? Jiang Yan?" Xian replied, every individual in this world is unique. It is impossible for identical leaves to exist. I have always known this. Yet, when one encounters someone who bears even the slightest resemblance to their beloved, it is hard not to glance a second time, attempting to find traces of another within that person. It is truly disheartening. Qiyu seemed to grasp her words, though disbelief flickered in his eyes. Did this imply that she had never truly loved Jiang Yan, but rather someone who resembled him? Was she merely seeking the essence of another within Jiang Yan? And had they all misunderstood? Stepping closer to Qiyu, Xian earnestly apologized. I am truly sorry, Qiyu, for the misconceptions I've caused you both. I acknowledge that my childishness and capriciousness have led to this situation, and I owe Jiang Yan an apology. She paused before continuing. I do not wish for Xingyao to carry the shadows of others. Chapter 103. A conflict of emotions. You do not love Jiang Yan? Qiyu sought clarification, incredulity lacing his words. So, the person you've been fond of all this time is not Jiang Yan, but someone who resembles him? Yes, Xian affirmed without hesitation. Qiyu was momentarily speechless. Upon hearing this revelation, he found himself feeling a mix of anger and, shamefully, a flicker of delight within. He and Jiang Yan had grown up together, sharing a bond that had withstood conflicts born from differing beliefs. Yet, their years of camaraderie could not overshadow his feelings for Xianqi. He was unaware of the intricacies of Xi-Un and Jiang Yan's past. His knowledge was limited to what Jiang Yan had shared with Pei Jingyuan and Sheng Rong. He had not truly understood Xian until after her breakup with Jiang Yan, and he was oblivious to the circumstances surrounding their union. However, treating a person as a mere substitute for another was an act steeped in disrespect and hurt. I have not been a part of your past, nor do I know what kind of person has captured your heart. But Xian, regardless of the circumstances, projecting your affections onto an unrelated individual is profoundly unfair to those you truly cherish. Lowering his gaze slightly, Qiyu glanced at Xingyao, who bore a fleeting resemblance to Jiang Yan. In reality, the differences between their faces were quite pronounced, and only those familiar with Xian and Jiang Yan's history would draw such parallels. Xian, you have indeed erred, Qiyu asserted. Your actions have not only played with Jiang Yan's feelings, but also showcased a lack of responsibility towards yourself. Xian remained silent, refraining from countering Qiyu's accusations, for they were rooted in truth. Qiyu was Jiang Yan's friend, and witnessing his friend being toyed with was an unbearable sight. Moreover, Qiyu's criticisms were not solely in defense of Jiang Yan. He disapproved of Xian's actions and her irresponsibility. She understood all of this, and perhaps should be grateful for having distanced herself before sinking deeper into this quagmire. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Qiu Zimo interjected. Attempting to mediate, little junior sister has indeed made a mistake, but she recognizes it and is striving to correct it. Who among us has not erred in youth? Acknowledging one's faults and making amends is commendable. Qiyu maintained a serious demeanor, casting a glance at Xingyao's handsome, serene face. I'm not criticizing Xian for recognizing her faults. I'm merely apologies. Qiyu's words faltered as he grappled with how to proceed. He found himself torn between two people he cared for deeply, unable to align himself perfectly with either side. Lacking a comprehensive understanding of Xian's past, he could not stand on a moral high ground to cast judgment in a straightforward manner. He believed Xian's initial motive to project her feelings for another onto Jiang Yan was misguided. Simultaneously, he felt an unsettling discomfort regarding the nature of the person who had captured Xian's heart so profoundly that she would go to such lengths to hold onto that affection. It should be I who apologizes, Xian replied, accepting Qiyu's attitude without resistance, recognizing that he was being quite lenient. Time is of the essence. I think I shall take my leave now. You both should also head out soon. Senior Sister Qiao and the others are waiting for you, Qiyu suggested, seemingly eager to shift the topic. After saying this, he turned to depart. Qiu Zimo watched Qiyu's retreating figure and shook his head, remarking, honestly, you might have been better off not telling him. Sometimes a well-intentioned lie can be beneficial. She shook her head in response. I do not wish for this mistake to continue. Lies would only deepen misunderstandings. It is better to correct erroneous perceptions early on. Moreover, as Qiyu mentioned, I was wrong from the start. My initial decision to involve Jiang Yan, a mere outsider, was the height of selfishness. But I do not believe Jiang Yan was at a loss. While you may have deceived him during your time together, he did not invest much thought into you either, and he seemed to enjoy himself quite well. In fact, you treated him like a pampered heir. No one on the forum has accused you of neglecting him. Rather, it seems he did not regard you with the same respect. Qiu Zimo shrugged, unabashedly displaying his bias. Furthermore, his assertions held merit. Jiang Yan had never truly treated Xian well, even if he had shown her a modicum of affection. Qiu Zimo could not bring himself to say that Jiang Yan deserved better. Since both parties bore their own faults, a parting of ways would be the most beneficial outcome. Allowing Xian to confront reality, Jiang Yan was Jiang Yan and could never become the person she yearned for. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan would reclaim his own place, living life as the carefree nobleman he was. Senior brother Qiu, thank you for standing by my side and speaking on my behalf, but it is unnecessary. I am truly no different from Jiang Yan. He never cared for me sincerely, and his honesty was evident for all to see. Xian smiled, her self-awareness strikingly clear. In contrast, I have been nothing but hypocritical in my own guise. Everyone assumes I adore Jiang Yan, willing to cast aside my dignity for him. Initially, Master Qiu, did you not also believe that my love for him had caused me to lose myself, provoking righteous indignation toward his actions? However, that is not the case. The person I have loved all along was never Jiang Yan. I may not possess Jiang Yan's honesty, but I am merely more adept at masquerading. She ought to apologize to Jiang Yan, yet she is utterly reluctant to confront him, for his visage sometimes leaves her in a daze. Qiu Zimo interlaced his fingers behind his head and remarked, thus, it is evident that you love someone deeply to the point of reckless abandon. But that someone is not Jiang Yan. Rather, it is your heart's cherished moonlight. Would that be an accurate representation? Xian and Qiu Zimo had never broached the subject of Su before. Qiu Zimo had never probed into it, and this was the first time he cautiously ventured to speak of it. So, you are indifferent to Jiang Yan's treatment of you. The one you adore is Su. His name is Su. Xian replied, very well, you cherish Su, viewing Jiang Yan merely as a substitute for him. Then, since your affection is so profound and unyielding, where is Su? Does he know of your feelings? Qiu Zimo inquired. He genuinely feared that Su might be yet another scoundrel who trifles with emotions, and that would truly infuriate him. Xian paused for a moment, her eyes crinkling into a gentle smile as she softly replied, he is no longer here, having sacrificed himself in a foreign land, still awaiting my return to him.